As a single person, I woke up to find a woman lying in bed. But the woman was already half naked. I took a closer look at the woman. To my surprise, it turned out to be my younger brother's fiancée, Wang Jingyi. Before I could react, I saw her reaching for her phone, ready to call the police. "Miss Wang, calm down. I was drugged. Someone is framing you." I wanted both of us to be ruined, so I took 2 steps back and stopped her from calling the police. Wang Jingyi stared at me with wide eyes, clearly pondering the truth in my words. Meanwhile, I was sweating profusely, trying to control the effects of the drug. I knew that the reason I could still talk to Wang Jing was that I hadn't succeeded yet, avoiding irreversible consequences. After some thought, I knew whose doing this was again. This time, Shang Bingxing has crossed the line with me. If he is capable of such despicable acts, I will never show him any mercy in the future. Shang Bingxing has always been raised as the son of the Shang family. He could also be seen as brought back by the Shang family, living as my substitute. I was lost since birth until the Shang family recognized me a year ago. When I first returned to the Shang family, Shang Bingxing was the first to greet me. "Wasn't it Zhang Feng? Brother, it's my fault. I've occupied your place for so many years. Now that you're back, I should return what belongs to you." Speaking of which, Shang Bingxing even managed to squeeze out a few tears. Before I could even be surprised, how can a grown man act so artificially emotional like this? The Shang family was immediately thrown into chaos, all because Shang Bingxing unexpectedly shed tears. "Bingxing, what nonsense are you talking? You will always be the son of this family, our brother." This is what I heard from Sister Shang Nanfeng after returning to this house. After saying the first sentence, she glared at me fiercely, as if she had some deep-seated grudge against me. Next, second sister, Shang Nanu, immediately took a stand as well, saying, "Bingxing, don't be like this. You've lived with us for 18 years. Just because some random people show up, it doesn't mean they can ruin our bond." After speaking, she also gave me a sharp glare. It is said that there is also a third sister in this family, Shang Nanxue, but I haven't seen her. Seeing the situation, the head of the Shang family, Shang Yuanchang, stepped forward as a peacemaker, saying, all right, this is Zhang Feng, returning home on the first day, crying like what? "Bingxing, don't say anything about leaving or not. This will always be your home." Seeing so many people supporting him, Shang Bingxing seemed quite pleased. He walked straight up to me, pretending to be affectionate, and took my hand, saying, "Brother, let's go upstairs and have a look. Since you're back, I'll give you my room." I haven't had a chance to express my opinion yet, but the words spoken by Shang Bingxing seemed to have offended the whole family in an instant. Eldest sister Shang Nanfeng immediately took on a protective mother hen stance, standing in front of Shang Bingxing, questioning how could the room be casually given to outsiders. "You should stay in your room, let me see who dares to make you leave." Second sister Shang Nanyu also stepped forward, stating that only Shang Bingxing is qualified to stay in the room, no one else is allowed. Zhang Feng was speechless. He wondered if there was something wrong with this family. He was about to say something. Suddenly, an elegantly dressed middle-aged woman rushed towards him and embraced him tightly. "My child, is this really you? Oh heavens, Mom has been searching for you so hard all these years." Zhang Feng looked at the woman in his arms and realized she was his biological mother, Meng Yalan. Seeing tears streaming down her face, he knew it was genuine and couldn't help but be moved. The slight unpleasantness upon entering was quickly replaced by genuine emotion. Embracing his mother, an indescribable sentiment spread within his heart. Zhang Feng naturally couldn't stay in Shang Bingxing's room, but due to his mother's insistence, he was arranged to stay next door. Although the room wasn't as spacious as Shang Bingxing's, it was still cozy. Zhang Feng settled down in the Shang family and soon discovered that he actually had a fiancée. It's Wang Jingyi. Before he returned to this home, he was the fiancé of Shang Bingxing. It is said that their marriage was arranged by the elders of both families. At that time, Zhang Feng was still in Meng Yalan's womb, and their marriage was set. Later, he left the Shang family, and then returned to Shang Bingxing. Naturally, this marriage arrangement fell on his shoulders. Now that Zhang Feng has returned, the relationship among the three of them has become somewhat complicated. Zhang Feng actually doesn't care at all. He didn't know Wang Jingyi before and wouldn't marry a woman he didn't understand, so he naturally didn't take this matter to heart. At this moment, Wang Jingyi wraps herself in a sheet. Her thoughts have become slightly calmer. "Zhang Feng, don't play any tricks. I will never marry you. This kind of coercion only makes me detest you more." Obviously, she doesn't believe what Zhang Feng just said, thinking that he is just being evasive, and must have sinister motives towards her, which is why all this happened. Because the case involves him and me having a marriage arrangement. But her heart is only filled with sanctity. Otherwise, who would drug Zhang Feng as he claimed? Xiang Chen looked around and noticed Wang Jingyi's coat. She walked over, picked it up, and threw it in front of Wang Jingyi. "Put it on first," she said before turning away. No longer looking at her, Wang Jingyi saw his actions and her face softened. She dressed neatly behind Zhang Feng, then breathed a sigh of relief. Zhang Feng walked to the front of the sofa and sat down. "If my guess is correct, someone will come to catch the adulterer soon," he said, catching Wang Jingyi's attention. Took in a sharp breath of cold air. If today's events were to be leaked, she would be done for. Not to mention she is a public figure. Even if she were an ordinary girl, faced with such a situation, claiming nothing happened would not be believed. It's a situation that cannot be easily cleared. Wang Jing also feels a bit flustered, now having some belief in Zhang Feng's words. "You said someone drugged you." Zhang Feng nodded firmly, understanding why he would end up in this room. Zhang Feng is now coming to his senses, having a rough idea of the ins and outs, but he wants to know the situation with Wang Jingyi so he can analyze it more specifically. "Shang Bingxing invited me here," Wang Jingyi answered directly, without any hesitation. She thought for a moment, as if suddenly understanding something. "You mean Shang Bingxing drugged you?" Zhang Feng nodded slightly. "Is that the only possibility?" "Impossible." Wang Jingyi's voice raised sharply. If what Zhang Feng said is true, if Shang Bingxing did plan such a thing, where does he place himself? After all, she is his fiancée. Even if there is controversy over this matter when Zhang Feng returns, the one he grew up with, Shang Bingxing, even though he may not be indispensable to Shang Bingxing, in Wang Jingyi's heart, she never thought of marrying someone else. But if today's events were truly his design, stating that Shang Bingxing planned for Zhang Feng, Wang Jingyi believes it. However, if it was said he planned for himself, she really wouldn't believe it. There's no reason. In this world, which man would send his fiancée to someone else's bed? Even though Zhang Feng doesn't quite understand Wang Jingyi, but knowing she's a very smart person, not the brainless type, she might find out soon, because Zhang Feng knows that Shang Bingxing's actions will inevitably lead to a scene of catching adultery. Otherwise, it would be letting Zhang Feng take advantage for nothing. Zhang Feng looked at Wang Jingyi, truly deserving of being the national goddess. She's truly beautiful. To be honest, Shang Bingxing really made a big move this time, really generous. So, what is the purpose behind letting him do this? Although Zhang Feng is convinced that he is the instigator of this matter, he hasn't figured it out for the time being. Even if he does this, it might make the Shang family despise him. But one who doesn't grasp the timing well. Isn't it a case of losing more than gaining by involving Wang Jingyi? Trust me, you haven't suffered any substantial harm. Wait and see who the person coming is, then you'll know. Wang Jingyi also wants to understand the truth of the matter, so she eventually nodded. Just as Zhang Feng finished tidying up the messy scene, there was a knocking on the door outside. Thump thump thump. "Jingyi, are you inside? Is it you? Open the door quickly." As expected, they really came. Zhang Feng glanced at Wang Jingyi, then calmly walked over and opened the door. At the forefront was Shang Bingxing. Of course, there were people from both the Shang and Wang families following. "Jingyi, what's wrong with you? What did Zhang Feng do to you?" As Shang Bingxing entered, he would definitely change his previous submissive image. Seeing this, Wang Jing knew Zhang Feng's speculation was probably accurate. A hint of disappointment flashed in his eyes. "What can we do? Let's talk about it later. It's you who knows I'm here." At this moment, Shang Bingxing finally had the time to take a serious look at Wang Jingyi. He saw her well-dressed, with a proper makeup on her face. Looking at Zhang Feng, who was fully armed, the two of them looked like old friends chatting, as if nothing had happened. Shang Bingxing was surprised in his heart. Why didn't that medicine work at all? He thought for a moment, immediately overturning this possibility. It's impossible. He saw with his own eyes Zhang Feng adding the medicine to the water and making him drink it. Considering the timing, the two of them should have been in the midst of intimacy. How come there's no sign of anything between them, and Zhang Feng is still so clear-headed? "Shang Bingxing, what's going on?" Zhang Feng pretended not to know anything and asked. The Shang family, except for Zhang Feng's mother Meng Yalan, almost everyone is here. Moreover, they all have a fierce look on their faces. Seeing Zhang Feng asking like this, Shang Nanyu immediately became furious. "Zhang Feng, do you have no shame? Jingyi is Bingxing's fiancé, not yours. How can you guys be like this?" Upon hearing this, Wang Jingyi's face darkened. Shang Nanyu's words were too inappropriate, as if implying that something secretive had happened between him and Zhang Feng. "Shang Nanyu, be clearer with your words. What's going on between me and Zhang Feng?" Wang Jingyi's tone was extremely cold. This startled everyone present. Shang Nanyu was still a bit confused about the situation. Shang Bingxing was sobbing and calling for them to catch the adulterers, but looking at the current situation, although it's a hotel room, it doesn't seem like anything adulterous has happened. Wang's parents saw this situation. Hurry up and go comfort your daughter. Jingy, are you okay? Mom and Dad, why are you here too? I'm fine. I just talked to Zhang Feng about something. When Wang's parents saw Wang Jingy unharmed, they looked at Shang Bingxing and couldn't help but get angry. After all, this damaging reputation incident is not based on solid evidence. How can you speak nonsense? Shang Bingxing swore that he had discovered Zhang Feng's malicious intentions towards Wang Jingy. Shang Bingxing, please explain what happened. Shang Bingxing was at a loss, never expecting that his gamble, even at the cost of sacrificing Wang Jingy, to completely alienate Zhang Feng from the Shang family, had failed. Now, not only did his plan fail, he also had to face the doubts of so many people. How can he explain this? He could only stammer. My uncle and aunt, I made a mistake. I'm sorry, I was just worried. Mr. Wang snorted from his nose and didn't say anything. This adopted son of the Shang family has impure intentions towards Zhang Feng. I wonder if the Shang family can see through this. But in the end, this is the Shang family's private matter. Even as a future in-law, it's not appropriate for him to intervene. Zhang Feng, however, is not planning to let him off this time. After returning to the Shang family for so long, apart from Meng Yalan, she showed him a little motherly warmth. Others, well, treat him worse than a total stranger. He was living a good life. Why endure this here? Shang Bingxing, how dare you say such things? What have you done? Do I need to present evidence? Zhang Feng said coldly. Shang Bingxing looked at Zhang Feng and noticed that the boy's gaze was unexpectedly sharp. For some reason, he remained silent. He broke out in a cold sweat. Zhang Feng, what are you saying? Why can't I understand? What evidence? Zhang Feng knew he wouldn't admit it easily. Although he has no evidence now, he has a way to make him admit it. Zhang Feng, what are you trying to do? Why are you speaking so loudly to Bingxing? What if you scare him? At this moment, Shang's eldest sister, Shang Nanfeng, also spoke up. Shang's eldest sister, without hesitation, said to Zhang Feng, if you think your brother Shang Bingxing is still a child who needs to be nursed, then take him home quickly and let him nurse properly. But it's a pity, if I remember correctly, he is already an adult. Even if he makes mistakes in a legal sense, he will have to take responsibility. Shang Nanfeng was stunned. This is the first time in over a year that Zhang Feng has spoken so much in one go to him. In the past, no matter how he and Shang Nanyu mocked Zhang Feng, at most, he would just furrow his brow. They even thought he couldn't understand their language. Why so many words today? Zhang Feng, how can you talk to the eldest sister like this? Shang Nanyu was simply incredulous. Listen, what did Zhang Feng say? Eldest sister, you are the second sister, right? I've been in this family for over a year. Have you ever treated me like your brother? This is the first time Zhang Feng has spoken like this in front of their family. Speaking like this in front of their whole family. Shang Yuancheng felt something was amiss. He quickly glanced at the Wang Jing family, wanting to stop Zhang Feng from saying the following words. After all, family matters should not be made public. Zhang Feng, what are you trying to do? If you have something to discuss, go home and talk about it. Mr. Shang might not be able to listen to you today. This matter not only involves me but also relates to Miss Wang. Perhaps what I say doesn't count. Zhang Feng didn't even call Shang Yuancheng dad, which surprised him. Zhang Feng, why did you call him dad? How can you lack manners like this? Shang Nanyu beside him immediately got anxious. Why am I lacking manners? Shouldn't you be asking the ones who lost me when I was a child? Zhang Feng said coldly. Moreover, since I returned until now, no one has told me I should bear the Shang surname. I still go by Jiang. Isn't it correct to address Mr. Shang? Shang Yuancheng looked at Zhang Feng, knowing that this kid had grievances in his heart. He softened his tone. Zhang Feng, this is not the place for you, Wang, uncle, and Aunt Wang to cause a scene. Go home and talk. Zhang Feng saw the situation. I understand that Shang Yuancheng's words sound nice, but in reality, he wants to protect his son. With his intelligence, he must have already realized that something is amiss today. He even knows that the instigator of this matter is Shang Dingxing. Let's continue talking here. I just mentioned earlier that today's issue is not just about me, it also involves Miss Wang. Before Jiang Feng could finish speaking, Shang Dingxing immediately jumped out. Brother Jiang Feng, what did I do wrong? Have I offended you again? I know you should be Jingy's fiancé. If Jingy is willing, I can give him to you. But why did you do this today? He looked wronged, insinuating that Jiang Feng was setting him up for Wang Jingy. Jiang Feng has long been fed up with Shang Bingxing. You're putting on a show. In other words, Jiang Feng has given this family enough chances. From today, he won't indulge them anymore. Shang Bingxing, put away your villainous face. There is nothing between Miss Wang and me. It's you who tried to frame Miss Wang by drugging my drink. Why did you do that? Shang Bingqing probably didn't expect that. Zhang Feng actually openly talked about this matter in front of so many people. Zhang Feng, what are you saying? I don't understand. I have no choice but to play dumb. At this moment, Shang Nanyu rushed over. Zhang Feng, what do you want to say? It's fine if you bully Bingqing at home, but do you have to do it here too? Zhang Feng glanced at him disdainfully. He didn't answer. In his mind, the two elder sisters of the Shang family were simply foolish and not worth talking to. On the side, Shang Nanfeng didn't know what was going on, so he pulled Shang Nanyu back, signaling him not to speak. How about Shang Bingqing? Should I bring out the surveillance video? Or we can directly go to the police station to have it checked. What did you add to the cup of water you gave me? Shang Bingqing panicked, truly panicked. He thought the plan was flawless, everything would go as he set it up. He saw Zhang Feng drink the water with his own eyes, and he wasn't affected. It's impossible, there must be something wrong here. Shang Bingqing doesn't know where he went wrong, but Zhang Feng is pressing him hard. He can't avoid it. Zhang Feng, you must have misunderstood me. What are you talking about, some medicine or something? I don't understand at all. It's okay if you don't understand, the surveillance footage will make it clear. I'll go to the police station. Shang Bingqing is truly afraid. He doesn't know if the surveillance Zhang Feng mentioned really exists, but if there's no surveillance, how did he escape this disaster? Therefore, it's evident that there is indeed surveillance. It's a flaw in his plan. He immediately changes his tone. Zhang Feng, I was wrong. I truly was wrong. I was just joking with you. Shang Bingqing really can't find an excuse to absolve himself. Wang Jingyi looks at him, surprised that what Zhang Feng said was true. Her fiancé, whom she grew up with, is actually willing to send him to someone else's bed just to fight for the family estate. She has just realized that if the matter is indeed related to Shang Bingqing, the only possible motive is the family estate. You're shameless, baby. The group of people hadn't had a chance to speak yet. Wang Jingyi's slap landed on Shang Bingqing's face. She received a hard slap, her face burning, but she didn't dare to speak. The people nearby had already guessed what medicine Zhang Feng was talking about. After all, Shang Bingqing arranged for them to come to this so-called catching adultery event. The scene was unusually quiet for a moment. Everyone didn't know what to say. It was still the Shang family who ultimately spoke up. Zhang Feng, what Bingqing did was wrong. As his older brother, Zhang Feng didn't need to listen to know what he was going to say next. He rudely interrupted him. As his older brother, I have to indulge him, right? Even if it is illegal. Can you turn a blind eye to it, right? But he's a Shang, I'm a Jiang, how could I not know? He treats me as his brother. Zhang Feng's words made Shang Yuanqing's face turn red and then pale. He forgot that Zhang Feng, no matter what, was his own flesh and blood. Although not raised from childhood, there wasn't much emotion, but the blood flowing in him is from the Shang family. I did neglect him too much, which led to my other son daring to frame him. Regardless, this is not the result he wanted to see. Zhang Feng, let's go home and talk about this slowly. Zhang Yuanchang, in any case, doesn't want to handle this in front of the Wang family. If this matter spreads, can the Shang family still hold their heads high? Zhang Feng looked at Zhang Yuanchang, a person who always sought dignity but did so many undignified things behind the scenes. Speaking of which, such a thing happened today. He is the one who started it all. But Zhang Feng has his own plans now. Going home is fine, I can also let go of today's matter. Of course, if Miss Wang wants to make an issue of it, that's her business. You can handle it yourselves. As for me, I have a condition. Before he could finish speaking, the holy man and woman who had long been disapproving on the side started to clamor. Zhang Feng, don't go too far. What conditions are you talking about? Zhang Feng never even spared him a glance. This Miss Shang is as foolish as a pig, he disdains talking to them. Holy Nanfeng then pulled the holy man's sleeve, signaling him not to interrupt for now. Zhang Feng, as long as it's something I can do. Holy Yuanchen thought to himself. As long as there are conditions, then it's fine. I want to leave the Shang family and permanently cut ties with them. This way, I won't pursue this matter any further. When Zhang Feng said this, everyone present was shocked, especially Shang Bingqing. He was at a loss, not understanding what Zhang Feng was saying. Leave the Shang family? Wasn't he here to fight for the family property? Cut ties. What is he joking about? In an instant, Shang Bingqing understood. Zhang Feng must be using retreat as a strategy to advance, he must be. He didn't believe him. Not only did Holy Bingqing think so, but everyone present thought the same after the shock, so they all showed disdainful looks at Zhang Feng. Isn't this just a strategy of feigning weakness to catch the enemy off guard? Holy Yuanchun obviously thought so too. Zhang Feng, don't lose your temper. Some things shouldn't be said lightly. He looked at Zhang Feng. This was the first time Holy Yuancheng noticed that Zhang Feng's features were quite similar to his own, just that he was taller by half a head. Taller by half a head than himself. Is this child blaming himself for the mistreatment? But indeed, during this period of time, everyone, out of consideration for Shang Bingxing's feelings, has neglected Zhang Feng. Shang Yuancheng sighed inwardly. After all, they are all his children. Zhang Feng smiled. He also knows how these people will view him. It doesn't matter as long as he achieves his goal. He could have left directly, but to avoid future troubles, in case these people remember and go to the Zhang family to harass him, what would he do? So today, he intends to use this incident to completely cut ties with the Shang family. I didn't say it casually. When you found me initially, saying that I was the child you lost when I was young, I thought that returning to this family would be greeted with long-lost warmth and affection. After all, don't you owe me that? But the reality is different. The two sisters are always biased towards their beloved younger brother, speaking ill of me. You, even more, turn a blind eye to me. Xingding makes moves behind the scenes. Can't you really see it? Such a big event happened today. There are even people who want to pour dirty water on me. I'd rather not be in this family. So, I can treat today's events as if they never happened. The only condition is that I want to completely cut ties with the Shang family. What right do you have to say such things? Do you think the Shang family values you? Shang Nanyu chimed in again. Zhang Feng truly doesn't care. Anyway, after today, he will no longer have any dealings with this family. Strangely, the eldest sister Shang Nanfeng didn't say much today, but it's not related to Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng, do you know what you're saying? Shang Yuancheng saw Zhang Feng looking serious and realized this kid wasn't joking with him. But the Shang family is also a prominent presence in Jing City. Zhang Feng must have spoken in a moment of anger. As a son of the Shang family, even if the family assets are not solely his in the future, just having a portion of it would be enviable to others. Can he truly give all that up? Shang Yuancheng doesn't believe Zhang Feng understands their thoughts. He doesn't want to explain. As long as he truly severs ties with the Shang family, they will naturally believe it. In their eyes, the Shang family is a huge piece of fat meat, but to him, the family assets are worthless. He returned to find family affection, and he is leaving because he didn't find what he wanted. It has nothing to do with the family assets. Shang Bingxing is the instigator of this incident. He couldn't say a word. He has also realized that Zhang Feng is not joking. The current situation is favorable for him. It seems everyone has forgotten about what he did to Zhang Feng and Wang Jingyi, only focusing on whether Zhang Feng is really leaving. If he does leave, that would be for the best. Doesn't that suit his intentions perfectly? Therefore, surprisingly, Shang Bingxing didn't exaggerate or say anything inappropriate, but listened quietly. It's a matter concerning Shang Jia, and the Wang family has no room to speak. However, because Wang Jingyi's matter has not been resolved, they are all waiting on the side. At this moment, Zhang Feng suddenly took out a document and handed it to Shang Yuancheng. Mr. Shang signed the document. I won't pursue today's matter any further. Furthermore, from now on, I have no relationship with Shang Jia. Shang Yuancheng looked closely and realized it was a document to sever ties with the Han family. He stood up in pain and anger. Zhang Feng, what's going on with you? It's never ending, right? Zhang Feng stared straight at Shang Yuancheng. He knew why he favored Shang Bingxing, but he also knew that he would definitely regret it in the future. Right now, he doesn't want to say much, just wants to leave the Shang family quickly. Please sign this. Zhang Feng, do you have to be so aggressive? Can't we discuss things properly? Shang Yuancheng is really angry now. He didn't expect that Zhang Feng had already prepared this document. This means that this matter was not a sudden decision made on impulse. He really intends to cut ties with the Shang family. Why does the Shang family look down on him like this? What's so special about the Zhang family? They're just an ordinary middle-class family. They're not even worthy of carrying shoes for the Shang family. Although Zhang Yuancheng didn't personally go to Zhang's house to pick up Zhang Feng, they had investigated before. The Zhang family who adopted Zhang Feng is just an ordinary family. His parents are farmers, they can't compare to the Shang family at all. Take another look at the address where Zhang Feng was picked up. From the remote corners of the mountain area, this is also the reason why the family doesn't really like him after Zhang Feng's return. Deep down, they probably think that since Zhang Feng grew up in such a family for so many years, he must have some bad habits, so they all look down on him. Shang Yuancheng originally thought that after Zhang Feng slowly adapted for a while, he would hire a few tutors for him to cultivate him well. Even if Zhang Feng can't behave properly, he still shares the same blood. Zhang Yuancheng wouldn't be too harsh on him. Shang Bingxing's hostility towards Zhang Feng is something he is aware of. He just thought that the children were just playing around, turning a blind eye to it. After all, they are all his children. Why make a fuss? As for Nan Feng and Nan Yu's attitude towards Zhang Feng, it's understandable. They haven't lived with Zhang Feng for 18 years. In their hearts, only Shang Bixing is their true brother. Zhang Feng suddenly returning. It's normal not to adapt immediately, so he didn't pay much attention. But he didn't expect these actions to hurt Zhang Feng. Aren't they all family? Even if there are mistakes, why can't they understand each other? Why make things so extreme? Zhang Feng is urging him to sign that document now, and he also mentioned Mr. Shang. Once you sign this document, I won't interfere with your family affairs. Your good son, Shang Bingxing, doesn't need to worry about me competing with him for inheritance. You don't have to explain my background to outsiders. If the truth comes out and everyone knows that Shang Bingxing is your adopted son, wouldn't that make everyone happy? Zhang Feng still doesn't understand why Shang Jia didn't plan to publicly acknowledge his identity yet brought him back. They said it was to prevent Shang Bingxing from getting hurt, but why didn't they consider that they lost him when he was young? These 18 years were originally owed to Shang Jia. Zhang Feng doesn't get it, and he doesn't want to understand anymore. From now on, he will no longer have any involvement with Shang Jia. It's a bit unfair to his mother, Meng Yalan. After all, she gave birth to him. The only person who has been good to him since he returned is Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng sighed softly in his heart, while Shang Yuanchang was weighing his options. He concluded that Zhang Feng was forcing him to sign this document to sever ties, driven by impulse. It's just that he feels Shang Jia's care for him is not enough. Kids, they just want candy to eat, throw a tantrum, and it will pass. In a few days, he will definitely regret it. Therefore, after some thought, he doesn't want this matter to continue endlessly. Zhang Feng, make up your mind. Once this document is signed, you will have to leave the Shang family. You will have no more ties with the Shang family. Zhang Feng answered with great certainty, I'm sure, please sign it quickly. Shang Yuanchang no longer hesitated, directly took the pen handed by Zhang Feng, signed neatly on it, and handed it back to Zhang Feng. In fact, he wanted to see if there would be any regret on Zhang Feng's face when he actually signed his name. But he didn't see anything. Instead, he saw Zhang Feng seemingly relieved. So, I'll go back to the Shang family to pack my things. Rest assured, I won't understand anything about your Shang family. Zhang Feng said that after he comes back, he actually hasn't arranged anything, except for his grandfather's will, which he must take with him. Shang Yuanchang pretended not to care in his response. Fine, go back and pack whatever you want. He felt that Zhang Feng would definitely regret coming back on his own. Zhang Feng had achieved his goal, and he didn't want to stay here any longer. He took the document and left without looking back. Wang Jingyi watched his figure, lost in thought. Dad is Zhang Bingxing. Looking at Shang Yuanchang, with a hesitant and aggrieved look, Shang Yuanchang glanced at him, then at Wang Jingyi. It's all over now. You two should be fine from now on. Wang Jingyi widened her eyes in disbelief. What is he saying? After such an incident, he still wants them to be okay. Where does he place himself in this? No, I want a divorce. With these words, Wang Jing once again shocked everyone. Zhang Feng left the hotel and went straight back to the Shang family. When he entered the living room, Meng Yalan was sitting on the sofa reading a book. Zhang Feng noticed that Meng Yalan rarely engaged in leisure activities and hardly went out. At their age, many wealthy wives socialize outside, but she hardly has a friend. Shang Yuanchang rarely appears at formal events he attends. He spends most of his time at home reading, surrounded by his children. Zhang Feng, you're back, Zhang Feng was thinking, but Meng Yalan had already noticed him. Seeing him return home, she had a pleasantly surprised expression and offered Zhang Feng some fruit. Zhang Feng pondered. In this family, the only one who has shown kindness to him is his birth mother, Meng Yalan. There are some things Zhang Feng wants to remind him of, but he's afraid he can't bear it. However, Zhang Feng also doesn't want to see him be a slave to Shang Yuanchang all his life, being sold and still counting money for him. When his mother first entered this family, Zhang Feng also called Shang Yuanchang dad. He just doesn't deserve it now. Mom, I'm leaving. Take care of yourself. Zhang Feng said. Meng Yalan was a bit confused. Are you going to school? I've cut ties with the Shang family, won't be coming back. Zhang Feng said directly. This shocked Meng Yalan, who stood up immediately, wanting to walk quickly to Zhang Feng, but his body tilted and he knocked over the tea table, not caring about the pain. He suddenly reached out and grabbed Zhang Feng's hand. Zhang Feng, what are you talking about? Where can you go? This is your home. Zhang Feng reached out to support Meng Yalan, not wanting to stay here anymore. He didn't want to explain further. Everyone's eyes are not blind, unless it's blindness of the heart. Indeed, Meng Yalan understood immediately. Jiang Feng, don't blame your sister and brother. You just returned, everyone hasn't adjusted yet. It will get better once they get used to it. Jiang Feng shook his head. Meng Yalan can deceive herself, but he cannot. Mom, you can visit me when you have time. Jiang Feng left these words. He went straight upstairs. He didn't have much left, besides basic toiletries. The most precious item was the medical book his grandfather gave him. As for clothes, he had only a few items left, which he had taken to school. So, although he was packing up, he didn't take a minute and came down from upstairs. Yalan was still standing there in a daze. He couldn't quite believe what had just happened before his eyes. How come his son, who just returned, is leaving again? Moreover, he said he would sever ties in the future, not coming back. Severing ties. Meng Yalan seemed to have just realized. She saw Jiang Feng go back to his room, and now she has come down from upstairs, immediately shouting Jiang Feng. No, you can't leave. If you leave, what will Mom do? Meng Yalan shouted this sentence. Her tense nerves seemed to be released, and tears immediately flowed down like a dam breaking. Jiang Feng had to stop. He was also moved. Although he didn't grow up by Meng Yalan's side since he was young, after he came back, Meng Yalan was the only one who sincerely treated him well. However, her personality is completely different from her stepmother, Ding Xiang. Ding Xiang is a tough and decisive strong woman, while Meng Yalan is relatively weak. Jiang Feng thought he could understand. With a personality like hers, even if she wanted to support herself, she might be willing but unable. He could only comfort her. I'll leave you an address. If you miss me or feel unhappy, you can come find me. Meng Yalan, with tears in her eyes, pleaded. Jiang Feng, heavy-hearted, shook his head. He had wanted to take the opportunity to remind his mother about some things regarding Shang Yuancheng and Shang Lingxing, but seeing Meng Yalan's fragile appearance, he realized she wouldn't be able to bear it if he told her. Perhaps, living a lifetime in lies, like his personality, might bring a few more moments of happiness than facing reality. However, Jiang Feng still couldn't rest assured. He instructed his mother, if anyone bullies you, make sure to come find me. Meng Yalan could only watch helplessly as her son, who had just returned after a year, left again. The driver from the Jiang family was already waiting outside the gate. As Jiang Feng left, several members of the Shang family happened to return, passed by them in close proximity. Shang Nanyu was gazing out the window when suddenly he exclaimed in surprise, "Isn't that the Rolls-Royce with the license plate 88,888, the vehicle of the esteemed Mr. Jiang Shichang? How extraordinary to see it here." Although Shang Nanyu had never met Mr. Jiang Shichang, in Hua country, almost everyone knew about his vehicle. The license plate 88,888 not only represented top-tier wealth, but also symbolized status. The Shang family members looked out towards the car window with anticipation, but all they saw was a trail of car exhaust and the striking full 8 license plate. Shang Yuancheng furrowed his brow, having not heard any rumors about Mr. Jiang coming to the capital city, especially since the old gentleman was now in semi-retirement. Probably just ordinary matters for ordinary people. It seemed unlikely to attract the attention of his family. Watching the Rolls-Royce disappear at the end of the street, no one mentioned the matter again. After all, that was Jiang Shichang, a figure out of reach for them even if he came to the capital city. However, Shang Bingxing stared at the car, as if he caught a glimpse of Jiang Feng's shadow passing by. He couldn't help but rub his eyes. I must have seen it wrong, not taking it to heart. When the Shang family returned home, everyone's expression was unpleasant. Jiang Feng left without a care, but it was a big deal for them. When Wang Jingyi proposed to break off the engagement in person, it was a serious matter. Wang Jia's parents were present, not something to be taken lightly. Wang Jia and Shang Jia are both prominent figures in society, with their marriage arranged by the elders, entangled in intricate connections. Especially for Shang Jia, the impact is enormous. Meng Yalan is still crying on the sofa. Seeing his appearance, Shang Yuancheng couldn't help but feel frustrated. You're crying again. It's only been a few days, and you're not tired of it? Shang Nanfeng frowned. Dad, how can you say that to Mom like that? After speaking, he walked over to comfort Meng Yalan. Today's events also weigh on Shang Nanfeng's mind. Although he has never liked Jiang Feng and has always favored Shang Bingxing, what Shang Bingxing did today was despicable. This leaves him unable to defend himself. How could you do such a thing, Bingxing? Cindy is your fiancé no matter what. By doing this, where does it leave him? Shang Bingxing didn't expect that the first one to question him would be his eldest sister. Before Shang Bingxing could speak, his eyes were already red. Big sister, do you not like me anymore? If you dislike me because of this, I'll leave and go fetch Jiang Feng back. As long as all of you are well. I don't care about anything. Shang Nanfeng didn't have a chance to speak yet, but Shang Nanyu on the side couldn't stand it anymore. Bingxing, what nonsense are you talking about? You grew up in this house since you were little, always our little brother. Where do you think you can go? Don't worry, no one likes that Zhang Feng. No one blames him for today's incident. Shang Nanfeng listened on the side, feeling for the first time that what Shang Nanyu said was so harsh. Regardless, Shang Bingxing's behavior today really crossed the line of decency. Can this also be blamed on Zhang Feng? But even he himself, wasn't he like this towards Zhang Feng before? Shang Nanfeng stood in a new perspective, and surprisingly found a hint of memories stirring in his heart. Zhang Feng is his own younger brother. Shang Yuancheng doesn't care about the disputes between the siblings. Although what Shang Bingxing did today was a bit out of line, the deed has been done. The most important thing now is to solve the problem first. As for Zhang Feng, he spent over a year of good days in the Shang family. How could he just give up? It's just a childish tantrum. In a few days, he will come back. Shang Yuancheng is not worried at all. Shang Bingxing is still sobbing, and Shang Nan is pouting, feeling that all of this is Zhang Feng's fault. If it weren't for him, none of this would have happened. His younger brother Bingxing wouldn't be so heartbroken. Look at what's going on. Wang Jingyi actually wants to call off the engagement because of this. Shang Nanfeng, for the first time, sided with Shang Dingxin without considering all aspects. He sat next to Meng Yalan, contemplating everything that has happened recently. Shang Bingxing seemed to sense that his sister's attitude towards him was different than before. She came over again, holding Shang Nanfeng's hand, and said, "Sister, are you mad at me? I really didn't mean it. Otherwise, I'll go call Zhang Feng back right now. Please don't be mad at me." Shang Nanfeng looked at Shang Bingxing, knowing very well that he definitely didn't want Zhang Feng to come back to this house. Today, his goal was to drive Zhang Feng out of this home. Although things didn't go as he planned, the goal was achieved. Zhang Feng left the house on his own and voluntarily cut ties with the family. For the first time, Shang Nanfeng felt that his younger brother, whom he had loved since childhood, was hypocritical. During Zhang Feng's time at home, he, like Shang Nanyu, was afraid that bringing him back would hurt Shang Bingxing, the adopted son of the family, so he always firmly stood by Shang Bingxing's side. Did Zhang Feng drive himself out of this family? Although things did not happen as he expected, the purpose was achieved. Zhang Feng left this home on his own and proactively cut ties with them. For the first time, Shang Nanfeng felt that his younger brother, whom he had cherished since childhood, turned out to be hypocritical. During Zhang Feng's time at home, he, like Shang Nanyu, was afraid that if he found him back, Shang Bingxing, as the adopted son of this family, would be sensitive and sad. Therefore, he always firmly stood by Shang Bingxing's side. But what fault does Zhang Feng have? He was just lost since childhood. Think about how Zhang Feng never felt the affection that should have belonged to him from childhood to adulthood. He was finally found and yet left this family disappointed. Shang Nanfeng's heart unexpectedly felt a bit uncomfortable. What does Bingxing plan to do? It seems Jingyi is determined to divorce you this time. Shang Yuancheng suddenly asked. He can ignore other matters, but he has to intervene in this matter. Today, it's not just Wang Jingyi, her parents are also present, witnessing firsthand what Shang Bingxing has done. It may not be so simple to try to cover up again. How could she know that Shang Bingxing dared to do this today? He must have hidden intentions. Although the engagement between Shang Jia and Wang Jia is a strong alliance, Wang Jingyi is a star. What is a star? Sounds good, but in the eyes of real aristocrats, she is just an actress, and actresses are not respectable. Although Wang Jingyi is as beautiful as a celestial being, when she disregarded her family's opposition and embarked on this path, Zhang Bingxing no longer wanted to consider her as the only marriage candidate. As for why Zhang Feng has been acting so nervous since he returned, it's just an act for these people to see. He already has a new target. That girl may be the heiress of the Zhang family, with assets thousands of times more than the Wang family. Her family background is much more powerful than Wang Jingyi's. Moreover, she is an only child. If he marries her, none of her family's assets will be his. On the other hand, the Wang family, where Wang Jingyi has two older brothers, has no connection to him in terms of wealth. Today's purpose is twofold. One is to make the Shang family completely disgusted with Zhang Feng, and the other is to divorce Wang Jingyi. Although things have not unfolded as he expected, the goal remains the same. However, Shang Bingxing naturally dares not say these words directly. Seeing Xing Yuan's inquiry from afar, he could only nod and say, "Dad, today's matter is my fault." "It's not your fault. Zhang Feng and Jingyi have long been showing interest in each other. If there's really no other way, let's just help them out." Shang Nanfeng remained silent, thinking Shang Bingxing's words were too insincere. After Zhang Feng came back, the number of times he met with Wang Jingyi could be counted on one hand, so how could they be showing interest in each other? How did he not notice before? His brother talks so much nonsense, always lying. Maybe he's so used to it that he can even drug someone. Telling a few lies is probably nothing new for him. The reason why he didn't notice before, it's because he deceived himself too much. So that's the case. I knew my brother wouldn't do this without reason. Zhang Feng and Wang Jingyi are not good people. If they want to call off the wedding, let them. If the marriage is called off, my invisible brother can find someone better. Upon hearing Shang Nanyu, immediately became upset. Meng Yalan was still in the dark, not knowing what had happened. Upon hearing this, he became nervous. What's going on? Why did Zhang Feng leave, and Jingyi wants to call off the wedding? What exactly happened? Shang Nanfeng quickly reassured his mother, "It's okay, Mom, don't worry. We can handle everything." Meng Yalan was deeply affected by her daughter's words, gripping Shang Nanfeng's arm tightly. "Nanfeng, we can't let your brother leave. He has been missing for so many years, it's our fault. We must find him again." "Good mom, rest assured, I will bring your brother back." Shang Nanfeng agreed. Hearing him say this, the people around frowned, but everyone felt it was to appease Meng Yalan. No one said anything, but Sheng Bingxing's tear-streaked face darkened after hearing this. "So you agree to break off the engagement?" Shang Yuancheng began to consider the possibility. Shang Bingxing quickly nodded. "Dad, forced marriages never end well. Xingyi's heart isn't with me, no matter how much I insist, it's useless. Let's just go along with her wishes." "That's it then. Everyone is tired today, let's all go rest." Shang Yuancheng understood that at this point, there was no other good solution, so he reluctantly agreed. After saying this, he went straight back to his room. Shang Nan was proud, chatting with Shang Bingxing. Zhang Nanfeng, observing everything, realized for the first time how biased he had been. Looking at his phone, he realized that in the over a year Zhang Feng had been at home, he didn't even know his phone number. After everyone went upstairs, downstairs, only Shang Nanfeng and Meng Yalan are left. "Mom, give me Zhang Feng's phone number." Although Shang Nanfeng is still unsure of what he wants to do, the way Zhang Feng left the Shang family today must have made him uncomfortable. At least give him a call, no matter what. He's also your own younger brother who shares the same blood. Hearing her eldest daughter's words, Meng Yalan felt relieved. She hurriedly searched for Zhang Feng's number on her phone. "Nanfeng, your brother has been wronged. We should all treat her well. Her leaving like this makes my heart ache. You must find a way," and Shang Nanfeng is also feeling uneasy. She nodded, saved the phone number on her phone. And about this dream, Yalan suddenly remembered the address Zhang Feng left her. "This is what your brother left me, saying if you're not happy, go find him." Shang Nanfeng didn't expect this. Zhang Feng didn't completely lose hope in this family. He still cares for his mom. He decided to find time to talk to Zhang Feng. Meanwhile, Zhang Feng returned to the Zhang family. Zhang Shichang received a call from his grandson, who had been waiting at home early on. In the past year, although Zhang Feng had quietly come back to see them twice, but these 2 times, for the grandfather who loves this grandson the most, it was like quenching a thirst. Early in the morning, he couldn't focus on anything, not even reading his medical books. He went to the yard, then to the front gate, waiting and hoping. Finally, he saw his grandson's figure, and grandfather Zhang Feng got out of the car. From afar, he saw Zhang Shichang at the entrance, waiting for him. He quickly ran over. "You're back, you're back. It's good that you're back." Even though Zhang Shichang is over 70 years old, his body is still robust. Upon hearing Zhang Feng's shout, he immediately rushed out of the room. At the sight of his family, his parents, Zhang Huaihai and Ding Xiang, his older sister, Zhang Yuyan, and his aunt, Zhang Huaya, it was clear they had been awaiting his return. Zhang Feng threw himself into Zhang Shichang's arms, the tall young man's eyes welling up with tears. He had grown up in the Zhang family and the love and care he experienced was genuine. He never thought about leaving if it hadn't been for the Shang family coming to find him. Returning now, he truly understood that nothing could match the bond of kinship. Zhang Feng understood that his home was here, and as for the Shang family, they would have nothing to do with him in the future. They all returned to the living room of their home located next to the Jin family. Despite owning many homes, Zhang Shichang always felt most comfortable at his old house. It was serene, away from the city noise, and perfect for retirement. Zhang Shichang had 2 children, Zhang Huaihai and Zhang Huaya. After Zhang Huaihai married Ding Xiang and had their older daughter, Zhang Yuyan, they planned not to have any more children. However, fate had it that they adopted Zhang Feng. Zhang Huaya is a bachelor. Ever since Zhang Feng had come into their home, they treated him as their own child. Zhang Yuyan, who studied the arts, was not interested in handling family affairs. This responsibility initially fell on Zhang Feng's shoulders, but his amazing talent in medicine gave Zhang Shichang a pleasant surprise. making him believe he finally had a worthy successor. 1 year ago, however, Shang Jia came to Zhang Feng, claiming that Zhang Feng was their long-lost son and wished to take him back. At that time, the whole family hesitated, including Zhang Feng. They loved Zhang Feng but also respected his decision. This was the character of the Zhang family. After much deliberation, Zhang Feng decided to go and see. He wanted to explore his biological parents' home. Although reluctant, the Zhang family let him go. During this period, Zhang Feng returned home twice but didn't talk too much about the Shang family, nor did the others ask many questions. This was Zhang Feng's third homecoming. "How long do you plan on staying this time?" asked Ding Xiang. "Mom, I plan to stay for good this time," Chen replied tersely. Before the family could fully comprehend what Zhang Feng meant, the elderly man who had just sat down abruptly stood up. "What happened? Did the Shang family bully you?" Zhang Feng quickly reassured his grandfather. No, Grandpa. I just missed you." "What, aren't you happy with me coming back?" Hearing this, Zhang Shicheng broke into an easy smile, exclaiming happily, "Happy? Of course I'm happy. It's great that you have come back. It's great." Zhang Huaihai and Ding Xiang's faces were also filled with joy. Their son had come back. Zhang Feng, always stable since he was young, decided not to share his experiences at the Shang family with his family. He was afraid the Shang family's businesses wouldn't be able to withstand the Zhang family's pressure. He also knew that if anyone in the Zhang family heard about his experiences in the Shang family, none of the Shang family members would have it easy. Regardless, Meng Yalan gave birth to him, and to honor that, Zhang Feng decided to live his life well from then on without going against the Shang family. As simple as Zhang Feng's plan was, he didn't know that once he returned to the Zhang family from the Shangs, things would not end so simply. Old Master Zhang Shicheng took Zhang Feng aside to discuss many school-related matters. Zhang Feng was still going to continue his studies in the capital, but thankfully, the distance was not too far, and he could visit every week. The Zhang family prepared a lavish family feast to celebrate Chen's return. After dinner, Zhang Feng retired to his own room. His sister, Zhang Yuyan, followed him in soon after. "Zhang Feng, tell your sister, did Shang Jia bully you?" Zhang Yuyan got straight to the point, her expression stern. She, Zhang Yuyan, wouldn't let anyone bully the brother she had grown to accept. Zhang Yuyan didn't waste any time and spoke directly to her younger brother. She wanted to ask downstairs, and she was very happy when Zhang Feng suddenly returned. However, happy as she was, if Zhang Feng came back because the Shang family treated him poorly, then it wouldn't be good. Especially since the Shang family had an adopted son, if he had impure intentions, Zhang Feng, with his straightforward nature, would be at a disadvantage. Zhang Yuyan was afraid that Zhang Feng's return was related to this. Zhang Feng knew that his sister cared about him, but he didn't want to cause any trouble. "Sis, no. It's just that I feel that nowhere is better than home. You guys are my family." With that, Zhang Yuyan smiled brightly. "Little brother, if you have any problems, remember that your big sister will always have your back." Zhang Yuyan looked at her younger brother, who was a head taller than her, and said half jokingly and half seriously. Saying that, she mysteriously took out something from behind her and handed it to Zhang Feng. "Little brother, welcome home. This is a gift your big sister prepared for you." Zhang Feng took a closer look and found that it was the Heart of Hope. It was the JY brand men's necklace that had been making waves recently in the market, the only one of its kind in the world. It was called the Heart of Hope because the diamond itself was naturally heart-shaped, without any artificial carving. Although the market value of this Heart of Hope was only a few tens of millions, in reality, getting hold of this necklace was priceless and couldn't be measured in terms of money. Many people around the world were eager to get their hands on this necklace because it symbolized not just a piece of jewelry but also wealth and status. Unexpectedly, it was now in Zhang Yuyan's hands. "Sis, this is too precious. My brother deserves the best things in this world," Zhang Yuyan said as she directly put the necklace around Zhang Feng's neck. Zhang Feng was touched. He remembered when he had just returned to the Shang family, he once went downstairs and happened to see the Shang siblings together. They were surrounding Shang Bingxing, and Zhang Feng, intending to leave, was stopped by Shang Bingxing. "Brother Zhang Feng, second sister gave me this talisman. Do you think it looks good?" After saying that, he took off a pendant from his neck and tried to hand it to Zhang Feng. Before Zhang Feng could see clearly what the object looked like, Shang Nanyu snatched it away. "This is what second sister gave me. What are you showing it to others for?" Shang Bingxing pretended to be embarrassed, looking apologetically at Zhang Feng, but he couldn't hide his smugness. "Brother Zhang Feng, I'm sorry. Maybe this is a talisman for protection and safety. Second sister values it more." After that, no one said anything, and Zhang Feng just left. He didn't care about such trivial matters, and at the beginning, he could understand that after spending 18 years with Shang Bingxing, their relationship was deeper than his own, which was only natural. But he didn't expect that the next day, Shang Bingxing would come down crying, saying it was his fault that he had lost the talisman that second sister had personally begged for him. Zhang Feng didn't care because it had nothing to do with him. Besides, a grown man crying so easily was just too dramatic. He really looked down on him. Little did he know that Shang Bingxing was actually targeting him. Just as he appeared and before he could understand what was happening, Shang Nanyu rushed over. Zhang Feng, you thief! Zhang Feng was very puzzled, somewhat angry at being inexplicably labeled a thief. Who wouldn't be angry? What did you say? He tried to suppress his inner anger. Shang Nanyu continued to speak recklessly. If it weren't for you, who else besides me and my eldest sister would know about Bingxing's talisman? Are you jealous that I asked for a talisman for Bingxing, and since you don't have one, you stole it from him? Let me tell you, if you don't admit it, I will call the police. Are you crazy? Who cares about some talisman, haven't even seen it. Before Zhang Feng could finish speaking, Shang Bingxing, who still had red eyes on the side, quickly said, Second sister, are you blaming Zhang Feng brother wrongly? I don't think Zhang Feng brother would do such a thing. Zhang Feng initially thought he was trying to mediate, but to his surprise, Shang Bingxing's tone changed, saying, even if Zhang Feng brother took it absent-mindedly, I think he just wants sister to care more about him, he definitely didn't mean it. Before Zhang Feng could respond, Shang Nanyu, as if hearing something funny, said, care for him? Is he worthy? Just a country bumpkin. Hurry up and bring out the talisman. She continued to yell about calling the police. Zhang Feng handed her the phone directly, but she didn't make the call. She kept saying she was doing it for Bingxing's sake. When Zhang Feng tried to call the police, he was stopped by Shan Yuancheng coming downstairs. What nonsense, aren't you afraid of being laughed at? The situation finally calmed down because Shan Yuancheng got angry. After this incident, the whole family would often give Zhang Feng suspicious looks, making him very uncomfortable. It can be said that in the Shang family, Shang Nanfeng and Shang Nanyu treated him as if he were a ferocious beast, avoiding him and not showing any kindness or warmth. They were his own sisters. Although he hadn't seen his third sister Shang Nanxue for over a year, she was probably no different from the other two. The way the Zhang family and the Shang family treated Zhang Feng was like night and day. This made Zhang Feng feel a bit emotional. Although he wasn't a biological son of the Zhang family, everyone from top to bottom treated him as family, even the servants always saw him as the young master of the Zhang family. It was laughable how the Shang family thought of him as a country bumpkin, not realizing their own narrow-mindedness. Zhang Feng smiled, grateful that they didn't know the truth about the Zhang family, otherwise. His thoughts were interrupted by Zhang Yuyan talking to him. Little brother, you must carry this with you, always remember the love your sister has for you. Don't take it off. Zhang Feng wondered if it was too ostentatious to wear it to school, but how many people at school would recognize this hope charm? Even if they did, they probably wouldn't know. He could just say it was fake. Zhang Feng agreed directly, I understand, sister, I will always carry your love with me and keep it in my heart. Zhang Yuyan was satisfied with his answer. She reminded him a few more times before returning to her room. After Zhang Yuyan left, Zhang Feng was alone in the spacious room. The familiar environment and loving family made him feel safe. He took a bath and fell into a deep sleep. The next day, the whole family was at home again. Zhang Feng had a good night's sleep and was delighted to see everyone downstairs. But he had to go to school today. You just got back, and now you're leaving again. Otherwise, I'll make a call and ask for a few more days off for you. Ding Xiang had just found out that her son was returning to school today, and she was still in the joy of his return, feeling a mix of emotions. Mom, I'll be back next week, and I'll come back every week from now on. Zhang Feng knew his mother was also reluctant to see him go. When your son didn't come back, you kept talking about it every day. Why don't you just move to the capital city and accompany Zhang Feng to study? Zhang Huaihai teased his wife. He also felt reluctant to part with his son, but the thought of being able to see him every week in the future was comforting. Little did he know that his words made Ding Xiang really start considering the possibility of moving to the capital city to accompany their son. It's not impossible, right? After all, the Zhang family also has multiple properties in the capital city. Zhang Feng was admitted to a university near the imperial capital, too. After breakfast, Zhang Feng took the time to accompany his grandfather, Zhang Shicheng. Zhang Feng, don't forget the most important thing in university, your research project. I will have your father continue to invest in it until there are research results. You must actively participate in this process. I believe you can learn a lot from it. Grandfather hopes that you will truly make achievements in medicine, so you don't need to consider other things for now. Jiang Feng nodded in agreement. The reason Jiang Shicheng became a well-known legendary figure in the country was not mainly because of his trillions of wealth, but more importantly, it was due to the hospitals he personally established, which were spread throughout the country. What's more, his hospitals were not for profit but aimed at giving back to society after making money from his business ventures. It could be said that over the years, a large portion of the profits earned from his vast business empire was invested in the hospitals. The hospitals had dedicated poverty alleviation funds, ensuring that situations where people couldn't afford medical treatment would never happen in the Shicheng hospitals. It could be said that there were countless poor patients who were treated without paying a penny at the Shicheng hospitals. In the country, Jiang Shicheng was like a godlike figure. Many ordinary people were grateful to him, mentioning him made them feel like he was a reincarnation of Hua Tuo, and the fact that such a figure emerged in the country made them proud to be citizens of the country. Even the national leaders had to show respect to Jiang Shicheng. Despite being portrayed as a godlike figure by the public, who could know that at home, he was just an ordinary and amiable old man. Besides reading medical books, he enjoyed tending to plants and drinking tea. Of course, he would occasionally play chess with Jiang Feng. "Grandfather, rest assured, I will fulfill your wishes," Jiang Feng said confidently. Jiang Shicheng nodded in satisfaction. He trusted this grandson of his. "Is there anything from the Shang family that needs my attention?" Jiang Shicheng naturally knew that something must have happened for Jiang Feng to suddenly return. Jiang Feng shook his head. "It's been resolved, there's no need for you to worry about such trivial matters, grandfather." "Alright, if there's anything you can't handle, just tell me, don't suffer losses on your own," Jiang Shicheng reminded him. In the afternoon, the housekeeper Jiang sent Jiang Feng back to the university in the imperial capital. Jiang Feng insisted on staying in the dormitory for the sake of convenience, thus repeatedly refusing the luxurious villa near the university that Ding Xiang had arranged for him. However, she still insisted on sending the address and door lock code to Jiang Feng's phone, telling him to keep it for future needs. "Be sure to wear the necklace, I will check on you at school from time to time." Before leaving, the eldest sister, Jiang Yuyan, mischievously reminded him. Jiang Feng left two homes within 2 days, but his feelings were completely different. Leaving the Shang family yesterday felt like a burden lifted off his shoulders. Leaving the Jiang family today was with reluctance. On the other hand, Shang Nanfeng considered whether to call Jiang Feng, but during the year and more that Jiang Feng spent at the Shang family, she had never called him. Even if she did call, what could she say? Ask him to come back? Shang Nanfeng couldn't bring herself to say it. She just re-evaluated Shang Bingxing and Jiang Feng because of what happened yesterday. It's not like she suddenly developed a deep sibling relationship with Jiang Feng. Therefore, she hesitated repeatedly, looking at the phone number and address in her phone, but in the end, she didn't make the call. However, Shang Nanxue, who had not shown up, called her elder sister Shang Nanfeng at this time. "Elder sister, I will be back next month. What gift should I bring to Jiang Feng when we meet for the first time?" Shang Nanfeng did not expect that Shang Nanxue, who had been abroad for so long, would think of Jiang Feng, whom they had never met, as soon as she returned. She was somewhat surprised. Unable to help but ask, "Nanxue, you haven't even seen Jiang Feng yet. You're already thinking of giving him a gift. Don't forget about Bingxing too." Shang Nanxue on the other end of the phone chuckled and said, "Even though we haven't met, he is still our younger brother. He hasn't received the warmth of a family for 18 years. We must make it up to him. Tell me, what gift would be good for such a big boy?" Chapter 13, Miss Jiang Shang Nanfeng was a bit choked up. She couldn't bring herself to say that their so-called younger brother had left home yesterday and had signed an agreement with their father to sever ties with the Shang family. She couldn't say it. She was afraid Shang Nanxue would ask why. How would she answer then? After all, at the beginning, she was on Bingxing's side, wasn't she? But this time, Bingxing did something despicable, and it was Jiang Feng who left. So she decided to stall for time. "You can decide later, it's not too late to decide when you come back." After saying that, Shang Nanfeng hastily hung up the phone. It was because of Shang Nanxue's call that Shang Nanfeng, who had hesitated to call Jiang Feng just now, found Jiang Feng's phone number again. However, after brewing it in her mind for a long time, she still didn't know what to say. Or should she just call first and then figure it out? Jiang Feng was sitting in a Rolls-Royce with the license plate ending in 88888. Suddenly, his phone rang with an unfamiliar number from Beijing. After some thought, he answered, "Hello?" Shang Nanfeng was somewhat excited, but she hadn't figured out what to say. "Jiang Feng? It's your elder sister." Shang Nanfeng could only say that. Jiang Feng's mind had a momentary pause, but he quickly understood that this voice was not Jiang Yuyan, but Shang Nanfeng. This was still Shang Nanfeng, calling herself elder sister for the first time. His tone instantly turned cold. "Is there something you need?" Shang Nanfeng, unlike her usual domineering self, somewhat pleasingly said, Zhang Feng, where are you now? Have you returned to the Zhang family? If you have nowhere to go, you can come back. No need, thank you. Zhang Feng hung up the phone directly. This call from Shang Nanfeng was somewhat inexplicable to Zhang Feng. Could it be that after he left, they suddenly had a change of heart? They wanted to call him back? Or did they suddenly realize that life was not as good without Zhang Feng, and they couldn't find anyone to bully? Compared to the former, Zhang Feng felt that the latter was more likely. It should be that after he left, no one was there to play with their silly younger brother. They must have found it too boring. Zhang Feng quickly put this call out of his mind. Shang Nanfeng, on the other hand, stared blankly at the hung-up phone. At this moment, Shang Nanyu suddenly walked over. Sis, what are you doing? Shang Nanfeng was startled and instinctively hid her phone. For some reason, she didn't want Shang Nanyu to know that she had called Zhang Feng, especially with Shang Bingxing standing behind Shang Nanyu. Nothing, what are you two up to? Sister, Mom and Dad don't have much time. I plan to take Bingxing to school. Do you want to come along? Shang Nanfeng looked at Shang Bingxing behind him, thought that he didn't have much to do, nodded and agreed, okay, I'll go with you. At the entrance of the Imperial Capital University, Zhang Feng insisted for a long time before the elders of the Zhang family gave up the idea of sending him to school. He knew that Zhang Huaihai and Ding Xian were usually very busy, each with their own things to do. Zhang Yuyan was also a spoiled younger sister fanatic. When he left the Zhang family and returned to the Shang family, she cried a lot, which made Zhang Feng feel uncomfortable when he thought about it now. He was afraid that if she came to see him off, she would turn into a crybaby in a second when they parted. So he decided against it. Therefore, only the housekeeper Jiang and the driver sent him to school. The housekeeper Zhang's granddaughter also entered the Imperial Capital University this year, so with Zhang Feng's consent, the housekeeper Jiang also took her to school on the way. Zhang Feng wanted to keep a low profile, but when he got off the car with the license plate 88888, he couldn't keep a low profile no matter what. As soon as the Rolls-Royce stopped at the entrance of the Kyoto University, it attracted the attention of many students. The housekeeper Zhang's granddaughter was named Zhang Ting, a tall girl of 1.7 meters. Although she was not particularly outstanding in appearance, her long legs were particularly eye-catching. She tried to strike up a conversation with Zhang Feng all the way, but because Zhang Feng was not very familiar with her, they didn't chat much. However, this did not stop her from being overly enthusiastic. It wasn't until the housekeeper Jiang couldn't stand it anymore and loudly scolded her not to disturb the young master's rest that she reluctantly shut up. The housekeeper Jiang was a smart person who had been with Zhang Shicheng for most of his life. How could he not understand his granddaughter's thoughts? However, things that were completely impossible should not be wishful thinking. People cannot obtain things they are not worthy of, and insisting on it will only bring more trouble. When Zhang Feng had time, he planned to talk some sense into his granddaughter. Zhang Feng got off the Rolls-Royce first, greeted the housekeeper Jiang, and went straight back to his dormitory. Meanwhile, Zhang Ting couldn't find her notes and was delayed for a bit. She got off the car 2 minutes after Zhang Feng. Coincidentally, she ran into several siblings from the Shang family. Shang Bingxing saw the Rolls-Royce with the license plate 88888 parked at the entrance of the Imperial Capital University from afar. His eyes lit up, and he quickly got off the car, afraid of missing something. Sure enough, as soon as he pretended to pass by the Rolls-Royce casually, he saw a tall girl getting off the car. This was the second time Shang Bingxing had seen this girl come to school in this car. Zhang Ting, work hard at school and call home if you need anything. As the girl got off the car, she greeted the people inside. Okay, you can rest assured. Zhang Ting. Sure enough, she was from the Zhang family. Shang Bingxing was overjoyed. It seemed that his judgment was correct. Last time he saw this girl come to school in this car, he had thoughts about her. In this Huagua, who didn't know that 88888 was Zhang Shicheng's car? And what was the identity of a girl who could study in his car? It was self-evident. Moreover, now he also confirmed that she was surnamed Jiang. Shang Bingxing was very happy. This was the true pride of heaven, that Wang Jingyi was just a small star, not even worthy to carry shoes for the Zhang family. If he could get involved with her, then his future life. While thinking about this, Shang Bingxing did not go directly to Zhang Ting. He was afraid of alerting her. After all, he was not the only one at the school gate who saw her get off the Rolls-Royce. If I go up to meet her now, she will definitely be on guard. Shang Bingxing planned to catch her off guard and give Miss Jiang a memorable encounter. When Shang Bingxing got off the car, in a hurry, Zhang Ting had already left, so he turned back. Shang Nanfeng and Shang Nanyu were still sitting in the car. Bingxing, what's wrong with you? Did you forget about your two older sisters? Shang Nanyu pretended to complain while taking luggage from the car. Shang Bingxing naturally didn't want his two sisters to see his thoughts, so he awkwardly smiled and said, "Sis, I'm back, aren't I?" However, Shang Nanfeng didn't say anything, she just looked at the Rolls-Royce in front and the girl getting off the car, lost in thought. Of course, she knew that car. The identity of the girl getting off this car could be easily guessed. She thought that when Shang Bingxing framed Zhang Feng, even Wang Jingyi could be sacrificed. For the first time, Shang Nanfeng felt that although she had been with Shang Bingxing day and night for 19 years, she sometimes didn't know what he was thinking. When the Shang family just found Zhang Feng, especially in the beginning, she was afraid that Shang Bingxing, as the adopted son of this family, would feel uncomfortable. She was afraid he would think about whether to kick out the adopted son when the biological child was found. Shang Bingxing often intentionally or unintentionally expressed this concern in front of his family, looking pitiful. This younger brother, who they had loved since childhood, naturally couldn't bear to see him like this. In addition, the 18 years of relationship, compared to Zhang Feng, who although had blood ties, was essentially a stranger. Of course, Shang Bingxing was more important. So, in the following year, she and Shang Nanyu, no matter what happened, always sided with Shang Bingxing, afraid that his sensitive and fragile heart would be hurt, afraid that he would feel unloved by his family. As for Zhang Feng, no one cared about his feelings. Shang Nanyu even harassed him more than once, thinking he came from a small place and hadn't seen much of the world, probably thinking that returning to the Shang family and providing him with a better life was already a blessing. But now, thinking about it, none of this was Zhang Feng's fault, was it? It wasn't him who voluntarily lost himself, nor did he ask to return to the Shang family. In other words, he had always been making passive choices, hadn't he? It was the Shang family that owed Zhang Feng. Thinking of this fact, Shang Nanfeng's eyes suddenly became a little moist. Yes, there was one choice that Zhang Feng made on his own, that is, to leave the Shang family and cut off ties. He made this choice decisively and straightforwardly, without giving them a chance to react. Therefore, in the years since returning to the Shang family, their actions really hurt him deeply. "Big sister, what's wrong with you?" Shang Bingxing saw Shang Nanfeng lost in thought and ran over to ask with concern. Shang Nanfeng quickly turned aside, not letting him see her expression. "Nothing, it seems like sand got into my eye." "Ah, let me blow it for you," Shang Bingxing said, pretending to come over. Shang Nanfeng quickly waved her hand. "No need, it's already fine." Shang Bingxing didn't say anything more. It seemed that since Zhang Feng left, this big sister had been acting differently towards him. How was she different? She seemed less protective and less close than before. Shang Bingxing watched Shang Nanfeng and Shang Nanyu walking ahead, pondering everything that had happened in the past 2 days. Did Zhang Feng's departure bring out the sibling relationship in their hearts? This won't do. I want to find a way to completely cut off your thoughts. That Zhang Feng, don't ever think about coming back to this family again. The two sisters in front, how could they know that their younger brother following behind them has been pondering about these things in his mind? Walking in the university, Shang Nanfeng was deeply moved. Shang Bingxing's major is finance. Shang Nanfeng also studied finance at university. Even though she was extremely unwilling at the time, Shang Yuancheng insisted that she must contribute her own strength to the Shang family in the future. In other words, she was not qualified to choose her favorite major. You should know that at that time, she was a girl who loved dancing so much. But Shang Nanyu is much luckier than her. She chose the major she liked and is now a lawyer. However, isn't she still working in the legal department of the company? Now looking back, the reason why Shang Yuancheng could relent at that time was because he knew that her major would be useful to the company in the future. Shang Nanfeng is already 28 years old and has never been in a relationship, because she knows that, just like Shang Bingxing and Wang Jingyi, she probably won't be able to choose her own marriage. Therefore, instead of that, it's better to stifle all possibilities in the cradle. On the other hand, Nanyu is much luckier. She met her ideal partner in university. At the beginning, Shang Yuancheng also disagreed and strongly opposed it. But since knowing that he was the young master of the Hua family in Jing City, Shang Yuancheng could no longer voice his opposition. Not only did he not object, he even praised Nanyu for having good taste. Yes, she does have good taste. The Hua family is even stronger than the Shang family, especially Hua Yan, who is the only son of the Hua family. However, Shang Nanyu has been in a relationship with Hua Yan for more than 3 years. Her parents have visited many times, but their engagement has not been finalized yet. Moreover, Shang Nanfeng has heard some negative rumors about Hua Yan more than once. It's nothing more than some playboy behavior, playing the field, and so on. She has reminded her sister more than once, but the other party is confident. "Sis, don't listen to rumors. Our Hua Yan is very honest. He only has me in his heart and eyes." No matter how much Shang Nanfeng said, Shang Nanyu would start teasing her. Sis, do you think I need to hurry? I can get married anytime now. But you should care more about yourself. This left Shang Nanfeng speechless. Over time, Shang Nanfeng stopped meddling. However, Shang Nanfeng still worried in her heart, afraid that her sister's marriage might not be so easy. After all, the attitude of the Hua family is there. Then the family encountered the incident with Zhang Feng, and Shang Nanyu's marriage was temporarily put on hold. Thinking of this, Nanyu, why haven't you mentioned Hua Yan recently? Do you want to invite him to our house when you have time? Shang Nanyu was happily listening to Shang Bingxing explaining the recent activities of several student clubs at the Imperial Capital University, and she didn't expect her elder sister to ask this. Her face immediately fell. Sis, you really hit the nail on the head. He's been very busy lately. We haven't seen each other much in a week. Shang Nanfeng didn't say anything. If she remembered correctly, this Wei Yan, except for the first year of dating Nanyu, should have been this busy for the following 2 years, right? Is he really that busy? Now, no matter what she says, Nanyu won't listen. She'll investigate this Wei Yan thoroughly when she has time. Seeing her silent, Shang Nanyu didn't mind. On the other hand, Shang Bingxing suddenly became interested. Second sister, I haven't seen my brother-in-law for a long time. Let's invite him out when we have time. Shang Nanyu heard Shang Bingxing say so, his face softened a bit, revealing a bit of a shy little girl's demeanor. Okay, I'll call him now. Shang Nanyu immediately took out his phone and dialed. The phone rang for a long time before finally being answered. Hello? Shang Nanyu quickly said, Yen Gu, you've been so busy lately. Do you have time to have a meal with my family? Hearing Shang Nanyu say this, the other side couldn't help but frown. Okay, I know. I'll call you when I have time. Let's leave it at that. I'm busy. Before Shang Nanyu could say more, he heard a busy tone on the phone. Second sister, what did brother-in-law say? Not long after a few words, the call was hung up. Shang Nanyu felt uncomfortable, but still pretended not to care on the surface, calmly saying, he said he will call me when he's free. On the other side, Hua Yan was playing cards with 3 girls in a hotel. Oh, Hua Xiao. Which sweetheart is calling you again? Is it the miss of the Shang family? Exactly, Hua Xiao. Didn't you say she's very old-fashioned? Why haven't you dumped her yet? You guys are joking. It's not her, right? Our dignified Hua Xiao. How could he be interested in that old relic? Ha ha ha. The girls joked about Shang Nanyu without restraint, and Hua Yan didn't mind. You guys don't know, she's been trying to hook me for over 3 years. I haven't even touched her hand. If this isn't old-fashioned, what is it? If I hadn't played enough, I would have kicked her out long ago. Still dreaming of marrying into the Hua family. Dream on. Hearing Hua Xiao say this, the girls on the side joined in mocking Shang Nanyu. Everyone was busy with their hands and mouths, and soon no one mentioned it again. Zhang Feng, Shang Nanfeng and Shang Nanyu escorted Shang Bingxing to the dormitory building and were about to go back. They heard Shang Bingxing suddenly shout. They turned around and saw that it was indeed Zhang Feng. Right, Zhang Feng was also studying at the Imperial Capital University. If they hadn't met, they might have forgotten each other. But isn't this too coincidental? Shang Bingxing saw Zhang Feng and greeted him warmly. Zhang Feng, do you also live in this dormitory building? Zhang Feng was quite surprised by Shang Bingxing's thick skin, probably beyond the reach of ordinary people. Just after what happened, Zhang Feng didn't argue with him in order to smoothly leave the Shang family. However, since the conflicts between the two had already surfaced, can ordinary people meet and greet each other with a smile? But look, Shang Bingxing could do it. He could pretend that nothing had happened. Zhang Feng didn't want to deal with him. He didn't answer, turned around, and planned to go upstairs. Zhang Feng, what's wrong with you? Can't you hear Bingxing's little brother greeting you? Shang Nanyu exploded when she saw Zhang Feng's appearance. Second sister, don't be angry with Zhang Feng. Shang Bingxing immediately put on a look of grievance, but advised Shang Nanyu. If he didn't do this, it would be fine, but once he did, Shang Nanyu's anger would rise even more. Without waiting for Zhang Feng to speak, she immediately began to accuse him like a machine gun. Zhang Feng, what's so great about you? Acting like the whole world owes you an apology. Who are you showing off to? Bingxing's little brother kindly greeted you. You ignore people, what's the meaning? This time, Shang Nanfeng watched from the side without interrupting. However, she was thinking, in Zhang Feng's eyes before, she should have had this kind of attitude, right? Defending Shang Bingxing without distinguishing right from wrong. However, in today's Shang Nanfeng's view, why does this behavior seem so stupid? Zhang Feng saw Shang Nanyu like this, so he had to stop and say, then what do you think I should do? Don't forget, I have no relationship with the Shang family anymore. Zhang Feng was straightforward and didn't want to say much. He had witnessed the combat power of the second sister of the Shang family. He heard that she was still a lawyer. He just didn't know how unlucky the client was to hire a lawyer who didn't distinguish right from wrong. Zhang Feng sighed slightly in his heart. Shang Nanyu was speechless at Zhang Feng's directness. When greeting others, you should at least have some basic manners. I really don't know how you got into university with your quality and upbringing. Shang Nanyu had nothing to say and could only resort to personal attacks. She was determined to protect Shang Bingxing. She couldn't let Zhang Feng bully him. Seeing her unreasonable behavior, Zhang Feng also became angry. What, Miss Shang Er? Do you think that just because you protect your brother at home as if he were worthless, the whole world should make way for him? Do I need to remind you of what despicable things he did a few days ago? Miss Shang Er, as a lawyer, you wouldn't be unaware of the nature of those actions, right? Tell me, what kind of person with what quality and upbringing could do such things? Shang Nanyu became agitated. You, Zhang Feng, have you gone mad? Bingxing's brother made a mistake, all because of you. Without you, he would be our good brother, he is the kindest. He couldn't have done those things. At this moment, due to their argument, many classmates had gathered around. People were whispering and some were even trying to intervene. Zhang Feng didn't want to get too involved with them. Alright, we have different paths, since you think that way, then protect your kind brother. Remember, don't harass me again, otherwise. Zhang Feng glanced at the classmates around him and said, I will make that day's events and evidence public. After speaking, he didn't say another word and went straight upstairs. Shang Nanyu was furious but couldn't do anything to Zhang Feng. She turned to look at Shang Bingxing and saw his face crumpled, almost in tears. She didn't care about anything else and hurried to comfort him. Shang Nanfeng remained silent throughout. However, she quietly noted down Zhang Feng's dormitory number. As for why she did it, she herself might not be sure. Perhaps subconsciously, she would eventually want to find this brother again. Alright, I'm fine now, eldest sister, second sister, just leave me here and go back quickly. Shang Bingxing took a deep breath, as if suppressing something, and said. His appearance seemed to be greatly wronged, which made Shang Nanyu very distressed. No! I want to settle the score with Zhang Feng again. After saying that, she even wanted to chase after Zhang Feng regardless of everything. Fortunately, Shang Nanfeng stopped her. Alright, Nanyu, don't delay Bingxing any longer, Zhang Feng has already left. Shang Nanfeng's words had two meanings. One was that Zhang Feng had already returned to the dormitory, so it was meaningless to pursue further. The other was that Zhang Feng had already severed ties with the Shang family, so continuing like this would be unreasonable. However, obviously, Shang Nanyu didn't understand. She still looked furious. Zhang Feng, don't let me see you again. Shang Nanfeng looked at her sister's determined appearance to protect Shang Bingxing at all costs, feeling secretly surprised. Was she like this before? After seeing off Shang Bingxing, the two sisters headed home. After much thought, Shang Nanfeng finally asked the question on her mind, Nanyu, do you ever feel that we might have been a bit too harsh on Zhang Feng? Shang Nanyu suddenly turned around. She looked puzzled, as if she didn't understand. She had always disliked Zhang Feng, so why did she suddenly say such things? Sis, I knew it. When Zhang Feng bullied Bingxing just now, you didn't say anything. Are you confused? Bingxing grew up with us since childhood. That Zhang Feng can't compare at all. But, he is our own younger brother. If our parents hadn't lost him back then, he would have grown up with us, wouldn't he be Zhang Feng? And, the blood flowing in his body is the same as ours. Shang Nanfeng spoke out what was on her mind. Furthermore, Zhang Feng didn't bully Bingxing just now, he just didn't want to deal with them. Shang Nanyu scrutinized her elder sister with a suspicious look, and after a while, she said, Sis, what's wrong with you? Has Zhang Feng brainwashed you? Let me tell you. Don't forget, no matter what, Bingxing is still our brother. We have to protect him. Shang Nanfeng felt a headache coming on. Nanyu's current demeanor was just like how she treated Zhang Feng when he first returned to the Shang family. At that time, to cater to Bingxing's feelings, she didn't hesitate to say even more hurtful things to Zhang Feng. However, upon careful consideration, if that Zhang Feng really had no manners or upbringing, it would be understandable. But in the past year or so, it seemed like he hadn't done anything excessive, right? On the other hand, their siblings always made a big deal out of trivial matters, finding fault with Zhang Feng at every turn. In contrast, Zhang Feng never really argued with them. Until this time, Shang Bingxing actually drugged him and framed him along with Wang Jingyi. He finally couldn't bear it anymore and decided to leave the Shang family and cut ties forever. Drugged? And with that kind of drug. One of them was his own fiancée. What kind of behavior is this? Shang Bingxing could actually do such a thing for his own purposes. His character and inherent cunningness made Shang Nanfeng shudder uncontrollably. Shang Nanfeng thought to herself, feeling uneasy. Nanyu, don't you think Bingxing went too far with what he did to Jingyi? And have you ever thought about why he did it, what his underlying motives are? Shang Nanfeng tried to resonate with her sister, to look at this matter rationally. Shang Bingxing took a risk. In the end, it was all to drive Jiang Feng away, but no matter what, he was just an adopted son of the Shang family. Just an adopted son. And now, he succeeded. He really drove Jiang Feng, their own younger brother, away. And the people of the Shang family, they were clapping and cheering. How is this any different from being sold out and helping to count the money? Are you out of your mind? My elder sister. Have you forgotten what we promised Bingxing? He is our brother. We should always stand by his side. No matter what he does, he is still our brother. Isn't that right? Shang Nanyu felt that her elder sister was acting strange today. She tried to make her understand, not to overthink it. Loving and caring for Bingxing, who grew up with them, wouldn't be wrong. Shang Nanfeng saw that she was being stubborn, so she temporarily gave up on trying to communicate with her. She leaned her head back against the seat and remained silent. Shang Nanyu, on the other hand, kept on talking. I knew it. No wonder Bingxing has been feeling wrong these past few days. It turns out that Jiang Feng is using a retreat to advance. I understand now. Once he leaves, you all start sympathizing with him, feeling like you did something wrong. This Jiang Feng will definitely come back. He has never enjoyed the glory and wealth of the Shang family in that remote place. He will definitely put on a show for a few days and then come back. Let me tell you, elder sister, if he comes back, you must not treat him well. I want to see what he really wants. Shang Nanfeng listened to Shang Nanyu's words, pretending to rest with her eyes closed, without responding to her. She had a different idea from Shang Nanyu. She felt that when Jiang Feng left, he was very determined. Perhaps he would never return to the Shang family. Even if one day the Shang family begged him, he would not come back. Shang Nanfeng's thoughts were correct. Jiang Feng quickly put aside the matters of the Shang family. Although he was curious, why did the eldest Miss Shang make that unprecedented call to him, and why did she not speak up for Shang Bingxing just now, but instead stood by, looking at him thoughtfully? It was strange to her. However, no matter how strange it was, it had nothing to do with Jiang Feng. Since the Shang family had already left, he had no relationship with them anymore. Jiang Feng's dormitory housed a total of 4 people. They were all medical majors. The friendship between boys sometimes developed very quickly. Jiang Feng had not been living there for a long time before he became very close with them. One day, Wang Dalai on the bed next to him suddenly exclaimed excitedly, Hey, brothers, look at this. This year at the Imperial University, there are actually 2 campus beauties tied for first place. As soon as he said this, the other 2, Zhang Shuo and Li Jihua, immediately became interested. Which 2? How can there be 2? Show us. How good-looking are they? Jiang Feng smiled and was not interested in these things, still flipping through his medical book on the side. The 3 roommates continued to discuss. One of them is Jiang Ting from the finance department, and the other is Dong Kersen from the journalism department. We've never heard of these 2? Do you have photos? Of course, there are photos. But we won't show you. Are you showing us or not? If you don't show us, I'll go to the forum to find them myself. I bet you won't show us. What do you say? Jiang Feng didn't care, letting his roommates fool around on the side. However, when he heard the name of one of the campus beauties, he couldn't help but ask, Jiang Ting? Could it be the granddaughter of Steward Jiang? He forgot to ask what major she was studying. Seeing Jiang Feng interested, Wang Dalai quickly took out his phone and approached him. Yes. Jiang Ting, do you see how good her figure is? Jiang Feng took a closer look and sure enough, the girl with a smiling face in the picture was Jiang Ting, the granddaughter of Steward Jiang. In Jiang Feng's mind, Jiang Ting was not the most beautiful, but she had a vitality. Her features were particularly charming, and her figure was outstanding, so it was not surprising that she was voted the campus beauty. Not bad. Jiang Feng could only nod in agreement, not taking it too seriously. Wang Dalai continued, Brothers, do you know? This Jiang campus beauty has a remarkable background. If anyone can marry her in the future, they will have accumulated great virtue. It will be worth not having to struggle for hundreds of years. This immediately piqued the interest of the other 2 roommates. What's going on? What's the background of this Jiang Ting? Tell us quickly. Are you going to tell us or not? Li Jihua was less patient. Wang Dalai teased them for a while before finally speaking mysteriously. Some people have seen this Jiang campus beauty get out of a Rolls-Royce several times. Do you know which one it is? Tell us. Wang Dalai. I'll beat you up if you don't. Li Zhihua was less patient. After teasing them for a while, Wang Dalei finally said, "It's the only one in the Hua Kingdom with the license plate number 88,888. I think you all know whose car it is." As soon as Wang Dalei said this, Zhang Shua and Li Zhihua were almost jumping with surprise. In the Hua Kingdom, who didn't know about 88,888? That was the car of a top figure in the medical field. Zhang Shicheng, the car of the old Zhang. Even Zhang Feng, who was nearby, couldn't help but frown upon hearing this. "Dalei, what do you mean?" "Yeah, everyone in the school is talking about it now. This Jiang campus beauty. Perhaps it's Jiang Lao's granddaughter or something." "No, it's not. It's a different surname," Zhang Feng replied. He actually didn't care much about this kind of thing, but often such misunderstandings could cause unnecessary trouble. It's best to clarify if possible. Unexpectedly, when Zhang Feng said this, Zhang Shua beside him said, "Then she might be the granddaughter. In any case, there is a relationship. Otherwise, how could she take Jiang Lao's car to school?" Heavens! It turns out that our school actually has a girl who is the envy of the heavens. Exactly, Jiang Ting is really something. And her family background is so amazing. I wonder which brother will eventually win her heart. Several boys laughed and joked, and in no time, they had all forgotten about this incident. Zhang Feng thought about it and didn't take this little episode to heart. He didn't expect that the next day, because of Jiang Ting, he would become famous at school. Because Jiang Ting actually came to Jiang Feng's dormitory early in the morning to bring him breakfast. Jiang, the school flower, had just begun to shine at school, so many people naturally recognized her. Seeing her waiting with breakfast in hand under the boys' dormitory, many people couldn't help but marvel. Some were envious and jealous, wondering which boy could be so lucky to be favored by Jiang, the school flower. Jiang Ting was actually a little afraid of Jiang Feng. Plus, she was very aware that her background and Jiang Feng's were simply incompatible. However, she didn't want to give up her feelings easily. She felt that her feelings for Jiang Feng were pure, without any other conditions. Therefore, she didn't listen to her grandfather's advice and wanted to make an effort. Jiang Ting had never been in a relationship and didn't know how to pursue a boy. The idea of bringing breakfast to Jiang Feng was actually thought up by the three mischievous girls in the dormitory after thinking about it all night. Of course, the girls were also very curious about what kind of boy could make Jiang Ting, a girl like her, think so hard. Jiang Ting certainly wouldn't mention that Jiang Feng was Jiang Shicheng's grandson. She just shyly smiled. She liked Jiang Feng, and it didn't matter who he really was. And she was confident that if she revealed Jiang Feng's background, countless girls would immediately pursue him. Then, she would probably have no chance at all. So, she wouldn't do such a foolish thing. Jiang Ting waited for Jiang Feng to come downstairs, ignoring the various looks cast her way. She was a carefree girl who did what she liked and didn't care about others' opinions. Shang Bingxing came down from the dormitory early and saw Jiang Ting in the crowd at a glance. She was so eye-catching that Shang Bingxing's heart couldn't stop pounding. Now that Shang Bingxing knew she was a freshman in the finance department just like himself, he thought it shouldn't be a problem to approach her as an excuse to get to know her. After getting to know each other and interacting a few times, he would show his male charm in front of her, and then, unexpectedly, make a romantic confession. In this way, what kind of girl wouldn't be won over? Shang Bingxing thought to himself, feeling extremely happy. He looked up and saw Jiang Ting walking towards him, with a sweet smile on her face. He thought to himself, "Oh my, this is truly a pleasant surprise. It seems that maybe it's not just a one-sided crush." Thinking this, he hurried to meet her, only to see that Jiang Ting didn't stop, and even as she passed by him, she ran straight past him. Then, Shang Bingxing heard a thunderous voice, "Jiang Feng." He couldn't believe it and turned around to see that it was indeed Jiang Feng, the person Jiang Ting had been waiting for early in the morning. How is this possible? There was a momentary crash in Shang Bingxing's brain. "Jiang Feng, I bought breakfast for you, and it's still hot. Take it back and eat it quickly?" Jiang Feng frowned. He had only met Jiang Ting a few times, and their relationship was not at the level where she would bring him breakfast. Jiang Feng was not a fool. He naturally understood her obvious intentions. Seeing the bright expression of expectation on the girl's face, Jiang Feng still took the breakfast from her hands. Out of respect for John's housekeeper, he couldn't directly refuse her kindness. "Thank you, but it's too much trouble. Please don't bring me breakfast in the future. I prefer to eat at the cafeteria." Jiang Feng expressed that he accepted it this time, but she shouldn't buy for him again in the future. However, at this moment, Jiang Ting was too happy to care about whether Jiang Feng's words had any hidden meaning. "Jiang Feng, tell me what you like to eat, I can bring it to you every day." The girl blushed with shyness, making Jiang Ting's features even more beautiful. In the distance, Shang Bingxing watched everything happening here with a fierce look. Obviously, no one noticed him. Jiang Feng was somewhat helpless and had to say directly, don't bring it to me anymore. Jiang Ting finally understood Jiang Feng's meaning, realizing that he had rejected her and she had been happy for nothing. Although she was mentally prepared, her heart couldn't help but feel hurt when it actually happened. She, who had been confident just now, was momentarily at a loss. She quickly said to Jiang Feng, "Okay, I understand. I'm sorry." After speaking, she hurriedly ran away, her eyes red. People around couldn't help but discuss the scene. Who is this? He actually directly rejected John's campus spell? No way, is he that amazing? Is he playing hard to get? Yes, he must be. It seems that John's campus spell is really naive. How could she fall for such a simple trick? People around sneered at Jiang Feng's behavior, and their eyes gradually turned unfriendly, especially Shang Bingxing. He witnessed everything with his own eyes. Jiang Ting came to bring breakfast to Jiang Feng, was rejected by him, and then ran away crying. Shang Bingxing's face seemed to be covered with a layer of ice. He couldn't understand what was going on. How could a wealthy lady like Jiang Ting be interested in a country bumpkin like Jiang Feng? He must have used some means. Yes, Jiang Feng must be playing tricks. Shang Bingxing was resentful. It's really unfair. Letting Jiang Feng, who has the blood of the Shang family, catch the eye of the woman he liked. It seems that the means he used last time were too light. He should make him disappear from this world forever. He won't come out again to bother him. Jiang Feng took the breakfast bought by Jiang Ting and returned to the building. He had already seen Shang Bingxing in the crowd, but he didn't care. Wang Dalei saw Jiang Feng coming downstairs and thought he was going to the cafeteria, but unexpectedly, he came back with breakfast. Lazy as he was, he couldn't help but ask, "Damn, how did you come up so quickly? I would have asked you to bring me one." At the same time, Li Jihua, who was also going downstairs to eat breakfast, rushed in excitedly. "Big news! Big news! John's campus bell's confession was rejected." Wang Dalei suddenly became interested. What? Someone can reject John's campus bell? This guy is really brave. What's going on? Tell me quickly. Li Jihua had heard someone say this in the cafeteria, so he didn't see who Jiang Ting was bringing breakfast to, which turned out to be Jiang Feng, who was in the same dormitory as him. If he knew, it would probably shock him to the core. "I heard in the cafeteria that the campus belle, Jiang Daxiao, was waiting downstairs in our dormitory early in the morning, waiting to have breakfast delivered by her crush. However, her crush easily came downstairs, accepted the breakfast, but directly told her, don't send it again in the future. So, this campus belle ran away crying." After Li Jihua finished speaking, the images in Wang Dalei's mind came out directly. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow! This brother is really amazing. I almost want to worship him. How can anyone resist the campus belle sending breakfast? But, what kind of charm does this brother have? Isn't he just playing hard to get?" After hearing this, Jiang Feng, who was having breakfast, couldn't help but glare at him. Just that one look made Wang Dalei discover the clue. He stared at the breakfast in Jiang Feng's hand and suddenly realized, no, Jiang Feng, it couldn't be you, right? Tell me, did you just come up after going downstairs? Where did you get the breakfast in your hand? Jiang Feng remained non-committal. Wang Dalei's words shocked both Li Jihua and Zhang Shuo. The three quickly surrounded him, demanding, "No way! Jiang Feng, is it really you who the campus belle confessed to? Is it?" Li Jihua stared at Jiang Feng, trying to read something from his face. However, Jiang Feng's expression remained indifferent. But he never liked lying. Under the siege of his dormitory brothers, he finally admitted, "Yes, it's me." "Wow! Oh my god! It's really you! It's really you! No, I need to interview you. No, this handsome guy. How did you have the courage and determination to reject the campus belle? And that campus belle is also the heiress of $1 billion fortune?" The three exploded instantly. They really couldn't believe that Jiang Feng, who seemed inconspicuous, was actually doing something big behind the scenes. Jiang Feng smiled. He really liked the atmosphere in this dormitory, but he couldn't answer this kind of question. "Brother, you are truly brave. Tell me, are you really playing hard to get? Did you make her feel that you are not easy to get, so that she will cherish you more in the future, right? Are you going to wait a few more times and then accept her, right?" Zhang Shuo looked incredulous. If he were the one Jiang Ting confessed to today, he would rush back to his hometown overnight to burn incense for his ancestors. Thank them for their blessings. Finally, this generation has produced a talent. Unfortunately, he didn't have that blessing. Jiang Feng saw that he couldn't evade the question, so he could only say, "It's not suitable." "Dude, are you serious? You really aren't playing hard to get, but you don't like Jiang Ting?" Seeing Jiang Feng's expression, the three gradually calmed down. This time, Zhang Feng answered seriously, I really wasn't playing hard to get, it's impossible between me and Jiang Ting. He thought for a moment and didn't voluntarily reveal Jiang Ting's background. This is a misunderstanding by others and not caused by Jiang Ting herself. It's better for her to clarify it herself. The group discovered a new world and surrounded Zhang Feng, making a fuss, lamenting that they didn't have the charm to have the campus belle deliver breakfast and then reject her. Shang Nanxue is about to come back. She called Shang Nanfeng again to ask what gift would be suitable for her brother. Shang Nanfeng's hesitant response finally made her realize that something was wrong. So, she called Shang Nanyu again, and the truth couldn't be hidden anymore. What, Xiaoxue, you still plan to buy a gift for that country bumpkin Zhang Feng? Save it. Besides, even if you buy it, you can't give it to him. That guy has already left. Not only did he leave, but he also declared that he would cut off all ties with our Shang family from now on. Shang Nanyu said as if it were an ordinary matter, but Shang Nanxue on the other end of the phone was shocked. Chapter 19 Our younger brother. Second sister. What are you talking about? Zhang Feng is our younger brother. Shang Nanxue found it unbelievable. For over a year, she couldn't go home, but she had always been concerned about her younger brother whom she had never met. Thinking about how he had been wandering outside for 18 years, enduring who knows how much hardship, now that she had finally found him, she must make it up to him. However, being abroad, she was willing but unable. Unexpectedly, in just a year, such a thing happened. The younger brother she had finally found had left again, and he wanted to completely sever ties with the Shang family. Moreover, from Shang Nanyu's tone, he seemed disdainful, as if it were a matter of course, which infuriated Shang Nanxue. Nanxue, since you weren't home, you don't know that Zhang Feng is no longer our brother. He is full of bad habits. He even steals things. If you were at home, you wouldn't be able to stand it either. Hearing Shang Nanyu's thoughts, Shang Nanxue immediately imagined a scene where Zhang Feng, due to not having been raised by his biological parents since childhood, had acquired all these bad habits, which made her feel extremely sorry for him. She wondered what her younger brother had been through from childhood to adulthood. If he hadn't been deprived of food and clothing, how could he have picked up these bad habits? Worried, she said, even if he has bad habits, they can be corrected slowly, right? You can't just drive him away. What will he do if he goes hungry? Hearing Shang Nanxue's concern for Zhang Feng, Shang Nanyu was very disdainful. Nanxue, you don't need to worry. Zhang Feng is doing fine, and he's even in the same school as Bingchen. And let me tell you, no one drove him away. He voluntarily left the Shang family and cut ties with us. Even if he encounters any problems outside, it's not our fault. Alright, I have things to do, so I won't talk to you for now. Shang Nanyu hastily hung up the phone, as she had finally made plans to have dinner with Hui Yan today and couldn't be delayed. On the other end of the phone, Shang Nanxue, after hearing those words, felt she could not wait any longer. Intuitively, she felt that Zhang Feng was not the kind of person Shang Nanyu described. If Zhang Feng really had all those bad habits, how could he have been admitted to the same university as Bingchen? Remember, that was the Imperial Capital University, where even with great effort, not everyone could get in, the top university in the country. If he really was a thief, how could he voluntarily leave the Shang family? As a biological son of the Shang family, how much inheritance could he receive in the future? He voluntarily gave up such a huge fortune. There must be reasons she didn't know about. Couldn't Shang Nanyu use her brain a little? The more Shang Nanxue thought about it, the more she felt she couldn't delay any longer. Fortunately, she had almost completed the procedures for returning to the country, and many handover tasks had been completed. She decided to return to the country in 2 days. No more delays. After rejecting Jiang Ting, Zhang Feng did not dwell on the matter. He and Jiang Ting were never possible, not because of status or position, as Zhang Feng never cared about that. It's just that Jiang Ting was not his type. If he had accepted against his will, she would probably be more hurt in the future. So, it's better to end it quickly, so she could come to terms with it and find a boy she truly liked soon. Of course, he didn't know that Shang Bingxing had resented him again because of this matter. Shang Bingxing witnessed Jiang Ting being rejected by Zhang Feng and concluded that Zhang Feng was playing hard to get. He tried every means to get Jiang Ting's contact information but struggled to find a suitable opportunity to meet her. After all, ordinary ways of meeting people were not memorable. Especially girls like Jiang Ting. I'm afraid all the boys pursuing her have lined up to the Pacific Ocean. If Shang Bingxing doesn't use some tough tactics, he's afraid he won't stand out among the many suitors. Plus, witnessing that Jiang Ting's crush turned out to be Zhang Feng, this made Shang Bingxing feel a deep sense of crisis, so he decided to take a risk and arrange the oldest but most useful trick: the hero saves the beauty. Jiang Ting was heartbroken because she was rejected by Zhang Feng. Although she was mentally prepared from the beginning, being rejected for real was not that easy to accept psychologically. Several sisters in the dormitory gave her advice to keep going. Jiang Ting, you are so beautiful, this guy Jiang Feng must be playing hard to get. He can't not like you. Exactly. How could any guy not like Jiang Ting? You are our campus belle. You need to be more confident. Jiang Ting, if you don't give up, I think. Didn't he accept the breakfast last time? You should continue to send it. Anyway, he accepted it once. After the first time, there will be a second time, back and forth like this? The roommates were all talking at once. Jiang Ting lay in bed, feeling confused. She knew things were not as her roommates said. Jiang Feng really didn't like her. And between them, there was really no possibility. She thought about it and felt that she had tried hard enough, been brave for her love, and if she continued to pursue Jiang Feng, it would probably be harassment. Moreover, if her grandfather found out, he would definitely scold her. How dare she covet young Master Jiang? Thinking of this, Jiang Ting suddenly sat up from the bed. There are beautiful women everywhere. Why fixate on one flower? My one-sided love is over. Come on, sisters, I'll treat you to drinks. The three girls were discussing and planning to help Jiang Ting with her one-sided love, but she suddenly saw the light and even said she would treat them to drinks. Cheers erupted in the dormitory. Okay, Jiang Ting, although I don't drink, but to celebrate that you finally saw the light, tonight we will accompany you to the end. The other girls also enthusiastically responded. Behind the Imperial University, there was an alley that was very lively. All kinds of special snacks and trinkets were available, especially now in summer. There were barbecue stalls everywhere, and many young couples from the Imperial University liked to come here for a stroll and eat, economical and affordable. Jiang Ting took a few girls to a barbecue stall, laughing and joking as they found a place to sit down, declaring that they wouldn't leave until they were drunk. Despite the talk and laughter, Jiang Ting and the other girls didn't really know how to drink. Shang Bingxing had been paying attention to Jiang Ting's movements recently. He noticed that after she sent breakfast to Jiang Feng last time, she didn't go to find Jiang Feng again. It seemed she might have given up. This made Shang Bingxing's heart slightly calmer. However, he didn't expect that Jiang Ting would actually bring a few dormitory mates to the night market stall, and they even sat down to drink those cheap beers. This made Shang Bingxing frown involuntarily. What's going on? Isn't she Jiang Lao's granddaughter? How could she eat such cheap stuff? Isn't she a pampered girl? Shouldn't she only eat expensive meals worth tens of thousands or even millions? Could he be mistaken? But then, Shang Bingxing figured it out. Yes, Jiang Ting had just entered university. She must want to get along with her roommates. That's why she came to this kind of place. That's it. What a clever girl. Unconsciously, a feeling of admiration arose in Shang Bingxing's heart. After all, even he disdained eating at such places. In Shang Bingxing's eyes, eating at a street stall was something only people from the slums would do. However, Jiang Ting coming out to eat barbecue with her roommates did provide an opportunity for Shang Bingxing. He was just waiting for these girls to be alone, so that the people he arranged would scare them, then he would play the hero to save the beauty, and then. Shang Bingxing's thoughts were very beautiful. Although Jiang Ting's roommates were all with her, but they were just a few girls, which was not a problem. By then, he would perform well, and maybe these girls would be grateful to him. They might even speak up for him in front of Jiang Ting. Shang Bingxing thought over and over, feeling that his plan was simply flawless. He couldn't help but smile smugly. That expression, as if he was already the son-in-law of the Jiang family. Jiang Feng, I wonder what you will use to compete with me later. The Shang family, I want it. The Jiang family, I want it too. Even if you have the blood of the Shang family in your body, so what? By then, you will have nothing, just a stinky bug in the gutter. I can crush you at any time. On the other side, Jiang Ting and a few girls drank some alcohol. Everyone laughed and chatted, telling each other their stories. The atmosphere of the night market, reflecting the young faces, the friendship among the group of people quietly grew stronger unconsciously. The girls chatted and drank until late at night. Everyone was a bit tipsy, although they didn't dare to drink too much. The girls paid the bill, still frolicking, supporting each other as they walked back to the dormitory. Behind the night market of the Imperial Capital University, there was a very long alley. Normally, if one were alone in this alley, they might be afraid to walk through it. But perhaps because there were many people this time, everyone was chatting and playing around, and unconsciously walked into this alley. Shang Bingxing saw an opportunity. Jiang Ting was complaining to her roommates behind her, you guys don't know. That Jiang Feng. I've known him for a long time. I've always liked him. But, he has never even looked at me. Ting Ting. Don't say that, you are so outstanding. If he doesn't want to be with you, it's his loss. Let's not be discouraged. You can easily find someone better than him. As Jiang Ting was speaking, she accidentally bumped into someone. Without lifting her head, she tried to turn around to walk past, but unexpectedly, she couldn't move. The girls then noticed that at some point, they were surrounded by 7 or 8 men in front of them, blocking their way. These men looked rough and unruly, clearly not good people, probably a bunch of hooligans. Jiang Ting was usually brave, but in this situation, she was taken aback. "Excuse me, could you please let us through?" One of the girls gathered her courage and said. "Ha ha ha." The group of hooligans laughed as if they heard a funny joke. "Little girl, you want to pass through? Can you make it through? Ha ha ha. Brother is going to block you." The girls then realized that these people were deliberately causing trouble. Although Jiang Ting was also scared, she immediately stood in front of the 3 girls. "What do you want to do?" "We will call the police." The leader, looking rough and unruly, said, "Call the police." "Go ahead and call. Do you know what brother wants to do, don't you?" Jiang Ting trembled as she took out her phone, but a man knocked it out of her hand. The girls were trembling with fear, huddling together. "Stop talking nonsense, you, come here. Have fun with us. Brother will let you go back in a while." The man pointed at Jiang Ting, speaking in a rough and unruly manner. Jiang Ting naturally dared not go over. The girls were scared silly, but they still protected each other, afraid of their companions being harmed. Shang Bingxing has been observing the situation here in secret, waiting for the right moment to take action. "Stop! What are you all doing?" Shang Bingxing saw that the time was almost right and was about to go out. He had already discussed with a few thugs, planning to go out alone later and directly take down the group of people, completing their mission. Pretend to be unable to fight, tuck tail and run. However, just as Shang Bingxing was tidying up his clothes and hairstyle, preparing to step out, he heard a loud male voice scolding. Looking up under the light, he was surprised to see Jiang Feng, and he was not alone. The others beside him looked like his classmates. When Jiang Ting saw Jiang Feng coming, it seemed as if she had found her backbone, and her expression immediately relaxed a lot. She ran towards Jiang Feng, they. After speaking, she hid behind Jiang Feng and the others. Several girls quickly followed Jiang Feng and ran behind the boys. They breathed a sigh of relief, now they were saved. The group of thugs looked at Jiang Feng, confirming that they did not recognize him. They knew things had gone awry. But there was no choice, they could only continue acting tough. "Where did this wild kid come from? What do you want to do?" Jiang Feng couldn't help but frown. He had just come out for a late-night snack with his dorm mates, never expecting to encounter such a situation. This place was so close to the Imperial University, yet these people dared to cause trouble here, and none of them seemed drunk. Jiang Feng had a hunch that something was amiss, but he couldn't afford to think too much at the moment. "I haven't asked you yet, these are our classmates. May I ask why you are stopping them?" Jiang Feng estimated there were 7 or 8 opponents, none of them looked like martial artists, so he should be able to handle them if they all attacked. His 3 roommates were protecting the female classmates. "Kid, I advise you, don't meddle in other people's business. Otherwise, you might not be able to walk away." The thugs realized their mistake. They didn't actually want trouble, especially near the Imperial University, but now they were in a difficult position. So they just wanted to scare Jiang Feng and the others away. Jiang Feng smiled. "Alright, let's see who will be unable to walk away." His indifferent attitude, as if completely ignoring the other party, completely infuriated them. Thinking that these were just students, the thugs directly raised their fists. Jiang Feng was prepared as he spoke. With a swift move, the opponent's fist missed, and Jiang Feng followed up with a sweeping leg kick, causing the opponent to fall to the ground, groaning in pain. Seeing their leader at a disadvantage, the remaining opponent immediately backed off and charged towards Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng was not afraid at all. He had already tested the physical abilities of these few thugs, and even if a few more came, he could handle them. Did Jiang Shicheng hire a retired special forces soldier just for fun when he was young? Of course, it was only for physical fitness, but now it seemed to come in handy, right? Jiang Feng was even a bit excited. This was like his first real combat experience, as he had never encountered such an opportunity in his daily life. The thugs on the other side thought they were having a moment of illusion. How come this kid was about to get beaten up yet he looked so happy? Soon they would understand why Jiang Feng was so happy. Because facing 7 or 8 opponents together, they were no match for Jiang Feng alone. In just a few minutes, the thugs were lying on the ground, groaning in pain just like their leader. The thugs were stunned. The girls were stunned. Jiang Feng's roommates, who were about to rush forward, were also stunned. He was really good at fighting, wasn't he? Are both fists unable to match 4 hands? Are they all fake? This is not a case of 2 fists against 4 hands, it's 1 against 8. They hadn't even figured out what was going on, and in a dazzling moment, the opponents were all knocked down. Only Jiang Feng stood unscathed. Wang Dalai was the first to react. Damn. You kid. Concealing your strength, you're amazing. Zhang Shua and Li Jihua were also stunned for a while. Just now, they saw these people attacking Jiang Feng and were ready to help, but before they could even move a finger, Jiang Feng had already dealt with them all. You kid. Impressive. Zhang Shua patted Jiang Feng's shoulder vigorously. Li Jihua even looked at Jiang Feng with admiration. Where did you learn these moves? I want to be your student. Jiang Feng smiled and pointed to the people on the ground. Deal with them first. The few hooligans were beaten to a pulp, too scared to run away, so they kept groaning on the ground. Seeing Jiang Feng pointing at them, the leader quickly said, Bro, we were wrong. It's all a misunderstanding. Really, it's a misunderstanding. Spare us. In the future, if you need help, we will definitely be there for you. Jiang Feng sneered. He really didn't need the help of such unscrupulous people. However, the fact that they claimed it was a misunderstanding coincided with his thoughts. Oh, what misunderstanding? Tell me about it. The head of the hooligans was named Wang Wei, others called him Brother Wei. These few people were idle all day, with no legitimate business. Shang Bingxing found them and gave them a few thousand yuan to do this. They were all shrewd, clearly familiar with the routine of chasing girls, and had done it before. In short, it was just a scare tactic, but with a few thousand yuan, enough for the brothers to have a good time. It wasn't really illegal anyway. Of course, they had to do it. They didn't expect to be intercepted by Jiang Feng halfway. Wang Wei was not one to suffer losses. He knew what was most important. If they didn't tell the truth and the other party reported to the police, they would be in trouble. So, it didn't take much effort at all to spill the beans. However, he didn't know Shang Bingxing and had no idea of the other party's name. He only knew that the other party was also a student. Are you saying that the other party asked you to cooperate in staging a play, and then he played the hero to save the beauty? When Jiang Feng asked this question, he glanced subtly at Jiang Ting beside him. Jiang Ting was indeed very beautiful, but for a guy to do such things for her, Jiang Feng found it eye-opening. Jiang Ting was biting her lip tightly at the moment, looking at them, wondering what was on her mind. Yes, that's it. Look, bro, isn't this a big mistake we made? We didn't really do anything to them. Oh, this is the truth. Jiang Feng saw the expressions of the other party, and saw everyone on the ground echoing. He decided to believe their words. After all, normal people wouldn't pick a fight near a school. It would be a big deal if something happened. Alright, you all leave now. No more of this kind of thing in the future. As soon as they heard this, the group felt as if they had been granted amnesty. They quickly got up, thanked profusely, and left. The scene was now left with Jiang Feng and Jiang Ting's group. Jiang Ting was still in shock, but she had also heard what Wang Wei and the others had just said. This incident was aimed at her, but it seemed like the other party was trying to pursue her. Jiang Ting had 1,000 grass-mud horses running through her mind. What a despicable tactic. Unfortunately, she didn't ask who that person was, so she had to avoid the thunder. After thinking it over, she couldn't figure out who that person might be, so she had to give up for now. But if she found out, she would definitely give him a few slaps. What a moron. Now, she looked at the river wind in front of her. Just now he made a swift move and knocked down 8 people by himself. Jiang Ting couldn't describe the feeling in her heart. She originally wanted to give up, hiding the fluttering of a young girl deep in her heart, and not disturb him again in the future. However, fate unexpectedly arranged such a coincidence, which made Jiang Ting's heart active again. Jiang Feng, thank you, Jiang Ting sincerely said. Jiang Feng glanced at Jiang Ting and her roommates. Don't go to such unsafe places in the future. Although it was a narrow escape this time, we can't guarantee what will happen next time. Jiang Ting and her roommates nodded quickly. Jiang Ting's roommates had never seen Jiang Feng before. When they heard Jiang Ting call his name, they realized that this was the boy who Jiang Ting had been waiting downstairs early in the morning to bring him breakfast. Each of them couldn't help but praise Jiang Ting's good taste. No wonder it's so hard to forget. It turns out that Jiang Feng is really worth it. Not only that, he has a good figure and handsome appearance, and he can fight so well? Nowadays, boys are weak and fragile. Where can there be someone as powerful as him? Not only that, he also has a sense of justice. When he sees a classmate in danger, he doesn't just stand by. This Jiang Ting has a good eye. Jiang Feng is simply perfect. In an instant, several girls felt like they understood Jiang Ting. Jiang Feng looked at the girls and said, "It's too late, let's go back to school together." The 8 of them returned to school like this. Jiang Ting followed behind Jiang Feng, her heart in turmoil. Little did she know that there were eyes watching everything that happened today in secret. And because of this, someone grew even more resentful towards Jiang Feng. He couldn't wait to get rid of him as soon as possible. It's Jiang Feng again. Shang Bingxing, who had been hiding in the corner all along, didn't expect that everything he had carefully planned would end up benefiting Jiang Feng. Moreover, that Wang Wei, who had no professional ethics, actually revealed his plan in front of everyone. Shang Bingxing gritted his teeth in anger, but he could do nothing about it. He could only watch as Jiang Ting followed Jiang Feng back to school like an obedient little rabbit. He even saw a glimmer of admiration in Jiang Ting's eyes. The kind of admiration for a man. He knew that after this incident, it would take even more effort to win over Jiang Ting. And Jiang Feng's unexpected fighting skills also caught Shang Bingxing off guard. What a great Jiang Feng! You really hit it well. Shang Bingxing stomped his foot and had to go back to think of another way. On the other hand, Shang Yuancheng always thought that Jiang Feng was just a kid with a temper. After staying outside for a couple of days and feeling tired, he came back. Besides, he was now in college, and even though he had a scholarship because of his excellent grades, the cost of studying medicine, plus his living expenses, was not low. Without the Shang family, how could he support himself? After experiencing enough hardship outside, he came back, which also served to temper his character. Cutting off relationships at the drop of a hat, was that acceptable? It wasn't his turn to throw a tantrum in this family. With these thoughts in mind, Shang Yuancheng didn't pay much attention to Jiang Feng's affairs. In addition, with the recent issues in the company, he was currently overwhelmed and had no time to inquire. Recently, the president of the Jiang Group, Shang Chuan, was planning to invest in a new project in Jingshi, and all major groups were eager to try it out. It just so happened that this was happening at a critical moment for the Shang family. It could be said that under normal circumstances, Shang Yuancheng might not have cared much about this kind of competition. However, with the financial issues facing the Shang family now, they urgently needed a new influx of funds, or a new stable profit project to stabilize the company's core business. The new project of the Jiang family became a piece of fat on the chopping block. However, not everyone could cooperate with the Jiang family. Shang Yuancheng looked at the stack of Jiang's information in front of him, feeling overwhelmed and gaining nothing. He only knew that Jiang Huaihai was the son of the medical authority and business tycoon Jiang Shicheng, but knew nothing else. Shang Yuancheng knew that with the current strength of the company, the odds were not great. But due to the current special circumstances, the company urgently needed this cooperation. He was worried sick about this matter. Yuancheng, what's wrong with you? You've been sighing a lot lately. Seeing Shang Yuancheng looking unhappy, a well-maintained middle-aged woman gently massaged his shoulders from behind and asked tenderly, "The recent problems in the company are significant, and I may not be able to come see you for a while, Yakin." The middle-aged woman took on a slightly shy demeanor and said, "You focus on your work, it's important. But you need to take care of yourself more in your spare time. And Bingxing, that child, you need to pay more attention to him." Shang Yuancheng nodded. "Don't worry, Bingxing is very smart and filial, I don't need to worry much about him. I just feel that if Jiang Feng, that child, is found and Bingxing is more sensitive, seeing your family trying to make up for that child, wouldn't he feel uncomfortable? Clearly, you are his biological father." Upon hearing Wang Yakin's words, Shang Yuancheng quickly grabbed her hand. "Yakin, just trust me. Bingxing has been with me for so many years, although he has always been treated as an adopted son, you know how I treat him. Bingxing is now grown up, he knows that you and I are his biological parents, and he knows I won't mistreat him, he won't have any strange thoughts." Shang Yuancheng quickly reassured Wang Yakin. This woman had been with him for almost 30 years, even longer than he had known Meng Yalan. Back then, if it weren't for Meng Yalan's family background being much stronger than Wang Yakin's, almost resurrecting the Shang group at the time, how could he have reluctantly married Meng Yalan? Wang Yakin was his first love, and his only true love in his life. When he told her that he was going to marry a woman he met through a blind date, Wang Yakin decisively left him, saying they would never meet again in this life. At that time, Shang Yuancheng was quite depressed for a while, thinking he would never see his beloved woman again in his life. But unexpectedly, a few years later, they met again, and Wang Yakin told him that she hadn't married and had been thinking about him all along. Despite Meng Yalan having given birth to 3 daughters by then, Shang Yuancheng fought tooth and nail to keep Wang Yakin by his side. He wanted her to stay with him and make it up to her. Shang Yuancheng didn't like Meng Yalan, but he couldn't divorce her. Therefore, even though Wang Yakin stayed, she had no status, she could only be said to be a mistress who couldn't see the light of day. Because of this, it had always been a regret in Shang Yuancheng's heart, so he always felt indebted to her. What he didn't expect was that after some time, Meng Yalan and Wang Yakin were pregnant almost at the same time. Wang Yakin insisted on giving birth to the child in her belly, which Shang Yuancheng naturally agreed to. As a result, Meng Yalan and Wang Yakin gave birth to a son each, Jiang Feng and Shang Bingxing. Unexpectedly, Zhang Feng was lost shortly after birth due to an accident. Meng Yalan was very sad and even suffered from depression because of it, and Shang Yuancheng was also sad for a while. After all, it was his own flesh and blood. One day, Wang Yakan suddenly suggested that he bring Shang Bingxing back home, as an adopted son, to be by his side. Shang Yuancheng was very surprised at the time, not understanding why Wang Yakan would think so. It was too unbelievable. He initially disagreed because this kind of thing could easily be exposed carelessly. However, Wang Yakan knelt down and begged him, Yuancheng, I'm begging you, have you ever thought about it? If Bingxing grows up by my side, he will be considered a bastard, and some might even say he is the son of a mistress. His entire childhood, even his future, will be affected. But if he can grow up by your side, regardless of whether he is officially your adopted son, his future will be much better than if he stays by my side. Think about it. You owe me in this lifetime. You can't owe our son again. You and I only have this one son. Yuancheng. Wang Yakan's tearful plea touched Shang Yuancheng, making him feel uneasy. In the end, he agreed to her proposal and brought Shang Bingxing back to the Shang family under the guise of adopting an orphan. Of course, he told Meng Yalan that Bingxing was adopted from an orphanage. Meng Yalan didn't suspect anything and took good care of Shang Bingxing. 18 years passed in the blink of an eye. Shang Yuancheng never expected to coincidentally find his lost son, Zhang Feng. To be honest, after so many years with Shang Bingxing by his side, he had almost forgotten about this child. He even thought that the child was no longer in this world. After all, he was so young when he went missing. However, finding Zhang Feng made him very happy. In recent years, he had just revealed to Shang Bingxing his true identity as his biological son, not his adopted one. He also introduced him to his mother, Wang Yakan. Now that Zhang Feng suddenly reappeared, Shang Yuancheng must be feeling unsettled. Both are his sons, so why should one be considered an adopted child? Therefore, he has been concerned about Shang Bingxing's feelings during this time, fearing that he might feel neglected. Regardless of Zhang Feng's return, Shang Bingxing remains his most beloved son because he was born to him by the woman he loved the most. This fact cannot be changed by anything. Therefore, sometimes when Shang Bingxing does things against Zhang Feng, Shang Yuancheng turns a blind eye, knowing that it's just a child throwing a tantrum. Time passes, and things get better. Even when Shang Nanfeng and Shang Nanyu mistreat Zhang Feng, he doesn't intervene. Zhang Feng, although his own flesh and blood, was not raised by him, so there is a slight emotional distance. He also feels that the child may not have good character. Once, he overheard the siblings arguing about whether Zhang Feng was a thief or something. He felt upset and didn't delve into the truth, just asking them to stop arguing. However, this incident worsened his impression of Zhang Feng. Although Zhang Feng resembles him more than Shang Bingxing in appearance, their father-son relationship remains weak, much to Shang Yuancheng's dismay. Thinking about this, Shang Yuancheng told Wang Yakan, "Don't worry, Bingxing is our child, how could I mistreat him? Maybe Bingxing hasn't told you, so you don't know that Zhang Feng, in recent days, has thrown tantrums, left home, and even threatened to cut ties with the Shang family. He even signed an agreement with me." What? How could this happen? This Zhang Feng, what is he thinking? Yuanchan, the child is not sensible, don't be angry with him. Upon hearing Shang Yuancheng's words, Wang Yakan appeared anxious on the surface but was secretly delighted. She hoped that this Zhang Feng would never return. Why is he back and suddenly he's Shang's biological son? Should her son, Bingxing, just stand aside? Even the good marriage plans have to be ruined? Now it's different. Zhang Feng has given up all of this by himself. But, better safe than sorry, what if the child decides to come back on his own later? Young people are impulsive at times. With Shang's huge family business, is he really willing to give it up? Don't play tricks under the guise of letting go. Wang Yakan thought this way and felt that she couldn't just stand by and watch. She had to find a way to step up. Let Zhang Feng stay outside forever. Everything in the Shang family belongs to her son, Shang Bingxing. Shang Yuancheng held Wang Yakan's hand and said, "Yakan, you are considerate, just rest assured, I will take care of the children and the company's affairs, you don't have to worry too much." Wang Yakan smiled and nodded. Shang Yuancheng looked at the time, "I have to go back. I've been really busy lately, I'm not sure when I'll come over next time, maybe with Bingxing, I'll call you then." Wang Yakan also spoke gently, "Okay, it's fine, you focus on your own matters, don't rush, I'll be waiting for you." Shang Yuancheng looked at Wang Yakan, feeling grateful for having such a confidant in his life. Truly no regrets. The two embraced and said goodbye. Wang Yakan leaned on the railing of the villa, watching Shang Yuancheng's car drive away, then she made a phone call. As soon as the call connected, she giggled and said, "Darling, you've been waiting long. That annoying guy just left. He won't come to me for a while." Shang Yuancheng returned home. he found Shang Bingxing was also at home. "No classes today?" he asked casually. "Yeah, no classes." Shang Bingxing looked pale, not paying much attention to Shang Yuancheng. These days, he had been thinking about Zhang Ting's matter. After that night, he was at a loss, wanting to get close to her, but afraid of revealing any flaws. So, he had been really troubled these days. Shang Yuancheng suddenly remembered something and asked again, "Have you seen Zhang Feng? If you see him, tell him he should be back soon, otherwise, he won't have his living expenses." Shang Yuancheng was confident. He believed that once this was said, even if Zhang Feng was still upset, he would come back. After all, with a child as big as him, if the family cut off his living expenses, how could he survive on his own outside? Shang Bingxing was troubled, not expecting Shang Yuancheng to ask him this way. Thinking of the scenes of meeting Zhang Feng these days, he felt annoyed, but still had to pretend to be happy. "I saw him, sister sent me back to school last time, and I met Zhang Feng downstairs in the dormitory building. He seemed fine, you don't have to worry, Dad." Hearing Shang Bingxing say Zhang Feng was fine, Shang Yuancheng snorted, "Fine? He'll know the bitterness one day." Meng Yalan had been silent on the side. Since Zhang Feng left, her mood had been bad. But when she heard Shang Yuancheng mention Jiang Feng's living expenses, she remembered something. She took out a bank card from the drawer and handed it to Shang Yuancheng. "Yuancheng, this is the bank card Zhang Feng left behind when he first came back. You asked me to give it to him. He left it when he left." Shang Yuancheng frowned. "What does this mean?" Meng Yalan continued, "For over a year, Zhang Feng hasn't spent a penny of the Shang family's money. The money in here hasn't been touched at all." "What?" Shang Yuancheng jumped up directly. Zhang Feng hadn't spent a single penny of the Shang family's money. How is this possible? Shang Bingxing was also shocked. In the over a year that Zhang Feng had been back at the Shang family, he hadn't spent a single penny from the bank card Shang Yuancheng had given him, which was beyond his understanding. He didn't understand why Zhang Feng would do this. Pretending to have integrity? Isn't this pretending a bit too much? Shang Bingxing sneered in his heart, but anxiously said, "Oh. Why is Zhang Feng so foolish? Isn't he deliberately making our parents upset?" At this time, Shang Nanfeng and Shang Nanyu also returned. As soon as they entered, they saw the family's grim faces. Shang Nanfeng quickly asked, "What's wrong? What happened?" Shang Yuancheng and Meng Yalan remained silent. Shang Bingxing didn't want to say it at first, but this matter, if he didn't say it, it would be impossible to hide. So, he had to tactfully say, "Mom just found out that Dad hasn't touched a penny in your brother's bank card." "What?" Shang Nanfeng and Shang Nanyu were both shocked at the same time. "You mean, he has never touched it?" Shang Nanfeng asked anxiously. At this moment, Meng Yalan, who had been trying to remain calm, couldn't hold back anymore and burst into tears. For over a year, this child hasn't spent a penny of the money given to him. He has suffered for 18 years and hasn't had a single good day. And now he's gone like this again. "Nanfeng, do you think your brother might never come back, that he really doesn't recognize us anymore?" Seeing Meng Yalan like this, the family members were all saddened to varying degrees. Shang Yuancheng, however, was very impatient. All right, Zhang Feng is not a child anymore. Since he hasn't touched our money, it means he has a way." Meng Yalan continued, "For over a year, this child hasn't spent a penny. It's my fault. I didn't care enough for him. If I had noticed earlier and given him more love, he wouldn't have found a home so easily, only to leave us now." Meng Yalan couldn't control her emotions anymore, and tears flowed uncontrollably. Shang Bingxing and Shang Nanyu remained silent. Especially Shang Nanyu, what Zhang Feng did exceeded her previous perception of him, and she didn't know how to understand it. She had always thought that Zhang Feng came from a small place, with bad habits, especially fond of taking advantage of others. She even thought that Zhang Feng returned to the Shang family just for the family's wealth. Otherwise, why would he even steal Bingxing's protective amulet? But now, to say that he hadn't spent a single penny of the family's money, and didn't even take a penny when he left, she was momentarily at a loss on how to distinguish. Shang Nanfeng was even more shocked internally. She had long realized that many things were not as they appeared on the surface. They had prejudices and misunderstandings about Zhang Feng, but she never expected Zhang Feng to be capable of this. If he didn't want the money, then what did Zhang Feng want when he first returned to this family? Shang Nanfeng seemed to understand something for a moment, and she felt uneasy. "I understand. Zhang Feng must have done it on purpose. He deliberately did this, to make our parents worry about him, so that they can call him back and give him more money later. It must be like this. It must be like this," Shang Nanyu suddenly exclaimed. After thinking it over, she felt that this was the only possibility. Hearing her say this, Shang Bingxing's eyes instantly lit up. He looked at Shang Nanyu, about to speak in agreement, but saw Meng Yalan angrily stand up. Before Shang Nanyu could say anything more, Meng Yalan slapped her face with a smack. Mom! Shang Nanyu was stunned. Growing up, this was the first time she had been hit. Especially, it was Meng Yalan who hit her. Everyone at home was shocked. Meng Yalan had always been good-tempered over the years. Even when she encountered unhappy things, at most, she would cry secretly, but she had never seen her lose her temper like this. For a moment, no one dared to speak. Nan Yu, you have disappointed me too much. Jiang Feng is your own younger brother. Don't think about how you have been sarcastic to him during this time at home. I haven't seen it. Have you ever thought that your brother leaving this home is not his fault? It's us who lost him. Now that we have finally found him, instead of compensating him well, we haven't made him feel any warmth of the family. How can he not leave? Up to now, you are still criticizing him with such words. He is your own brother. What unforgivable thing has he done to make you unable to tolerate him like this? Meng Yalan was too excited. She said these words in one breath, her eyes staring fiercely at Shang Nanyu. Shang Nanyu was also frightened, not knowing how to deal with her mother's anger. Her mind went blank. Alright. Nan Feng, Nanyu, you two go to school when you have time, called Jiang Feng back. Your mom is right. No matter what, he is your own brother. We owe him. Shang Yuancheng sighed as he spoke. He no longer paid attention to anyone present and went straight upstairs. He was always sure that Jiang Feng, without living expenses, would definitely give in and come back obediently. But who knew that he had not relied on the Shang family at all in the past year? This also made Shang Yuancheng feel uncomfortable. Supported by Shang Nanfeng, Meng Yalan sat down. Mom, don't be sad anymore. I will go to school when I have time. Talk to Jiang Feng again. You can rest assured. Jiang Feng is a very sensible child. I think he can come back. Shang Nanfeng comforted Meng Yalan like this, but she was not confident in her heart. When she thought of the indifferent tone when she called Jiang Feng, and his indifferent attitude when they met at school later, Shang Nanfeng felt that Jiang Feng might be really difficult to call back. Perhaps, this time, her brother might never be found again. Shang Bingxing was very resentful. This Jiang Feng had left, and used such means, making him unable to be at ease. However, he had to pretend to be very sad on the surface, comforting his family. I didn't expect Jiang Feng to be like this. I really don't know how he has been in this past year. I will go to school tomorrow and have a good talk with him. I'll also bring him some food. Meng Yalan said, no need, Bingxing, let your eldest sister and second sister go. Meng Yalan didn't say anything else. But she didn't know that just this sentence made Shang Bingxing hold a grudge against her. Jiang Feng didn't know what had happened in the Shang family, and even if he did, he felt that it had nothing to do with him. He had been very happy these days. Jiang Huaihai also called him, telling him that the Jiang family was going to invest in a new project in Jing City, so it wouldn't be long before his parents and sister would come to live in Jing City for a while. By then, the family could reunite again, and he wouldn't have to run back and forth every weekend. Jiang Feng actually understood in his heart. The Jiang family's business had reached this point, and many things didn't require Jiang Huaihai and Dingxian to personally take care of them anymore. And the reason they came to Jing City, saying it was for the investment project, was probably mostly to accompany him. Thinking of this, Jiang Feng felt a warm flow in his heart. He was not a biological child of the Jiang family, but everyone in the Jiang family had always treated him as their own, never treating him as an outsider. He is the flesh and blood of the Shang family, but his family treats him as a ferocious beast, so sometimes many things may not really be measured by blood relationship. Jiang Feng sighed slightly in his heart, once again decided to completely let go of the cold-blooded family of the Shang family, and only stay in the Jiang family, the warm big family that gave him. He must work hard and make achievements to repay them. The Imperial Capital University is going to hold a welcome meeting in the next few days, and he, as the representative of the new students, will give a speech. Don Curson from the journalism department, as the host of this welcome meeting, came to contact him. When Jiang Feng saw Don Curson, his eyes lit up, but he remained calm. He had never seen such a dazzling girl before. Not only was she outstanding in appearance, but most importantly, Don Curson seemed to be full of vitality all over, that kind of vigor. Truly a campus beauty, Jiang Feng secretly admired in his heart. Unexpectedly, Don Curson came to find Jiang Feng, and Shang Nanfeng and Shang Nanyu also came to find Jiang Feng, and they met. Originally, Shang Nanyu was very reluctant to come, but Shang Nanfeng insisted on bringing her along. She thought about the untouched bank card and was curious why Jiang Feng did this, so she followed. Shang Bingxing also insisted on coming along, because he suddenly thought that maybe by coming to Jiang Feng, he might run into Jiang Ting. Wouldn't it be convenient to introduce himself then? So he asked his elder sister and second sister to keep it from Meng Yalan and secretly followed along. Shang Nanfeng didn't want him to come along, but he couldn't say it out loud. He knew he couldn't do anything excessive in person. Shang Nanyu was even more eager for Shang Bingxing to come along, so she wouldn't say anything. When they arrived at Zhang Feng's dormitory building, Shang Nanfeng called Zhang Feng, but unexpectedly, the call was rejected twice. Shang Nanfeng suddenly realized that Zhang Feng had blocked her number. She smiled helplessly. It seemed expected, yet unexpected. "What's wrong, sister? Zhang Feng didn't answer your call?" Shang Nanyu asked anxiously on the side. She had been in a bad mood these days. The day she went to see Huiyan, the atmosphere was good. Huiyan had booked a Western restaurant in advance, and the two of them had a good meal together. But after dinner, Huiyan, for some reason, under the influence of alcohol, started to touch her inappropriately. Shang Nanyu pushed him away in anger. Unexpectedly, Huiyan's temper flared even more, and he directly proposed to break up with her. This frightened Shang Nanyu. She had long believed that she would definitely marry Huiyan in the future. How could she agree to break up? She cried and questioned Huiyan why, but Huiyan bluntly said, "I'm not a monk who abstains from meat and wine. We've been together for so long. I've changed women, even got a kid. You don't let me touch or move. Why keep the relationship if not for breaking up?" After saying that, he left her and walked away. Shang Nanyu was at a loss for a moment. When she tried to call Huiyan back, he didn't answer for a long time. It wasn't until the next day that she finally got through. He gave her an ultimatum: if she wanted to continue, she had to loosen up a bit, let him do what he wanted, and if not, they would break up directly, and in the future, they would act like strangers. Shang Nanyu blushed. She understood what Huiyan meant by loosening up. Despite her carefree personality, she was actually a very traditional girl. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been with Huiyan for 3 years, and the most extreme action was just holding hands. It was precisely because of this that Huiyan's rough actions that day frightened her. Shang Nanyu didn't think she was being overly sensitive. She truly believed that the first time should be saved for the wedding night. This is about self-respect, and also hoping that the other person can cherish oneself more. But unexpectedly, Huiyan actually broke up with her because of this. She didn't want to talk to anyone about this matter. After all, it was so private. But on Huiyan's side, Shen Nanyu was upset thinking about this matter. At the same time, because of Zhang Feng, she was slapped by her mother for the first time in her life. She was full of anger and didn't know where to vent. Now seeing that Zhang Feng dared not answer the phone, she was about to get angry again. Shen Nanfeng looked at her sister like this and thought, with such a fiery temper, impatience, how could she be a lawyer? Zhang Feng blocked me, Shen Nanfeng replied. Shen Nanyu was speechless for a moment. She hadn't expected this. After all, in her heart, she always thought that Zhang Feng cutting ties with the Shen family was just an act, and the act was almost over. He would come back sooner or later. Therefore, she couldn't understand why Zhang Feng blocked her elder sister. So what should we do? Just wait here. Shen Nanyu didn't want to waste time on Zhang Feng. Shen Bingxing said, "Sis, how about I go upstairs to find brother Zhang Feng? You wait for me for a while." Shen Nanfeng nodded, so it had to be this way. Shen Bingxing was thinking about how to provoke Zhang Feng when they met later, to make sure he didn't come down to meet the two sisters. After all, Shen Nanfeng had listened to Meng Yalan and Shen Yuanqing's words, wanting Zhang Feng to come back home. Why? Everything in the Shen family belonged to Shen Bingxing. No one else could touch it, especially Zhang Feng. Could he come and go as he pleased? No way. Shen Bingxing thought to himself like this, and was about to go upstairs. But from a distance, Zhang Feng was walking towards them, chatting and laughing with a girl. Shen Bingxing's heart skipped a beat. Could it be Zhang Ting? As he approached, it turned out not to be. She was a very beautiful girl, even more beautiful than Zhang Ting. Shen Bingxing felt a hint of jealousy in his heart, but also a strange sense of joy. If Zhang Ting saw this scene, she would probably give up on Zhang Feng completely, right? Zhang Feng and Dong Kersen were discussing the details of the welcome party, walking and chatting, completely oblivious to the fact that there were a few people waiting for them ahead. Zhang Feng. Seeing Zhang Feng coming over, Shen Nanfeng hurriedly called out. When Zhang Feng was at the Shen family, she hadn't really paid much attention to him. Now seeing Zhang Feng walking with a very beautiful girl, there was no sense of discord. Shen Nanfeng was surprised to find that her own younger brother was so outstanding. Honestly, he was much more handsome than Shen Bingxing, with a bit more masculinity. Zhang Feng was engrossed in listening to Dong Kersen. Zhang Feng. Shen Nanfeng called out again, and Zhang Feng finally heard her. When he saw the people standing in front of him, Zhang Feng couldn't help but frown again. What are you guys here for again? Shen Nanfeng didn't care about his cold attitude, but choked up and said, Zhang Feng, we're here to take you home. Come back with your sister. Mom misses you. Dong Kersen, who was on the side, saw the situation and knew that Zhang Feng had to deal with family matters. She quickly said to Jiang Feng, "Let's discuss it another day. I'll go back first. If you need anything, call me anytime." Then Dong Kersen nodded to Shin Nanfeng and the others, and left directly. After watching her leave, Jiang Feng turned back to the Shin siblings and said, "What's going on with you guys? Didn't I already say, don't come and bother me again? I have no relationship with the Shang family anymore." When Shang Nanyu heard this, she was furious. She felt that Jiang Feng was taking himself too seriously. All three of them had come, giving him a lot of face, right? And he didn't appreciate it? She couldn't help but want to come out and accuse him, but her eldest sister noticed her intention and pulled her back. "Jiang Feng, Mom really misses you. Some things, the sisters also know, we were too much. As long as you can come back, we will treat you well in the future. After all, we are family, aren't we?" Shang Nanfeng tried to move Jiang Feng with family affection. "Family? What a family!" Jiang Feng sneered coldly. Once, when he had just returned to the Shang family, he had tried to treat them as family. After all, they were his relatives, his own flesh and blood. But what was the result? Who treated him, Jiang Feng, as family? He had given them chances, over a year's time, wasn't that enough? But during his time at the Shang family, they only had Shang Bingxing in their hearts, completely ignoring him. Now that he had left with a broken heart, they came running back, saying what, "We are family." Isn't that ridiculous? Go back, I am no longer part of the Shang family. Stop wasting time on me. Jiang Feng said, wanting to go upstairs. Shang Nanfeng also knew that it was their previous actions that had hurt her brother's heart, so now that he was pushing them away, she could actually understand. Not to mention Jiang Feng, if it were her, she might have acted even more outrageously. But even though she thought that way, Shang Nanfeng still felt a bit uncomfortable. "Jiang Feng, are you really not giving us another chance?" Jiang Feng found his eldest sister's behavior somewhat inexplicable. It seemed that she had changed since he left. She used to be arrogant towards him when he was at the Shang family. Not to mention, she always defended Shang Bingxing, which made him sick. Now that he had left the Shang family, it was her wish after all. Why had she changed? One moment she would call him, remember, none of the siblings had ever called him before. The next moment she would come begging him to return. Jiang Feng just hoped they would stop harassing him, and he would be grateful. He turned back to the three of them, and said very seriously, "I'll say it again, I really won't return to the Shang family, from now on, just treat me as a stranger." Shang Nanfeng wanted to say something more, but Shang Nanyu, who had been beside them, couldn't take it anymore. "Jiang Feng, what makes you so great? Do you think we were happy to call you back? If it weren't for Mom." She didn't finish her sentence before Shang Nanfeng stopped her. She looked apologetically at Jiang Feng, hoping that mentioning their mother would soften his heart a little. After all, when he was at the Shang family, Mom was the only one who truly cared for Jiang Feng and treated him well. Shang Nanfeng even took over the conversation, saying, "Jiang Feng, Mom, after you left, she has been in tears. Even if you don't come home, you should visit her when you have time." Jiang Feng's heart stirred slightly. Mentioning Meng Yalan, he still couldn't help but feel emotional. She was his biological mother, the one who gave him life, and during his time at the Shang family, she was the only one who had shown him kindness. But Jiang Feng understood that Meng Yalan couldn't shake him. If she didn't live well in the future, or if she found out something, he could provide some help, not in vain for giving birth to him. But for now, go, don't come looking for me again. Jiang Feng, do you have any opinions about me? If you feel that I am bothering you at home, I will move out now, just hoping that you can be well. Shang Bingxing finally said the first tea talk of his trip. Jiang Feng really hated Shang Bingxing. He didn't know if the Shang family had gotten used to him because they had been together for a long time, so they couldn't tell whether he was a transgender green tea bitch or what, but every time he heard him speak, he felt nauseous. Thinking about the things he had done made him even more disgusted. Therefore, Jiang Feng had no intention of giving him a good face. "What's it to you?" This sentence successfully stunned Shang Bingxing, who then looked aggrieved, and his eyes turned red. Shang Nanyu, seeing her younger brother being bullied, was about to jump in, but Jiang Feng didn't give her the chance and just went upstairs without looking back. "I told you, it's a waste of emotion to find him. Look at his proud look, I don't believe he can hold on much longer." Shang Nanyu sneered at Jiang Feng's attitude. She turned around and went to comfort Shang Bingxing. Shang Nanfeng watched Jiang Feng's back, feeling like a part of his heart suddenly emptied. Shang Nanfeng and his siblings returned home, and Meng Yalan looked at them expectantly. Although she was reluctant, Shang Nanfeng shook her head helplessly. The light in Meng Yalan's eyes dimmed suddenly. Her tears fell silently once again. Shang Yuancheng sat on the large sofa, feeling extremely irritated seeing Meng Yalan like this. Over the years, what annoyed him the most was Meng Yalan's appearance. Clearly a daughter of a prestigious family, but she had no grace, always crying at the drop of a hat. In Shang Yuanqing's eyes, this was really unlucky. So even though he had been married to Meng Yalan for many years, he really had no feelings for her, even though she had given birth to 4 children for him. In Shang Yuanqing's mind, she was really nothing compared to Wang Yakan. Crying, 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 always crying. The children are so big now, don't they know to set a good example for them? Shang Yuanqing was very annoyed. The company's affairs were already not going well, especially when he saw that Zhang Feng had not returned. Looking at the faces of several people, he could guess what Zhang Feng had said. If he doesn't come back, then he doesn't come back. No one is allowed to go find him again in the future. Since he doesn't want to be part of this family, then I'll just pretend I never gave birth to him. The children saw Shang Yuancheng lose his temper like this for the first time, and none of them dared to speak. Meng Yalan was still silently shedding tears. Shang Nanfeng watched her mother in front of her father, not daring to even defend her own son. A sense of desolation flashed through her heart. She quietly walked to Meng Yalan's side and hugged her shoulder, silently comforting her mother. Little did she know, it wasn't that Meng Yalan didn't dare to defend Zhang Feng. It was that she suddenly understood that her son's firm decision not to return had its reasons. She had seen how Zhang Feng was treated in the Shang family. Now that he was unwilling to continue being wronged, it was a good thing. However, Meng Yalan was still worried about her son's living situation, afraid that leaving his bank card behind was impulsive. She planned to send the bank card to him, but she didn't say anything now. As for Shang Yuanqing's attitude, after so many years, she had already gotten used to it. Or rather, she had become numb to it. She was also a woman, with flesh and blood and emotions, not a machine. After so many years with her husband, knowing that he didn't love her, Meng Yalan's heart was like a clear mirror. But for the sake of her children, she was willing to maintain the appearance of their life. Anyway, after realizing that Shang Yuanqing did not have her in his heart, she gradually understood the situation and no longer focused her thoughts on him. After Shang Yuanqing vented his anger randomly, he suddenly said to Shang Nanfeng, "Zhangshi Group is coming to invest in projects in Jing City, have you heard about it?" Shang Nanfeng naturally knew about it. Since Shang Yuanqing asked her like this, he should be interested in it. She quickly asked, "I heard about it, Dad, should we also participate in the bidding?" Shang Bingxing was secretly delighted by Shang Yuanqing's attitude towards Zhang Feng. Suddenly, he heard his father talking to his elder sister about business matters. They were discussing about Zhangshi? Was it the Zhangshi he knew? He continued to listen to them somewhat dazedly. Shang Yuanqing glared at Shang Nanfeng and said, "What are you doing all day? For such an important matter, you still come to ask me whether we should or not. Don't you know the current situation of the company and how much it needs new capital injection?" Shang Nanfeng wanted to say that what the company needed most now was to proceed steadily, not to engage in potentially high-risk activities. Moreover, Zhangshi Group was not a company that could be easily collaborated with. Even if they had this idea, they had to eventually reach a cooperation agreement. But looking at Shang Yuanqing's expression, she didn't dare to say it. Shang Yuanqing glared at Shang Nanfeng again in anger, thinking that there was no one who could put his mind at ease. "Nanfeng, I have asked Uncle Shao to contact them. You should try to understand their situation from the side, see if you can get to know the people from the Zhang family, it would be best if you could make friends or something." Shang Nanfeng thought to herself, "You really dare to think, make friends with the Zhang family's people? If she could do that, why would she stay in the small Shangs? Not to mention that the people from the Zhang family are elusive, they have never appeared in the media or public events. She doesn't even know what they look like. Even if she did, how could she, a world-class tycoon, play with herself? This is almost an impossible task." Shang Nanfeng bluntly said, "Dad, it's not easy to get to know the people from Zhangshi, right? I think instead of thinking about these crooked ways, it's better to do the project properly and openly." Shang Yuanqing looked at his eldest daughter and was somewhat angry. "When did you learn to speak so sharply? The task hasn't even started, and you're already saying it can't be done. Since you were young, this is how I have educated you. No matter how difficult things are, you have to give it a try, right? Look at you, the task hasn't even started, and you're already talking nonsense. You really don't seem like my child, Shang Yuanqing." In fact, he also knew that this matter was not easy to handle, but being pointed out by his daughter face to face, he couldn't bear it and had to maintain his dignity as a father. "Dad, is it that Jiang Shiqing's Jian Lao's Zhangshi?" Shang Bingxing suddenly interrupted, and Shang Yuanqing looked at his son, his tone softened. "Of course, but now Jiang Lao has long retired, and now it's his son Jiang Huaihai's world. And his daughter-in-law Ding Xiang is the vice president, the two of them are in power." Shang Yuanqing, seeing his son's interest in the Zhang family, patiently replied. Shang Bingxing suddenly thought of Zhang Ting. Dad, Zhang Lao's granddaughter seems to be at our school. Shang Bingxing thought for a moment and said, What? Zhang Lao's granddaughter is at your school? Do you know her? Shang Bingxing nodded, but it was only his unilateral acquaintance. Jiang Ting didn't even know who he was, he didn't say. Shang Yuanchang, upon hearing this, was pleasantly surprised. This is really great. It's really great. It's like a gift falling from the sky. Bingxing, find a way to invite Zhang Lao's granddaughter to our house for a meal when you have time. You must find a way to invite her over. In Shang Yuancheng's eyes, young children are the easiest to deal with. Although she does not directly hold power, in families like this, children are the most cherished. As long as one can establish a connection, it is a good thing. Even if this project fails, there will definitely be a need for the other party in the future. Once this connection is made, the Shang family will have a strong presence in the capital city. Isn't that a great advantage? Shang Yuancheng's heart was filled with excitement, and his gaze towards Shang Bingxing was full of admiration. It was as if at this moment, Shang Bingxing had already invited Zhang Lao's granddaughter to his own home, becoming an honored guest. He looked at his son, and suddenly, as if remembering something, he stood up abruptly and exclaimed, I know. I said you wanted to break off the engagement with the Wang family's girl. Is it because of this person? Shang Bingxing remained silent, just shyly lowering his head. Seeing the expression on his face, Shang Yuancheng couldn't help but feel ecstatic. Something's up. No wonder his son gave up so easily on the marriage with Wang Jingyi. After all, that girl, in terms of family background and appearance, was top-notch and a national goddess admired by everyone. Bingxing said he gave up, but in reality, he had climbed to a higher branch. Shang Yuancheng didn't think there was anything wrong with Shang Bingxing's actions. Instead, he felt that his son had potential. If he could marry Zhang Lao's granddaughter in the future, then their Shang family, wouldn't they truly be prosperous? Even if that girl from the Wang family is outstanding, compared to Zhang Lao's granddaughter, she really doesn't measure up. Shang Yuancheng immediately made a decision and said to Meng Yalan beside him, Find the card for Jiang Feng that he hasn't used. Bring it to Bingxing immediately. Meng Yalan opened her mouth but ultimately didn't say anything to refute. In this case, if she wanted to give Jiang Feng living expenses, she would have to use her own private funds. But seeing the expressions on Shang Yuancheng and Bingxing's faces, she knew exactly what they were up to. Meng Yalan remained silent. If young people truly fall in love, it's understandable to have a relationship, but calculating like the two of them, could that Zhang Lao's granddaughter really be fooled? They were treating her like a fool. Meng Yalan didn't express her opinion. Shang Bingxing was someone she had loved and raised since he was young, but ever since Jiang Feng returned, she seemed to have understood many things happening in the family. She took out the card and handed it to Shang Bingxing. Shang Bingxing politely declined. Dad, Mom, give this to me. What about Jiang Feng? Not mentioning Jiang Feng was fine, but once mentioned, Shang Yuancheng became furious. He said angrily, Don't bother about him. He's capable. After some thought, he said to Shang Bingxing, Bingxing, I'll transfer another 2 million to you later. Zhang Lao's granddaughter is not an ordinary person. If you can grasp this opportunity, you will be a great contributor to our Shang family. A barely noticeable smile appeared on Shang Bingxing's face. Great. Thank you, Dad. 2 million. I wonder how much money is in Jiang Feng's card. Shang Bingxing calculated in his mind. This was the first time he had such a large sum of money that he could fully control. He was overjoyed. Shang Nanyu was also very happy. She knew the weight and status of Zhang Lao's granddaughter in Huagua. She patted Shang Bingxing's shoulder. Little brother, you've got this. On the other hand, Shang Nanfeng couldn't help but recall the scene when he sent Shang Bingxing to school that day and encountered the girl who got off the 88888 car, followed by Shang Bingxing. The two of them didn't seem to know each other at all, and moreover, Shang Bingxing's tone just now seemed as if he was already in a relationship with the other person. However, Shang Bingxing said so, she didn't want to expose it in person. Perhaps, in just a few days, the two of them had already made rapid progress, who knows? Jiang Feng had just returned to his dormitory and was about to look up some information on his computer. He happened to see a piece of news pop up in a window. Heir of the Hua Corporation afflicted with strange illness, billions of wealth may have no successor. Jiang Feng thought for a moment and clicked on it. There was only one family with the surname Hua in the capital city. Jiang Feng knew that their only son was dating Shang Nanyu. He wasn't interested in this, but he was curious about what kind of strange illness could stump experts both domestically and internationally. If the media dared to publish such a headline, it was likely that the Hua heir was in serious trouble. Otherwise, the media wouldn't dare to risk offending such a prestigious family. Of course, this kind of news generally had another meaning, which was to seek out famous doctors. As expected, Jiang Feng saw at the end of the article that the Hua family was offering a substantial reward to find a cure for their young master. This was indeed a generous offer. However, Jiang Feng was not interested in the Hua family's wealth. Instead, he started researching Hua Yan's sudden symptoms. The news said that Hua Yan suddenly found himself unable to move one morning after working day and night, and despite seeking medical help, no one could figure out what was wrong. He was still conscious, but his whole body was in a vegetative state, requiring assistance with eating, drinking, and other bodily functions. Working day and night? Jiang Feng chuckled. He knew what kind of person Hua Yan was, but Shang Nanyu couldn't see it clearly. Of course, Jiang Feng had no interest in exposing him, as it was someone else's business after all. If Jiang Feng dared to say a single bad word about Hua Yan, Shang Nanyu might think he was trying to ruin her good relationship. He wasn't that foolish. However, when it came to Hua Yan's illness, Jiang Feng remembered that his grandfather's medical book had mentioned this type of illness, which meant he could cure it. On the other hand, Shang Nanyu could not believe that overnight, Hua Yan, who had been lively and even wanted to break up with her yesterday, was now paralyzed and lying in a hospital bed. She was in disbelief. Shang Nanyu sat desolately outside the VIP ward of the hospital, with people from the Hua family coming and going, but hardly anyone paid attention to her. To the Hua family, the Shang family was insignificant, so they naturally didn't care much about Shang Nanyu. However, in recent years, although Hua Yan had many girls around him, Shang Nanyu was his only official girlfriend. Now that she was in such a critical condition and the doctors advised keeping her in good spirits, Hua's mother had no choice but to call Shang Nanyu to the hospital. When Shang Nanyu received the call from Hua's mother, she was initially very happy. She had stored the phone numbers of Hua's parents in her phone for 2 or 3 years, but had never received a call. When they suddenly called her, could it be to discuss marriage with her? If she couldn't handle the son, handling the father wouldn't be bad either. Shang Nanyu answered the phone happily, but her expression changed within a few seconds. Which hospital? I'll go there right away. When Shang Nanyu arrived at the hospital, some well-known doctors hired by the Hua family had already finished their consultation with Hua Yan. Everyone's faces didn't look good, as Hua Yan's illness was aggressive, and they couldn't even find the cause. If they couldn't find the cause, they naturally wouldn't know how to treat it. Director Zhang, our Hua Yan is really too young. Please think of a solution. Hua's mother's voice was pleading. Hua Yan is the only heir of the Hua family for 3 generations. If he cannot recover in his lifetime, what would be the point of the foundation that the Hua family has struggled for generations? Director Zhang opposite frowned deeply, obviously knowing that this matter was not easy to handle. After some thought, he said, Madam Hua, we will do our best to treat young Master Hua, but his illness is extremely rare, and I'm afraid. The Hua family's faces turned cold upon hearing this. However, if you can invite someone, there might be some hope. Director Zhang pondered for a while before speaking. When Madame Hua heard this, her eyes lit up. Director Zhang, please tell us. As long as it can cure the child, we are willing to spare no effort, even if it means sacrificing the entire Hua family. It's Jiang Shichun, old Jiang. If you can invite him out of seclusion, there is hope for your son. Director Zhang thought he had come up with a good idea, but as soon as he finished speaking, the faces of the Hua family members turned grim. Director Zhang noticed the change in their expressions and realized belatedly that he had made a mistake. Yes, old Jiang is renowned for his medical skills, but how many people in the whole country can invite him? Moreover, he has long been in semi-retirement and no longer sees patients. Although the Hua family has some status in the capital, it may not be enough when facing the Jiang family. This, I'm afraid. The family fell into a brief silence. Finally, Madame Hua seemed to make a major decision. I will go and invite him. Even if it means sacrificing the entire Hua family, I will ask old Jiang to treat my child. Shang Nanyu arrived at this time. Madame Hua just glanced at her blankly, feeling somewhat disdainful towards this girl deep down. If it weren't for the fact that her son needed her now, she wouldn't have called her over. She let Shang Nanyu in. The son's condition is not optimistic at the moment. Perhaps this girl can really improve Hua Yan's mood and help with his condition. When Shang Nanyu entered the ward, Hua Yan was staring blankly with his eyes wide open. He had only had a little drink last night, played cards with a few girls, and hadn't even stayed out overnight. How come he couldn't get up early in the morning? Hua Yan looked at the doctors and relatives coming and going, and probably guessed his own situation. He was feeling extremely restless and uncomfortable, just as Shang Nanyu walked in. Hua Yan turned to look at her upon hearing the movement, feeling puzzled and confused upon seeing Shang Nanyu. His parents had always opposed his relationship with the second Miss Shang from the Shang family. Now that he was sick and they had called her over, what did it mean? Hua Yan instantly thought of something, and his heart sank even further. He seemed to sense that his illness might be incurable. Otherwise, why would the Shang family be notified? Wasn't this settling for second best? With these thoughts, Hui Yan's expression became even more unpleasant. He wanted to explode, but he felt as if he were bound and couldn't move at all. If he could move his limbs now, Shang Nanyu might have already been hit by something. Shang Nanyu had decided to control her emotions no matter what, to avoid affecting Hui Yan. However, when she entered the ward and saw her beloved lying on the sickbed in such a miserable state, she couldn't help but burst into tears. Yan Ge. Shang Nanyu called out softly. At this moment, Hui Yan's heart was already shrouded in immense panic. He felt that his illness was definitely incurable. Could it be that he is so young, he will have to lie in bed for the rest of his life? He will need someone to take care of him for eating, drinking, and even going to the bathroom. He won't be able to enjoy any of the good things in the world anymore. If that's the case, it would be better to let him die. He doesn't even have time to think about whether Shang Nanyu has come to see him. It's even less likely for him to respond to her. Shang Nanyu is very upset. In an instant, she felt that she understood Hui Yan's eyes. She gently held Hui Yan's hand. Hui Yan wanted to break free, but now, except for being conscious, he couldn't feel anything in his body, so he couldn't control himself at all. When Shang Nanyu looked into his eyes, it seemed like she suddenly understood a lot. She silently comforted Hui Yan, then suddenly remembered something and rushed out. She made up her mind that true feelings are revealed in times of adversity. She wanted to get her family's approval to marry Hui Yan. After studying Hui Yan's illness, Zhang Feng felt that it was almost identical to the description of insomnia in his grandfather's medical book. The incidence of this disease is less than 1 in a million worldwide. It can be said to be a more difficult problem to overcome than cancer. However, only the ancient acupuncture of Huagua can cure it. To be honest, Zhang Feng was somewhat eager to try. After all, it's rare to encounter such a unique disease. For him, it was a rare opportunity for learning and experimentation. However, he was young, and it would be difficult to gain the trust of the Hua family and have them hand over their son to a freshman for treatment. Zhang Feng thought about it and ultimately shook his head regretfully. He saved this news and waited for the results. Just then, his phone rang, and he saw that it was Meng Yalan. Zhang Feng didn't hesitate and answered the call. "Mom, is there something wrong?" He still called Meng Yalan Mom. "Zhang Feng, I transferred some money to your card. Don't worry, this is Mom's private money, not his. If you don't have enough, you can ask me later." Zhang Feng wanted to say it was unnecessary, but the voice on the other end was almost pleading. Even though they were separated by a screen, Zhang Feng could imagine how much Meng Yalan, holding the phone at the moment, hoped he would accept. Zhang Feng sighed, "I understand, thank you, Mom, but I will try to manage my living expenses myself. You take care of yourself and don't worry too much." Just after Zhang Feng hung up with Meng Yalan, Wang Dalai and the others came back. Their expressions were a bit unnatural, but Zhang Feng didn't take it seriously. After the incident with Zhang Ting last time, they realized that Zhang Feng, who seemed just a bit handsome on the surface, actually had some skills. Moreover, it was not just ordinary skills, he could take on 8 opponents alone. One move to defeat them. Now the 3 of them admired Zhang Feng immensely. No wonder even the school flower Zhang Ting, with her background, couldn't resist his charm and eagerly brought him breakfast. They also noticed that the school flower Zhang Ting's eyes that day never left Zhang Feng. In other words, even though Zhang Feng rejected the school flower that day, her feelings for him didn't change at all. The 3 roommates couldn't help but think that Zhang Feng was really lucky. However, being able to attract the attention of the school flower Zhang Ting, and Zhang Feng later admitting that they had known each other for a long time, indicated that Zhang Feng was likely from a prominent family. Otherwise, how could he know the granddaughter of such a big shot like Zhang Ting? But Zhang Feng was very low-key. Just look at his clothes, although they seemed of good quality, they didn't even have a brand. Isn't that being low-key? This shows that although Zhang Feng is from a prominent family, he is very approachable and has bonded well with them. The 3 roommates decided that no matter what, they would get along well with Zhang Feng. However, today the 3 of them came back but accidentally overheard Zhang Feng making a phone call in the dormitory. Even though they didn't mean to eavesdrop, they still heard it unintentionally. "I will try my best to figure out my living expenses on my own. Take care of yourself." This doesn't sound like a young master from a wealthy family at all. The 3 boys entered together, but they all seemed to have a lot on their minds. In fact, Zhang Feng had no idea that Wang Dalai and the others had accidentally overheard the phone call from Meng Yalan to him, hearing him say he would figure out his living expenses on his own. They thought he was the kind of person with a strong sense of self-esteem, who had suffered a lot since childhood, worked hard to get into a good university to repay his parents' hardships. For a moment, all three of them were filled with mixed emotions. It turns out that Zhang Feng's life is not as good as it seems. He needs to figure out his living expenses on his own. Indeed, looking at his usual lifestyle, he is not extravagant at all. It turns out he is not pretending to be low-key as a wealthy young master, but rather a poor student who is trying to uphold his self-esteem. The three roommates all felt uncomfortable to varying degrees. Some felt sorry for Zhang Feng. They exchanged a glance, although no one spoke. They all read the same message from each other's eyes. This guy Zhang Feng. Not easy. We have to look out for him in the future. Zhang Feng had just finished studying Huayan's illness, so he didn't have time to pay attention to the strange behavior of his three roommates. He wanted to call his grandfather to discuss this special case. But looking at the time, his grandfather, who always paid great attention to health and went to bed early, had already fallen asleep. Forget it, it's not too late to call tomorrow. He thought for a moment, feeling a bit hungry, and decided to go downstairs for a late-night snack. Seeing the three roommates who had just returned, he casually asked, "Are you guys hungry? Want to grab a meal?" Wang Dalai and Zhang Shua almost simultaneously said, "Yes, let's go." My treat. Li Jihua, who spoke a bit slower, looked at the other two roommates with a hint of regret. "I'll treat next time." Zhang Feng felt that they were acting strangely today, but he couldn't say anything. However, they were all eager to treat, and Zhang Feng didn't mind. They would treat each other in the future, as they were roommates who would be living together for several years. Being too polite and yielding back and forth would only create distance. They were all boys, so it's best to be easygoing. The group of boys pushed and shoved each other out the door and headed to the food street behind the school. Zhang Feng loved going out at night, especially now in the summer. During the day, it was still a bit hot, but after 9 o'clock in the evening, the air gradually cooled down. Especially with a breeze, it made people feel happy both physically and mentally. At the same time, since the day she was harassed by the hooligans with her roommates and saved by Zhang Feng, Zhang Ting had been feeling restless these days. She had already decided to give up on Zhang Feng and keep him silently in her heart, but she didn't expect this to happen. This increased her fondness for Zhang Feng. Now this innocent girl was almost swearing to herself that she would only choose Zhang Feng in this lifetime. If it was just her, it would be fine. The most important thing was that after that night, those roommates who had not thought highly of Zhang Feng all turned around. Ting Ting, when are you going to bring breakfast to Zhang Feng again? I'll go with you. Ting Ting, that Zhang Feng is really handsome. How did you guys meet? Are there any other guys like him? Can you introduce me to one? Ting Ting, a guy like Zhang Feng, if you give up on him easily, many girls will immediately come after him. While many girls haven't discovered his good qualities yet, you should hurry up and secure him. Therefore, these days Zhang Ting was in turmoil, torn between decisions. She had no idea whether she should persist in or give up on this budding affection. However, she thought about the gap in their identities, and in the end, a trace of rationality remained in her mind, so she didn't really bother Zhang Feng. On the other hand, Sheng Bingxing finally came up with a way to strike up a conversation with Zhang Ting. Zhang Ting was reading in the dormitory, but she wasn't really reading anything. Suddenly, her WeChat received a friend request from a stranger. She was curious, so she clicked to see, "Hello, I am Jiang Feng's younger brother." Zhang Feng's younger brother? As far as Zhang Ting knew, Zhang Feng only had one sister, not a brother. Because when the Zhang family adopted Zhang Feng, they didn't disclose any information to the public. The housekeeper of the Zhang family naturally couldn't tell his granddaughter that Zhang Feng was adopted by the Zhang family and should actually be surnamed Shang. Therefore, Zhang Ting didn't know these things. In her concept, Zhang Feng was just the young master of the Zhang family. Therefore, when a person claiming to be Zhang Feng's brother suddenly wanted to add her as a friend, Zhang Ting was still curious. Unable to figure it out, she thought for a while and accepted it. On the other side, Sheng Bingxing really gathered his courage before adding Zhang Ting. Although he knew that claiming to be Zhang Feng's brother was not wise because it would reveal that he knew she liked Zhang Feng, he couldn't think of a better way to bring the two closer for a moment. However, to achieve his goal, Shang Yuanchang was urging him to make progress. He could only use Zhang Feng first. At this moment, he nervously watched his phone, not daring to breathe, afraid that Zhang Ting would not accept his friend request. Unexpectedly, the screen showed, "The other party has accepted your friend request." Sheng Bingxing was so excited that he almost jumped up. But then came from the other side, showing that the other party was very curious about his intentions. Sheng Bingxing thought for a moment and directly sent a message, "Hello, sorry to disturb you, I am Sheng Bingxing, also an alumnus of the Imperial Capital University, and I am also Zhang Feng's brother. Can we meet and chat about my brother when you have time, is that okay?" Zhang Ting naturally wouldn't agree to meet someone for the first time after adding them as a friend. However, the identity of Jiang Feng's brother made her unable to resist her curiosity. But why did the other party suddenly contact her? Jiang Ting was curious about everything related to Jiang Feng. Hello, you said you are Jiang Feng's brother? Yes. As far as I know, Jiang Feng only has one sister. Jiang Ting spoke frankly. Seeing her response, Shang Bingxing directly explained, Jiang Feng is not from the family, you know. He is my parents' son who was lost when he was young. We just found him a year ago. When Jiang Ting saw this sentence, she silently digested it for a long time. She suddenly understood why Jiang Feng changed schools in his senior year. Thinking back to the fact that she had hardly seen him in over a year, Jiang Ting felt that what this Shang Bingxing said was somewhat credible. Most importantly, Jiang Ting discovered something that surprised her. Jiang Feng, was he not from the Jiang family? Then, does that mean if his biological parents were from an ordinary family, does she have a better chance? The sudden surprise made the girl's heart excited, and a blush appeared on her fair face. She tried to restrain her inner emotions and pretended to be calm as she continued to ask, "Oh, so why did you come to me?" Shang Bingxing knew that the girl already believed him, so he directly typed on the screen, "My brother has had a misunderstanding with our family. I know you are his good friend. I want to talk to you and see if you can persuade him, or something?" Jiang Ting frowned when she saw this. She felt that something was off, but she couldn't pinpoint what it was. However, Jiang Feng's identity as a younger brother naturally made her have a good impression on the opposite side. In the end, Jiang Ting agreed, and they would meet the day after tomorrow in the small pavilion in the school square. Although it was usually crowded there, and conversations might be somewhat affected, after all, it was the first time meeting a stranger, especially a boy. It was safer in a crowded place. There's something I need to trouble you with. Can you temporarily not tell my brother about this matter? Shang Bingxing was afraid that Jiang Ting might blurt out something again, causing trouble, and his plan would be ruined. After some thought, Jiang Ting agreed. After confirming the meeting place, Jiang Ting politely said goodbye to the other party and went offline. It was already late. She mechanically washed up and then lay on the bed. With her eyes wide open, she just couldn't fall asleep. Jiang Feng, is he really not a child of the Jiang family? Jiang Feng received a transfer of 200,000 yuan in his bank card, and the sender was Meng Yalan. After some thought, he decided not to return the money. However, he didn't plan to spend this money either, so he left it in the bank card for now, letting it lie quietly there. Jiang Feng had a meal with a few roommates in the alley behind the school, and by the time they finished, it was almost 11 o'clock. The other three boys were eager to split the bill, and when Jiang Feng took out his phone to scan the code, he almost dropped it because they were trying to stop him. Jiang Feng was puzzled. When did these three guys become so polite to each other? Li Zhihua suggested taking a walk to the seaside and then returning to school. It was a summer night, and no one felt sleepy, so everyone quickly agreed. As they walked and chatted, they soon arrived at the edge of the beach. Although there were fewer people at this time at the beach than during the day, there were still scattered crowds, mostly young couples holding hands or hugging each other affectionately, completely immersed in their own world. Wang Dalai exclaimed, "Li Zhihua, look at the great suggestion you made. The four of us single guys coming here, aren't we just asking for trouble?" Although Wang Dalai complained, his eyes were still scanning the surroundings. If he saw a pretty girl who caught his eye and was alone in this ambiguous atmosphere tonight, he really wanted to go up and ask for her contact information. Jiang Feng rarely spoke. He had hardly any playmates since he was young. Apart from his sister Jiang Yuyan, he rarely interacted with people his age. He was used to doing things alone. However, these few times he went out with his roommates, he felt good to have friends. Nevertheless, he still didn't talk much, just smiling as he watched his three roommates banter, unexpectedly feeling a sense of peace. As they walked, Wang Dalai suddenly pointed ahead and screamed, "Look, isn't that Wang Jingyi? The famous star Wang Jingyi?" They all looked in the direction he pointed, and indeed saw a small area cordoned off ahead, where someone was filming. Zhang Shua couldn't help but feel excited. He didn't have time to tease Li Zhihua now. If it wasn't for his suggestion to come to the beach area, how could they have had the chance to meet the national goddess Wang Jingyi? This was the real Wang Jingyi, not just on a poster. Jiang Feng immediately saw Wang Jingyi, who was wearing a pure white dress in a chic style, discussing something with a director-like person. Wang Jingyi's looks and figure were outstanding, and when Jiang Feng saw her, for some reason, he suddenly remembered the day when he and Wang Jingyi were set up by Shang Bingxing, and the first sight of her he saw after regaining consciousness was the revealing cleavage. Jiang Feng couldn't help but blush. Perhaps because Wang Dalai's voice was too loud, it caught the attention of the people over there. Wang Jingyi also looked over in the direction of the voice and saw Jiang Feng in the crowd at a glance. Since she broke off the engagement with the Shang family, she had not been in contact with Shang Bingxing again. The Shang family did such a thing, and breaking off the engagement was just a symbolic retention. The Wang family was not stupid. If it weren't for Wang Jingyi's reputation, they would never easily let Shang Bingxing go for that matter. But in the end, the Wang family chose not to make a fuss for the sake of the family's face and their daughter's reputation. Of course, in this matter, the Shang family must have given some compensation. As for what this compensation is, only Wang's father and Shang Yuancheng know. Even though Wang Jingyi didn't have deep feelings for Shang Bingxing, his methods were really despicable that day, but encountering such a thing still made her feel depressed for quite a long time. Also because of this matter, she began to pay attention to Zhang Feng for the first time. That day, Zhang Feng calmly resolved the crisis and left a deep impression on her. Shang Bingxing once mentioned to her that Zhang Feng grew up in a remote place in the mountains. After returning to the Shang family, he brought back many bad habits. Therefore, although Wang Jingyi had not seen Zhang Feng a few times before, her impression of him was really bad. Therefore, even if she occasionally saw Zhang Feng before, due to the prejudice in her heart, Zhang Feng was just a child from a remote place, ignorant and full of bad habits, so she deliberately kept her distance from Zhang Feng. However, Wang Jingyi had to admit that Zhang Feng was actually quite good-looking. But that was it. Good looks don't put food on the table, and besides that, he had nothing else to offer. However, after the incident designed by Shang Bingxing between them, Wang Jingyi realized that the Zhang Feng she knew was not the one described by Shang Bingxing. The incident happened suddenly that day, and after dealing with it, Zhang Feng left. Wang Jingyi had thought about contacting him, but she was also slow to react and found that she didn't have Zhang Feng's contact information at all. She recalled the details of that day and almost fell into Zhang Feng's trap. Although it was somewhat embarrassing, Zhang Feng's calm handling of the situation left a deep impression on her. And she also found that it seemed that day was a setup by Shang Bingxing against Zhang Feng, rather than Zhang Feng trying to break away from the Shang family. Of course, through that incident, Wang Jingyi knew that Zhang Feng's life was probably not easy during the year he returned to the Shang family. Just by looking at how despicable Shang Bingxing's behavior was that day, she understood why the Shang family still supported him. Wang Jingyi didn't feel the slightest regret about breaking off the engagement with Shang Bingxing. With his character, it was a pity that she had believed his words before. But, logically speaking, the one who had a real engagement with her from the Shang family should be Zhang Feng, right? Zhang Feng was the Shang family's biological son. If he hadn't been lost in the first place, what did the engagement have to do with Shang Bingxing? Thinking of this, a blush involuntarily appeared on Wang Jingyi's face. But on second thought, it seemed that Zhang Feng had never cared about this matter at all. When the Shang family just found Zhang Feng, Wang Jingyi thought that she was afraid that he would have bad intentions because of this engagement, so she deliberately avoided him, intentionally or unintentionally. Thinking about it made her blush. Who knew that he was not interested in her at all? Thinking of this, Wang Jingyi felt a bit annoyed in her heart, even she didn't know why. Wang Jingyi saw that Zhang Feng and his friends were still standing there and had not left. There were not many people left at this point in Jintan. She thought for a moment, instructed her assistant a few words, and walked straight towards Zhang Feng's direction. Zhang Feng naturally saw Wang Jingyi as well. However, his heart was very calm. Although this woman should have been his fiancée if fate had not made a mistake, he has now left the Shang family and will naturally have no further intersection with Wang Jingyi, so he didn't take it too seriously. Plus, he is not a fan and cannot understand the excitement of his roommates. National goddess? Just a passerby. Therefore, Zhang Feng just glanced over and turned away without looking again. At this moment, Wang Dalai suddenly grabbed his arm. She's coming over. She's coming over. Wang Jingyi is coming in our direction. Zhang Shua and Li Jihua were also excited because Wang Jingyi's direction was clearly towards the four of them. Zhang Feng raised his head at the words and found Wang Jingyi was already close by. Zhang Feng, didn't expect to meet you here. Before anyone could speak, Wang Jingyi spoke directly. With her words, Zhang Feng's three roommates were stunned. They were all shocked and couldn't believe that the famous star was actually coming towards them to find Zhang Feng. What? How does Zhang Feng even know this national goddess? Zhang Feng was also surprised. He thought Wang Jingyi would pretend not to know him, but she actually ran over and greeted him. Surprised as he was, he still had to be polite. I came to hang out with my roommates. Zhang Feng was a bit puzzled. After the last incident, Wang Jingyi should have been more disgusted with him, but unexpectedly, she was acting out of character, even more friendly than before. Wang Jingyi looked at Zhang Feng's three roommates, smiled, and greeted, hello. The three of them were completely stunned. They all found it unbelievable. The national goddess was actually talking to them. Oh my! Happiness came so suddenly. The three of them were somewhat speechless and responded, hello. Hello. After greeting the three of them, Wang Jingyi's eyes returned to Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng, can I talk to you alone? She felt that she had no way to contact Zhang Feng in the future, so it would be like finding a needle in a haystack. Zhang Feng looked at his three roommates, then at Wang Jingyi, who seemed expectant, and straightforwardly replied, not convenient, we are planning to go back soon. It was not that Zhang Feng was being pretentious, but he didn't see the need to chat with Wang Jingyi. The only reason she had any connection with him was because of the Shang family. Now that he had left the Shang family, there would naturally be no more relationship with Wang Jingyi in the future. So what was there to talk about between them? Zhang Feng actually refused Wang Jingyi's invitation, which shocked his roommates. Wang Dalai even rubbed his ears, thinking he misheard. Wang Jingyi did not expect Zhang Feng to be so disrespectful, and her face stiffened. With her title as the national goddess, she was used to rejecting others. When did it become someone else rejecting her? She was slightly angry, wondering if Zhang Feng was pretending and deliberately trying to get her attention. With this thought in mind, she was less polite. I won't take up too much of your time, won't let your three roommates wait too long. Li Jihua, seeing signs of the goddess getting angry, quickly pushed Zhang Feng out. It's okay, Zhang Feng, we'll wait for you. Zhang Feng was helpless with these opportunistic friends. Wang Jingyi continued, just a few minutes. Zhang Feng had no choice but to follow Wang Jingyi to the side. His three roommates behind him, at this moment, widened their eyes behind him. Am I dreaming? Pinch me. Is it really Wang Jingyi? It's good to be handsome. Even when the national goddess comes, we have to rush up. Wang Dalai sighed from the depths of his soul. Zhang Shua, however, punched him directly. Don't talk nonsense, it looks like there's something serious to discuss. On the other side, Li Jihua sighed. I have to cling to Zhang Feng's thigh in the future. I was pursued by the school flower before, and now it's the national goddess. Even if I just follow behind, I can still benefit a bit. Before he could finish speaking, Wang Dalai and Zhang Shua each punched him in the ribs, making him itch and cry out directly. The three young men started playing around with each other. Zhang Feng glanced over here, and Wang Jingyi followed his gaze and also looked over. Your roommates are quite fun, she spoke first. Zhang Feng nodded in agreement and then asked, what's the matter with me? Wang Jingyi looked at him, trying to find some evidence of his interest from his face, but she was disappointed. Zhang Feng's face showed only calmness. This made her very puzzled. Could it be that Zhang Feng really wasn't interested in her? This realization brought a sense of defeat to her heart. Do you know about my annulment of the engagement with the Shang family? She had to speak up. Although Zhang Feng had anticipated it, no normal girl would continue the engagement after what Shang Bingxing did that day. Therefore, he wasn't surprised and just nodded. I didn't know, but I anticipated it. Zhang Feng's attitude remained somewhat indifferent, which made Wang Jingyi very displeased. She came over to talk to him on her own initiative, but he kept ignoring her. She felt like she was making a fool of herself. Seeing Zhang Feng's lack of reaction, Wang Jingyi didn't know what to say for a while. Little did she know, Zhang Feng was also puzzled and didn't understand why this top star had called her over alone. What did he want to do? Did her annulment of the engagement with the Shang family have anything to do with him? Zhang Feng looked at her suspiciously. Could it be that Wang Jingyi had considered him her fiancé before? Could it be that she was worried he would pester her, so she came to warn him on purpose? Zhang Feng thought of this possibility and his face immediately turned cold. That matter had passed a while ago, he hadn't made any excessive moves. Why didn't this young lady understand? Miss Wang, rest assured, I didn't take that engagement seriously, it has nothing to do with me. Zhang Feng thought to himself and said directly. If she was worried about that, he quickly clarified that he had no ulterior motives, to put her mind at ease. Wang Jingyi didn't expect that after hesitating for a long time, he would suddenly say such a thing. For a moment, she didn't know what to say, and it took a while before she blurted out, I know. After saying this, the two fell into an awkward silence again. Wang Jingyi herself didn't know that logically, after the annulment of the engagement with the Shang family, Zhang Feng really had nothing to do with her. Why did she run over to him eagerly? Instead of having a proper conversation, she ended up feeling annoyed. At this point, Zhang Feng was getting a bit impatient. He looked towards his roommates, who were still waiting for him. Zhang Feng was not one to keep others waiting. Therefore, he looked at Wang Jingyi again. If there's nothing else, I'll go back first. Everyone is still waiting for me. Wang Jingyi, no matter how highly she thought of herself, finally understood that Zhang Feng really had no interest in her at all. She had been on guard against him for such a long time. However, why? Wang Jingyi subconsciously touched her face, this face, still good-looking. Or, Wang Jingyi hadn't figured it out yet. Zhang Feng saw that she had been silent all along, and suddenly touched her face strangely, thinking she had agreed, so he lifted his foot and was about to leave. Wang Jingyi noticed his actions. Was he in such a hurry? She hadn't even finished speaking. From childhood to adulthood, Wang Jingyi was ignored for the first time. She was so angry for a moment that she forgot the goddess image she had always maintained and chased after him directly. Zhang Feng, add me on social media. This was the first time Wang Jingyi had taken the initiative to ask someone for contact information. As soon as the words came out, she was startled by herself. But when Zhang Feng heard this, he hesitated on his face. He really didn't think it was necessary to have any contact with this Wang goddess. It was this hesitation that made Wang Jingyi feel competitive again. She somewhat defiantly said, "Are you going to add me or not?" Seeing the other party looking a bit angry, although he didn't know where her anger came from, Zhang Feng thought about his roommate waiting for him. Making others wait for a long time was not a good thing after all. So, he added Wang Jingyi on social media. However, in Zhang Feng's heart, even if he added her contact information, he didn't think there would be any contact between them. It was just one more person lying dormant in his contacts. A smile finally appeared on Wang Jingyi's face. With contact information, she didn't believe it. Wait a minute? In an instant, she suddenly realized? What was she doing? Not only did she actively ask for contact information from the opposite sex, but also because she succeeded, was she secretly pleased with herself? This realization left Wang Jingyi standing still, unable to come back to her senses for a long time. Zhang Feng returned to Wang Dalai and the others, seeing that it was already past 11:30, they had missed the dormitory curfew. But strangely, none of them had urged him just now. Seeing Zhang Feng return, the others tried hard to restrain their curiosity and discussed with Zhang Feng. It's too late, we can't get back to the dorm at this hour. What should we do? Li Jihua chimed in. How about we stay in a hotel for the night, be a little extravagant? The other two immediately showed disapproval. This was Jing City, and the Imperial University was a prime location. Even the worst hotel would cost over 1,000. At this moment, Zhang Feng suddenly remembered that when he came back from the Zhang family, his mother Ding Xiang had given him an address in case he didn't like the dormitory and wanted to move out. Zhang Feng took out his phone, navigated to the address Ding Xiang had sent him, and to his surprise, it was nearby, just a 15-minute walk away. Wasn't this like having an umbrella when it rains? Zhang Feng immediately said to the other three, I'll take you somewhere. Zhang Feng, do you have a place to go? Is it that your relatives are in Jing City? But it's so late, disturbing them, isn't it impolite? Exactly, it's really too late. Otherwise, let's just go to a hotel. Zhang Feng didn't think the hotel was expensive, but he knew that his roommates were from ordinary families, and 1,000 yuan was not a small amount for them. He could treat them, but in doing so, they would feel indebted to him and try to repay the favor. So he said, let's go. No one's home, just stay at ease. As for whether the house belonged to relatives, he didn't answer at all. Zhang Feng was not in the habit of lying. He felt that there was no need to specifically say it was his own home. If they thought it was a relative's house, it would save them some trouble. Following the phone's navigation, they arrived at a standalone villa in Tangjini. Zhang Feng confirmed with the phone's navigation again, it was indeed here. He walked up to the gate and skillfully entered the password, and the door opened. Come in. Zhang Feng turned around and said to the stunned people behind him, then walked in first. Wang Dalai and the others stared dreamily at the European-style villa in front of them, unable to hold back anymore. No way. Zhang Feng, what kind of relative are you? So rich, you can actually afford a detached villa in Tangjini? Exactly, Zhang Feng. You bought it and don't even live here. What a waste. You know, this is Tangjini, the villa's here, even a random one costs over 100 million, right? Zhang Feng just smiled without saying anything. This villa has a decent-sized yard filled with various flowers and plants. Zhang Feng and his friends were not interested in admiring it and went straight into the house. He turned on the lights and found that everything in the villa was neat and bright as new. Of course, Ding Xiang must have anticipated that he might use it, so she had instructed someone to clean it in advance. Zhang Feng, does your relative have a daughter? Introduce me, I owe you one for life. Wang Dalai couldn't help but tease. You brat. Zhang Feng punched him directly. You guys decide for yourselves, choose whichever room you want to stay in. Really? Zhang Feng. That's great. The three of them instantly cheered with excitement, each exploring the villa as if they were having fun. The exterior of the villa is in European style, and the interior decoration also echoes the outside, also in European style, looking very luxurious. The living room on the first floor occupies most of the space, with the kitchen, dining room, and maid's room taking up the rest. The second floor has a total of 5 rooms, with all except the master bedroom being almost the same size. The three of them coincidentally chose rooms other than the master bedroom. Zhang Feng went to the kitchen alone, opened the refrigerator, and sure enough, there were various drinks and snacks, but no fruits or vegetables inside. Ding Xiang must have known that Zhang Feng was unlikely to come, and even if he did, he probably wouldn't cook for himself, so she didn't prepare any. Zhang Feng casually took out a few bottles of drinks and some snacks and placed them on the coffee table. After the three of them chose their rooms, Zhang Feng invited them to have drinks. Wang Dalei took a bottle, thought for a moment, and then put it back on the table. Zhang Feng, this isn't right. It's one thing to stay at someone else's house, but it's another to take food and drinks casually. What if your relative gets mad at you? Zhang Shua and Li Jihua heard this and retracted their hands reaching for drinks. Wang Dalei was right. They couldn't make things difficult for Zhang Feng. If his relative thought Zhang Feng was being disrespectful, they might blame him, and what if they kicked him out? That would be a big problem for them. Zhang Feng didn't expect them to think like that and quickly said, "What are you thinking? It's just a small matter, feel free to eat and drink as you like, there's more in the fridge." He thought for a moment, afraid that they might feel embarrassed, and added, "Don't worry, my mom bought all these." Hearing this, they felt relieved. "Ha ha, then I won't be polite. Thank my aunt for me." The three of them immediately felt more relaxed, behaving as if they were in a dormitory. At this moment, Li Jihua suddenly asked, "Zhang Feng, tell us the truth. How did you get to know the famous star Wang Jingyi?" Hearing Li Jiahua's question, Zhang Shua and Wang Dalei also looked at Zhang Feng together. They had been holding back this question all the way and wanted to ask it long ago. Zhang Feng thought for a moment, "I don't really know her, we just met a few times." This was not a lie. Even when he was at the Shang family before, Wang Jingyi and Zhang Feng hardly spoke to each other, so in Zhang Feng's mind, they didn't really know each other. Then why did she greet you and talk to you alone? Wang Dalei felt that this answer was evasive. It was not an ordinary person, but a well-known celebrity in the country. Taking the initiative to strike up a conversation with Zhang Feng, claiming not to know him was hard to believe. It's about someone else's business. Zhang Feng didn't want to say much, and the others didn't ask further when they saw his reaction. However, the impact Zhang Feng had on them tonight was too great. Earlier, a few people outside the dormitory heard Zhang Feng on the phone saying he had to figure out his own living expenses. They thought he was a financially struggling but determined student. They all secretly made up their minds to help Zhang Feng more. But now, it seemed not to be the case. Not only did he know a big celebrity, but he also had wealthy relatives who generously lent him a luxurious villa to live in. And thinking back to being pursued by the school flower Jiang Ting before, this Zhang Feng is a mystery everywhere. Since it was very late, the few male students didn't talk for long, and after washing up, they each went back to their rooms to sleep. The closets in each room of the villa were stocked with bedding. That night, the excitement of the few people turned into deep sleep, and they all had different dreams. After washing up, Zhang Feng also returned to his room, opened his phone, and saw several unread messages. There was also a call from an unfamiliar number, showing an overseas IP. Zhang Feng couldn't remember who this person might be, so he naturally didn't call back. Looking at the messages, there was nothing particularly important, just Wang Jingyi's friend request, which stood out. Zhang Feng thought for a moment and added his name as a note. He opened her space and found that she hadn't posted anything. It seemed that this account was her private one. Zhang Feng still didn't understand why Wang Jingyi insisted on having his contact information. However, she probably just added him on a whim, and it was unlikely she would contact him. Zhang Feng thought about it and fell asleep. The next day, there were no classes in the morning, and a few people slept until midday. Zhang Feng had already started reading medical books, a habit he had developed over the years. The plan of the day lies in the morning, and the brain is most alert in the morning, which helps absorb more knowledge at this time. Zhang Feng, you're so hardworking. Wang Dalei came down from upstairs, thinking he wasn't late, only to see Zhang Feng already sitting at the dining table reading a book. However, the book looked old and had no title. What book is this? Wang Dalei was very curious. Yesterday, when he left the dormitory, he noticed that Zhang Feng was carrying a bag. Could it be for this book? Zhang Feng is really working hard. Actually, it's not that. Zhang Feng is mainly interested in Huayan's illness, so he just did some research. I wonder if Huayan is lucky enough. Can he find a doctor who can cure him? When Wang Dalei asked, Zhang Feng handed him the book. He planned to call his grandfather later to discuss Huayan's special illness and see if their thoughts aligned. Wang Dalei flipped through the book in Zhang Feng's hand, but couldn't figure out anything, thinking it was just an ordinary medical book, so he put it down. Meanwhile, the Shang family was in an uproar. Shang Nanyu returned home and immediately told her family that she wanted to marry Huayan. Shang Yuanchang was initially happy to hear this, thinking that the Hua family had finally agreed to the marriage of the two children. But the more he listened, the more something seemed off. It turned out that the reason his daughter suddenly wanted to get married was because the young master of the Hua family had become disabled. Actually, the matter of Huayan has caused quite a stir now. The reason why Shang Yuanchang did not pay attention to it at all was entirely because he had been busy with company matters recently, so he didn't really care about some of the external news. As a result, he didn't even know about the big incident in the Hua family. Nan Yu, have you gone crazy? Shang Nanfeng was the first to oppose. She never had a good opinion of Huayan's character, and the reason she had not confronted Shang Nanyu was because she saw the attitude of the Hua family, which had no intention of marrying Nanyu. She had been hot-headed for a while, but eventually gave up. As for how Huayan treated Shang Nanyu, let's not talk about it. Those two elders of the Hua family, with their noses in the air, didn't even regard the Shang family. Unexpectedly, now Huayan has gotten into such trouble. She had seen this matter online a long time ago, but what did the news say? Overworked. Overworked on a woman's belly, right. Shang Nanfeng secretly wished she could spit out, but her upbringing did not allow her to do so. As for Huayan's character, it was just her sister's eyes that were blind and deceived. But what is the situation now? Huayan has become a waste, and it is very likely that he cannot be cured. What did Shang Nanyu just say? She wants to marry him. And she said she would not leave or abandon him. Shang Chunfeng was simply stunned. She was the first to stand up and oppose. Following her was Meng Yalan. Nanyu, I disagree. Are you willing to risk your whole life like this? Have you thought about your parents' feelings? Even Shang Yuanchang, who was most pragmatic, couldn't help but frown upon hearing Shang Nanyu's words. Although the Hua family was good, if Nanyu really married into it, it would undoubtedly be a huge help to the Shang family's business. But times have changed. Even so, he was not willing to let his good daughter marry a waste of a person, right? Nanyu, this matter is not trivial, you need to think it over. Seeing that no one in the family supported her, Shang Nanyu was very angry. Her mind was now full of unwavering love, feeling extremely noble, wondering why others couldn't understand her greatness. She looked at Shang Bingxing. Bingxing, you know I care about Huayan very much, and now is the time he needs me. Shang Bingxing was thinking about meeting Zhang Ting, how to talk and act to quickly bring the two closer. Honestly, he didn't want to care about who Shang Nanyu would marry. In any case, the family property of the Shang family belonged to him alone. But now that Shang Nanyu asked like this, he had to show a very understanding appearance, kindly advising, second sister, I think mom and dad are right, this is a big deal for a lifetime, you can't act impulsively. Shang Nanyu was very annoyed that no one in the family supported her. Why are you all like this? When Huayan was fine before, you all hoped I would marry into the Hua family soon. Does it mean that now that he is sick, I should break my promise? I don't care, I want to marry Huayan. Shang Nanfeng was emotional. Nanyu, don't act recklessly. You have been in a relationship with Huayan for several years. The Hua family has never said they want to marry you. Now that he is like this, they probably won't agree. It's useless for you to rush to marry. I'm not afraid to tell you, I really don't think highly of that Huayan. If you really want to marry him, I dare to sever our sisterly relationship. Shang Nanfeng said this loudly, truly regretting that her sister was not making progress. Her younger sister had always been smart, so why was she acting like a fool in handling relationship issues? Seeing her elder sister like this, Shang Nanyu immediately retorted, I don't care. I must stay by his side. After speaking, she ran upstairs alone, leaving the family members looking at each other. Shang Nanfeng was very regretful, regretting that she had acted too slowly. She had always felt that something was wrong with Huayan and wanted to investigate his situation, so that Shang Nanyu could see his true character and give up on him. Unexpectedly, before she could take action, Huayan fell ill. This illness of hers was really convenient. Before Hua's family could say anything, her own sister eagerly rushed to show loyalty. In this way, Shang Nanyu was being controlled by emotions, and probably wouldn't be able to think rationally in the short term. By then, no matter what she said, Shang Nanyu would probably think that she was trying to stop her from being with Huayan, so she made up lies to slander him. Shang Nanfeng was quite troubled. Zhang Feng's matter had always been a knot in her heart. Now her sister Nanyu was like this. She suddenly felt very tired, especially tired. Only Shang Yuanchang was calculating in his heart. He wasn't heartless towards his own daughter, marrying a useless person? However, isn't Hua's family currently seeking medical help everywhere? In other words, there is a good chance that Huayan's illness can still be cured. In this case, if Nanyu marries into it, wouldn't everyone be happy? On the other hand, if Huayan's illness cannot be cured, and Nanyu marries into this situation, Hua's family will definitely be very grateful. Then, if she were to make some additional requests, presumably Hua's family would agree. After all, Huayan is the only heir of the Hua family. Thinking of this, Shang Yuanqing felt it was necessary to visit Huiyan in the hospital and also investigate the situation of the Hua family. Although he couldn't bear to see his daughter suffer, marrying into the Hua family would make her the young mistress of the Hua family. Such a blessing that many people can't obtain. Moreover, isn't this what she wanted herself? So, in the afternoon, Shang Yuancheng appeared with Shang Nanyu in front of the Hua family. The people of the Hua family were worried about Huiyan's illness and had no idea about Shang Nanyu's actions. At this time, no one would care about Hua's marriage, they all wanted to cure his illness quickly. Therefore, the Hua family was quite surprised to see the Shang family visit Huiyan. Their attitude was much more polite than before, not as rude as before. Only Huiyan's mother was staying in the hospital, the rest of the family were trying to find a solution. Director Zhang told them that perhaps only one person in the world could cure Huiyan's illness, and that person was Jiang Shicheng, Jiang Lao. But who is Jiang Lao? Even if the head of state fell ill, it might not be possible to invite him out of retirement. The Hua family was using all their connections to try to invite Jiang Lao to treat Huiyan, but so far there was no progress. When Hua's mother saw Shang Yuancheng, she was not sure why they had come at this time. After all, the Hua family's attitude towards the Shang family was not good before, but she remained polite on the surface. The Hua family was currently in need of help, and no one could afford to offend anyone. Especially the Shang family, whose mother was really worried that her son might really not recover, and if that happened, the daughter of the Shang family, whom she had previously looked down upon, would become the best choice, wouldn't she? Thinking that her son might be paralyzed for life and might be forced to marry a girl she didn't approve of, Hua's mother couldn't help but feel sad. Shang Yuancheng also did not expect that Huiyan's situation would be so serious. Right now, except for his eyes, he couldn't move any part of his body. Seeing Shang Yuancheng and Shang Nanyu coming over, tears filled Huiyan's eyes. Seeing her beloved in this situation, Shang Nanyu felt very uncomfortable, unable to help but hold his hand and softly cry beside him. For the first time, Hua's mother didn't pay attention to Shang Nanyu, she pretended to chat with Shang Yuancheng. Mr. Shang, thank you for coming specially to see the child. Shang Yuancheng looked at Huiyan lying on the hospital bed, also surprised. A good person unexpectedly turned into this appearance. How is the child? Shang Yuancheng, with a fatherly look, asked with concern. Huiyan's mother really couldn't figure out why these two gentlemen came to the hospital. At this moment, she even thought that these two might have come to inquire about the situation. If Huiyan couldn't recover, they might gossip behind their backs. Their family? If the Shang family came to help, she wouldn't believe it. In a family of wealth and power, it would already be good if they didn't add insult to injury. Director Zhang said that Huiyan's illness came quickly, but it can be cured. Oh? Shang Yuancheng's eyes lit up upon hearing this, but Hua's mother continued, but we need to invite the old man from the Jiang family to cure him. I don't know if our Yan has such good fortune. Shang Yuancheng heard this. Needless to say, the old man from the Jiang family mentioned by Hua's mother was Mr. Jiang Shicheng. He couldn't help but feel ecstatic. His son, Shang Bingxing, is currently dating Zhang's granddaughter. If Bingxing could use this relationship to invite Mr. Jiang and cure Huiyan's illness, wouldn't everyone be happy? Thinking of this, he said somewhat complacently, well, my son happens to be classmates with Zhang's granddaughter, and their relationship is quite good. Maybe he can help persuade him. Hua's mother widened her eyes upon hearing this. She thought no wonder Shang Yuancheng today was different from before. It turns out they have the Zhang family as a backer. He said Zhang's granddaughter is his son's classmate? But judging from his expression, it's clearly a closer relationship than just classmates. Hua's mother cursed inwardly that the Shang family was really lucky to have climbed such a high branch, but she had to pretend to be pleasantly surprised and said, that's great. Mr. Shang, please save our son Huiyan. If you can find a way to invite Mr. Jiang to treat our son, you will be like a second parent to the Hua family. Hua's mother was genuinely excited. After all, this was the only hope for Huiyan's recovery. Shang Yuancheng pretended to ponder for a while. Actually, inviting Mr. Jiang is not impossible. But you also know, Mr. Jiang is not someone anyone can easily invite. When the time comes, what excuse should I use? Hua's mother cursed him as a cunning old fox, but at this moment, Hua's health was the priority. As long as her son could be cured, even if he married Shang Nanyu, she would agree. So she immediately put on a pleasing expression and said, Mr. Shang, Huiyan is your future son-in-law. As long as he recovers, our two families will hold a wedding immediately. Shang Nanyu, who was watching Huiyan in front of the hospital bed, heard Hua's mother's words and had already acknowledged that she was the daughter-in-law of the Hua family. Before Shang Yuancheng could speak, she stood up excitedly and said, Dad, let's go back and find Bingxing. Let him talk to his girlfriend. Huiyan's illness can't wait. Shang Nanyu looked as if she was afraid that the Hua family would reject her, which made Shang Yuancheng really angry. How could he easily agree to the Hua family's request? Just acknowledging the two families as in-laws? You should know that in the past, the Shang family was indeed not as good as the Hua family. But now things were different. The Shang family had the support of the Jiang family, and they would soar to new heights in the future. Even if a few more Hua families came, it wouldn't be enough. Therefore, Shang Yuancheng looked at Shang Nanyu with dissatisfaction, signaling her to shut up. However, Shang Nanyu seemed not to understand her father's expression and continued, "Dad, say something. Let's call Bingxing now." Huamu has been struggling in the business world for many years. She is quite a shrewd person, so she naturally understands the profound meaning behind this. She knew that a marriage proposal wouldn't solve everything, but as long as she could cure her precious son, she was willing to pay any price. Therefore, she said to Shang Yuancheng, "President Shang, let the two children stay here. Let's talk about the marriage of the two children separately." Shang Yuancheng nodded. This time, he wouldn't easily let go of the Hua family. Thinking like this in his heart, he kindly said to Shang Nanyu, "You accompany Hua Yan, I will talk to your aunt." On this side, Jiang Ting didn't know she was already being targeted. Shang Bingxing naturally didn't know either. His good father, in order to achieve his own goals, had actually boasted to the Hua family. The reason Shang Bingxing mentioned to Shang Yuancheng that he knew Jiang Ting and even let others think they were in a relationship was mainly to make his father pay more attention to him. He was very clear about the kind of person Shang Yuancheng was. Only matters related to his own interests could move him, because he directly brought up the Jiang family's banner. Now in Shang Bingxing's heart, he almost felt that Jiang Ting was already in his pocket. It was like he had already stepped half a foot into the Jiang family's door. Now he was ambitious. "Jiang Feng, you just wait for me. I will not only make you get nothing, I will also make you lose everything you have now." Shang Bingxing was determined to scheme against Jiang Feng because he felt that Jiang Feng shouldn't return to the Shang family. Everything in the Shang family should have been his. This kind of thinking didn't exist when he was still considered a foster child of the Shang family. However, a few years ago, Shang Yuancheng suddenly introduced him to a strange woman and told him that she was his biological mother, and he himself was his biological father. Shang Bingxing's balance in his heart collapsed at that moment. It turned out that he was actually the biological son of the Shang family, but he could only be raised as a foster child. All of this was not so obvious before Jiang Feng returned to this family, because Shang Yuancheng promised in front of him and his mother Wang Yakan that everything in the Shang family would be his in the future. He owed Wang Yakan, and he also owed him, allowing him to grow up in the Shang family only as a foster child. Therefore, the entire Shang family was his compensation. However, he didn't expect Jiang Feng to come back. Shang Bingxing had known since he was a child that Meng Yalan had given birth to a son, but that child had been accidentally lost at a very young age, so he never cared about him. Who could have expected that he would be found and brought back? On the first day Jiang Feng returned to the Shang family, Shang Bingxing felt a sense of crisis. He knew very well that even though he was also Shang Yuancheng's son, he was fundamentally illegitimate. Jiang Feng was the legitimate young master of this family. He was very unwilling. Clearly, he also had Shang family blood. Why? Why should he have to step aside just because Jiang Feng had returned? Therefore, he tried every means to target Jiang Feng, wanting him to be unable to stay in the Shang family. Of course, he succeeded. Jiang Feng has now left and declared to completely sever ties with the Shang family. He didn't know how happy he was. He thought the two of them would never have any intersection again. He forgot. This guy is actually in the same school as him. That bumpkin from the countryside actually scored higher than him and got into the Imperial Capital University. This is simply a disgrace to Shang Bingxing. And he even ruined his relationship with Jiang Ting. Now Shang Bingxing harbors deep hatred towards Jiang Feng. He can't wait to get rid of him as soon as possible. However, he now has to deal with Jiang Ting first. This is his major life event. As long as he can win Jiang Ting over, dealing with Jiang Feng, that little lackey, will be a piece of cake. Shang Bingxing was complacent, as if the Jiang family was now in his hands. On the other hand, Jiang Feng and a few roommates had just arrived at school and received a message from Wang Jingyi. The content was unexpected to him. "I will be filming at your school next week. Are you welcoming?" Jiang Feng didn't know how to respond to this question. Saying unwelcome? It doesn't seem polite. Saying welcome? What does it have to do with him? After some thought, he directly turned off his phone without replying. Jiang Feng went directly to the Medical Research Institute set up by the Jiang Group at the Imperial University. President Zhou, who was in charge of this project, looked Jiang Feng up and down several times, unable to understand why such an important project would involve a young newcomer. Because this was set up by the Zhang family and the Imperial University Medical School specifically to research cancer. The researchers inside were all at least Ph.D. level. Zhang Feng, as a freshman, seemed out of place. Of course, as a rule, the Zhang family never used their status to influence matters, and naturally, no one would mention Zhang Feng's relationship with Zhang Sisi. Although President Zhou was very puzzled, he knew better than to offend someone arranged by higher-ups, even if he was just a freshman at the Imperial University. However, the person in charge of this project, Dr. Xiang, didn't think the same way. Are you kidding me? Sending a freshman to us? He was full of anger, feeling insulted. Is medical research a joke? Everyone here has years of experience, and now we have to involve a young newcomer directly in our project. What a joke! I disagree. Not only Dr. Xiang felt this way, but the other members of the research team were also indignant. They were selected for this research group because of their achievements in medicine, recognized by the public, and how important this project was. Just throwing in a young newcomer. It's simply an insult to them. Dr. Xiang, with thick glasses and only a few hairs left on his head, but his gaze towards Zhang Feng was quite sharp. Zhang Feng felt uncomfortable under his scrutiny. President Zhou chuckled on the side. He was only instructed to bring Zhang Feng in and said he could participate in the research project throughout. Wasn't he also shocked at the time? But for him, he couldn't go against the higher-ups. Maybe some prestigious family wanted to polish their descendants. When the research results are achieved, they will have to credit every member of the research team, right? President Zhou shook his head helplessly, signaling Dr. Xiang to stop. Zhang Feng understood why everyone opposed his participation, mainly because he was too young. Zhang Feng politely bowed to the several Ph.D.s and then smiled, saying, "Professors, you can test me. If you find me unsuitable, I will leave voluntarily." Dr. Xiang widened his eyes, thinking that this newcomer was fearless. But as the person in charge of the research, how could he agree to such a big concession? Let an ignorant child come in and cause trouble. Medicine is rigorous. Fairness is crucial. He didn't believe that a child under 20, even if he knew a little about medicine, could be so proficient. In their eyes, he was still an outsider? Dr. Xiang thought to himself and patted Zhang Feng's shoulder. "Child, don't mess around, study well, come back in a few years." Zhang Feng naturally wouldn't listen to him. Going to school in the imperial city was secondary. This research work was the top priority. It was also the unfulfilled wish of his grandfather, Zhang Sisi. He hoped to see results before closing his eyes, freeing kind people in the world from the pain of cancer. Of course, this cancer is just the first project. If successful, then subsequent, like some global challenges, they will also be tackled one by one. Zhang Shicheng originally had little confidence, but suddenly God gave him a medical genius, that is Zhang Feng. He discovered Zhang Feng's amazing talent in medicine since he was 3 years old and has been personally guiding him. He is now full of confidence, feeling that his wish is about to come true. "Professor, if you don't test me, how would you know? How about this? I am willing to accept everyone's assessment. If after the assessment, you still think I am not qualified, I will withdraw automatically," Zhang Feng said again. Several professors felt that this was simply a joke. This kid Zhang Feng, who has just entered school, probably understands some basic knowledge and thinks he is very capable. He dares to let several nationally renowned medical experts assess him and still shamelessly boast. Dr. Xiang's mood has improved a lot at this moment. At least, although this child doesn't know his place, he still has manners. All right. Your name is Zhang Feng, right? Young man, your intentions are good, but medicine is not something to joke about. What you know is just the basics. There is no need to test you. Zhang Feng didn't get angry. He knew that most people didn't quite believe in his abilities when they saw how young he was. These doctors, like President Zhou, probably thought of themselves as having entered through connections and back doors to gild themselves. Naturally, they would look down on him and be unhappy. Zhang Feng politely said again, "Professors, you can't prejudge me. Without even testing, how do you know I can't do it? I must join this research, but before that, I must also get your approval." Dr. Xiang hadn't spoken yet, but another doctor beside him got angry. "You brat, when will you stop? How old are you? 18 or 19? Look at how old everyone here is. Who isn't over 40? Are you looking down on our efforts, or what? You have to come here and cause trouble?" This was said quite seriously. Zhang Feng was slightly annoyed. "Are you all afraid or what? Afraid that after testing me, you'll find that this 18 to 19-year-old boy knows more about your half-life efforts, and then feel ashamed? It won't take up much of your time. Why do you prejudge that I can't do it?" President Joe saw that this young man was a bit angry, afraid that he might accidentally offend someone important. After all, this laboratory required continuous and substantial funding, and it would be a loss if it was ruined because of this. He quickly intervened, everyone, let's talk nicely. I see that this student Zhang Feng is very confident. It's really unfair to directly deny him. I think we should just follow his proposal and test him. The decision will still be in your hands. He looked at Zhang Feng, if you fail the test, it will be your automatic withdrawal, it has nothing to do with us. Zhang Feng nodded, this is fair and reasonable. If I fail, it's up to you to decide. President Zhou thought to himself that this kid is really stubborn, still wanting to pass under Dr. Xiang? You'll regret it later. But with this assessment, it also gave an explanation to the people above. When the time comes, it will be Zhang Feng's automatic withdrawal, and no one else can say anything. Dr. Xiang also understood what President Zhou was planning. He pushed his heavy glasses and said, alright then, I'll give you a chance, but if you fail, don't blame us. Several doctors agreed unanimously, each providing a difficult medical question to assess Zhang Feng. If he can really answer it, agree to let him join. 1 hour later, Dr. Xiang's heavy glasses almost couldn't stay on. This is all your answer? Surprised tone. Zhang Feng confidently replied, yes. But how old are you? Where did you learn so much knowledge? With my grandfather, from the age of 3, I learned by osmosis. Ha ha ha, this is simply amazing. A genius. A medical genius. Dr. Xiang could not contain his excitement, slapped his thigh, and said to Principal Zhou beside him, Lao Zhou, this time, you have done a great thing. Several people next to them looked at each other, not understanding what had happened. The exam questions they came up with, although all written, would probably take some time even if they answered each other. However, it was only an hour. What happened to Dr. Xiang? Dr. Xiang saw the doubts of the others and quickly handed Zhang Feng's answer sheet over. See for yourselves. Zhang Feng's answer sheet was placed in front of several people, densely packed with answers. Several people went from expressionless to shocked, then to disbelief. Kid, did you really answer this? The answer was definitely yes. Zhang Feng couldn't fake it in front of them. Genius. Truly a genius. If I had to answer this paper, it would probably take some effort. Several people looked at Zhang Feng in unison, their eyes shining. Zhang Feng, when can you come over? Dr. Xiang could not contain his excitement. Fortunately he listened to Zhang Feng's advice, otherwise he would have missed such a good seedling. Zhang Feng quickly said, anytime. Good. Excellent. Dr. Xiang was so excited that he didn't know what to say. With such a good seedling, conquering all types of cancer is within reach. Zhang Feng came out of the laboratory, passing by the small pavilion in the center of the school. He seemed to see a familiar figure. He originally didn't pay attention, but wait, isn't that Zhang Ting? And the other one, Shang Bingxing? How did they end up sitting together? Zhang Feng was somewhat surprised, not understanding what had happened. How did these two know each other? Shang Bingxing has always been full of tricks. This is probably not a good thing. He didn't want to meddle, but thinking of what happened to Wang Jingyi last time, and the recent rumors in the school that Zhang Ting is a descendant of the Zhang family, he seemed to understand something and walked straight over. Zhang Ting. Zhang Ting was listening to Shang Bingxing's complaints, and was suddenly startled by Zhang Feng's voice. She stood up suddenly, feeling guilty for some reason, even though she hadn't done anything wrong. Shang Bingxing also didn't expect that he had finally managed to get Zhang Ting to come out, only to be caught by Zhang Feng. He was very unhappy inside, but still greeted with a smile. Zhang Feng, why are you here? What are you doing? Zhang Feng asked directly. He had spent a long time at the Shang's house and already knew Shang Bingxing quite well. He was an early bird who wouldn't do anything without benefit. Suddenly approaching Zhang Ting, there must be some ulterior motive. It hasn't been long since the start of the school year. Can't say the two knew each other before, right? And looking at Zhang Ting's expression, she seemed very flustered. I'm just talking to a classmate, Shang Bingxing said calmly. Of course, he wouldn't tell Zhang Feng that he had almost shed tears while chatting with Zhang Ting just now. Zhang Ting felt uneasy seeing Shang Bingxing. The first time she saw him, she felt like she had seen him somewhere before, but she couldn't remember. Shang Bingxing was very polite and even prepared hot milk tea thoughtfully. However, Zhang Ting did not drink. It wasn't that she was afraid he had any bad intentions, but mainly because she was currently on a diet. She thanked him and then got straight to the point, saying, "Why do you want to see me?" Shang Bingxing was not embarrassed by the milk tea incident. He quickly adjusted himself and decided that sincerity was the key. He believed that young ladies like Zhang Ting must have seen through many tricks, and any small schemes would not work in front of her. Therefore, he knew that relentless pursuit would not work and might even cause her to feel repulsed. Jiang Ting, can I call you by your name directly? Shang Bingxing felt that his eyes must be full of sincerity at this moment. Little did he know, Jiang Ting felt uneasy because of his direct gaze. Sure, go ahead. You said, you are Jiang Feng's brother? In the end, Jiang Ting was more concerned about Jiang Feng's affairs. Shang Bingxing's eyes flashed with a hint of gloom, but he continued to smile and said, I know you are my brother's friend. I want to talk to you about him and see if you can persuade him to go home. Okay, go ahead. Jiang Ting was very curious about Jiang Feng's affairs, especially since she knew that if Jiang Feng was not actually from the Jiang family, she would have a little more hope for their future together. She couldn't wait to learn more about the truth. Shang Bingxing explained that Jiang Feng was actually the biological son of the Shang family, who had been found and brought back last year, but for some reason, he now wanted to sever ties with the Shang family. My brother has this kind of temper. Perhaps after being lost and suffering a lot in his foster parents' home, he returned and couldn't adapt. It's not that people don't like him, but they can't understand some of his bad habits. He might have gotten angry and threatened to cut ties with the Shang family. Of course, the one thing Shang Bingxing didn't mention was that he was an adopted son of the Shang family. It was just a facade, nothing more to say. One day, he would definitely stand proudly in front of the world as the biological son of the Shang family. Jiang Ting was shocked by what he said, especially the part about suffering a lot since childhood. Was he talking about Jiang Feng, the young master of the Jiang family, Jiang Feng? Jiang Ting wanted to refute, but she immediately realized that the Shang family, who had accepted Jiang Feng back, didn't know for so many years that the famous Jiang family had been the one who raised him, and Jiang Feng had never said anything. Jiang Ting immediately kept quiet. She knew that since Jiang Feng hadn't mentioned it, it wasn't her place to speak. Shang Bingxing, seeing her silence, thought she resonated with his words. He continued, which child doesn't love their parents? When my parents accidentally lost Jiang Feng, my mother almost cried her eyes out. But now that we've finally found him, Jiang Feng is acting like this. Our elder and second sisters have tried to persuade him several times, but he refuses to come home. We are worried about him being outside like this. Jiang Ting listened with wide eyes. She knew that the truth was definitely not as Shang Bingxing described. She knew Jiang Feng's character, and if he chose to return to the Shang family, he wouldn't easily leave again. If he was so determined, something bad must have happened. Thinking of this, Jiang Ting's heart couldn't help but ache. She was about to ask Shang Bingxing for clarification when Jiang Feng arrived. Jiang Ting. His words almost scared her out of her wits, making her feel like she had been caught doing something wrong. Hearing Jiang Feng's conversation with Shang Bingxing, she suddenly understood that these two were not on good terms in the Shang family. She might have been used. However, why did Shang Bingxing approach her in the first place? It seemed like he didn't want Jiang Feng to return home. Then, Jiang Ting thought of the possibilities and felt that it was not a good situation. She quickly stood up and ran to Jiang Feng's side. Jiang Feng, this is the person looking for me. Jiang Feng nodded, turned to face Shang Bingxing. Shang Bingxing, stop playing your little tricks, you will regret it later. Shang Bingxing saw that the opportunity he had arranged to get close to Jiang Ting was ruined by Jiang Feng. Moreover, judging by Jiang Ting's performance, he probably wouldn't have any more chances in the future. He hated Jiang Feng to the core, but he pretended to be calm and replied, Jiang Feng, what are you talking about? Anyway, I am your younger brother. Can't a younger brother care about his older brother? In any case, don't have any ideas about the people around me, or you will bear the consequences. After saying that, Jiang Feng turned and left directly, not wanting to get too involved with Shang Bingxing. Of course, he could probably guess that Shang Bingxing's target this time should be Jiang Ting. Although Jiang Ting was not familiar to him, out of respect for the Jiang family, he didn't want her to be deceived by a scumbag. Jiang Ting felt happy in her heart. She felt that Jiang Feng was protecting her. Seeing Jiang Feng leave, she quickly followed. She didn't even spare a glance at Shang Bingxing. Shang Bingxing watched as Jiang Ting followed Jiang Feng, then saw the cup of milk tea on the table, which he found annoying. He reached out and threw it away. Oh, who did this? Why are you throwing things around? The milk tea actually hit a passing girl. Shang Bingxing quickly stood up. I'm sorry, how much is this dress? I'll compensate. Shang Bingxing was slapped twice by the girl and lost a few hundred yuan before the matter was settled. He was very angry but couldn't do anything about it. Not wanting to return home, he left the school gate and went straight to his biological mother Wang Yakin's place. With a password lock, he didn't know if Wang Yakin was home, so he just opened the door and walked in. As soon as Shang Bingxing walked in, he felt that something was wrong. Sure enough, he heard some strange noises coming from the master bedroom. Shang Bingxing blushed, thinking it was his father Shang Yuancheng here. But it seemed not right. Baby, I really miss you. It would be great if that Shang guy never came back. No way, if he really doesn't come back, who will make money for us to spend? He not only has to come back, but I also have to coax him to make more money for me and our son. The future Shang family will definitely belong to Bingxing. That is, us. Shang Bingxing's face turned dark, and he didn't care about anything else. He kicked open the bedroom door. Sure enough, what he saw was an unbearable scene. Shang Bingxing quickly closed his eyes and backed out. Wang Yakan didn't expect her son to come at this time and was startled. Shang Yuancheng had been busy lately and didn't have time to come. She had forgotten about this little ancestor. The two hurriedly dressed in a panic. Wang Yakan's face was still flushed, and her hair was slightly messy. She was a bit afraid to face her son, but she had no choice but to face him. Shang Bingxing was already sitting on the sofa. He needed his mother to explain to him. Although in his heart, Shang Yuancheng was not a qualified father, but he had grown up in the Shang family since he was a child. He couldn't tolerate his mother actually cheating on his father. Wang Yakan and Zhang Faliang in the room hesitated for a while before finally coming out hesitantly. Son, let me explain. Before Wang Yakan could finish her sentence, Shang Bingxing rushed towards the man with a punch. Wang Yakan hurriedly intervened. Son, you can't hit him. You can't hit him. However, a woman's power is ultimately limited, so even though Wang Yakan desperately tried to stop him, Zhang Faliang still took a few punches. But strangely, he didn't fight back, instead looking at Shang Bingxing with a strange look in his eyes. He muttered, so this is Bingxing, grown up so much. Good, good, good. His gaze made Shang Bingxing's heart tremble. Finally, his action stopped, but he still looked at the two of them with angry eyes, hoping Wang Yakan would give him a reasonable explanation. You tell me, what's going on? Speak. Wang Yakan's eyes were already red. She protected Zhang Faliang in front of her, afraid that her son would hit him again. Bingxing, it's mom's fault, blame mom if you must. Shang Bingxing felt stifled. My dad has been generous to you, providing you with everything, even this house, all bought by him for you. What more do you want? Yet you conspire against him with others. He is not just anyone. Wang Yakan seemed to want to say something, but was stopped by the man named Zhang Faliang. Yakan, don't say anything. Let's talk when the child is older. Shang Bingxing had no time for the two of them acting here. He felt disgusted, never expecting his own mother to be such an unfaithful person. You don't appear in front of me again. Otherwise, every time I see you, I'll hit you. Shang Bingxing had just been upset with Zhang Feng, wanting to relax at his mother's house, but unexpectedly witnessed this scene. He had nowhere to vent his anger. Bingxing, mom was wrong. But what you said just now is not fair. Shang Yuancheng has provided for me all these years, but can't you see? As a woman, is this what I want? I want a family. But that's something he can't give me. In the end, it's him who owes me, not me who wronged him. Wang Yakan suddenly became excited. Shang Bingxing hadn't expected his mother to say these things. He was stunned in place. What Wang Yakan said, he could empathize with. If Shang Yuancheng had treated his mother well from the beginning, why would he need to maintain the status of an adopted son now? His mother was right, it was Shang Yuancheng who owed her. No, he owed the two of them. Shang Bingxing's tone softened, but you can't do such things. Wang Yakan straightforwardly told her son, all these years, if it weren't for you, Uncle Zhang, I wouldn't have been able to hold on until now. It's been so hard for mom alone. This sentence silenced Shang Bingxing. He felt ashamed, but she was his mother, he couldn't vent his anger. After a moment of silence, Shang Bingxing looked at the man still standing there, staring at him with a strange look. He felt very uncomfortable. So he shouted loudly, you're not leaving yet. You want another beating? Shang Bingxing could understand why his mother had followed Shang Yuancheng for so many years without status or recognition, feeling wronged, but he couldn't forgive her for what she had done. It made him feel ashamed. Zhang Faliang, seeing Shang Bingxing getting angry at him again, quickly said, Bingxing, I'll leave. I'm leaving. But, son, don't be mad at your mom. Everything she did was for you. He wanted to say more, but Shang Bingxing bluntly interrupted him, get lost. Zhang Faliang glanced at the mother and son again, then left dejectedly. After he left, Shang Bingxing collapsed on the sofa like a deflated ball. Tears welled up in his eyes. Mom, how could you do this? What if dad finds out? What should we do? Wang Yakan saw her son so agitated now, she didn't know what to say. Many things are not to be revealed yet. She no longer has feelings for Shang Bingxing. Her heart died long ago when he betrayed their relationship and chose to marry Meng Yalan. Why did she come back to him and endure the humiliation of being a mistress for so many years if not for her son? However, Wang Yakan cannot speak these words now. It's not the right time yet. So, she can only comfort her son's emotions, Bingxing, this is not good for mom, but many things cannot be explained in a few words. No matter what, you have to believe that mom's heart is with you. Shang Bingxing is annoyed. You say you are with me, then why couldn't you marry my dad openly in the first place? If you had married him back then, I wouldn't have to endure that Zhang Feng's attitude now. Wang Yakan immediately grasped the key point. What, son? How did that Zhang Feng offend you? Shang Bingxing was even more angry when talking about this. In fact, since Zhang Feng left the Shang family, the two should have had no contact. And despite Shang Nanfeng and Shang Nanyu calling him several times, he showed no sign of returning. Shang Bingxing now feels that he may not be playing hard to get, but has truly given up on the Shang family. This is of course a good thing for him, but why is it so unfortunate, as if fate deliberately arranged it? Every time he does something, Zhang Feng comes in and makes things difficult for him, making everything go wrong. If Zhang Ting cannot be his girlfriend, then his plan to climb up the Zhang family will fail. That's the Zhang family, such a big piece of fat. How can he easily let go? Shang Bingxing is extremely frustrated, seeing Zhang Ting's attitude today, which is not friendly towards him. If it weren't for Zhang Feng coming in halfway and ruining his plan, he believes that given a little more time, the result would have been different. Wang Yakan cannot bear to see her son being wronged. Bingxing, what's going on? Just tell me. That Zhang Feng, didn't he already leave the Shang family? How did he provoke you again? She was puzzled. Shang Bingxing said angrily, he did leave the Shang family, but now we are studying at the same university. I see him everywhere, and it makes me sick. Shang Bingxing still did not directly answer his mother about what happened. He felt that even if he did, Wang Yakan could not help and might even cause trouble. He now deeply regrets using the dumbest way to approach Zhang Ting. If he hadn't been so hasty and had not disclosed his relationship with Zhang Feng, Zhang Ting probably wouldn't have been so guarded against him. Now he feels like he has messed up. Suddenly, Shang Bingxing's phone rang. Bingxing, where are you? It was Shang Yuanchang. Shang Bingxing glanced at his mother and said, I'm here with my mom. Dad, when are you coming over? My mom said you haven't been here for a while. Shang Yuanchang sensed a hint of complaint in his son's tone. He quickly said, I've been really busy lately, but as long as this matter goes smoothly this time, I'll have plenty of time to accompany you two in the future. He paused, then continued, son, how about inviting Zhang Lao's granddaughter to dinner at home? I have a favor to ask of her. Shang Yuanqing thought it best not to mention Huayan's illness requiring Zhang Lao's intervention, because he is not sure yet about the extent of his son's relationship with that big shot's granddaughter. Although he appeared confident, one should not rush things. Besides, even if they need help from the Zhang family, the Shang family's affairs should come first. Although Huayan's illness is serious, it should take a back seat. However, Mrs. Hua made a big move today in order to save her son. Not only did she agree to hold weddings for the two children immediately after Huayan's recovery, she also promised to transfer 10% of Hua's shares to Shang's. Shang Yuanchang is now in high spirits, as if everything is already in his hands. As long as things go smoothly on his son's side, this is just the beginning. With the support of the Zhang family, the Shang family will not only dominate in the capital city, but will also become a significant presence throughout the entire country. So everything is ready, just waiting for the east wind. The east wind is for Shang Bingxing to successfully bring Zhang's granddaughter home. Shang Bingxing did not expect his father to be in such a hurry, but he hasn't even started yet. But he had already boasted in Haikao. He could only grit his teeth and say, Dad, I just told her, she's still a bit shy. I'll talk to her again tomorrow. To Shang Yuanchang, this was already a done deal. He quickly agreed, alright, son, give it your all. The future of the Shang family depends on you. Shang Yuanchang hung up the phone, and he also reminded Meng Yalan to prepare well to welcome Zhang's granddaughter. Meanwhile, the person involved, Zhang Ting, still has no idea what has happened, unaware that she has become a pawn in someone else's scheme. She follows Zhang Feng closely. She doesn't know if Zhang Feng is angry after seeing her meet Shang Bingxing today. She wants to explain, but she doesn't know what to say. Zhang Feng spoke first. Shang Bingxing is not a good person. Try to have less contact with him in the future. Zhang Ting quickly nodded. I only agreed to meet him because he said he was your younger brother. I won't do it again in the future. Zhang Feng nodded. Knowing what Shang Bingxing had fabricated, he couldn't be bothered to argue with him. Zhang Ting saw that Zhang Feng didn't seem very angry, and she breathed a sigh of relief. She thought about Zhang Feng's actions today and felt that it was his way of showing his concern for her. Otherwise, why would he care about her affairs? Thinking of this, she looked at Zhang Feng's figure and felt a bit dazed. Zhang Feng was walking fast, and Zhang Ting couldn't keep up. She almost ran all the way. Fortunately, Zhang Feng may have noticed this issue after a while. He stopped and said to Jiang Ting, "You should go back to your dorm." Jiang Ting thought he was going to say something else to her, but he just asked her to leave. In an instant, half of the fantasies in her heart were shattered again. She hesitated to say a few more words to Jiang Feng, but after thinking for a while, she couldn't figure out what to say and ended up blushing. Jiang Feng had to go back to study, and after saying goodbye to Jiang Ting again, he walked away. Jiang Ting watched Jiang Feng's back, feeling annoyed at how she seemed to lose herself in front of him, becoming silly and clumsy. She thought that the next time they met, she must act more normally. She had to let him know that she was also a confident and dazzling girl. At the same time, Shang Nanchua finally got off the plane. After 2 years, she had returned to the capital city. If it weren't for Jiang Feng's situation, she might have stayed outside for a while longer. However, after talking to Shang Nanyu on the phone a few days ago, she immediately decided to rush back as quickly as possible. At that time, she also called her eldest sister, and Shang Nanfeng sounded very low-spirited on the phone. When she anxiously asked what was going on, Shang Nanfeng only said, "Come back and we'll talk." Therefore, Shang Nanchua quickly dealt with her affairs, booked the next available flight, and flew back to the capital city. Just as she got off the plane, she couldn't wait to contact Shang Nanfeng. "Sis, where is Jiang Feng now?" Shang Nanfeng seemed to have not expected that his younger sister would care so much about Jiang Feng. Although he was their younger brother, for Shang Nanchua, they had never met after all. "Nanchua, you're back? Do you need me to pick you up?" Shang Nanchua frowned. "No need, I've already landed. You should go back first. The situation with Jiang Feng is a bit complicated, he doesn't really want to see us right now." Shang Nanfeng said somewhat awkwardly. "I know, that's why I asked you. Where is he now?" "Imperial Capital University. But you should still come home first, let's discuss some things and then see what to do next." Shang Nanchua thought for a moment and felt that Shang Nanfeng's words made sense, so she said, "Okay, I'll be home in half an hour." When Shang Nanchua returned home, the Shang family was all there. The most excited one was Shang Bingxing. "Sis, you're finally back. I missed you so much." Shang Bingxing, of course, didn't know that Shang Nanchua had come back early because she found out about Jiang Feng. No one told him. From childhood to adulthood, the eldest sister and the second sister were the most doting on him, but this third sister, although she was very good to him, he always felt a bit distant, as if something was separating them. What exactly it was, he couldn't say. Now that she's back, he naturally had to please her a bit, to avoid any misunderstandings. Shang Bingxing calculated this in his mind, but showed great enthusiasm on his face. "Dad, Mom, big sister, second sister, I'm back." Shang Nanchua put down her luggage and greeted everyone. Shang Nanfeng walked up and hugged the girl who had left home before she was an adult. Nanchua had been smart since she was a child, skipping grades in school and was once hailed as a genius girl. It was because of this that she was admitted to university early at the age of 15. But Shang Yuanchang later insisted that she go abroad for further studies. And after she went abroad for 2 years, she somehow started her own company. That's what others saw on the surface. And now, Shang Nanfeng, as her older sister, only saw the hardships of her younger sister leaving home at a young age. She must have endured a lot of loneliness. So young, with no family around. Shang Nanfeng noticed that Shang Nanchua had lost quite a bit of weight, and felt very sorry for her. Meng Yalan and Shang Nanyu also came over to hug Shang Nanchua, a few women hugging each other, a very touching scene. Meng Yalan couldn't help but shed tears. At this moment, Shang Bingxing found himself excluded from them. After a while, Shang Yuanchang pretended to cough and interrupted the scene. "Ahem. Alright, everyone sit down, Nanchua has finally come back, everyone should be happy." "Nanchua, how long do you plan to stay this time?" Shang Yuanchang considered this question. Shang Nanchua wanted to return to the country, and as her father, Shang Yuanchang was surprised that he hadn't heard any news about it. He was a bit annoyed, but with so many people in the house, he couldn't show his anger. It seemed that she was homesick and wanted to come back for a few days, which was understandable. "This time I'm back, I won't leave, I plan to move the company back." "What?" Shang Nanchua's words shocked the whole family. Meng Yalan and Shang Nanfeng sisters were full of joy. "Great. Coming back is great. From now on, you sisters will all be by my side." Meng Yalan was overjoyed. Shang Nanfeng and Shang Nanyu were naturally very happy too. "Nonsense." Shang Yuanchang was very angry when he heard this, and immediately exploded. What was the point of going abroad in the first place? You say you're coming back and you're back. You didn't even communicate with the family. Do you think you're grown up now, with wings, and can be your own master, right? No one in the family expected Shang Yuanchang to get angry about this, and no one said a word. Shang Nanchua had just arrived home. Shang Nanchua looked at her father, the man who gave her life but abandoned her to go abroad when she needed family the most in her youth. With a calm face, he said, "I have already taken care of many things. Returning to the country is already a done deal, it can't be changed." When Shang Yuanchang heard her firm tone, he became even angrier. He wanted to say something, but Shang Nanxue suddenly asked, "Where is my brother, Zhang Feng?" This question from Shang Nanxue was like a soul-searching inquiry, and the family fell silent instantly. Even Shang Yuanchang, who had just been angry, immediately calmed down. In fact, he was really angry with Zhang Feng, thinking about the grudge between him and his own family. It was fine to get angry, but once the anger subsided, they should go back to how they used to get along. However, he did not expect Zhang Feng to leave so resolutely without looking back. It had been such a long time now, and there was no sign of him coming back. Especially after he found out that Zhang Feng had not taken a single penny from him, the only hope he had of controlling Zhang Feng was shattered. After he left the house, several of Shang's sisters, Mang Yalan and Shang Bingxing had seen him, but he, as the father, had not seen him even once after he left. Thinking about this, Shang Yuanchang became even more annoyed. The family remained silent, and he suddenly got angry again. Why ask about him? If I had known he would leave, I wouldn't have bothered bringing him back in the first place. Seeing his attitude, Shang Nanxue knew without asking that Zhang Feng must have suffered a lot during the time he was back. Zhang Feng is a child of the Shang family, lost by you and my mother. He never felt the warmth of a family since he was young, so of course we should bring him back and compensate him properly. However, since he has already returned, why does he still want to leave? Shang Nanxue asked. Shang Bingxing, who was beside her, felt guilty. Why Zhang Feng left was definitely related to him. Although the family did not say it, he knew what he had done in the past. He was a bit unsure about his third sister and somewhat afraid of her. "Sister, don't blame mom and dad. Zhang Feng wanted to leave on his own. We tried to stop him and even went to ask him back several times, but he was very stubborn. He didn't want this family anymore." Shang Bingxing quickly spoke up. "Exactly, Nanxue, you just came back. Have a good time for a few days. Why bother about that person? He left voluntarily, it's not like we forced him." Shang Nanyu also chimed in. Only Shang Nanfeng remained silent. She realized how excessive she had been towards her brother only after he left. But he would not come back. Shang Nanfeng had this understanding in her heart: Zhang Feng would never come back. Therefore, when her sister questioned everyone in the family like this, she felt uncomfortable and didn't know what to say. Of course, she also hoped that Shang Nanxue's return could change the current situation. After all, Zhang Feng had never interacted with Shang Nanxue, and Shang Nanxue had not treated Zhang Feng as unfairly as she had treated Shang Nanyu before, favoring Shang Bingxing. Shang Nanfeng glanced at Shang Bingxing. Since their father brought him back home, she had taken care of him as her own younger brother. But she had never paid attention to the fact that he had developed many bad habits. If it weren't for Zhang Feng's appearance and departure, she might still be as blinded by the bond they had since childhood as Shang Nanyu. Now she realized that Shang Bingxing was no longer as innocent and kind as he used to be. Zhang Feng's departure was indeed a disappointment to their family. Perhaps more so, it was due to Shang Bingxing's targeting and scheming. Thinking of this, Shang Nanfeng said to Shang Nanxue, "Nanxue, you just came back. Rest well today, and I'll take you to find Zhang Feng tomorrow." Shang Nanxue gratefully glanced at her eldest sister, thankful that there was still a normal person in this household. She nodded, feeling a bit impatient to see her dear younger brother Zhang Feng now. But just returning today, many things were still unclear, and she herself was a bit tired. It would be more appropriate to go see him tomorrow. Elder sister, Zhang Feng has no intention of coming back. He doesn't want to acknowledge us either. Why bother bringing Nanxue along, only to invite humiliation upon yourself? Shang Nanyu found it incredibly unbelievable that Shang Nanxue was so concerned about Zhang Feng upon her return. Their younger brother Shang Bingxing, who grew up with them, was right there, yet she didn't show any special concern for him. Shang Nanyu was somewhat dissatisfied. What is Zhang Feng? Even if he shares the Shang family blood, so what? After living outside for 18 years, many habits and thoughts had completely diverged from theirs. He even stole the amulet she gave to Bingxing brother. Bah, such an ignorant thing. Shang Nanyu was furious at the thought. That was something she had worked hard to get for Bingxing brother. He only wore it for a day. How could she acknowledge him as part of the Shang family? They grew up together, but he was Bingxing brother. Shang Nanyu couldn't understand. She felt that her eldest sister used to be very clear-headed. When Zhang Feng was at home, didn't she treat him poorly? Why had she changed now that Zhang Feng was gone? Now it's even better, with the return of Shang Nanxue. She had been away for so long, and she didn't even say hello to Bingxing brother upon her return? What does this mean? Doesn't she care about Bingxing brother? Therefore, Shang Nanyu deliberately reminded Nanxue, Bingxing brother has been admitted to the Imperial Capital University this year. She was proud. Shang Bingxing knew that his second sister was speaking up for him, so he immediately looked at her gratefully, then quickly turned to please Shang Nanxue. However, Shang Nanxue seemed as if she hadn't heard. Second sister, what are you saying? If you don't want your own younger brother, that's your choice, but this family doesn't revolve around you. Shang Bingxing had thought that since Shang Nanyu had mentioned him, Shang Nanxue would turn her attention back to him, show some concern for him, or at least bring him a gift upon her return from abroad. But nothing, absolutely nothing. She directly ignored Shang Nanyu's praise and redirected the conversation back to Zhang Feng. Shang Bingxing was very unhappy. He couldn't understand why Shang Nanxue, without even seeing Zhang Feng in person, was so concerned about him. Did she know something? It shouldn't be like this. In Shang Bingxing's mind, all members of the Shang family should support him. Now that Shang Nanxue had just returned, Shang Bingxing felt that she was deliberately targeting him. Yes, she probably knew about what had happened before and came back specifically to vent her anger on Zhang Feng. It was possible. Thinking of this possibility, Shang Bingxing's face turned green. At this moment, Shang Nanxue finally shifted her gaze to him. Bingxing, are you also going to see Zhang Feng tomorrow? Do you also want him to come back? Shang Bingxing was lost in his thoughts and didn't expect Shang Nanxue to suddenly ask at this moment. He was a bit flustered, didn't manage his expression well for a moment, but still forced himself to say, of course, we are family. I naturally hope that Zhang Feng will come back home soon. Shang Nanxue looked at him, let's hope so. Shang Bingxing met her gaze, feeling a sudden shock. For some reason, he suddenly felt very afraid of this third sister, as if she could see through everything. He couldn't help but shiver. Shang Nanxue's return had caused quite a stir in this family. Shang Yuancheng listened to his siblings discussing Zhang Feng, and temporarily set aside Shang Nanxue's plan not to go back. He felt that he would let her stay at home for a few days first, and whether to go back or not might not be up to her. At this time, Shang Nanyu finally saw that Nanxue was paying attention to Bingxing's younger brother, and quickly said, Nanxue, do you know? Our Bingxing's younger brother is doing well. Not only did he get into the Imperial Capital University, but he is also dating Jiang Shicheng's granddaughter now. Oh, Jiang Shicheng, Jiang Lao? Shang Nanxue was quite surprised by this. However, she then thought of something and jokingly said to Shang Nanyu, second sister, you only praised Bingxing's younger brother. Zhang Feng also got into the Imperial Capital University, why aren't you praising him? You're playing favorites. Shang Nanyu blushed at being called out. Shang Nanxue was always talking about Zhang Feng since she came back. But Shang Bingxing being able to climb up to Jiang Lao's granddaughter was quite unexpected for Shang Nanxue. Speaking of this, Shang Yuancheng's expression finally improved. He interjected, exactly, Bingxing. When is your girlfriend coming to our house? Your third sister just came back, so everyone can meet together. Shang Nanyu was especially anxious, as she was counting on Bingxing's girlfriend to persuade Jiang Lao to treat her fiancé's illness. Exactly, Bingxing. When are you bringing her home? I even prepared a gift for her. Shang Bingxing felt a bit guilty. How would he know when Zhang Ting could come to his house? And there was a high probability that she might not be able to come. But he couldn't say that. He knew how important this was to Shang Yuancheng. Therefore, he planned to use delaying tactics. One day at a time. If he could come up with a solution by then, that would be great. If not, he would just come up with some excuse to get by. Shang Bingxing didn't know yet that not only did he have high hopes for this matter, he had even reached an agreement with the Hua family. Now he was waiting to invite Jiang Lao's granddaughter to their house. Dad, I'll talk to Zhang Ting again tomorrow, and when we set a time, I'll let you know. Seeing his son say this, Shang Yuancheng was naturally very happy. Shang Nanyu also looked pleased. Bingxing's younger brother was really amazing. Not only could he help the Shang family climb up a step, but he could also save her fiancé. Now in Shang Nanyu's eyes, there was nothing else but Bingxing. It seemed that because of Bingxing, Jiang Shicheng had already cured Huayan's illness. She had put on her wedding dress and become a beautiful bride. The more Shang Nanyu thought about it, the happier she became. Shang Nanxue watched all this at home without saying a word. She silently put her luggage in the room, then came out and asked, which room did Zhang Feng stay in before? I want to take a look. Shang Nanfeng followed her as she said that, leading her to the room where Zhang Feng had stayed before. Shang Nanxue looked at the guest room that didn't even have a separate bathroom and fell into silence. There was no trace of a man ever living in the room now. Zhang Feng had left very thoroughly, not leaving behind any personal belongings. Shang Nanxue looked at all this and couldn't figure out how Zhang Feng had lived here before. Shang Nanfeng also looked slightly surprised at all the unfamiliar things in the room. She thought Jiang Feng's room would at least be similar to Bingxing's younger brother's, but it turned out to be very different. She remembered how Jiang Feng had been questioned by Shang Nanyu for taking a bath in the servants' room and suspected of having fleas. Jiang Feng didn't get angry, just coldly avoided the pestering Shang Nanyu. At that time, he probably wasn't too disappointed in his family yet. "Sister, how did you treat our younger brother? Tell me, how could you force him to leave this home?" Shang Nanxue turned around, her tone icy. Shang Nanfeng was feeling regretful inside, not expecting his sister to suddenly ask like this. She couldn't say a word for a long time. As time passed since Jiang Feng left this home, her heart felt more and more uneasy. Especially when she tried to look at this situation from an outsider's perspective, she realized that her brother Jiang Feng had suffered so much injustice. But did he ever complain? Did he ever lament? Not at all. He just endured silently. When he reached his breaking point, he left directly. He didn't even give them a chance to regret. Shang Nanfeng tried to speak for a long time, but couldn't say a word. She now deeply resented herself, wondering if her heart had been blinded by greed at that time. She remembered that she and Shang Nanyu probably felt the same way at that time, feeling a strong sense of rejection towards the sudden arrival of a stranger in their home, even if this person was their long-lost younger brother. Especially, Jiang Feng's return was bound to make Bingxing, who had lived with them for 18 years, uncomfortable. He was so sensitive. He had been showered with love in this family. Jiang Feng's sudden return made him feel like he was a substitute, like he was fake. At that time, they were only concerned with comforting Bingxing, who might have been hurt by this, and didn't care about Jiang Feng. And at that time, Shang Nanfeng didn't feel anything wrong either. After all, even though Jiang Feng was their biological brother, Bingxing was the one who had grown up with them, right? Especially Bingxing, since Jiang Feng's return, he had become strange, looking pitiful all of a sudden, as if he constantly needed the family's care. Bingxing's abnormal behavior made the family spend more time comforting him, to the point of neglecting Jiang Feng. Now thinking back, Jiang Feng was the one who needed care and love more, wasn't he? He had been lost by his biological parents when he was just a baby. How helpless he must have been. After enduring 18 years of hardship, he finally waited and hoped for his family to come back for him, thinking that he would be welcomed with a warm family life, but instead, the family treated him poorly because of an adopted son. They even wrongly accused him of stealing. Looking back now, if Jiang Feng really stole something, would he have left the Shang family, Although the Shang family was not a top-tier wealthy family, they still had a good reputation in Jing City. If he stayed in this family, wouldn't he be entitled to a share of the property? Why would he need to steal? And he stole a useless talisman. Thinking of this, Shang Nanfeng suddenly understood something. She called Shang Nanyu in. "Nanyu, I ask you, was there any evidence when you said Jiang Feng stole Bingxing's things back then?" Shang Nanyu thought her elder sister was really inexplicable. Why bring up something that happened so long ago? She said indifferently, "What evidence could there be? Would a thief admit to being a thief?" Jiang Feng was the only outsider in the house. If not him, then who else? Hearing her sister's indifferent tone, Shang Nanfeng was furious. But at that time, just like Shang Nanyu, she had already decided that Jiang Feng was the thief and didn't listen to his explanation at all. Looking back now, Jiang Feng must have felt very desperate at that time. Even his closest family didn't believe him. Shang Nanxue didn't expect there was still this matter. Jiang Feng stole something? What did he steal? The talisman I gave to Bingxing. It disappeared the next day. Let me tell you, Nanxue, besides Jiang Feng, no one else could have done it. He really is. However, Shang Nanxue directly interrupted her before she could finish speaking. "Amulet, why did you steal it? Didn't you give one to Jiang Feng's younger brother?" Shang Nanyu was suddenly speechless. She had never considered this question before. Shang Nanxue continued to ask, "Second sister, when you gave it to Bingxing, didn't you consider him?" Shang Nanxue felt a bit embarrassed, but after a while, she still confidently said, "Why should I buy it for him? He didn't grow up with us. Bingxing is the real younger brother. Alright, let's not talk about why you gave it to him. Don't these kinds of amulets have names on them? What is he stealing this for?" Bingxing said he stole it, so he did. Shang Nanyu said matter-of-factly. Bingxing, whatever he says is true? Are you brainless?" Shang Nanxue pointed out bluntly. Feeling indignant at being spoken to like that by her own sister, Shang Nanyu retorted, "So you don't believe Bingxing, but do you believe Jiang Feng? He may be related to us by blood, but we haven't interacted with him. Who knows what his character is like?" At this point, Shang Nanfeng interjected, "This is my fault. I didn't think much at the time, but now I realize that Jiang Feng wouldn't do such a thing." Shang Nanyu was somewhat incredulous. What's wrong with the eldest sister recently? She's very good at turning the tables at critical moments. She almost didn't recognize her. Second sister, you're really clueless, Shang Nanxue concluded directly. This statement greatly angered Shang Nanyu, who was about to retort immediately. But Shang Nanfeng said to Shang Nanxue, Nanxue, this is my fault. I didn't think much at the time, but now it seems there are many doubts. What doubts? Shang Nanyu still didn't understand. It's fortunate that you're a lawyer. Shang Nanxue glanced at her. Doesn't this amulet have a name on it? What's the use of Zhang Feng taking it? Is it valuable? I don't know, maybe he wanted to steal it just because he couldn't stand Bingxing's younger brother being favored. She could only argue weakly. Shang Nanxue hadn't expected her second sister, who was also a lawyer, to be so confused. Then let me ask you again, why did Zhang Feng leave home? This question immediately silenced the other two sisters. Even though Shang Nanyu was unreasonable, she felt that Bingxing was in the wrong in this matter. However, Shang Nanyu was good at self-hypnosis. Although she saw Bingxing frame Zhang Feng with despicable means, she still believed that Bingxing must have been forced to do so. Even after the incident, she wondered how much injustice Bingxing had suffered to resort to such actions. But Shang Nanyu dared not speak these words. Bingxing's actions were really disgraceful. Unlike Shang Nanfeng, who began to rationally assess everything that happened between Zhang Feng and Bingxing after the incident. Only then did she realize that her previous behavior was truly wrong. They had initially viewed Zhang Feng with colored glasses, assuming that he must have some bad habits since he didn't grow up in the Shang family. Now it seemed that Zhang Feng had not done anything excessive from start to finish, while Bingxing had always resorted to some underhanded tactics. Shang Nanfeng recounted the incident to Shang Nanxue. Shang Nanxue was furious. How dare he? Zhang Feng is our Shang family's own flesh and blood. Shang Nanyu quickly whispered, Nanxue, please don't speak so loudly. If Bingxing's younger brother hears it, it's not good. With that said, Shang Nanxue became even more furious. How could she still be afraid of her Bingxing's younger brother hearing about it at this point? He could do such despicable things, yet he's afraid of others talking about it? What kind of family are you running, allowing such things to happen? You all keep saying Zhang Feng has bad habits, but after hearing so much from you, why haven't I noticed anything wrong with him? Instead, some people do inhuman things, and you still defend him. Is there any justice in this? When Zhang Feng's younger brother leaves this family, how disappointed he must be. Shang Nanyu had never seen Nanxue so angry before? Is this matter really that important? Or rather, is Zhang Feng really that important? He didn't grow up with them. Shang Nanyu was very dissatisfied, but she dared not speak out now. Because now she understood that not only Shang Nanxue, who had never seen Zhang Feng, was siding with him, but even the eldest sister was now on Zhang Feng's side. Although she didn't quite understand, she couldn't confront them head-on. Nanxue, it's my fault. As the eldest sister, my failure led to this result. I will take you to see Zhang Feng tomorrow and ask for his forgiveness. Shang Nanfeng now completely regretted it. She knew how excessive she had been and how unjust Zhang Feng had been. Hopefully, it's not too late for her regret. Shang Nanfeng vowed in her heart at this moment, whether Zhang Feng forgave her or not, she would find a way to make it up to him. Even if he doesn't come back, she will find a way to treat him better. Seeing the eldest sister like this, Shang Nanshue's tone finally softened. Sister, let's go see Zhang Feng's younger brother first. Remember, whether Zhang Feng is good or bad, he is our own brother, and that cannot be changed. Our parents lost him when he was young, and the Shang family owes him. No matter how well we treat him, how can we bully him? Also, this time I return to the country, there is another important matter. You know, during these years abroad, I have developed my career based on traditional Chinese medicine. I have opened over 100 medical clinics in the country. Saying that I am moving the company back is just for outsiders. In fact, my return this time is equivalent to furthering my studies. Furthermore, I have to find someone this time. If it weren't for him saving my life in country M, I would have. This surprised Shang Nanfeng and Shang Nanyu. They did not expect their sister to almost lose her life in a foreign country. For a moment, both of them felt very distressed. Nanxue, what's wrong? How is your health now? Shang Nanfeng asked with concern. Even Shang Nanyu, who had just scolded her, was now urgent. If it's that serious, why didn't you tell us? How can it be good if something really happens? I'm fine. I need to find that person, and then everything will have an answer. Shang Nanxue said no more. The reason she didn't connect with the Shang family business abroad was because of that dangerous experience. At that time, due to continuous fatigue and staying up late, her body was overdrawn, and her heart suddenly stopped. The best doctors in country M had already given up on her. Her heart had stopped beating for over 10 minutes, even if Hua Tuo were alive, he couldn't save her. Unexpectedly, a young man from China saved her with acupuncture. But unfortunately, she didn't see him after regaining consciousness. She only knew that he carried a set of acupuncture tools with him. He was Chinese and not very old. Later I heard that the young man was only temporarily going abroad to attend a seminar and happened to meet her. Perhaps when Shang Nanxue was completely awake, he had already returned to his country. Not seeing the life-saving benefactor and saying thank you in person, Shang Nanxue has always regretted it. Since then, she has decided to promote the traditional Chinese medicine of Huagua, but the road has been somewhat difficult. Fortunately, after more than 2 years of effort, she has now gathered many traditional Chinese doctors from Huagua. Although it was not easy to persuade these people to leave their hometowns, but in the end, a few people were persuaded. So, Shang Nanxue established the Huagua Medical Hall Alliance abroad. Now, it is running decently. Her goal is to expand her career while treating and saving people. Of course, there is also a more secretive wish in her heart, which is to see the Chinese medical skills of Huagua flourish worldwide. So now, she has returned. She wants to find the life-saving benefactor and fulfill her own dreams. Of course, the most important thing now is her younger brother, Zhang Feng. She wants to find him. This is Shang Nanxue's obsession. At the Kyoto University welcome party, Zhang Feng, as a representative of the new students, gave a speech on stage. Shang Bingxing, in the audience, glared at him fiercely. Shang Bingxing thought that even if Zhang Feng was the biological son of the Shang family, it wouldn't matter. He didn't grow up in a good environment, didn't receive a good education, and was definitely lacking in many ways compared to him. But shortly after Zhang Feng returned to the Shang family, Shang Bingxing discovered that he was outstanding in every aspect. He was not at all like an uneducated wild child. Shang Bingxing knew that something must have gone wrong. When Shang Yuancheng brought Zhang Feng back, he didn't go to the family that adopted Zhang Feng due to time constraints. But looking at the address, it was in a very remote area. And when Zhang Feng returned home, he only brought a simple backpack and wore clothes that didn't seem to be from any brand, which naturally led everyone to believe that Zhang Feng's foster parents must not be well off. This made Shang Bingxing feel a strange sense of superiority at the time. Of course, there was also a sense of comfort. After all, although Shang Yuancheng had high hopes for him because he knew he was his biological son, the other members of the Shang family didn't know. In the eyes of the other members of the Shang family, he was still an adopted son. Therefore, he easily played a little trick to alienate the relationship between the two Shang sisters and Zhang Feng, making them dislike Zhang Feng. Sometimes Shang Bingxing felt that Zhang Feng actually saw through him. But it was strange that no matter what kind of tricks he played behind the scenes, Zhang Feng's attitude was always indifferent, as if he didn't care. This made Shang Bingxing even more angry. His actions against him became more and more obvious. It wasn't until the incident with Wang Jingyi that Shang Bingxing smirked wickedly. Although that incident was unsuccessful, he still managed to drive Zhang Feng away, didn't he? Although the matter was exposed by Zhang Feng, with so many people in the Shang family, no one blamed him. As for Wang Jingyi, although she was as beautiful as a celestial being, her conditions were not enough to satisfy Shang Bingxing's ambitions. Shang Bingxing wanted to marry someone like Zhang Ting, a true noblewoman. As long as he married her, he would soar to great heights in the future. By then, Shang Bingxing could trample everyone underfoot, and the Wang family would be nothing. Shang Bingxing didn't feel like he was dreaming at all. He believed that with his intelligence and emotional intelligence, as long as he seized such an opportunity, he could rise to the top. What was a small Shang family? It was just a stepping stone for him. Shang Bingxing is now upset because Shang's third sister, Shang Nanxue, suddenly returned. This Shang Nanxue, as soon as she returned, something was off, because she showed too much attention to Zhang Feng. Moreover, she clearly showed a dislike towards him. This made Shang Bingxing very uncomfortable. Everyone should revolve around him. But since Zhang Feng came back, everything has slowly been developing in a bad direction. Shang Bingxing faintly felt a sense of crisis, feeling that Zhang Feng is no longer tolerable. Now he is watching Zhang Feng speak on stage, his eyes becoming more unfriendly. Shang Nanfeng and Shang Nanyu, the two sisters, stood by his side, waiting for Zhang Feng to come down from the stage to go and acknowledge him. Shang Nanyu made an excuse to go to the hospital to take care of Huayan, so she did not follow. This is our brother, Zhang Feng. Shang Nanxue's eyes were filled with tears as she looked at Zhang Feng on stage, talking eloquently, seemingly shining brightly. Her heart was very excited. This brother turned out to be almost exactly as she had imagined. Shang Nanfeng held her arm on the side, feeling a mix of emotions. She never knew that Zhang Feng was so outstanding. Right. Zhang Feng is also the top scorer of this year's college entrance examination. What an honor! But when the results came out, what were they doing as a family? Busy celebrating Shang Bingxing's successful admission to the Imperial Capital University. But clearly, Jiang Feng's results were much higher than Shang Bingxing's. It was a crushing existence. But at that time, no one congratulated him. Now, Sheng Nanfeng recalls these things and feels like slapping herself a few times. When he was at home before, almost all of her attention was on Shang Bingxing, and she seemed to have no interest in Jiang Feng at all. Now that Jiang Feng has left the Shang family, she sees his brilliance. He is their own full-blooded brother. Sheng Nanfeng now understands what she did wrong at the beginning. She must make amends. She must make Jiang Feng forgive her. After Jiang Feng finished his speech, Dong Kersen came on stage. She was the host of this welcome party. Moreover, she was going to perform the closing dance. Dong Kersen invited Jiang Feng to appreciate her dance later. Therefore, Jiang Feng did not leave after his speech but stayed backstage. Of course, he did not know that at this moment, there were several people in the audience staring at him intently. Jiang Feng was planning to watch Dong Kersen's dance and then return to the dormitory. Unexpectedly, at this moment, there was suddenly a commotion in the audience. Someone fainted. Someone fainted. Quick, someone help. Jiang Feng heard the crowd's shouts and immediately ran out. A girl in a yellow sports suit was lying on the ground, surrounded by a group of people. Make way, make way. As a person who had studied medicine since childhood, Jiang Feng felt a sense of duty. Wherever he went, saving people was his top priority. Why is everyone crowding here? Go find the school doctor. Many people around were chattering, but Jiang Feng ignored them. He carefully observed the girl's face. Her eyes were tightly closed, her lips trembling slightly, and when he checked her pulse again, it was getting weaker. No, he had to administer first aid quickly. Fortunately, Jiang Feng carried the silver needles that his grandfather had given him. He immediately took out a small medical kit from his pocket, unfolded it, and saw long and short silver needles, dozens of them, shining in the sunlight. The surrounding students did not know what Jiang Feng was going to do, but no one stopped him. Everyone recognized him as the guy who had just spoken on stage, studying medicine. Jiang Feng was preparing to administer the needles. The three siblings of the Shang family were watching nearby, witnessing this scene. For some reason, when Shang Nanchue saw Jiang Feng take out the silver needle, her heart suddenly skipped a beat. This scene seemed familiar to her. She was excited but didn't speak. At this moment, Shang Bingxing saw Jiang Feng's actions and suddenly rushed up. Brother Jiang Feng, what are you going to do? Are you trying to harm this classmate? Jiang Feng glanced at him and didn't want to bother with him. But Shang Bingxing persisted. Brother Jiang Feng, the school doctor is coming soon, don't mess around. This is a matter of life and death, not a joke. Hearing Shang Bingxing's words, some people nearby began to question Jiang Feng's actions. Jiang Feng completely ignored Shang Bingxing, his full attention on the patient. The female student was already short of breath, any delay could be fatal. Waiting for the school doctor? Conventional first aid wouldn't save her, time was of the essence. I think we should wait for the school doctor, that needle looks scary. Because of Shang Bingxing, some students around started to disapprove of Jiang Feng's actions. Exactly, if something goes wrong, who will take responsibility? Shang Bingxing stared at Jiang Feng, not believing that he really understood medicine. Even if he did, he was only 19, a freshman, barely knowledgeable. But the girl on the ground was in critical condition. How dare he play with someone's life? Therefore, when he questioned, some students immediately supported him. Even a girl stood up to stop Jiang Feng from giving the injection. Student, we know you mean well, but matters of life and death should be left to the school doctor. Jiang Feng looked at the girl trying to stop him. If we waste time, will you take responsibility? The girl felt embarrassed, saying she was just trying to help. Why should she take responsibility? Jiang Feng didn't bother with her and asked for a female student to assist. People around hesitated, not wanting to get involved in case the boy didn't know medicine and caused harm. Brother Jiang Feng, you don't understand medicine. You will harm this girl. Shang Bingxing was pleased that no one believed in Jiang Feng. The students were in an uproar. What? Not understanding medicine? Isn't that playing with people's lives? How dare he? Everyone discussed and hesitated to approach. Jiang Feng shook his head, couldn't wait any longer, and decided to proceed. At that moment, a woman with long hair suddenly approached Jiang Feng and the girl. Tell me what to do, I'll help you. Jiang Feng told her what to do, ignoring the outside comments, and focused on giving the injection. Shang Bingxing was stunned because the woman helping Jiang Feng was none other than his third sister, Shang Nanchue. Shang Nanchue didn't know why, but when Jiang Feng took out the needle, she saw the young man who had saved her with a set of silver needles. Although Shang Bingxing said Jiang Feng didn't know medicine, she chose to believe in him this time. Besides, the girl on the ground didn't look good, and if they didn't act fast, it could be. Zhang Feng didn't care who helped, as long as someone did. He focused and started the injection. Seeing Zhang Feng actually giving the injection, the students understood the gravity of the situation and remained silent. Regardless, everyone hopes that Zhang Feng can save this girl. Only Shang Bingxing's eyes were filled with hatred. He didn't understand why Shang Nanxue went up to help Zhang Feng. Could it be that in her heart, she already felt that her younger brother Zhang Feng was more important than him? Just now, he was clearly trying to stop Zhang Feng's actions, but Shang Nanxue did not stand on his side. At this moment, Shang Bingxing's mentality twisted. He even hoped that Zhang Feng would kill this girl so that he would be unlucky. Shang Bingxing was completely unaware of how malicious his thoughts were. Zhang Ting was also silently watching everything not far away. When Zhang Feng asked for help just now, she wanted to step forward, but because she was a bit far away, she was a step too late. Now she saw Zhang Feng starting to administer the needle, just quietly watching and praying for the girl. Of course, she believed in Zhang Feng because while others didn't know who Zhang Feng was, she did. He was the grandson of the unparalleled medical skills of Zhang Shichang. Say he doesn't understand medicine? Zhang Ting is now more convinced that during the more than a year Zhang Feng spent at the Shang family must have treated him badly, otherwise, how could they not even know that he understands medicine? Not only does he understand medicine, he is also super amazing. Grandpa said that when he was 15 or 16, he had once gone abroad to participate in academic seminars, and many medical experts regarded him as a genius. Zhang Feng administered the needle while observing the girl's expression, and after half an hour, the girl's complexion began to improve, and her chest began to rise and fall. At this time, the school doctor finally arrived. He was sweating profusely because today was the freshman welcoming ceremony, and it was his turn to be on duty, but under normal circumstances, what emergencies could there be in the school? So he took a break in the school clinic. Unexpectedly, a major incident occurred. He hurried over and saw the girl lying on the ground, already waking up. The school doctor breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, if something had happened, he wouldn't be able to bear the responsibility. She's awake. She's really awake. She woke up. The girl woke up, and the crowd around her began to stir. Amazing, we thought she was done for, but she really woke up. Indeed, studying medicine is amazing. Worship. The students were genuinely happy, as everyone had witnessed how dangerous the girl's situation was just now. Some students, recalling how they had almost stopped Zhang Feng from saving the girl because they doubted him, began to blush secretly. Zhang Feng slowly began to remove the needles in order. The school doctor was shocked to see that the one administering the needle was a young man of 18 or 19. He went up to check the girl's condition and found that she was fine, just needed some rest, and she would be fine. What's your name, young man? The school doctor looked at Zhang Feng with admiration. Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng replied calmly. He continued, take her to the clinic, her condition requires a detailed examination. Upon hearing this, several students quickly helped the girl onto a stretcher and took her to the clinic. With everything settled here, everyone dispersed. Zhang Feng also prepared to return to his dormitory. Zhang Feng. The woman who had helped just now didn't leave, and directly called out his name. Thank you just now. Zhang Feng looked at the woman in front of him, slightly surprised. Shang Nanxue's eyes were red. Zhang Feng, I am the third sister. Many of the students at the scene had already dispersed, leaving only the three siblings from the Shang family by Zhang Feng's side. Zhang Feng had known that the Shang family had three sisters, and this third sister, Shang Nanxue, had always been abroad. Was she back now? She turned out to be the woman who had just helped herself. But the current Zhang Feng was no longer the same Zhang Feng who had just returned to the Shang family. When he first returned to the Shang family, he had tried to get along well with everyone. After all, they were his blood relatives. How many relatives could one have in a lifetime? But he did not influence them. Zhang Feng still doesn't understand why they wanted him back if they didn't care about him at all. Didn't they already have Shang Bingxing? Just live as a family. It was inexplicable to call him back, then look down on him, step on him, treat him as an outsider. This family was all abnormal. Fortunately, Zhang Feng had a good mentality. After losing everything, he met the kind Zhang family, so he grew up in a warm family and never lacked love. Therefore, although the Shang family's actions were excessive, they did not overly affect his mentality. If it were someone else, they would probably directly doubt life. Zhang Feng was even more grateful to the Zhang family for teaching him what true love is. Therefore, the current Shang family, to put it bluntly, Zhang Feng looked down on them. A family with poor character is no good everywhere. He didn't want to have any relationship with anyone from the Shang family anymore. But today, seeing the Shang family's 3 siblings like this, it was obvious that they had come to find him on purpose. He stopped, although he had never seen Shang Nanxue, and didn't know her personality, but with the examples of the eldest and second sisters in the Shang family, she probably wasn't much different from them. Thinking of this, Zhang Feng originally didn't want to pay attention to her, but considering that she had just helped him, basic courtesy was still necessary. So Zhang Feng nodded, and asked, "Is there anything else?" Shang Nanxue felt extremely uncomfortable seeing her brother, whom she had finally met, being so indifferent to her. She quickly took out a beautifully packaged box from her bag and handed it to Zhang Feng. "Brother, I just returned from abroad and came to see you immediately. This is the gift I brought for you." Zhang Feng glanced at the gift box, which looked like a watch and should be valuable. He directly refused. "Didn't they tell you that I have cut ties with the Shang family?" Shang Bingxing watched the scene, almost biting his gums to pieces. Shang Nanxue returned from abroad without bringing him anything. She even called herself the third sister. Did she deliberately give him a gift like this when she came to find Zhang Feng today? Deliberately belittling herself. Moreover, Zhang Feng had just saved a female classmate with a set of silver needles, and many classmates saw him being obstructed by Shang Bingxing earlier. Wasn't this equivalent to slapping him in the face? Shang Bingxing was getting angrier and angrier. He even noticed that Jiang Ting was standing outside the crowd, and he saw everything just now. The more Shang Bingxing thought about it, the angrier he became, and he didn't even bother to put on a facade as usual. He just stood aside with a black face. Shang Nanxue already knew what had happened to Zhang Feng after he returned to the Shang family. She knew her brother had been wronged, so even though Zhang Feng was very cold towards her, she didn't mind. She was just full of heartache. "Zhang Feng, I know you've been wronged. If you don't want to return to the Shang family, sister respects your decision. But if you need anything, just tell sister, I can help you, okay?" Saying this, Shang Nanxue took out a bank card from her bag, along with the gift box from earlier, and handed them to Zhang Feng. "Zhang Feng, you must accept this card. I wrote the password on the back. Also, remember, no matter what happens, sister is your backing. Sister can help you solve any problem." Shang Nanxue said these words choking with emotion. Zhang Feng was somewhat surprised, because he actually saw something called sincerity on the face of Shang Nanxue, the third sister of the Shang family. But why? This was the first time Shang Nanxue had seen him. Why was her attitude towards him so different from the other 2 sisters of the Shang family? Could it be? Just like Shang Bingxing, good at acting. Zhang Feng thought of this, inexplicably annoyed, thinking that the people of the Shang family were really troublesome, time and time again, not knowing what they wanted. They couldn't get anything good from him. Could it be just to seek attention? Thinking like this, Zhang Feng's tone naturally became impatient. "Don't play this game with me again. Aren't you tired? Don't you feel tired?" "I'm tired. I've said it many times, I, Zhang Feng, have no relationship with the Shang family anymore. Please don't bother me anymore." Zhang Feng's words were very decisive. Although Shang Nanxue had anticipated that Zhang Feng's attitude towards her would not be too friendly. After all, it was the people of the Shang family who had done something wrong to him first. Putting oneself in another's shoes, if it were her, she might be even angrier than Zhang Feng. But now that Zhang Feng said it so straightforwardly to her face, Shang Nanxue still felt very hurt. She said, "Zhang Feng, I'm really sorry. I'm giving you these not to ask you to accept us or anything, but because this is what we owe our younger brother. Please accept it. If you don't want to contact us in the future, I will try to disturb you as little as possible." Shang Nanxue's words were very emotional. Zhang Feng looked at her, his eyes clear and sincere, not like he was pretending. But even if it was true, so what? What had already happened, and time could not be turned back. Even if Shang Nanxue was sincere at this moment, it didn't mean anything. He, Zhang Feng, could not turn back. After thinking about it, he remained firm. "Really, I don't need these. Please take them back, and all of you go back." Zhang Feng saw Shang Bingxing standing aside. This time he surprisingly didn't add fuel to the fire. Thinking about what had happened recently, he couldn't help but issue a warning. "You, Shang Bingxing, have challenged my bottom line several times. Don't let there be a next time, or you will bear the consequences." Zhang Feng knew what kind of person Shang Bingxing was most afraid of. It would be easy to control him. He just didn't want to bother with it. But today, blocking him from saving someone and inciting classmates' emotions, he couldn't bear it anymore. "Brother Zhang Feng, you misunderstood me. Just now, I really didn't know you understood medicine. I was afraid you would get into trouble, so I advised you against it." Shang Bingxing didn't expect Zhang Feng to suddenly confront him, looking fearful. But Zhang Feng didn't believe his appearance. He knew Shang Bingxing's character and understood how bad he really was. He might be cursing himself in his heart right now. Zhang Feng hated people who said one thing and did another. And this Shang Bingxing, he didn't have the demeanor of a man at all, always putting on airs. Only those few blind people in the Shang family would believe his nonsense. Put away your act, I'm not buying it. Just remember what I said. Zhang Feng said again. Shang Nanxue saw Zhang Feng scolding Shang Bingxing. She had seen the situation just now. Indeed, Shang Bingxing had gone too far. There were so many classmates around at the time. Shang Bingxing deliberately spoke loudly, making everyone think that Zhang Feng didn't know anything, deliberately delaying the treatment. She had been there, and had already seen many things clearly. Therefore, Shang Nanxue felt that as the elder sister of the two, it was necessary to speak a fair word. Bingxing, you were wrong in this matter, you should apologize to Zhang Feng. When this was said, Shang Bingxing was stunned, and Zhang Feng was also stunned. After Shang Bingxing returned from Shang Nanxue, he felt that she was different from his other two sisters. In the Shang family, the eldest sister and the second sister always sided with him no matter what, but after Shang Nanxue returned, she didn't even bother to put on a show, didn't make any gestures of goodwill towards herself, and kept mentioning Zhang Feng. Today was even worse, she actually made him apologize to Zhang Feng in front of so many people. This made Shang Bingxing completely understand that Shang Nanxue really didn't like him. He was very angry, but he couldn't act out now, because he still had to maintain the image of a well-behaved younger brother. When Shang Nanxue spoke like this, Shang Bingxing immediately said to Zhang Feng, Brother Zhang Feng, what happened today was indeed my fault, but please believe that I didn't do it on purpose, I really did it for your own good. Zhang Feng was also shocked. The most he had heard before was the phrase, apologize to Bingxing. It could be said that during his time in the Shang family, he almost did everything wrong, and no matter what conflicts or friction arose, he heard this phrase the most, apologize to Bingxing. Now suddenly Shang Nanxue came and not only didn't make him apologize to Bingxing but instead made Bingxing apologize to him. Zhang Feng found this somewhat unbelievable. Of course, he didn't need this apology. Who cares about insincere things? Zhang Feng also knew that at this moment, Shang Bingxing must be 100% unwilling. So he said frankly, there's no need for that, I can't accept your apology. Shang Nanfeng watched from the side, and when she saw her sister's firm attitude in making Bingxing apologize to Zhang Feng, her eyes welled up slightly. She knew that she and Nanyu had done wrong. They also owed Zhang Feng an apology. But she couldn't say anything now. Alright, I won't take your things, take them back, and all of you leave, don't come looking for me again in the future. Although Zhang Feng was somewhat moved, his mind wouldn't change. After some thought, he added to Shang Bingxing, if you meet me in the future, just pretend you don't know me. After saying this, Zhang Feng walked away without looking back. Shang Nanxue stared blankly at her younger brother's retreating figure, feeling even more upset. It wasn't until Zhang Feng's figure completely disappeared that she turned to Shang Nanfeng and said, elder sister, let's go back. Zhang Feng won't change his mind in the short term. Seeing her two sisters like this, Shang Bingxing also lost the mood to go home with them. Besides, he still had to stay at school and find a way to get close to Zhang Ting. Shang Yuanchang had been urging him these past 2 days, eager to bring Zhang Shiqing's granddaughter back home as soon as possible. If he couldn't come up with a solution, it would be hard to explain. Sister, I won't go home, I still have classes in the afternoon. Shang Bingxing casually made up an excuse, and Shang Nanfeng and Shang Nanyu didn't say anything, just nodded and walked straight to the school gate. They didn't see Shang Bingxing's face full of resentment after they turned and left. Shang Nanfeng drove, and Nanxue sat in the passenger seat. Both of them were not in a good mood. Shang Nanfeng advised Shang Nanxue, before, we really wronged Zhang Feng. His current reaction is expected, don't feel too bad, anyway, he's at the Imperial Capital University, we can come to see him often in the future. Nanxue asked, do you know that Zhang Feng knows medicine? Shang Nanfeng was also surprised by this. She really didn't know before that the young Zhang Feng actually knew medicine and was so good at it. Now that her sister asked, she felt ashamed. We didn't know about this, Zhang Feng has never mentioned it, we don't know where he learned it from. Shang Nanxue nodded without saying anything. From the moment she returned until now, she heard about the various things happening in the Shang family related to Zhang Feng. The more she listened, the more she felt sorry for her younger brother. How much grievances has he suffered? How much neglect has the Shang family shown him, not even knowing that he understands medicine, worse than outsiders? Shang Nanxue couldn't hold back anymore and started crying in the car. Shang Nanfeng didn't expect her sister to be so excited about meeting their brother for the first time, and she felt uncomfortable too. Shang Nanxue sat in the passenger seat, cried for a while, wiped her tears, and finally said to her sister, let's go. Shang Nanfeng wanted to ask her something, but couldn't speak. She thought, let's talk about it later. Shang Nanxue kept looking out the window, lost in thought, until she suddenly saw a familiar figure. In front, there was a middle-aged couple holding hands. the man's back particularly resembling their father, Shang Yuanchang. Shang Nanxue was amazed that there could be such a similar person in the world, even their way of walking was the same. Until the man in front unintentionally turned around, Shang Nanxue almost dropped her jaw. Sis, look. That middle-aged man turned out not to look like Shang Yuanchang, but was indeed Shang Yuanchang. This discovery shocked both sisters, because at that moment, Shang Yuanchang was holding hands with a strange woman. They were very intimate. Shang Nanfeng suppressed her impulse and slowly drove behind them. The two watched as they entered a villa area in a residential community, never letting go of each other's hands. Watching their figures disappear, Shang Nanfeng parked the car on the side of the road, and the two sisters looked at each other, not knowing how to speak. After a while, Shang Nanxue finally asked, "You don't know about this, right?" Shang Nanfeng was still in shock. She was really scared. Just now, they followed Shang Yuancheng from behind and saw him holding the woman's hand all the way without letting go for a moment. Shang Nanfeng had always thought that she had grown up in a happy family, her parents being a model of a loving couple. After all, in her memory, her parents had never argued or had a fight. They always treated each other with respect. But what did they see today? Shang Nanfeng felt something in her heart completely shattered. They saw the person very clearly, it was absolutely impossible to be mistaken. It was their good father Shang Yuanchang, but he was holding hands not with their mother, but with a strange woman, a woman they had never seen before. How would I know? Oh my god, what is all this? Shang Nanfeng felt that there were really too many things happening in the family recently, each one exceeding her psychological limit. Shang Nanxue, on the other hand, looked at her phone. There were photos she had just taken of the two people. Look at the woman's expression, they must have been like this for more than just a day or two. Shang Nanxue always felt that something was off, but she couldn't pinpoint what it was. She contemplated, but was suddenly startled by a certain thought that came to her mind. I know. Sis, have you noticed anything? Have you noticed? Shang Nanfeng was already having a headache, this discovery was explosive enough. What else is there to discover? She understood why her sister was so excited, but she still took on the responsibility of an older sister and advised, Nanxue, we don't know what's going on with this matter yet, we have to keep it from Mom. Otherwise, she won't be able to handle it. Shang Nanfeng could hardly imagine what a blow it would be for their mother if she found out about this. Just the thought made her tremble all over. No, sis, did you just see what that woman looks like? Did you see it? Shang Nanfeng didn't notice, she was just staring at Shang Yuancheng. What's wrong, Nanxue, tell me. Shang Nanxue's face turned cold. That woman, do you know who she looks like? Or, do you know someone who looks very similar to her? Shang Nanfeng asked puzzledly, looks like who? Shang Nanxue gritted her teeth, her voice seemed to be squeezed out of her throat. Like Shang Bingxing, our good brother Shang Bingxing. I'm sure now, this woman must be related to Shang Bingxing. Thunderstruck, Shang Nanfeng was not a fool. As soon as she heard her sister's words, she immediately thought of a possibility and collapsed directly. No, it's not, Nanxue, don't scare me. Something so absurd won't happen. What will Mom do if it's true? What will we do? At this moment, Shang Nanxue was recalling the occasional moment when the woman turned her head, she saw her face, and it felt familiar. She searched through her phone for the snapshot she took just now, and finally found the photo of half a face. Take a look yourself. Shang Nanfeng tremblingly took the phone from her sister's hand and saw the photo. Although it was only half a face, the contours were very clear, those eyes, that nose, that face shape, really carved out of the same mold as Shang Bingxing. Shang Nanfeng felt powerless all over and collapsed on the driver's seat. Nanxue, it's not possible, it can't be what we think, it's very likely, maybe just a coincidence. Shang Nanfeng still held a glimmer of hope in her heart. Perhaps that woman just happened to look similar to Bingxing's brother. But deep down, she also vaguely understood that she was deceiving herself. How could such a coincidence happen in this world? Elder sister, don't deceive yourself, the truth is just as we imagine, we've all been deceived. Cheated for so many years. Shang Nanxue had calmed down. Although she was also very uncomfortable, the incident had already happened, and a solution had to be found. Elder sister, no one should reveal this matter. After we go back home, in front of them, both you and I must act as usual, I will investigate this matter thoroughly. Compared to her sister's calmness, Shang Nanfeng was not as composed. Nanxue, can't we just leave it alone? I'm very scared. Shang Nanfeng was really scared. Because in her heart, the rough outline of this matter had already taken shape. Even the inexplicable disappearance of Jiang Feng when he was young, followed by Shang Bingxing being brought back home. Everything that had happened over the years flashed before her eyes like a roller coaster. If all this was not an accident but a conspiracy, Shang Nanfeng could hardly imagine what the Shang family would become once the truth was revealed. She began to resist this idea psychologically, but Shang Nanxue clearly had a different mindset. Elder sister, don't think like that. Do you want to be kept in the dark forever, or let our mother be a fool forever? I must find out the truth for the sake of our mother. But if things really turn out the way we think, I'm afraid Mom won't be able to bear it. Shang Nanfeng's words made Shang Nanxue think of her mother's gentle face. It's for Mom that I have to find out what's really going on, especially with Bingxing. If things are as we imagine, does he know the truth, and how much does he know? Don't you think all of this is very important, elder sister? Shang Nanfeng certainly understood. If Bingxing is unaware of these things, then so be it. However, if he has always been an insider, and has been colluding with Shang Yuancheng to deceive them, then Shang Bingxing is not just cunning. Shang Nanfeng became more and more afraid, until he was trembling. But she finally nodded, agreeing with her sister's idea. The two agreed that Shang Nanxue would investigate the matter. During the time when the truth came out, both of them had to remain silent and pretend that everything was normal. Especially, they must not let Shang Bingxing and Shang Yuancheng notice anything unusual. Zhang Feng returned to the dormitory and was surrounded by several roommates as soon as he entered. Zhang Feng, you rascal! What else do we not know about? Exactly, you are too amazing, Zhang Feng. Your acupuncture skills are incredible. You can even bring someone back from the brink of death. Zhang Feng, I want to be your apprentice. Teach me your unique skill. Zhang Feng was surprised at how quickly the news spread. But the fact that he used acupuncture to save people was true. His grandfather had told him that healing and saving lives was the right path in the world and there was no need to hide it. Therefore, Zhang Feng accepted all the compliments from his roommates. Wang Dalai, Zhang Shua, and Li Jihua now thought that Zhang Feng was becoming more and more impressive. The three of them each had their own dreams of studying medicine, but to be honest, except for Li Jihua, whose parents were doctors and had some knowledge in this area, Wang Dalai and Zhang Shua knew nothing about medicine. Li Jihua also had some knowledge, occasionally able to hang a drip for patients based on the prescription, but that was about it. Who would have thought that Zhang Feng, the same age as them, could already save people with acupuncture? Wang Dalai and the others, although they had different personalities and usually joked around, sincerely admired people with real skills. Zhang Feng saved a female classmate who was on the verge of death with acupuncture at the orientation party. As a result, he became famous in their dormitory at the Imperial University. Especially, many medical students inquired about them and wanted to learn from Zhang Feng. Of course, they turned them away. You have to learn what they haven't learned yet. How can they let Zhang Feng teach them first? Therefore, the three of them agreed that as soon as Zhang Feng returned, they would seize the opportunity to ask him for advice. They couldn't let others get ahead of them. Zhang Feng, tell us, how did you learn this acupuncture skill? And, the situation of that girl was so dangerous, weren't you afraid of taking responsibility if you failed? Wang Dalai asked seriously, putting away his playful demeanor. Medicine is a very serious matter and must be respected. Seeing that the three of them were very serious, Zhang Feng patiently replied, there's nothing much to say. We study medicine to heal and save people. If we are worried about not being able to cure and taking responsibility, it would violate our conscience as human beings and the bottom line of a doctor. Nothing is more important than life. Zhang Feng's words came from the heart, something that Zhang Shichang had taught him since he was young. A doctor, once in this profession, must consider healing and saving lives as their duty. If they really encounter the situation described by his three roommates, it was a choice he made. Having made the choice, he must bear the consequences. Of course, Zhang Feng was very clear that such a situation would not happen. He knew the situation at the time very well, and if he wasn't confident, he wouldn't have acted. He didn't tell his roommates this, fearing they would think he was bragging. However, Zhang Feng's words just now were enough to make them respect him. Although his words were simple, they were profound. The way his three roommates looked at Zhang Feng changed instantly. Zhang Feng, who did you learn this acupuncture skill from? How long have you been studying it? Wang Dalai is very curious. Listening to the classmate who is studying medicine on the spot today, Zhang Feng is very calm when he is needling. Even though many people were questioning him at the time, he was not disturbed by the outside world at all. To reach such a superb level, it shouldn't be just a matter of 1 or 2 years, right? However, you said he has been studying for a long time, which is unlikely, as Zhang Feng is only 19 years old. Therefore, Wang Dalai directly asked the doubts in his heart. I started learning at the age of 3, my grandfather taught me step by step. Zhang Feng answered with a smile, especially when he mentioned his grandfather, he looked very proud. 3 years old. My goodness! Zhang Feng, you are truly a child prodigy, Zhang Shua exclaimed, immediately imagining an old Chinese doctor with white hair, holding a silver needle and pointing out acupoints on a 3-year-old child. The other two were also stunned by Zhang Feng's words. So, is this talent or hard work? Wang Dalai teased Zhang Feng, both. Zhang Feng replied without modesty. Ha ha, Zhang Feng, you are really something. The dormitory was filled with joy. Zhang Feng had almost no friends before, not because he was withdrawn or anything, but mainly because he stayed at the Zhang family until he was 18. The Zhang family, being a top-notch wealthy family, had countless people trying to climb up. Even though Zhang's father had set rules for the family to keep a low profile, there were still some people who somehow got information and came with various purposes. Basically, except for those who came for medical treatment, the Zhang family did not receive visitors. The Zhang family did have a few trusted friends, but their children were not the same age as Zhang Feng, so although Zhang Feng received strong love from his family, he did not have friends outside of his family. It's not that he rejected them, but he couldn't make friends. Therefore, when he entered the university in the capital and met these 3 carefree roommates, Zhang Feng was somewhat pleasantly surprised. As for the 3 roommates seeking advice on acupuncture from Zhang Feng, he naturally intended to teach them wholeheartedly. After all, the purpose of studying medicine is to treat and save people. Having one more good doctor in the world means one more hope for a patient to be cured. However, how much they can learn depends on their own destiny. After all, everyone's ability to comprehend is quite different. Zhang Feng agreed to teach them, and the 3 of them were very excited, because they were prepared to be rejected from the beginning. But even if Zhang Feng really rejected them, they wouldn't be angry, but would consider it reasonable. After all, it was also possible that this was a unique skill passed down in the Zhang family and not to be spread outside. But Zhang Feng generously agreed and made a deal with them to study for an hour every day. As for how much they could learn, it was up to them. Zhang Feng, alright then. You are so generous, we can't be stingy. From now on, I'll cover your food expenses, Wang Dalai promised, patting his chest. Zhang Feng was very surprised. He didn't know that Wang Dalai's family background was so good that he could easily sponsor another male student. No, I want to as well. Zhang Feng, I can't let you waste your efforts, I'll do it with Dalai. Li Jihua also quickly chimed in. The nearby Zhang Shua was not happy. What are you all doing? The 3 of us can't handle 3 meals a day. Leaving me out, is that fair to me? I say Zhang Feng, it's settled. From now on, we'll split your food expenses. You just need to focus on teaching US, that's it, haha. Zhang Feng had no idea that his 3 roommates still thought he was a poor student who needed to earn his own living expenses, so they were trying to help him. Although Zhang Feng himself is a mystery, knowing a big celebrity, knowing Jiang Lao's granddaughter, even having relatives living in luxury homes, and understanding medical skills. However, when he initially said on the phone that he had to figure out his own living expenses, it was true. Although the 3 of them didn't know what Zhang Feng had been through, as a freshman, having to figure out their own living expenses was undoubtedly quite difficult. They couldn't directly ask Zhang Feng, as guys tend to have their pride, and even if they asked, he might not necessarily tell them, and they were afraid of creating any barriers. They had wanted to secretly help Zhang Feng, but now they had a legitimate opportunity. If Zhang Feng taught them something, wasn't it only natural for them to give something in return? Of course, the 3 roommates felt that they were taking advantage of Zhang Feng. However, given Zhang Feng's personality, even if they did nothing, they knew he would still teach them. Zhang Feng hadn't expected these 3 roommates to be so united, but it was completely unnecessary. He didn't want to easily accept others' kindness. If he owed someone, he would feel very uncomfortable. But he was still touched, very touched. This was the first time he had received kindness from someone outside the Zhang family, especially after the recent events involving the Sheng family. This kind of kindness, unrelated but heartfelt, made Zhang Feng feel extremely precious. However, while he appreciated the goodwill, he didn't want them to worry about his food. No, if you do this, I won't teach you anymore. Zhang Feng used his killer move directly. He laughed and replied, I'm already an adult, can't I take care of myself? You guys are really something. Seeing Zhang Feng's firm refusal, they didn't insist anymore. However, Li Jihua still said, Zhang Feng, if you have any problems, just tell us, brothers will help without hesitation. Zhang Feng naturally smiled and agreed. Shang Nanfeng and Shang Nanxue returned home, leaving only Meng Yalan alone. Shang Nanyu went to the hospital to accompany Huayan. These days, Meng Yalan was extremely angry because Shang Nanyu insisted on marrying that disabled Huayan. Especially when she found out that Shang Yuancheng had agreed and had already gone to the hospital to negotiate with the Hua family. She was very disappointed. She knew he must have proposed some conditions to the Hua family. Only then would he agree to let his good daughter marry someone who couldn't move at all. But her words didn't carry much weight in this family, especially in this matter, as it was Shang Nanyu's own decision. She seemed like a moth to a flame, not considering the consequences, just eager to show off her great love. But how could Meng Yalan, as a mother, stand by and watch her jump into the fire pit? Shang Nanchue went to the hospital early in the morning, and Meng Yalan wanted to stop her but couldn't. Meng Yalan also knew that today her eldest daughter and third daughter were going to Jiang Feng's school. Although she knew Jiang Feng probably wouldn't easily be persuaded to come back, she still held a little hope in her heart. But now, seeing the two daughters' defeated faces, she knew everything. Little did Meng Yalan know that besides Jiang Feng's situation, her daughters had unintentionally discovered Shang Yuancheng's affair today. This incident directly made the two sisters doubt life. Of course, they couldn't let Meng Yalan know for the time being. Mom, Jiang Feng is really good. Today at their school's welcome event, he saved a girl who fainted. I didn't expect my brother to be so amazing. Shang Nanchua quickly told Meng Yalan, trying to reassure her, and also attempting to temporarily forget everything she had just seen in the car. When Meng Yalan heard that her son was so impressive, she quickly asked the two sisters for details. Shang Nanchua then explained the process to Meng Yalan. Finally, she said, Mom, although Jiang Feng's brother was hurt deeply before and cannot accept us temporarily, so he doesn't want to come back, but this is not important. What's important is as long as he is doing well, that's all that matters, right? He is doing well now, so you can rest assured. Meng Yalan nodded. Of course, she hoped her son would stay by her side. But with the current situation at home, her daughter's words were right. As long as her son is doing well, that's more important than anything else. Shang Nanchua only now had time to sort out her thoughts. Although she didn't bring Jiang Feng back today, he even refused to acknowledge her and didn't accept her gifts and bank card. Deep down she was still quite happy. Because before she came back, all she heard was Shang Nanyu's dissatisfaction with Jiang Feng. She thought that Jiang Feng had really been lost since childhood and grew up in a bad environment, so he had picked up some bad habits. She thought that if that was the case, she would find a way to make it up to him. If there were really any bad habits, they could be corrected slowly. At 18 or 19, he was still a child, and no matter what mistakes he made, he could start over. But after hearing a few things when she returned home, she felt that the truth might not be as her second sister described. Her second sister favored Shang Bingxing, so she had a biased view of Jiang Feng's brother. Seeing Jiang Feng's brother today, Shang Nanchua was completely convinced. Their previous evaluations of Jiang Feng were all slander. A boy who dared to help others in public, risking the doubts and responsibilities of many people, how could he be as despicable as they described? Especially when Jiang Feng squatted down and took out his silver needle, Shang Nanchua immediately remembered the young man who had saved her life with a silver needle. Therefore, she inexplicably trusted Jiang Feng and went to help him. And sure enough, Jiang Feng did not disappoint her expectations. He really saved the girl. He was only 19 years old. Now Shang Nanchua felt that all their previous understanding of Jiang Feng and the Shang family was false. They had never really cared about him, so they simply didn't understand him. The future is long, Shang Nanchua thought. Since she decided to stay in the country, she will have the opportunity to interact with Jiang Feng in the future. She can slowly influence him and let him know that as a sister, she truly cares about him. The most urgent matter now is Shang Yuancheng's affairs. Shang Bingxing and Shang Yuancheng are not at home now, so Meng Nanyu directly entered their bedroom and found their hair. She thought of a possibility and decided to do a paternity test for Shang Bingxing and Shang Yuancheng first. To be safe, she prepared 2 sets and planned to send them to 2 different authoritative hospitals, so the results would be more reliable. She hoped that things were not as she thought, but if the results were contrary to her wishes, then Shang Yuancheng has been very busy recently, but his spirits are high. The main thing is that his son told him that in the next few days, he would be able to bring Jiang Lao's granddaughter back home. He originally wanted Meng Yalan to prepare a more upscale family banquet to entertain, but then he thought that since his son had such a powerful girlfriend, how could he not announce it to the world? Therefore, he decided on the spot to prepare a banquet and invite all the prominent figures in Jing City. This way, everyone would know about the relationship between Jiang Lao and the Shang family. Then in the future, whatever he wanted to do in Jing City would be within his grasp. He had some rare free time today, so he came to find Wang Yakin. 2 people went out for a stroll, although he was somewhat reluctant, afraid of running into acquaintances. But because Wang Yakin insisted on doing so, he had to accompany the beauty at the risk of his life to please her. Now Wang Yakin and Shang Bingxing's mother and son, no matter what is said, Shang Yuancheng always obeys. He felt that Wang Yakin was not only his true love, but also a noble person in the Shang family. If it weren't for her giving birth to Bingxing, such a good son for himself, how could he have the opportunity to climb up to the Jiang family? The more Shang Yuancheng thought about it, the happier he became, and he even felt a bit light on his feet as he walked. Yakin, you may not know how influential the Jiang family is. Our Bingxing will have a bright future, and in the future, he will become the son-in-law of the Jiang family. You will be a true noblewoman. Wang Yakin was not actually happy in her heart. Since her son came over last time and caught her with Zhang Faliang, they had no further contact. He didn't call her, didn't come to see her. He had never been like this before, which made her very uneasy. She was also afraid that if the child had a big temper and accidentally said something in front of Shang Yuancheng, everything would be ruined. But looking at Shang Yuancheng's happy appearance today, it was obvious that Bingxing hadn't said anything. After all, this was the son she had carried for 10 months. Even if she was wrong, she would defend herself. However, she was still thinking about whether she had the opportunity to tell her son the truth, although Zhang Faliang prevented her from doing so and insisted on waiting for the child to grow up a bit more. Or, wait until they have obtained all of the Shang family's property before revealing the truth. Wang Yakin felt that this was too unfair to Zhang Faliang. You have suffered for so many years, always hiding, and Bingxing doesn't know anything, he even hit you. I can't bear to see it. The other party comforted her. Yakin, I know you are the one who is truly wronged. You don't need to feel sorry for me. We have worked hard for all of this, isn't it for our son? When everything we dream of comes true in the future, I will take you away to live a happy life. Our son will understand in the future. Although these words were said, Wang Yakin was still upset these days because of this matter, and because Shang Bingxing was giving her the silent treatment, her mood was still low. But in front of Shang Yuancheng, she had to put on a happy face, gentle and submissive. For so many years, hasn't she always been like this in front of Shang Yuancheng? But now that she heard Shang Yuancheng praise her son, she was genuinely happy from the bottom of her heart. Then she remembered something. Yuancheng, I heard that Zhang Feng and Bingxing are from the same school, is that right? Shang Yuancheng was in a good mood, but he didn't expect Wang Yakin to bring up Zhang Feng, and his expression immediately changed. Why are you mentioning him? Aren't you angry enough? Shang Yuancheng was really angry with Zhang Feng. In his mind, a good child should be obedient. If they are not obedient, no matter how successful they are, they cannot be considered good children. He always felt that Zhang Feng's current actions were deliberately humiliating him. Bingxing is more sensible. The one who has been raised by his side since childhood is different. Wang Yakin observed his expression and saw that he really didn't like Zhang Feng, which relieved her, but she advised, the child is young and doesn't understand, why bother being angry with him? I heard Bingxing say that Zhang Feng has been away from home for a while. The anger should have subsided. Just bring the child back. How can you really abandon your own child? When Shang Yuancheng heard Wang Yakin say this, he felt that his woman was really sensible and had a broad mind. Whether he wants to come back or not, I have signed the agreement to sever ties. In the future, I will truly consider him as not my child. Shang Yuancheng said, holding Wang Yakin's hand again, with a deep affection. Yakin, I really appreciate you. When Bingxing and the child from the Zhang family get married, I will give you a status. Wang Yakin's face changed imperceptibly at the words, but she held Shang Yuancheng's hand back, looking expectant. Yuancheng, you have been so good to me and my son. Shang Yuancheng had no idea that he had high hopes for Shang Bingxing, and had even instructed Meng Yalan to start preparing invitations for the banquet. But at this moment, Shang Bingxing was figuring out how to cover up his lie. He had just sent a message to Zhang Ting and found out that he had been blocked. Frantically calling her, he was unsurprisingly also on the blacklist. Shang Bingxing felt that Zhang Ting must have been influenced by Zhang Feng. This Zhang Feng was truly despicable, blocking his path at every turn. However, thinking that Shang Yuancheng was still expecting him to bring Zhang's granddaughter home, he also knew how important this matter was to the Shang family. No, he couldn't give up so easily. Even with Zhang Feng's interference, so what? Even if Zhang Ting's first impression of him was not good, so what? As long as he used his brains and sincerity, he could break through any obstacle. He had even given up on Wang Jingyi. How could he give up on what could be his only chance to succeed? Thinking this, Shang Bingxing felt that his previous strategy was wrong. He had told Zhang Ting about his relationship with Zhang Feng with the intention of bringing the two closer. But he forgot that Zhang Ting seemed to like Zhang Feng. If she was not over Zhang Feng, she would definitely listen to him. Maybe she blocked him because he didn't let her get close to him. Yes, it must be like this. Zhang Ting's current attitude towards him must be because she misunderstood his intentions. She didn't know that he liked her. Thinking this, Shang Bingxing decided to take a direct approach. That is, to confess directly. He felt that for a girl like Jiang Ting, there were already many people pursuing her. If he wanted to pursue her, he couldn't just play around, he had to make a big move. By then, let the whole school know that Jiang Ting was his girlfriend. He acted on his decision. Shang Yuancheng gave him 2 million in love funds, plus the money he had given to Jiang Feng before, which he hadn't used. Shang Yuancheng also had Meng Yalan give it to him, and there was also 200,000 in the account. In other words, he now had the right to use all of this 2,200,000. He was prepared to spend it all. Although it was a bit painful, he couldn't let the opportunity slip away. Jiang Ting was not from an ordinary family, small favors would definitely not impress her. He first had to let Jiang Ting know that he had the capital to pursue her. He was not a poor boy like Jiang Feng. He wanted her to understand that only he could make her happy. But what should he give her? Shang Bingxing was in a dilemma. 2 million was enough to buy a car. But what kind of family was the Jiang family? She probably wouldn't care about a car at this price, and giving such a materialistic gift all at once might not win the girl's heart. What girls of this age needed the most should be romance. Shang Bingxing pondered hard, and finally, his eyes lit up. Jiang Feng had a few days of relaxed days, and the Shang siblings did not come to bother him. He was busy every day because he had to attend classes, go to the lab, and also give 1 hour of private lessons to his 3 roommates every day. Zhang Yuyan called him, saying she had a big surprise for him. Jiang Feng listened to his sister's caring voice on the phone with a gentle expression. He actually knew that his parents were about to come to the capital city, and he estimated that the surprise Zhang Yuyan mentioned was related to this. Is she also coming to the capital city? Jiang Feng was not surprised. He grew up in the Jiang family since he was young, and his parents were able to come to the capital city to develop new projects for him. Zhang Yuyan also came over with them, which he felt was expected. Although he was not the biological child of the Jiang family, since he could remember, the Jiang family treated him as their own child and even more so. Of course, besides his grandfather and parents, the person he saw the most was his sister Zhang Yuyan. It can be said that Zhang Yuyan accompanied his entire childhood and adolescence. If one had to add the most appropriate adjective to describe Zhang Yuyan, it would be a crazy protective sister. Yes, that's the word. When Jiang Feng was young, he was very timid, but he always thought that Zhang Yuyan was very brave. Because in front of him, she was always trying to maintain the image of being a responsible older sister. From childhood to adulthood, the most common words he heard were, "Little brother. Tell sister if you have any problems, sister will cover for you. Little brother, sister can protect you. Don't worry. Little brother, wherever you are in the future, sister will be there with you." At that time, Jiang Feng used to tease her, "Sister, the way you say it, it's like you won't get married in the future." When Zhang Yuyan heard him say that, she stopped her jumping and turned around, looking at him seriously. "What's the point of getting married? There's no greater joy than being with my little brother." After saying that, she happily skipped away. Jiang Feng found his eyes getting moist as he recalled these memories. Later, as he grew older, he realized that Zhang Yuyan's courage was not as great as he thought. She was just pretending to be brave in front of him to protect her little brother. For example, one time, when Jiang Feng excitedly picked up a live cockroach to show Zhang Yuyan, her scream almost pierced the ceiling of the Jiang family's house. Jiang Feng then realized that even his sister had things she was afraid of. It was from that moment that he felt he should grow up. After all, he was a man. He should be the one to protect his sister. Later, as Jiang Feng grew older, Zhang Yuyan also grew into a beautiful young lady. But the bond between the siblings became stronger and deeper, until he was found by the Shang family. He still remembered when he decided to return to the Shang family. Although Zhang Yuyan didn't say anything, she sneaked out alone. When he returned, her eyes were red. She said to Jiang Feng, "Little brother, go wherever you want to go. Sister supports any decision you make. But remember, sister will always be waiting for you at home." Jiang Feng was deeply moved. Actually, he really didn't want to leave the Jiang family. But when he found out that he had been found by blood relatives, he was actually very excited. He thought he had gained another family from then on. He also wanted to go back to see his parents and a few sisters. Unexpectedly, Jiang Feng was disappointed when he interacted with them. He realized that not everyone was a member of the Jiang family. Fortunately, he had never planned to stay long in the Shang family, because Jiang Feng knew that blood ties were stronger than kindness, and he would eventually return to the Jiang family. However, he had never thought that he would leave the Shang family in a way that completely severed ties. He had planned to get along with the Shang family and visit frequently after becoming familiar with them, or to fulfill his filial duties to his parents in their old age, but it was all possible. What was the result? The result was that Jiang Feng found out. Not all sisters were like Zhang Yuyan. During the year he spent with the Shang family, Zhang Feng saw everything clearly. The Shang family called him back, but they did not treat him as a family member. It seems like he only came back to complete the task, but after he came back, they didn't treat him well. This made Zhang Feng understand a truth even more, that his own blood relations are not necessarily reliable. The indifference and dislike of the Shang family towards him only made Zhang Feng appreciate the Zhang family even more. He must repay the Zhang family well. Now, for him, they are moving to the capital city as a whole family. Zhang Feng was very touched and happy. He misses them a lot too. Zhang Feng hung up Zhang Yuyan's phone call, brought his thoughts back, and started reading again. Unexpectedly, Wang Dalei called him again. When he answered, he heard the other person shouting on the phone, something big happened. Zhang Feng, come downstairs quickly. The voice on the phone was very noisy. Before Zhang Feng could ask what was going on, Wang Dalei had already hung up. Zhang Feng thought for a moment and decided to go downstairs to see what was going on. Zhang Feng went downstairs and was surprised to see Wang Dalei, Zhang Shua, and Li Jihua there. Weren't the three of them just going to have a meal? They called in just now, but he decided to finish reading a bit more. How come the meal was finished in such a short time? Zhang Feng looked at the three of them strangely. He had reason to believe that they deliberately deceived him to come down, just to make him have lunch. However, what Wang Dalei said next surprised him. Zhang Feng, something bad happened, someone confessed to your girlfriend. Zhang Feng was confused. He pointed to himself, my girlfriend? He didn't even know where this girlfriend came from. Wang Dalei then remembered that although Jiang Ting had shown interest in Zhang Feng, Jiang Chen had rejected her at the time. But in the eyes of Wang Dalei and the others, Jiang Ting was so beautiful and came from a powerful family. If she had always liked Zhang Feng, wouldn't it be a matter of time before they got together? And there was also the incident of heroically saving her in the alley behind the school. That, Jiang Ting, Wang Dalei stuttered. Zhang Feng frowned. This was a mess. He had nothing to do with Jiang Ting. She is not my girlfriend, he said straightforwardly. Okay. She may not be your girlfriend now, but someone confessed to her. Don't you want to go check it out? Zhang Shua and Li Jihua were also anxious like Wang Dalei, and the three of them looked at Zhang Feng with a suspicious look, making him feel uneasy. She has nothing to do with me, so if someone confesses to her, it naturally has nothing to do with me. Instead of this, I'd rather read more medical books, Zhang Feng said, turning around to go upstairs. The three roommates exchanged glances. Sure enough, Zhang Feng was feeling inferior. After all, his competitors were too strong. They even brought in several trucks of roses directly, and they arranged for a hot air balloon to drop a confession advertisement in the sky. It was said that they even prepared a diamond ring worth over $1 million. Although such behavior seemed a bit tacky in their eyes, but it had to be admitted that this was indeed a grand gesture. Even in the imperial capital university, where rich kids were abundant, such a grand confession was unprecedented. Zhang Feng must have known something in advance and was afraid of feeling ashamed, so he didn't want to go, right? But he couldn't just stand by and watch Jiang Ting being taken away by someone else. The three of them were very anxious. Seeing Zhang Feng about to leave, Zhang Shua and Li Jihua directly blocked him from both sides. Zhang Feng, how can you be like this? At the very least, we are men. We can't just stand by and watch your girlfriend being taken away. Wang Dalei looked distressed. Zhang Feng was really so helpless. Why couldn't he understand what they were saying? Let me say it again, she really isn't my girlfriend, it has nothing to do with me. We're just friends who know each other. Alright, since that's the case, let's go and take a look at the excitement. Let's go. Zhang Shua took the opportunity to pull Zhang Feng along, not giving him a chance to return to the dormitory, and headed straight to the confession scene. The three of them had already discussed it just now. No matter what, when they arrived at the scene, they would support Zhang Feng. If that guy is shameless and still wants to fight for love, don't blame them for being impolite. As for how to be impolite, they haven't figured it out yet. These three were determined to have Zhang Feng take a look. Zhang Feng had no choice but to go along. When Zhang Feng arrived at the scene, he realized that what his three roommates had said was not an exaggeration at all. It was indeed a grand gesture. The scene had already turned into an ocean of roses and balloons. It's just unknown how the protagonist of the event managed to persuade the school's security to bring so many roses onto the campus. Of course, at this moment, the scene was crowded with people, and everyone rarely saw such a spectacle. All the young men and women were very excited. Those who heard the news came out to join in the fun. Oh my! I wonder which wealthy young master this is. With just these roses, it's probably worth more than tens of thousands. Tens of thousands? It's at least hundreds of thousands. You didn't see that they are rare rose varieties, each costing over $100. And there are diamond rings. I heard it's over 1 million. My goodness, how big must that be? If someone confessed to me like this, I would have agreed long ago. You're dreaming. Ha ha ha, shameless. A group of female students watched the excitement and chattered. Of course, their words were full of envy. Zhang Feng didn't like this kind of attention-seeking behavior. He felt that when a guy made such a big gesture, it was highly likely to morally pressure the girl, fearing that if the girl didn't agree, she would be criticized by many people. Many would think, they are treating you so well, why aren't you satisfied? Or, if the other person spent so much money, and you still don't agree, can't you get anything out of it? Of course, those who were already in a relationship didn't count. If the girl had already agreed to the guy's pursuit, then what the guy did was very romantic. However, even so, if it were Zhang Feng, he still wouldn't do it. It's too wasteful. Zhang Feng stared blankly at the sea of roses on the ground, not noticing at all that the male protagonist of the event was actually someone he knew. He really wanted to go back to the dormitory to study medicine. Jiang Ting was also confused. She hadn't received any information beforehand and was dragged down by her roommates. Of course, she also didn't know that she would be the female protagonist of the event. These days, she had been considering whether she should continue pursuing Zhang Feng. She really liked Zhang Feng. She had wanted to send him a message countless times these days, but every time she picked up her phone, she hesitated and ended up not sending a single word. She was afraid that Zhang Feng would ignore her, or what if he straightforwardly rejected her? What should she do then? She was in a dilemma, so her emotions were very low. Her roommates called her downstairs, and she had originally disagreed. Probably because she was in a bad mood, she had been feeling lazy these days. As a result, her roommates told her that there was something important, so she had no choice but to come down. When she saw the sea of roses from afar, she was still amazed. She envied the girl who received such a romantic confession. However, Jiang Ting had such thoughts before she knew she was the one being confessed to. When she was surrounded by her roommates and arrived in the middle of the rose sea, watching Shang Bingxing kneel on one knee in front of her, she still hadn't come to her senses. At the same time, Zhang Feng also saw that the male protagonist of the event was actually Shang Bingxing. His face darkened all of a sudden. Without thinking, Zhang Feng knew what Shang Bingxing was up to. Zhang Feng originally wanted to step forward to stop him, but he thought that today's situation was different from the day they met. What if Shang Bingxing had already talked to Jiang Ting today and she liked him too? Wouldn't it be ruining their relationship if he intervened? Therefore, when Zhang Feng saw Shang Bingxing coming out, he forcibly stopped himself from moving forward, standing in place, deciding to wait and see. Shang Bingxing was also very excited, but he was very satisfied with his preparations for today. When he finally saw Jiang Ting coming down, he was very happy. He walked directly to her, knelt on one knee, and said, "Jiang Ting, I liked you from the moment I saw you. Will you please be my girlfriend?" Jiang Ting was shocked. She thought her roommate had brought her down to watch the excitement, but she didn't expect to be the one being confessed to this time. Isn't this too ridiculous? The surrounding people were in an uproar, everyone was talking, and seeing Shang Bingxing kneeling in front of her like a clown, Jiang Ting felt extremely embarrassed. He liked her? How is that possible? They had only met once, and isn't he Jiang Feng's brother? Thinking about this, Jiang Ting felt annoyed and couldn't understand what Shang Bingxing was playing at. Shang Bingxing was feeling good about himself now, listening to the discussions around him, especially the envious comments from many girls. He believed he had done well and that Jiang Ting would be moved. After all, what girl doesn't like romance? But he was kneeling on the ground, and Jiang Ting still hadn't answered him. Shang Bingxing was puzzled, so he repeated, "Jiang Ting, I like you, I will treat you well, please be my girlfriend." Jiang Ting wanted to speak, but she was so choked up that she couldn't. Shang Bingxing, seeing no response, couldn't help but look at Jiang Ting, only to find her looking very angry. He was confused. Why wasn't she surprised and touched? At this moment, the students around, seeing Jiang Ting's lack of response, started to cheer, and everyone began shouting, "Say yes! Say yes! Say yes!" Shang Bingxing felt proud in his heart, thinking everyone was so supportive. In this situation, which girl could resist such temptation? He took out a diamond ring and handed it to Jiang Ting. "Jiang Ting, I really like you, please say yes." Jiang Ting finally calmed down and managed to squeeze out the first sentence, "Shang Bingxing, what are you doing?" Her tone was cold, and even if Shang Bingxing was still impulsive, he sensed something was wrong. "Jiang Ting, I really like you, I'm confessing to you." Confessing? Is this how you confess? They barely knew each other, and she had never shown any interest in him. Bringing the whole school to witness this, is this a confession? Jiang Ting really didn't know if Shang Bingxing was ill, and she couldn't possibly like someone like Shang Bingxing, right? Always whining and acting like a sissy. What good girl would like that? It's better to be like Jung Fong, a masculine boy, more likable. Thinking of Jung Fong, Jiang Ting's thoughts couldn't help but stir slightly, as if she suddenly realized something. She quickly turned her head and, sure enough, Jung Fong was there. He was watching her from the edge of the crowd. Jiang Ting suddenly felt even more embarrassed. Oh no, Jung Fong saw all this. What would he think of her? Would he think she was deliberately provoking his brother? Jiang Ting was even more flustered thinking like this. Shang Bingxing followed Jiang Ting's gaze and sure enough, he also saw Jung Fong. His face darkened immediately. Jung Fong, it's you again. Are you going to cause trouble for me again? Shang Bingxing thought to himself that it was not good. Looking at Jiang Ting's eyes, it was obvious that she only had Jung Fong in her eyes. If he wasn't still kneeling in front of her, she would probably have run to Jung Fong and thrown herself into his arms. Shang Bingxing regretted for a moment. How could he have forgotten about Jung Fong? With him around, trouble was bound to happen. Even if Jiang Ting had the intention to agree with him, she would probably not be able to save face when she saw Jung Fong. But now that things had come to this, he could only grit his teeth and continue. At this time, many classmates around saw the girl not speaking for a long time, with a somewhat annoyed expression on her face. Slowly, everyone stopped making a fuss and instead looked at the two people in the middle of the flower sea with a probing gaze. Jiang Ting gathered her courage and spoke, I'm sorry, but I don't know you at all. I appreciate your kindness, but I can't accept it. Thunderstruck. Shang Bingxing did not expect so many people to be present. Jiang Ting didn't even give him a bit of face, she directly rejected him. How could he end this? After Jiang Ting finished speaking, she wanted to leave directly. She looked towards the sidelines, where Jung Fong was still there. Her mind went blank, and without knowing why, she ran straight towards Jung Fong. Shang Bingxing turned around and his face turned green immediately. Sure enough, it was all because of Jung Fong causing trouble. Jung Fong was pulled out by 3 dorm mates to watch this farce. When he saw Jiang Ting rejecting Shang Bingxing with an embarrassed look, he roughly understood what was going on. As for why Shang Bingxing suddenly pursued Jiang Ting, he already had a rough idea in his mind. Shang Bingxing was a person who wouldn't miss out on any opportunity. Instead of pursuing a big star like Wang Jingyi, he came to pursue a girl he barely knew. Jung Fong thought there was only one possible reason. That was, Shang Bingxing must have linked Jiang Ting to his grandfather Jiang Shicheng like everyone else. Jung Fong smirked. He really wanted to know what Shang Bingxing would do if he found out the truth, that Jiang Ting was not the proud daughter of heaven he imagined, but just a housekeeper's daughter. However, Jung Fong didn't want to expose the truth, nor did Jiang Ting try to claim this identity herself. It was just some people's delusions. What did it have to do with them? But since Jiang Ting directly rejected Shang Bingxing, Jung Fong also looked at this girl with some admiration. After all, Shang Bingxing made such a big scene, most girls would be swayed. Seeing this, Jung Fong turned to leave, but unexpectedly Jiang Ting ran towards him directly. The classmates around who were watching the excitement were in an uproar. What was going on? The female lead actually rejected him. She actually rejected such a romantic confession. Not only romantic, but also $1 million diamond ring. Moreover, why did she seem to be running towards another boy? At this point, many people started to gossip. Isn't that the school flower Jiang Ting? Yes, I recognize her, it's Jiang Ting. If it's her, it's not surprising that she rejected him. I heard that her background is quite powerful. Exactly, is this guy really in love with her? Or does he love her money? Not really, this guy looks pretty wealthy too. I think they are quite a match. Shang Bingxing stood alone in the middle, watching Jiang Ting abandon him and listening to the various discussions around him. He couldn't take it anymore. His plan for today had failed. He had no idea how to end this. Jiang Ting didn't care about him at all. She just felt too embarrassed just now. It was so awkward that it could plow a big farm. At this moment, she ran up to Jung Fong and said, Jung Fong, I don't know what's going on. I really don't know why you would do this. Jung Fong felt that Jiang Ting didn't need to explain to him at all. He wasn't anyone to her. However, since Shang Bingxing had some relationship with him after all, if Jiang Ting was deceived, he would feel uneasy. Now it seems that Jiang Ting not only wasn't deceived by him, but also seemed disgusted, which made him feel somewhat relieved. Of course, he didn't want Jiang Ting to have any wrong ideas about him again, because he really had no intentions in that regard towards her. So he nodded and said, you should make your own decisions, but you should avoid contact with certain people. Jung Fong said this and then walked away. Because Jiang Ting rejected Shang Bingxing's confession and came directly to him, they had become the center of attention, with many people whispering and looking at them, which made Jiang Fong feel uncomfortable. Wang Dalai and the others saw the situation and followed Jiang Fong closely. Jiang Ting felt a bit disappointed. She thought that after these few interactions, Zhang Feng might have some feelings for her, but looking at his current behavior, it was clear that he wasn't interested in her. Zhang Feng witnessed Shang Bingxing's behavior today, and in the future, he would probably keep his distance from him even more. Thinking of this, Zhang Ting couldn't help but feel some resentment towards Shang Bingxing. She turned to leave, wanting to go back and ask her roommates what was going on. Did they betray her? Or did Shang Bingxing bribe them? Knowing that she liked Zhang Feng, why did they bring her to accept someone else's confession? Unexpectedly, as she turned around, Shang Bingxing stopped her. Shang Bingxing was on the verge of exploding at this point. Today was simply embarrassing and humiliating for him. He never thought he would fail. In his mind, Zhang Feng was inferior to him in every way. If Zhang Ting could be interested in that guy, why couldn't she like him? He was clearly much better than him. He couldn't understand, so he wanted to stop Zhang Ting and get some clarity. Before Shang Bingxing could speak, a girl suddenly ran over from the side. "Classmate, can we take a few of those roses?" The girl giggled, surrounded by a group of people, all looking at Shang Bingxing, waiting for his answer. Shang Bingxing was furious. He couldn't possibly carry all those flowers by himself. But if he let others take them freely, wouldn't he become a laughingstock at the Imperial University? So he said in a very unfriendly tone, "No, get lost." The playful girl didn't expect Shang Bingxing to suddenly change his attitude. It was awkward. "What's so great? Anyway, she doesn't accept you. If you don't let others take them, they'll just go to waste." This statement hit Shang Bingxing right in the heart. He glared fiercely at the girl, and she quickly grabbed her friend's hand and left. "Zhang Ting, why are you treating me like this?" Shang Bingxing questioned Zhang Ting. Zhang Ting thought this person was crazy, completely unreasonable. "Are you out of your mind? I have no relationship with you at all. Why should I accept your confession?" Zhang Ting's face turned red with anger. Shang Bingxing suddenly changed his tone again. "Zhang Ting, I'm sorry, I was too excited just now. I really like you. You can see that I'm sincere towards you. Can you give me a chance, please?" Shang Bingxing changed his attitude so quickly that Zhang Ting's impression of him worsened. At this point, she just wanted to quickly get rid of his entanglement. "I'm sorry, Shang, we really don't know each other. We're not even friends. I really can't agree to you," Zhang Ting said, stepping back repeatedly, and then ran away directly. Shang Bingxing wanted to catch up, but after some thought, he gave up. He looked around and saw many people pointing fingers at him. In his heart, he began to hate Zhang Feng even more. 3 days later, Shang Nanxue received the appraisal results. However, she had not opened it yet. She called Shang Nanfeng to meet, fearing that if the result was unacceptable to both of them, they would not be able to control their emotions at home, and things would really get out of hand. "Nanxue, should we tell your second sister about this matter?" Shang Nanfeng felt that all 3 sisters should know about this matter. Shang Nanxue had actually considered it these days, but Shang Nanyu's temperament, if told, would probably not be able to keep it a secret. Many things were still uncertain, and she thought it was better to keep it from her for now. "No, let's not tell her for now." Another important point was that Shang Nanyu had always been very fond of Shang Bingxing. When encountering other matters, she could remain clear-headed and rational, but when it came to Shang Bingxing, her blindness would act up. Therefore, Shang Nanxue decided to temporarily exclude her. The two sat in the car, with the file folder in front of them, and neither of the sisters made a move to open it first. "Nanxue, Shang Nanfeng felt a faint fear in her heart, afraid of what the future would hold if the matter was confirmed. Afraid that the Shang family would be in chaos from then on. Shang Nanxue also, although she probably already knew the answer, she hadn't figured out how to face it once it was revealed. "Forget it, let's see the results first." Shang Nanxue no longer hesitated. She reached out and took the file folder, tearing it open. Shang Nanxue read it once, then again. In no time, a relaxed expression appeared on her face, and she handed the information to Shang Nanfeng. "Sis, it's not what we thought." Shang Nanfeng, upon hearing this, was pleasantly surprised and quickly took it to confirm for herself. When she saw the clear no biological relationship on the appraisal report, she couldn't help but cover her chest and let out a sigh of relief. "Oh my god. I can finally relax, it's not what we thought." Shang Nanfeng felt the tension in her heart release all at once. On the other hand, Shang Nanxue seemed to be pondering something and did not respond to her elder sister. Shang Nanxue felt that something was off, but she couldn't pinpoint exactly what it was. "Sis, don't get too excited yet. Don't you think the matter isn't resolved? The fact that he cheated is still there." Shang Nanfeng had also thought of this, but compared to their previous suspicion that Shang Bingxing was the illegitimate child of Shang Yuancheng and an outside woman, just cheating was much better. "Nanxue, let's take it slow with that matter. At the very least, as long as Bingxing is not. It's not the worst." Shang Nanfeng comforted her sister and herself. However, Shang Nanxue remembered the scene where she had encountered Shang Yuancheng and that woman that day, and she felt that something was not quite right. She took out her phone, found the photos she had taken that day, and looked at them repeatedly. No, sis, there is definitely something wrong with this matter. Shang Nanxue excitedly handed her phone directly to her elder sister Shang Nanfeng. Look, isn't it almost identical? Shang Nanfeng looked at it carefully again. Although the woman's face was only captured in profile, it was clear that she indeed looked very much like Shang Bingxing, especially since Shang Bingxing had those fox-like eyes, with upturned corners, a rare eye shape that could be recognized at a glance. This woman had the same eyes. How could such a coincidence happen? Could it be that Dad knew Bingxing was this woman's child and was protecting him? Shang Nanxue considered various possibilities, but no matter how she thought about it, she felt it was not logical enough. Sister, in this matter, I still need to continue investigating. Regardless, his affair is a confirmed fact that has hurt Mom. Furthermore, we have overlooked a very important matter, the woman involved. We need to find out how much property she has now, whether any of it was given by Dad when they got together. All of this needs to be clarified. We cannot take this lightly. Shang Nanfeng nodded. Even if the result is hard to accept, pretending not to know anything is not an option. Shang Nanxue tore the paternity test results in her hand into pieces, threw them into a nearby trash can, and then made a phone call. Help me investigate a person. Shang Yuanqing's high-profile confession to the schoolflower failed and became a joke at the capital university. The three roommates of Jiang Feng found it most amusing. Damn! So that's what happened. Jiang Feng, we thought you were being robbed of love. But Miss Jiang, are you really not considering it at all? She is really devoted to you. Exactly, that dude is brave. The girl doesn't know anything, daring to do such a thing. Is there something wrong with his head? Money shouldn't be spent like this. Miss Jiang really has good taste. Ha ha ha. Jiang Feng just smiled as he listened to their discussion. At that moment, Ding Xiang called. Jiang Feng, we have arrived in the capital. Do you want to have dinner together tonight? Mom, where are you guys? I'll come find you. Your uncle arranged a dinner at the Silver Sea Hotel. Just take a taxi over. Jiang Feng hung up the phone, his face full of joy. He really missed his parents a bit, and he wondered if Jiang Yuyan had come alone. I'm going out for a bit, I might not come back tonight, Jiang Feng told his roommates before quickly tidying up and leaving. He knew about the Silver Sea Hotel because some prominent figures in the capital would host guests there, making it a high-end hotel. The uncle Ding Xiang mentioned had a high status in the capital and was a close friend of Jiang's parents. Jiang Feng arrived at the entrance of the Silver Sea Hotel in just 20 minutes. However, as he got out of the car, he seemed to have seen Shang Yuancheng. Jiang Feng took another look and indeed saw Shang Yuancheng, accompanied by Shang Bingxing. Jiang Feng smiled. Shang Bingxing was probably close to exploding, yet he still had the energy to go out. Jiang Feng knew about Shang Bingxing's spending habits at home, as Shang Yuancheng always strictly controlled his pocket money. He didn't know where Jiang Ting suddenly got so much money from, but it was all in vain. Both money and people were gone. It was a wonder he still had the mood to go out for dinner. However, it had nothing to do with Jiang Feng, so he just treated it as a joke. After paying the taxi fare, he planned to wait for Shang Yuancheng and his son to enter before going in himself. Unexpectedly, when Shang Bingxing turned his head, he also saw Jiang Feng. Shang Bingxing frowned upon seeing Jiang Feng and quickly reported to Shang Yuancheng, "Dad, my brother." Shang Yuancheng was lost in thought and didn't react immediately. When Shang Bingxing mentioned his brother, he didn't think of Jiang Feng. It was evident that he had completely ignored this son. It wasn't until he followed Shang Bingxing's gaze that he recognized Jiang Feng. Shang Yuancheng directly called out to him, "Jiang Feng, why are you here? Can't you at least say hello when you see us? Have you forgotten basic manners?" Jiang Feng wanted to walk past them, but the two stopped him to talk. Although Shang Yuancheng had never been too harsh on him, he hadn't been too kind either. If one were to describe his attitude towards himself accurately, it would be indifferent, just 2 words. Yes, indifferent. During the time when Jiang Feng was at the Shang family, he could clearly feel that he was being intentionally ignored, and many things he saw with his own eyes showed that he clearly favored Shang Bingxing. Jiang Feng easily cut off ties with this family, naturally not wanting to deal with them. However, Shang Bingxing directly stopped him. "Brother, Dad is calling you. Why are you ignoring him?" Jiang Feng looked up and saw Shang Bingxing looking at him with a look of amusement. "My father's surname is Jiang." Shang Yuancheng had not seen Jiang Feng for a long time. Today, when he met him here, he was planning to scold him, but before he could speak, he was already angered by Jiang Feng. "Jiang Feng, fine. Since that's the case, you will never enter the Shang family's door again," Shang Yuancheng said, then directly took Shang Bingxing and left. Zhang Feng didn't care at all. He didn't say anything, just walked inside where his parents and Uncle Fu were already waiting for him. The reason Shang Yuancheng brought Shang Bingxing here was because he heard that the big investor, Uncle Fu Shang, was going to have dinner here today. Normally, he wouldn't dare to approach such a big shot, but now things were different. With the relationship between Bingxing and Zhang's granddaughter, he felt that the Shang family had gained confidence, so he dared to do business with such elusive big shots. Therefore, after receiving the news, he wanted to try his luck here, to see if he could introduce himself. Even if Uncle Fu didn't give him face, as long as he mentioned Zhang Lao, wouldn't he offer him a cigarette with a smile? Shang Yuancheng had a beautiful plan in mind and had discussed it with Bingxing before coming. However, Shang Bingxing seemed to resist a bit. Shang Yuancheng insisted on bringing him along to broaden his horizons. So he came along. Shang Yuancheng asked again when Zhang Ting would come to the Shang family as a guest. He had even prepared a guest list. He had one in his pocket, planning to give it to Uncle Fu Shang. Shang Yuancheng believed that as long as he used the Zhang family's name, who in the entire capital city would dare to disrespect him? If he could invite Uncle Fu to his house for dinner, it would be equivalent to raising his status in the capital city. But today he still wanted to keep a low profile, especially since it was his first meeting with Uncle Fu. As soon as the father and son entered the hall, the manager of Yinhai Hotel, Li, came up to greet them. "General Shang, you're here. I've already arranged a private room for you." He then whispered to Shang Yuancheng, "Uncle Fu is entertaining important guests today, and everyone has arrived. It might not be appropriate to disturb him." Hearing this, Shang Yuancheng looked displeased. "I came here today, so I must see Uncle Fu." "Li, don't worry. You've done a good job with this matter, and I won't forget your kindness. And I guarantee that after your introduction, Uncle Fu will also thank you." Seeing Shang Yuancheng so confident, Li thought for a moment and decided to take the risk. "All right, General Shang, please come to the private room first. I'll call you when it's convenient." Zhang Yuyen couldn't come with his parents, and Zhang Feng felt a little disappointed, but he was also very happy to see his parents. As soon as he entered the private room, Ding Xiang came up to him. "Son, do you miss your old mom?" Without waiting for Zhang Feng to answer, she gave him a big hug. "Do you think your son is you? Whether he misses you or not is on his mind every day. Even if he does miss you, it's in his heart. A man's love is not expressed with words." Zhang Huaihai looked at Zhang Feng, proud and smiling, and continued the conversation. Ding Xiang actually knew that Zhang Feng had always been reserved since he was young, and he expressed his emotions through actions, so she didn't expect him to respond. Unexpectedly, Zhang Feng softly said this time, "Of course, I miss you, Mom. Not only you, but also Dad, my sister, and Grandpa." Lilac was a bit surprised and stunned for a moment, but then she quickly reacted and a smile blossomed on her face. Even Zhang Huaihai was also surprised at first, then moved, and quickly reassured Zhang Feng, all right, didn't we all come here? It's just a few days away. Your grandfather and Yu Yen will also come over, so you don't have to worry then. We'll meet every day." Lilac also added, "Zhang Feng, this time we won't leave after coming to Jing City. We'll stay in the house you mentioned last time. Do you want to move out of the school dormitory and live with us?" Lilac looked eagerly at her son. She came to Jing City just to accompany him in his studies. It would be best if Zhang Feng could live at home. They could have meals together every day. Eating those pre-made meals in the cafeteria and outside was not healthy. She felt sorry just thinking about it. Zhang Feng thought about it. He did want to live with his family, but he promised his dorm mates to attend classes every day. "Mom, I'll just live in both places. I won't move out of the dormitory. I'll stay there when I'm busy." He felt this compromise was the most suitable solution. "All right, if there's anything inconvenient, just tell me." "There's nothing inconvenient. My dorm mates are all good and take care of me." Lilac was particularly happy to hear him say that. "Really, son? In that case, your father and I will thank them well. After we settle in, you invite your dorm mates home. We'll treat them to a good meal." Zhang Feng smiled and agreed. At this time, Fu Xingfu came in. In fact, he had arrived long ago, more than an hour before the Zhang couple, but he had just gone out to take a call, and when he came back and saw Zhang Feng had already arrived. "Ha ha ha, Zhang Feng, you little guy. You've grown so tall. You're really talented." Zhang Feng quickly greeted him with a smile. "Uncle Fu, hello." Fu Shang was burly and imposing, making people feel afraid just by looking at him. And he always had 2 bodyguards with him wherever he went. This time was no exception, but because he was dining with Zhang Huaihai and his wife, he left the bodyguards outside. Who would have thought that such a person would be so friendly in front of the Zhang family? He really liked Zhang Feng. Unfortunately, he didn't have a daughter, only sons in his family. If he had a daughter, he would have to establish a relationship with the Jiang family. Of course, this also required the consent of the Jiang family, as it would indeed be a step up for his family. Come, sit down and eat, chat while eating. Fu Sheng and the Jiang family had a long-standing relationship. Jiang Shicheng and Jiang Lao had once saved his grandfather's life, so he genuinely respected every member of the Jiang family. The Jiang family not only had power but more importantly, each member of the Jiang family was loyal and righteous. Fu Sheng had been through ups and downs in the business world all his life and rarely admired anyone. But every member of the Jiang family, he truly respected from the bottom of his heart. When the Jiang family decided to move to Jing City for a while, they contacted him first, and he was truly flattered. Everyone sat down to eat. The food prepared by the Silver Sea Hotel was really delicious. Everyone ate and chatted harmoniously. Unexpectedly, there was a dispute outside the door at this time. Let us in to see Mr. Fu. I have important matters to discuss. If you delay us, don't blame us for being impolite. It turned out that Shang Yuanchang, accompanied by Shang Bingxing, had been waiting in the adjacent private room for a while, but Manager Li had not shown up. He couldn't wait any longer, fearing that something might go wrong. What if Mr. Fu left before they arrived? Opportunities like this were not available every day. Therefore, he took the initiative and brought Shang Bingxing over. But how could the bodyguards at the door easily let them in? Fu Sheng instructed at the beginning that today is to entertain distinguished guests, and if they are disturbed, they will be held accountable. However, not long after the banquet began, two suspicious individuals came over and insisted on entering the private room. How could this be allowed? The bodyguards first stopped them from entering. Shang Yuancheng did not dare to offend Master Fu, so he initially spoke politely, but the two bodyguards, who were used to following Master Fu and had seen all kinds of people scheming to meet him, were very impolite. Gradually, they provoked Shang Yuancheng's anger. He was very angry in his heart, thinking, "You are just two little bodyguards. What's so great about you? When did Shang Yuancheng ever speak humbly to others? Not to mention two bodyguards. Even if Master Fu Sheng comes, given his relationship with the Jiang family, he would still have to greet him with a smile. These two gatekeepers really think highly of themselves." Shang Yuancheng was very angry and began to speak fiercely. "Don't stop me. I am here to discuss business with Master Fu. If you delay important matters, be careful that both of you will lose your jobs." The two bodyguards looked at each other. There were countless people who wanted to see Master Fu every day, but they had never encountered such audacity. The two bodyguards couldn't help but laugh. "Hurry up and leave. Stop talking nonsense here. You, discussing business with Master Fu? You are just seeking favors from Master Fu. Don't flatter yourself. In the entire capital, we know everyone who can talk to Master Fu. How come we have never heard of such a distinguished god like you?" Shang Yuancheng was so angry that he was fuming. He couldn't believe it. Today, Master Fu Sheng must see him, whether he wants to or not. At this time, Manager Li also heard the commotion and hurried over. When he saw that Shang Yuancheng and Shang Bingxing had not waited for him and had gone directly to cause a scene at Master Fu's private room, Manager Li's heart almost jumped out of his chest in fear. Oh my god, why doesn't this Shang family know their place? He was really foolish. For the sake of a little benefit, he had informed them, and now his job was probably at risk. He put on a mournful face and quickly thought about pulling the father and son away first. Master Fu was not someone they could afford to offend. Unexpectedly, when Shang Yuancheng saw Manager Li coming over, he thought the other party was there to support him. He said to the two bodyguards, "When I meet Master Fu later, I will have both of you fired first." Shang Yuancheng was arrogant at the moment, completely unaware that Manager Li was trembling with fear on the side. Mr. Shang, why did you come over here? Didn't I tell you that Master Fu was receiving distinguished guests inside? If this disturbs..." Manager Li nervously rubbed his hands, not knowing what to do. How dare the Shang family speak so boldly to Master Fu's bodyguards? They really had no sense of propriety. Seeing Manager Li's appearance, Shang Yuancheng was a bit dumbfounded, but then he thought, what was there to fear? When he meets Master Fu later, as long as he reveals his relationship with the Jiang family, everything will be resolved, right? Therefore, he didn't take Manager Li's words to heart at all. He even directly ordered him, "Manager Li, let me in quickly. Otherwise, all of you will bear the consequences." The two bodyguards stared at Shang Yuancheng as if he were a fool, while Manager Li was sweating profusely, regretting how he had provoked this troublemaker. He wanted to forcibly pull Shang Yuancheng away. While Master Fu was still unaware, after dealing with Shang Yuancheng, he planned to come back and apologize to the two bodyguards properly, hoping to rectify the situation before it escalated further. However, Shang Yuancheng, who used to think he understood the ways of the world very well, seemed to be possessed today. No matter how he hinted or implied, he just wouldn't leave. Shang Bingxing witnessed his father's behavior throughout. To be honest, he felt a bit guilty. Several times he wanted to pull his father away. He was afraid that if they really offended powerful figures, it wouldn't end well. But at this moment, Shang Yuancheng had no time to care about what his son said or did. He was holding back his anger, feeling that these were just two small bodyguards who dared to be so rude to him. Today, he must see Master Fu and have these two guys properly punished. Direct dismissal. Even blacklist them in the capital. Let them know who the Shang family really is. President Shang. Let's go quickly. We really can't afford to offend Master Fu. Managerly, seeing that Shang Yuancheng was unyielding, had to lay out the facts for him. If Master Fu stomped his foot in the capital, the ground would shake 3 times. Was Shang Yuancheng out of his mind today? Shang Yuancheng didn't even believe himself when he saw Managerly, which made him even more annoyed. In a moment of desperation, he pointed to his son and said, "Do you know who this is? This is the future grandson-in-law of Jiang Shiqing's granddaughter. Don't you know Jiang Lao? This is my son, his grandson-in-law. Tell me, this Fu Shang, can I afford to offend him or not?" When Shang Yuancheng said this, several people on the scene were stunned. Managerly suddenly breathed a sigh of relief, saying, "No wonder Shang Yuancheng was so confident today. It turns out he had connections with the Jiang family. Jiang Shiqing, who doesn't know him in Huagua." He looked at Shang Bingxing beside him and thought, what kind of luck did this kid have to be able to marry into such a wealthy family, but then put on a pleasing smile. President Shang. President Shang. It's all a misunderstanding. I didn't know it was like this, haha, please don't be angry. Managerly laughed and began to act arrogantly, shouting at the 2 bodyguards, "Did you hear that? This is a distinguished guest of the Jiang family. Can you afford to offend him? Hurry up and go tell Master Fu." The 2 bodyguards looked at each other. They didn't know if what Shang Yuancheng said was true or false. If it was false and they reported it, they might end up in trouble. But if it was true and they didn't say anything, Master Fu would find out in the future, and they would be in trouble. Moreover, today's banquet was hosted by Master Fu, wasn't it the Jiang family couple? But because the Jiang family had always been low-key and had never appeared publicly in photos or anything, no one knew them. Master Fu had also instructed in advance to keep it confidential, otherwise it would cause unnecessary trouble. But now this Shan was causing trouble, claiming to be related to the Jiang family, which made the 2 guards in a dilemma. President Shang. Is this true? What do you mean, you still don't believe me? You dare to joke about this? Hurry up and go tell him. The attitudes of the 2 bodyguards softened, and Shang Yuancheng began to show off. After discussing privately, they thought it would be better to let Master Fu know about this matter. If what he said was true and they accidentally shut him out, they wouldn't be able to bear the responsibility. If it was false, then the person in front of them was deceiving them, and Master Fu would at most blame them for being too trusting, not punish them severely. After the 2 men discussed and agreed, one of them came over to Shang Yuancheng and said, "President Shang, we are really sorry. Please forgive us. I will go in and inform Master Fu." Shang Yuancheng's nostrils almost reached the sky. He thought, just now you had that attitude. Now you're still going to be humble with me. Actually, Shang Bingxing felt very uncomfortable on the side. Several times he wanted to pull Shang Yuancheng away, but he didn't know what had gotten into him today. He felt a surge of energy and just couldn't hold back. The rejection by Jiang Ting still haunted him, and he hadn't recovered from the failure. In order to confess, he had arranged half of his money into a sea of roses, which was like throwing money away for nothing. The diamond ring was also carefully chosen by himself, but he couldn't return it either. This value was greatly discounted. His own over 2 million yuan was as good as gone. This was the first time in his life that he had so much money. He really ended up with nothing despite his efforts. Not to mention the shattered dream, more importantly, he had no idea how to explain to Shang Yuancheng. Now Shang Yuancheng insisted on introducing him to someone named Fu Yi, and even used the Jiang family's name. He was really afraid of being exposed and not being able to end it, but he also held a glimmer of hope, in case he could gain some benefits from this Fu surname. So he stood on the side, conflicted, until now. It was already difficult to get off the tiger. When the bodyguard knocked on the door and entered, Fu Shang was discussing Zhang Feng's academic issues with Zhang Huaihai. When he heard that Zhang Feng had chosen to study medicine and inherit the Zhang family's clothing business, he gave him a thumbs up. "It has to be you. I didn't misjudge you. You have potential. You know, studying medicine is hard and tiring, and with the Zhang family's huge business empire, Zhang Feng could have chosen an easier path, but he chose to study medicine, which he truly admired." Several people were chatting happily when the bodyguard came in. The bodyguard walked up to Fu Sheng and whispered to him for a while. Fu Sheng, surprised, looked at Zhang Huaihai and his wife, then asked the bodyguard to step back. "Zhang buddy, there's someone outside who claims to be Zhang Lao's grandson-in-law and wants to see me." Zhang Huaihai muttered to himself a couple of times before realizing what Zhang Lao's grandson-in-law meant. He stood up abruptly. "What? Yu Yan is in love? How come we didn't know anything about it?" Ding Xiang also found it unbelievable. How is that possible? Yu Yan hasn't been out much lately. Although Jiang Feng didn't say anything, when he heard his father say that Zhang Yuyan was in love, for some reason, his heart suddenly clenched. Seeing this situation, Fu Sheng said, "It's hard to say if it's someone impersonating or what. Besides, the three of you are here today and no one else knows, so let's not rush, bring the person in to see." Zhang Huaihai nodded, realizing he had been impulsive just now. But he knew that although Zhang Yuyan seemed carefree on the surface, she was actually a very traditional girl at heart. He understood his daughter, and for such a big matter, she wouldn't have made a decision without consulting the family. And now that Zhang Yuyan hadn't mentioned having a partner, suddenly the other party came looking for her. There must be some problem. Fu Sheng instructed the bodyguard to bring the person in. Although Shang Yuanchang was arrogant when facing the two bodyguards, he suddenly felt a bit nervous when he was about to meet Fu Yi. After all, he was a well-known figure in Beijing, a tough character. Without the Zhang family's relationship, even if he was placed in the Pacific Ocean, he might not have the qualifications to visit Fu Yi. Now he was finally going to meet him. The two bodyguards were very polite, making a gesture of invitation. Shang Yuancheng took a deep breath, nodded to Shang Bingxing, and walked into the private room. What neither of them had expected was that as soon as they entered, the first person they saw was Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng was sitting next to a burly man, eating with gusto. It was next to Fu Yi. This directly stunned Shang Yuancheng and his son. The two stood still, forgetting to greet Fu Yi. Zhang Feng saw these two people come in, and at first he was a little stunned, but he quickly figured out what was going on, and a smile that went unnoticed by anyone appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Zhang Feng, what are you doing here?" Shang Yuancheng even forgot basic courtesy, because he really didn't expect Zhang Feng to be having a meal with Mr. Fu. What was going on? There was also a middle-aged couple present. The man was elegant, and the woman was noble and luxurious, clearly not an ordinary family. Of course, they were not ordinary people, who could sit on an equal footing with Mr. Fu, but who exactly were they, and what was Zhang Feng doing here? Fu Sheng recognized Zhang Feng and thought he might be an acquaintance, so he quickly asked, "Zhang Feng, do you know each other?" Zhang Feng shook his head, "I don't know him." Before Fu Sheng could speak, Shang Yuanchang was already furious. "Zhang Feng, what are you saying? Have you grown wings recently and are looking for trouble?" Fu Sheng thought this person was crazy, coming in just to pick a fight. He didn't care who this person was, since Zhang Feng claimed not to know him, didn't understand any rules, and deserved a good lesson. Fu Sheng reached out to call the bodyguard, and Shang Yuancheng suddenly remembered why he was here. He didn't care why Zhang Feng was here, and quickly went over to greet Fu Sheng. Hello. You must be Mr. Fu. I am Shang Yuancheng from the Shang family, here to visit. Mr. Fu squinted and thought for a moment, finally remembering which family the Shang family belonged to. He said, "Oh," and asked coldly, "What's the matter?" Shang Yuancheng was a bit confused. He had already told the bodyguard about his relationship with the Zhang family just now, so Fu Sheng should have warmly welcomed him when he saw him come in. But what was happening now? Not only did he not show any intention of welcoming him, he didn't even move. In the midst of their conversation, he even served Zhang Feng a dish. Shang Yuancheng understood that he was being looked down upon, feeling a bit unhappy but not daring to show it. Little did he know, Fu Sheng was a shrewd person. Just now, he saw Zhang Feng's attitude and, although he didn't know their relationship, he knew he shouldn't give these two too much face. Shang Bingxing stood behind Shang Yuancheng, his face so dark it could squeeze out ink. Zhang Feng was actually here. He was actually qualified to have a meal with Mr. Fu. A brat like him, on what grounds? And who were these two extraordinary people? Why did Mr. Fu treat them with such respect? Where did Zhang Feng meet such people and get close to them? Shang Bingxing was itching with hatred, unable to understand how Zhang Feng, a poor boy from the mountains, had such an opportunity. However, Shang Bingxing thought again, maybe things weren't as he imagined. Just because Zhang Feng could have a meal here didn't mean anything. Even if he could have a meal here, he still had no background or resources. Knowing important people was useless. Zhang Feng was really stupid. He didn't even acknowledge Shang Yuancheng just now. But that's good too, so he wouldn't use the Shang family's name again. Oh, Shang Bingxing suddenly remembered, it must be like this. Jiang Feng could sit here and dine with these important people now because he was using the Shang family's name. It must be. Otherwise, how could an unknown poor boy like him have the qualifications to sit here? Shang Bingxing was driven crazy, his mind not knowing what to think. At this time, Shang Yuanshan had already forgotten about Jiang Feng. He hadn't forgotten his purpose for coming here, and judging by Fu Shang's attitude, he was clearly very unhappy. He quickly reintroduced himself, Mr. Fu, hello, I am here to discuss a business deal with you. No rush, first tell me, who is Jiang Lao's grandson-in-law, what's going on? Fu Sheng originally wanted to drive these two people out directly, because he didn't like them at first sight. Their eyes were evasive, and they were the kind of people who were only interested in personal gain and were not honest. But thinking of what the bodyguard had said earlier, he was afraid that these two people might have some relationship with Jiang Yuyan, and he might accidentally hurt them. Therefore, he needed to clarify the situation first. When Shang Yuancheng finally asked about this, he suddenly felt more confident. He pointed to Shang Bingxing and said, Master Fu, let me introduce you. This is my son, Shang Bingxing. He is currently dating Jiang Shiqing's granddaughter. Hearing this, Fu Shang calmly glanced at the Jiang couple. Seeing that they didn't say anything, he asked, oh, why didn't Jiang Lao's granddaughter come with you? When Fu Shang asked this, Shang Bingxing felt awkward. After all, Jiang Feng was here, and he had witnessed the confession during the day. He didn't look at Jiang Feng, but he knew that the other party must be looking at him like a joke. However, Shang Bingxing knew he couldn't panic now, or it would be troublesome if he revealed his true intentions. Regardless, he needed to get through the current situation first. He hoped that Jiang Feng wouldn't say anything inappropriate. Shang Yuancheng, of course, had no idea how chaotic his son's mind was at the moment. He proudly said, Master Fu, Miss Jiang is quite busy, but she will come to our family banquet in a couple of days. It will be a formal announcement of her relationship with my son. Please grace us with your presence then. Shang Yuancheng took out the invitation card and handed it over with both hands. Fu Shang glanced at it but didn't accept it. He calmly looked at the Jiang couple, who remained indifferent. Fu Shang knew that he must not reveal their identities at any time. Shang Yuancheng felt a bit embarrassed. He had said so much, but Fu Shang remained as composed as before, sitting there like a rock. Could it be that he no longer cared about the Jiang family? Shang Yuancheng couldn't understand. The Fu family was influential in the capital, but compared to the Jiang family, they were insignificant. So he couldn't understand why Fu Shang was still indifferent to him. He was burning with anger but couldn't express it for unknown reasons. Fu Shang stared at the father and son, as if suddenly realizing something. He reached out and took the invitation card, but he didn't even look at it and put it aside. At first sight of Shang Bingxing, he knew that Miss Jiang would never be interested in such a person. He also knew that the Jiang couple probably shared the same opinion, otherwise they wouldn't be so calm. However, he needed to find out why these two claimed to be the Jiang family's son-in-law. Otherwise, they might continue to deceive others in the name of the Jiang family. Jiang sure couldn't handle this matter, so he stepped in. Mr. Shang, being related to the Jiang family is not something anyone can claim. Fu Shang finally spoke, intending to teach these two a lesson. He had already signaled the two bodyguards to inform them. The two bodyguards had realized that they had been too trusting, and now they were regretful. Upon receiving Master Fu's signal, they hurriedly went to make arrangements. The Jiang couple had roughly guessed the identities of the two from their interaction with Jiang Feng just now. Jiang Feng had stayed at the Shang family for almost a year before returning to the Jiang family, claiming to have completely severed ties with the former. Although they didn't know the specifics, they believed that if they had treated Jiang Feng well, he wouldn't have been so heartless. They knew their son best, having raised him since he was young. Now Jiang Huaihai had come to the capital with the intention of investigating Jiang Feng's time at the Shang family. If their precious son suffered any grievances, they would not show any mercy. But now these two suddenly mentioned Jiang Yuyan, leaving the two of them puzzled, so they remained calm. Shang Yuancheng also sensed that something was amiss. Little did he know that the middle-aged couple sitting in front of them were Mr. and Mrs. Jiang Huaihai, Jiang Feng's foster parents. Shang Bingxing was even more clueless. He thought Jiang Feng had said something, even though Jiang Feng was sitting there motionless. The few words Fu Shang said made Shang Yuancheng very unhappy. He got excited and shouted, "What do you mean?" Who casually acknowledged kinship. Mr. Shang, you are also a leader, how can you do such a confused thing? Are you not planning to continue with your Shangs in the future? Shang Yuancheng understood the meaning behind Fu Shang's words and broke out in a cold sweat. If he really offended Mr. Fu, his small Shang family really couldn't afford it. He quickly softened his attitude to prevent this gentleman from doing something irreparable. It's not Mr. Fu, what I said is true. How do you prove it? Fu Sheng asked. Yeah, how to prove it? Shang Yuanchang looked at Shang Bingxing. He had always heard from his son that he had not even seen Miss Jiang yet. How could he prove it? Bingxing, do you have a photo of Miss Jiang or something? Show it to Mr. Fu. Shang Bingxing quickly declined. No, her family has strict rules and cannot take photos casually. Shang Yuanchang also felt that the Jiang family would not easily take photos. So far, the Jiang family indeed did not have a single public photo, showing the Jiang family's strictness. Fu Sheng smiled. Seeing Shang Bingxing's guilty look, he understood that this father and son were out to deceive. But he didn't expect that he was very familiar with the Jiang family. If he wasn't familiar, he might have been intimidated by the Jiang family's reputation. After all, when most people hear the Jiang family's name, they show respect. Who would have thought that someone would dare to use his name to deceive others? Now he was angry and wanted to kick these two out first. How dare they deceive him, Fu Sheng? And with Mr. and Mrs. Jiang present, Shang Yuanchang still did not understand the seriousness of the situation. He thought his explanation was flawless, waiting for Fu Sheng to admire him and invite him to sit down. Unexpectedly, what came was a group of well-trained bodyguards in black, and the sweating Manager Li nodded and followed behind, not daring to make a sound. He had already been reprimanded, and he heard that Shang Yuanchang had let him in. Not only did he lose his job, but he would also never find work opportunities in Jing City again. Even so, he couldn't leave now. He had to come and identify Shang Yuanchang. Shang Yuanchang was frightened by the grandeur, and before he could say anything, he received Manager Li's resentful gaze. He was shocked, realizing something bad was happening. Mr. Fu, this is... Ha ha ha, I didn't expect this. Someone actually dared to use Mr. Jiang's name to deceive people. Shang, since you dared to deceive me, you should know what the consequences will be. Fu Sheng finally stood up from his seat, first politely saying to the silent Mr. and Mrs. Jiang, brother, I will handle the matter here first. I apologize for the poor hospitality today. I will personally come to apologize another day. Fu Sheng did not know the relationship between the Sheng family and Jiang Feng. He just wanted to resolve the matter quickly. Also, to vent some anger for the Jiang family. The Jiang family has always been low-key. They can't just reveal their identity for these two unworthy things, right? That would really give them face. The Sheng family name is not worthy. Therefore, he is now thinking about having the Jiang family couple and Jiang Feng avoid each other. Whatever he does, he doesn't want to dirty their eyes. Jiang Huaihai, however, disagrees. The way Shang Yuancheng treated Jiang Feng just now made him very angry. Jiang Feng is their own son. If he didn't take care of him when he was young, it's fine. Now that they have finally recognized each other, how dare he treat Jiang Feng like that? This child Jiang Feng has always been sensible since he was young. How could he deserve that kind of treatment? Jiang Feng left the Shang family and returned to the Jiang family. He hadn't even caused trouble for them yet, but they came to him. Jiang Huaihai naturally wouldn't miss this opportunity. Ding Xiang was even more indignant and had cursed the Shang family thousands of times in her heart. She really regretted letting her son go back in the first place. She didn't expect Jiang Feng to be such a good child, and his family turned out to be such low-class characters. She felt very sorry for Jiang Feng, thinking about how he had been living with such people day and night for over a year. No wonder the child didn't say anything when he came home. Brother Fu, it's not a big deal to me. Do you mind if we stay here? Jiang Huaihai spoke as if it were a very ordinary matter. The only thing is that Jiang Feng clearly didn't tell the Shang family about his adoptive parents. The child must have his concerns, so Jiang Huaihai and his wife also tacitly said nothing for the time being. Fu Yi didn't mind when he heard this. Brother Jiang, if you want to watch the excitement, feel free. Shang Yuanchang couldn't hold back any longer. They were being completely ignored, and these two people, who knows who they are, were with Jiang Feng. Moreover, it seemed that Fu Sheng had always been respectful to them. Who could Fu Sheng respect so much, and who was also with Jiang Feng? Shang Yuancheng was puzzled, but he couldn't think about it at the moment. He knew that if he didn't explain it now, Fu Yi would really get angry and blame him and his Sheng family. Fu Yi, please make it clear. What does this mean? Shang Bingxing saw that things were not going well and had already hidden behind Shang Yuancheng. Someone, throw these two deceivers out. Deceivers? No, it's a misunderstanding, Fu Yi, a huge misunderstanding. How could you think like that? What's going on here? Shang Yuancheng wiped his sweat while explaining. Fu Sheng couldn't be bothered to argue with him. Everyone present understood that when he said to throw them out, the Shang father and son must have done something wrong. And no matter what their background was, they dared not speak out, let alone have a chance to retaliate. Shang Yuancheng knew this very well, so at this moment, he regretted his rashness. He would show off after settling things with the Jiang family. It was his fault for being too impatient. Now, being recognized as deceivers by Fu Shang, they wouldn't be able to get away with it, right? Shang Yuancheng was about to go crazy. At this moment, he suddenly saw Jiang Feng still sitting calmly on the side. He suddenly remembered that this brat was here when he came in. He saw himself in such an embarrassing situation, and he didn't even say a word for him. If he wasn't raised from childhood, he wouldn't be worth anything. He was thinking now that Jiang Feng could sit here, for whatever reason, he must be able to talk to Fu Shang. As long as he said a few words to make Fu Shang believe in him, then when Miss Jiang appeared at the banquet, everything would be resolved, right? Thinking of this, he didn't care about anything else and quickly shouted, Jiang Feng, why aren't you saying anything? Do you want to see us suffer? Jiang Feng has always been shocked by Shang Bingxing's shamelessness in his heart. He really didn't expect that Shang Bingxing dared to boast about dating Jiang Ting, the granddaughter of the Jiang family, without even knowing Jiang Ting's true identity. The problem is, did Jiang Ting even agree to be with him? Jiang Feng was truly puzzled. However, he found it amusing to keep Shang Bingxing in the dark, and he had no interest in revealing the truth to him. As for Fu Yi wanting to deal with these two now, he didn't care. Jiang Feng's heart was not made of cotton. At this moment, Shang Yuancheng's shamelessness in speaking had nothing to do with him, right? Shang Bingxing was digging his own grave, and his foster parents were still here. Making a joke of their precious daughter's reputation, even if Fu Yi didn't take action, the Shang family's future path in Jing City might not be easy. Jiang Feng understood this very well, so when Shang Yuancheng asked him, he didn't want to say much. However, out of kindness, he pointed at Shang Bingxing and reminded him, this is his business, let him contact Miss Jiang, and Fu Yi will believe you, won't he? Shang Yuancheng saw Jiang Feng's behavior as fear and a desire to stay out of it. Although disappointed, he realized that as a poor boy, even if he had the opportunity to have a meal with Fu Shang, it would probably just be a meal. How could Jiang Feng, a person who couldn't even speak, be relied upon? Expecting him. Maybe he was too hasty just now, leading to a wrong decision. But what he just said reminded Shang Yuancheng, who quickly looked at his son and said, Bingxing, why don't you call your girlfriend and ask her to come over? Shang Bingxing was sweating inside and out, deeply resenting Shang Yuancheng for embarrassing him in front of Jiang Feng. But where could he go to find Jiang Ting? He also resented Jiang Feng, as he could imagine how Jiang Feng must be laughing at him right now. He nodded without being able to speak, and Shang Yuancheng was getting impatient. He couldn't understand what was wrong with his son, why he couldn't make a simple phone call at such a critical moment. Fu Shang couldn't bear it anymore and asked, Mr. Shang, have you ever asked your son if he is really dating Miss Jiang? Shang Yuancheng had always believed in Shang Bingxing. He had never doubted his words from childhood to adulthood. At this moment, when Fu Shang said that, he wanted to refute it. But when he turned to look at Shang Bingxing, he found him looking guilty. Thinking back to how he had delayed bringing his girlfriend home, Shang Yuancheng finally realized that something was wrong. With a glimmer of hope, he said, Bingxing, call your girlfriend. How could Shang Bingxing make that call? Who should he call? He looked helpless holding the phone, making Shang Yuancheng even more suspicious. He was simply incredulous. Shang Yuancheng stared at Shang Bingxing, making him feel uneasy. He knew this charade couldn't go on, so he had to come clean. Dad, I'm sorry. I like her, but she hasn't agreed to be with me yet. I'm pursuing her, just give me time. Shang Bingxing was on the verge of tears. Jiang Feng silently took a sip of tea. Shang Bingxing still hadn't told the whole truth, showing remarkable composure. But he would eventually shoot himself in the foot without needing any help. Shang Yuancheng didn't expect this. Weren't they already dating? Didn't he say he wanted to bring her home for dinner? He was completely stunned, never expecting that Shang Bingxing would dare to lie about such a big matter. Thinking about these days, he has been promoting this matter in the capital city on a large scale. Some people who have heard the wind have already given a lot of benefits to the Shang family because of this. Now, if it is known to be a lie, even if each person gives a kick, they will not spare the Shang family. Not to mention these, today he stupidly came to the door and lost face in front of Master Fu. Before he left this door, he would be the laughingstock of the entire capital city. All of this was done by his good son. He was overwhelmed with shame for a moment, turned around, and smack gave Shang Bingxing a slap. The room was silent, and no one spoke. This was the first time Shang Bingxing had been hit by Shang Yuancheng from childhood to adulthood. Although he was somewhat incredulous, with Master Fu accompanied by a dozen bodyguards on the side, he knew the trouble he had caused. Therefore, he dared only to bow his head and admit his mistake, not daring to say anything more. This slap did not resolve Shang Yuanqing's resentment, because Shang Bingxing's lie had a huge impact on him. He didn't know how to clean up the mess, but now is not the time to consider those things. At this moment, Master Fu was watching him, a group of black-clad bodyguards glaring at him. Thinking of his arrogant attitude when he just entered, Shang Yuanqing wiped off a cold sweat again. He quickly came to Master Fu, nodded and bowed. Master Fu, the child is ignorant. I thought it was true. I'm really sorry. I apologize to you. I was deceived. Shang Yuanqing felt extremely uncomfortable. He had never been so embarrassed in his life. Master Fu felt that it was beneath his dignity to argue with such a despicable person, but if this person did not suffer a loss, he would definitely repeat his actions next time. Although this was his son's lie, even if he really dated Zhang's daughter, he wouldn't rush out to take advantage of it. These two were birds of a feather. However, today Mr. and Mrs. Zhang were here. This matter could not be let go so easily. Mr. Shang, I think you should go home and educate your child in private. But your responsibility in this matter is even greater. Today I am receiving distinguished guests here, and you came in here so arrogantly. Tell me, how do you plan to resolve this matter? Shang Yuanqing heard Master Fu mention distinguished guests and narrowed his eyes to look at Zhang Feng. It must not be this kid. It's this middle-aged couple with a lot of grace. But he didn't have time to think about these things. Master Fu, you are a person of great magnanimity. I will definitely go back and discipline this child properly. Please forgive me. I will come to apologize in person another day. Shang Yuanqing had never been so fearful in his life. He kept thinking it was all over. At this moment, Master Fu asked Zhang Huaihai, "Brother, how do you think this matter should be handled?" This matter was related to the Zhang family. Although he wanted to stand up for the Zhang family, since Zhang Huaihai had just expressed his intention to stay, he must have his own thoughts. Zhang Huaihai, seeing Master Fu asking him, looked up at Zhang Feng. After all, this was his biological father. Even if he was very angry, he had to consider Zhang Feng's thoughts. Unexpectedly, Zhang Feng was eating as if everything that happened had nothing to do with him. Zhang Huaihai understood in his heart. He knew his son well. If it weren't for the Shang family treating Zhang Feng so poorly, he wouldn't be like this. Thinking of this, a nameless anger rose in his heart, but he remained calm and said, "Mr. Shang's way of doing things, I'm afraid he has no credibility in business. I think in the business circle of the capital city, you don't need to participate anymore." Shang Yuanqing widened his eyes, not expecting this middle-aged man to say such words. He wanted the Shang group to disappear from the capital city. In other words, his many years of operation would be ruined in an instant. Shang Yuanqing had forgotten his situation at this moment. He felt that this person was simply ignorant. Wasn't it just because he believed the words of a child? Who did this person think he was? To be able to decide the life and death of his Shang family? He was furious. Who do you think you are? Speaking so arrogantly here. The life and death of my Shang family. It's not up to you to decide. Fu Shang looked at Shang Yuanqing and thought with his intelligence, it was really not easy for the Shang family to have operated for so many years. He originally wanted his bodyguards to teach these two a lesson and just throw them out. He didn't expect Zhang Huaihai to be so ruthless. He knew that the Zhang family had always been kind to others, which didn't quite fit their usual way of doing things. But then he thought, yes, the Shang family father and son were using the Zhang family's name to deceive and cheat. Zhang Huaihai must have been angry to act this way. Thinking of this, he directly said, "Mr. Shang, you really have great power, but I will definitely listen to my little brother. Let's handle this matter this way, but it's still troublesome for you to take action yourself, so I won't interfere indiscriminately. What do you say?" When Mr. Fu spoke, Shang Yuanqing knew that his Shang family was finished. He couldn't believe that today he had intended to discuss a cooperation with Mr. Fu through the Zhang family, to elevate the status of the Shang family in the capital. But he didn't expect it to turn out like this. Even if he had made a mistake, he had managed the Shang family for a lifetime. Wasn't this punishment too severe? And who was this middle-aged man, and what did this matter have to do with him? Why did Fu Shang listen to him? His lifelong efforts were ruined by a person of unknown origin with just a few words, and Shang Yuanqing was unwilling to accept it. At this moment, he didn't care about his face and quickly knelt down in front of Fu Shang. "Mr. Fu, please spare me. I was wrong, terribly wrong, but I still have a family to support. You can't just exterminate us for this matter and leave us no way out." Shang Bingxing didn't expect that the lie he inadvertently fabricated would have such a huge consequence. He was so frightened that he didn't know what to do. Only Jiang Feng, who was watching his biological father kneel down to save the Shang family, continued to eat calmly, his eyes unfocused. Jiang Huaihai had been observing Jiang Feng all along, and Jiang Feng's complete indifference pierced his heart. He felt that he had come too late. He could imagine how broken Jiang Feng's heart must be to remain indifferent in this situation, as if Shang Yuanchang had no connection to him at all. He understood Jiang Feng. He was a person with a cold exterior but a warm heart. Unless it reached a certain point, he would never act like this. Initially, because Shang Yuanchang was Jiang Feng's biological father, Jiang Huaihai had reservations, but after understanding the situation, he decided not to show mercy anymore. Those who dared to bully Jiang Feng hadn't even been born yet. Even if they were related by blood, so what? He wouldn't let the Shang family off easily. While Shang Yuanchang was still begging for mercy, Fu Sheng didn't have time to listen to him. Since Jiang Huaihai had already spoken, he would be even less lenient. Soon, the Shang father and son were invited out. Ding Xiang saw that there were no outsiders in the private room and immediately rushed to her son, hugging him, saying, "Son, you've been wronged." Like Jiang Huaihai, she had been quietly observing and had already understood everything. The faces of the Shang father and son were so ugly. What were they thinking in the first place? How could they agree to let Jiang Feng stay for so long? Fu Sheng watched this scene without asking much. Families of such stature all had their own secrets that they didn't want others to know, so he just did what needed to be done. Jiang Feng gently patted Ding Xiang's shoulder. "Mom, don't worry, I'm fine." He has nothing to say. As for blood relations, he never expected to find his place in the Shang family before, because the Jiang family treated him extremely well. The only thing he had hoped for was for the Shang family to suddenly find him and say he was his closest blood relative. Because the Jiang family treated him so well, he thought that was what family love in the world looked like. The kind of love in the Jiang family. Of course, he doesn't reject having more relatives in this world. However, later events confirmed his naive thoughts. It can be said that for Jiang Feng, the appearance of the Shang family made him understand even more the goodness of the Jiang family. This goodness is not only reflected in how they treated him, but also in the Jiang family's integrity, righteousness, and loyalty. Jiang Feng is very fortunate to have grown up in the Jiang family. For some reason, he suddenly missed his grandfather. When he gets home, he must give his grandfather a call. On the other hand, Shang Yuanchang and his son returned home looking disheveled. Shang Bingxing didn't dare to show his face. He knew he had caused a huge disaster this time. As soon as Shang Yuanchang entered the house, several sisters from the Shang family and Meng Yalan were there. He walked straight to the sofa and sat down, his face dark, not saying a word. Shang Nanyu had just returned from the hospital. These days, Huayan's condition had been relatively stable. Today, Hua's mother suddenly gave her a pair of expensive diamond earrings, thanking her for taking care of Huayan. Hua's mother had never paid attention to her before but had been very kind to her recently. So Shang Nanyu had been in a good mood lately. When she saw her father and brother return, she was also very happy. "Dad. Bingxing, you're back. Today, Huayan's mother gave me a gift." Unexpectedly, she could have avoided mentioning this, but as soon as she did, Shang Yuanchang immediately remembered the lie Shang Bingxing had told, which he had taken seriously and even used to negotiate with the Hua family. A sense of shame overwhelmed him, and Shang Yuanchang jumped up from the sofa and started hitting Shang Bingxing. His actions startled the whole family. Everyone rushed to stop him, especially Shang Nanyu, who became anxious. "Dad, what's wrong with you? What did Bingxing do wrong? Why are you treating him like this?" Shang Nanfeng and Shang Nanshui didn't know what had happened, but they exchanged a glance and said nothing. They just intervened to separate them. The family quickly pulled the father and son apart. Meng Yalan was very angry, not understanding why Shang Yuancheng suddenly went crazy. None of the children in this family had ever been hit, and she was angry, saying, "Can't you talk things out? Does violence solve problems?" Although Shang Yuancheng was pulled away, he was still angry, breathing heavily and glaring at Shang Bingxing. "Ask him yourself, what good deed he did." Shang Bingxing didn't dare to speak. Shang Yuancheng had never hit him before, and if it weren't for the serious trouble he had caused this time, he wouldn't have resorted to violence. Shang Yuancheng's anger was nothing compared to Shang Bingxing's current thoughts. Shang Bingxing's mind was filled with what Fu Sheng had said earlier. If the Shang family was finished, what would he do? Wouldn't his dreams be shattered? Shang Bingxing couldn't understand why a small lie would matter so much. In his opinion, it wasn't even a lie because he believed that given time, he could win Jiang Ting's heart. After all, girls don't fall for guys right away, do they? As long as he spent more time and showed Jiang Ting his true feelings, he would definitely succeed. But now, if the Shang family was finished, he would have nothing. That would mean he wouldn't even have the chance to pursue Jiang Ting. Shang Bingxing was consumed with these thoughts. Therefore, no matter how Shang Yuancheng hit him, he remained silent. Now let him expose his lies in front of all the family members. He naturally feels ashamed. He hesitated for a long time and didn't want to speak, but if he didn't speak, how could it be possible? Shang Yuancheng was furious. There must have been something extraordinary that happened. Shang Nanfeng looked at Shang Bingxing, who kept hanging his head, unable to figure out what kind of disaster this younger brother could have caused to make Shang Yuancheng so angry. Therefore, he asked, Bingxing, what exactly happened to make it like this? Speak up, let's solve it together. Shang Nanxue remained silent, looking at these people. Only Shang Nanyu felt sorry for Shang Bingxing. After pulling him aside, she had been comforting him all along, feeling that their father was too harsh. What deep-seated hatred could lead to such a swollen face? Shang Bingxing didn't speak, and Shang Yuancheng was on the verge of a heart attack due to anger. Let me tell you, this good little brother of yours has been lying to us all along. He said he was dating the granddaughter of the Zhang family, but it's all a lie. There's no such thing. He made it all up himself. Meng Yalan sighed upon hearing this, without saying a word. Shang Nanfeng and Shang Nanxue looked at each other in disbelief. Can this be fabricated as well? Only Shang Nanyu couldn't believe it. She was still counting on Shang Bingxing's relationship to get Zhang Lao to treat Huaiyan's illness. When Shang Yuancheng spoke, she was dumbfounded. What? Fake? It's all fake? Shang Nanyu seemed to be asking Shang Bingxing, but also muttering to herself. The joy of receiving gifts from Hua's mother had vanished. She knew what this meant for her. If Shang Bingxing's words were false, it meant she couldn't get Zhang Lao's help. What would happen to Huaiyan? Would he be bedridden for life? Bingxing, you have to tell me, is this true? Is what Dad said true? What about Huaiyan? What should we do? Shang Nanyu shook Shang Bingxing's arm desperately, hoping to hear a different answer from him. Shang Bingxing didn't dare to face her. Huaiyan! What Huaiyan? Our Shang family is finished. All because of his lies. Our Shang family is going to be ruined. Shang Yuancheng regretted what happened at the Silver Sea Hotel today. He regretted not verifying the facts and blindly believing this kid's words. But now it was too late to say anything. He thought that no matter what, he had to find a way to appease Fuxing. But now, he probably wouldn't even get to see Fuxing's face. Shang Yuancheng was extremely troubled and didn't know how to resolve this dilemma. Shang Nanyu was even more confused. How could Shang Bingxing's lie lead to the downfall of the Shang family? Shang Yuancheng himself felt ashamed of what had happened today. But he didn't blame himself, he blamed his good son. So he recounted in detail what happened at the Silver Sea Hotel today, except for the part where he knelt down. The whole family was stunned. Except for Shang Nanyu, everyone was speechless. Meng Yalan had always felt that it was unreliable to hold a banquet before meeting the person. Now that the truth was revealed, she surprisingly didn't feel surprised. Shang Nanfeng and Shang Nanxue, the two sisters, had not been paying much attention to the family affairs recently. They didn't expect that because of Shang Bingxing's lie, things would escalate to such a serious level. Thinking back to what they had seen before, the two sisters didn't know what to say. After listening to Shang Yuancheng's words, Shang Nanyu realized an even more serious problem. That is, the Shang family was finished? She even asked in a daze, the Shang family is finished? What does that mean? Shang Yuancheng sighed deeply. It means that all the hard work of the Shang family over the years has been ruined. Why, just because of a word from that surname Fu? I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Isn't it just a mistake? What's so great about it? Just apologize, isn't that enough? Why does he treat our Shang family like this? Shang Nanyu was very puzzled. Shang Yuancheng felt that his second daughter was really naive. Nanyu, stop making a scene. The current issue is how to find a way to resolve it, to appease Fuxing. There might still be a glimmer of hope for the Shang family. We can't just sit back and do nothing, Shang Nanfeng said calmly. She was also a member of the Shang family and couldn't bear to see the family destroyed. She then turned to Shang Yuancheng and asked, Dad, is there really no other way? Shang Yuancheng sighed deeply. Indeed, he couldn't think of any good solutions at the moment. At this moment, Shang Bingxing, who had been silent all along, suddenly said angrily, It's all Jiang Feng's fault. He clearly had the opportunity to speak up for us, but he didn't say anything. It's all his fault. Except for Shang Yuancheng, several people present widened their eyes at the same time. Why is Jiang Feng involved in this? Shang Yuancheng was angry just now, and he felt that Jiang Feng was just a coincidence and didn't take him seriously at all. So he didn't mention Jiang Feng's presence, he just ignored it. But when Shang Bingxing said that, it immediately aroused the curiosity of the others. Except for Shang Nanyu. She exploded as soon as she heard the name Jiang Feng. I knew it. I knew it. How could things get so bad? It's all related to Jiang Feng. Bingxing, don't be afraid, Tell me what happened, I'll take charge. What did Zhang Feng do to you? Meng Yalan looked disapprovingly at Shang Nanyu, but ultimately didn't blame her. It was Shang Nanfeng and Shang Nansno who had already become accustomed to Shang Nanyu's eccentric ideas. They didn't know what grudge she had against Zhang Feng, but she just couldn't stand him. But it seems that Zhang Feng is really involved in this. Shang Nansno wanted to know what was going on. Zhang Feng? How is he involved with Zhang Feng? Shang Bingxing looked at Shang Yuanchang. Seeing that he didn't object, he spoke with a grievance. Today, Dad and I went to Fuxing's place and found Zhang Feng there. He was having a meal with Fuxing, but when we argued, he acted as if nothing was wrong, and didn't say a word in our favor. Shang Bingxing didn't mention his own mistakes at all, he just shifted the blame to Zhang Feng. Shang Yuanchang was also very angry when he heard this. Anyway, since Zhang Feng could sit down and eat with Fuxing, there must be some connection, but he just watched himself being humiliated as if nothing had happened. He couldn't swallow his anger. So he didn't refute Shang Bingxing's words. Zhang Feng having a meal with Fuxing? How did they meet? Shang Nansno immediately grasped the key issue. Shang Yuancheng said, "Don't mention that white-eyed wolf to me. From now on, I'll pretend I never had this son." You're not allowed to acknowledge him either. He's no longer my son. Shang Nansno rolled her eyes, thinking, he doesn't care about being your son anyway, fine. But, didn't you say that the family who adopted Zhang Feng was a very ordinary family? How could he know someone like Fuxing? Dad, it's not easy for even someone like you, the president of the Shang Group with billions in assets, to have a chance to meet someone like Fuxing, right? Shang Nanfeng's words reminded Shang Yuanchang. Indeed, even he, Shang Yuanchang, the president of the Shang Group, with billions in assets, would find it difficult to meet Fuxing. Today, he was only concerned with his own affairs and didn't consider how Zhang Feng managed to get so close to Fuxing. And that middle-aged couple. What is their identity? Shang Yuanchang could forget everything else, but he couldn't forget the consequences he faced because of that middle-aged man's words. After being reminded by the Shang sisters, Shang Yuanchang realized that something was amiss. Yes. Why can Zhang Feng sit on an equal footing with Fu Shangping? He's just a kid. Why does Fu Shang always listen to that couple? Most importantly, what is the relationship between Zhang Feng and that couple? Shang Bingxing has always wanted to shift the blame onto Zhang Feng. Shang Yuanchang, however, began to contemplate the relationship between Zhang Feng and Fu Shang due to the words of the Shang sisters, but even if he racked his brains, he couldn't figure it out. It's not just Shang Yuanchang who finds it unbelievable, Shang Bingxing is even more incredulous. He can't fathom how Zhang Feng and Fu Shang, those kinds of people, are connected. But now he knows that if he diverts the blame to Zhang Feng, Shang Yuancheng's anger towards him won't be as severe. At this moment, Shang Nanyu suddenly said, "Dad, since Zhang Feng knows that Fu Yi, and can have a meal with him, at least it shows that their relationship is not shallow. Why not just find Zhang Feng directly? Let him intercede, he can't just stand by and do nothing." Shang Nanyu's words were not agreed upon by Shang Nanfeng and Shang Nanxue, but Shang Yuancheng began to have some thoughts. He was determined not to let the Shang family really go down like this and must find many ways to save it. The reason he didn't think about Zhang Feng was that even if he met him at Fu Shang's place today, deep down, Shang Yuancheng still looked down on Zhang Feng. He just thought it was a coincidence. He didn't think Zhang Feng could have a say in front of Fu Shang, a big shot. But the words of Shang Nanfeng and Shang Nanxue just now reminded him, is it really a coincidence? That's Fu Shang, Fu Yi. Who dares to say that having a meal with him is a coincidence? He was someone he had always wanted to meet but never had the chance to. There must be something in it that he doesn't know. Nanfeng, Nanxue, go find Zhang Feng together and ask what the relationship is between him and Fu Shang. Let him help figure out a solution, persuade him, and it's best to arrange for me to see Fu Yi again. Shang Yuancheng felt that it's better to try anything than to do nothing. He said it as a matter of course, completely forgetting that he had just said he wouldn't acknowledge Zhang Feng as his son. In fact, Shang Nanfeng didn't want to disturb Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng left the Shang family because he was not treated well and felt wronged. When he was at home before, they didn't treat him well. Now that something happened, going to find him again, where's the face? Thinking back to what she did to her own younger brother for the sake of Bingxing's feelings, Shang Nanfeng regretted it. If she could send something to Zhang Feng, show some care, she would be delighted. But Shang Yuancheng's attitude, wanting to ask Zhang Feng for help, was arrogant, as if Zhang Feng owed him. Shang Nanfeng didn't want to go. She had already looked for Zhang Feng several times, and his attitude was firm. He didn't want any more contact with the Shang family. But Shang Nanxue had some thoughts and wanted to take this opportunity to see Zhang Feng again and have a good chat with him. "I'm not going. I'll go." Shang Nanfeng and Shang Nanxue spoke at the same time. The two looked at each other, and Shang Nanfeng nodded helplessly. It seems they have to make this trip again. On Zhang Feng's side, after bidding farewell to Fu Sheng, the three of them returned to the villa next to the Imperial University. Lilac had already prepared everything, so they could move in directly. Zhang Feng didn't plan to return to the dorm tonight. After sending a message to his dorm mates, he quickly freshened up and went downstairs to find his parents already waiting for him. Zhang Feng understood that they would definitely ask about what happened today. Therefore, after going downstairs, he calmly told his parents about everything that happened after returning to the Shang family. Of course, even the last straw that prompted him to completely leave the Shang family, Shang Bingxing designed his affair with Wang Jingyi, as well as the attitude of the whole family at that time, he did not hide at all, and told the Jiang couple everything. Before he finished speaking, Ding Xian's tears had already fallen. She came over and hugged her son's shoulder, sobbing softly. Jiang Huaihai took a sip of tea, then another sip, and then another sip. He never expected that his son's original family would be so unbearable. In the eyes of the Jiang couple, if a family is poor, it is nothing. After all, everyone is born with different destinies. There are many people in this world who work very hard but still struggle to make ends meet, and they still deserve respect. But the Shang family, Shang Yuancheng, is also somewhat famous in Jing City. It was unexpected that he looked so bright on the outside, but his heart was so filthy, he could even not love his own son. And this family is so bizarre that they can tolerate their adopted son bullying their own biological child. The more Jiang Huaihai thought about it, the angrier he became, because it was the good upbringing of the Jiang family that prevented him from crushing the teacup in his hand. Jiang Feng, we thought that your biological parents would treat you well when they found you, and we also hoped that you would have more relatives, so we agreed to let you go back temporarily. We thought that after you had adapted to everything, both families could visit each other. It seems that we were too naive. Jiang Huaihai was heartbroken. Ding Xian, knowing that her son had not only suffered a lot of grievances but had also been framed by various despicable means. Her Jiang Feng had grown up in the sunshine and had never seen the tricks of those villains. Fortunately, her son was smart enough to resolve it himself. If they had succeeded, he might have carried a shameful stigma for the rest of his life. This made Ding Xian even more frightened. No, I have to go and ask them why they treated you like this. After all, you are their own flesh and blood. The Jiang couple had experienced many hardships, but now, because of Jiang Feng's experience in the Shang family, they could not sit still. Jiang Feng quickly grabbed Ding Xian. Mom, am I not fine now? And they brought it upon themselves. The Shang family has already been taught a lesson. Let's just live our own lives well. Grandpa and sister are coming soon. I don't want them to be influenced by these people. Jiang Feng did not want his parents to worry too much about him. And today, Shang Bingxing and Shang Yuancheng had already shot themselves in the foot. Jiang Feng understood Shang Yuancheng. If the Shang family could not continue to operate in the future, it would be the biggest blow to him. As for Shang Bingxing, always playing those little tricks, wasn't it just to monopolize the Shang family's property? Now, the Shang family had nothing left. He had nothing to inherit, and he would probably be quiet for a while. Of course, this punishment was not given to them by Jiang Feng. They were insatiable and brought it upon themselves step by step. After listening to Jiang Feng's words, although the Jiang couple were still heartbroken, they both nodded. Dad, Mom, I'll go upstairs to call Grandpa, and then go to bed directly. If you need any help in Jing City, I don't have many classes these days, so I can assist you. Jiang Feng went upstairs after speaking. He really wanted to call Grandpa today. And Jiang Yuyan. After Jiang Feng went upstairs, Jiang Huaihai said, do you think the Shang family will just let this go easily? You mean, they will cause trouble for our son? Ding Xian immediately understood her husband's meaning. Jiang Huaihai nodded. Today they saw Jiang Feng at Fuxing's place. Maybe due to the confusion at the moment, they haven't realized it yet. When they go back, they will definitely speculate why Jiang Feng was there, and what our identity is. Our son wants to live a quiet life, but it may not be possible. The lilac agreed. Yes, the reason they treat Jiang Feng poorly is because they think Jiang Feng has no one to rely on. Just thinking about it makes me furious. If I don't personally stand up for my son, I feel stifled. Jiang Huaihai smiled, so, rest assured, they will create this opportunity for you. After Jiang Feng returned to his room, he couldn't wait to call his grandfather. Knowing that his grandfather would come to the capital within 3 days, he couldn't help but feel elated. He knew that even at such an old age, his grandfather still went through all this trouble, leaving his accustomed hometown of Fengcheng, just to be closer to him. In fact, not only his grandfather, but everyone in the Jiang family, including his parents and his younger sister Jiang Yuyan, all compromised because of him. Thinking of Jiang Yuyan, Jiang Feng's heart warmed even more. He touched the heart-shaped pendant on his neck, which his sister Jiang Yuyan personally put on him when he last returned to Fengcheng. At that time, he promised Jiang Yuyan that he would always wear it. Jiang Feng knew that the value of the necklace itself could not measure emotions, but the thought Jiang Yuyan put into preparing this necklace for him was immeasurable. He thought about it. His grandfather was coming, and Jiang Yuyan would accompany him, arriving in 3 days. He decided not to call Jiang Yuyan. However, his heart had already started counting down. The next day, Jiang Feng had no classes in the morning. He went shopping with his parents mainly because his grandfather was coming, and they didn't trust the servants to prepare many things at home, so the whole family went together. During this time, Jiang Huaihai received a phone call. Jiang Feng overheard something about discussing an illness, but he didn't take it seriously. Because there were always some people who wanted to see Jiang Shicheng through Jiang Huaihai for medical treatment, Jiang Feng had gotten used to it. The family spent the morning shopping before finally getting everything they needed. Of course, Jiang Feng had no idea that the Shang sisters had been waiting for him at school all morning. His absence from school almost drove Shang Nanyu crazy. Originally, it was agreed that Shang Nanfeng and Shang Nanchua would come to the Imperial Capital University to find Jiang Feng, but Shang Nanyu insisted on following. In fact, Shang Nanyu had her reasons. She had always believed in Shang Bingxing. It could be said that from childhood to adulthood, she had never doubted anything he said. She had never imagined that Shang Bingxing dating the granddaughter of the Zhang family was a lie. However, Shang Bingxing later explained to them that he was pursuing her and mistakenly thought she had agreed, causing this misunderstanding. Shang Nanfeng and Shang Nanchua remained indifferent to this explanation, but Shang Nanyu believed it wholeheartedly. She thought that her brother must have received some signal from the granddaughter of the Zhang family, leading him to believe they were already in a relationship. When her brother wanted to confirm the relationship, the other party played hard to get. It must be like this. If that was the case, there was still hope for Huayan. Shang Nanyu had her own calculations. Hua's mother had been very kind to her these days, but she was starting to get anxious in her words. When Shang Yuanchang went to the hospital, he had promised to ask Jiang Lao to treat Huayan, but there had been no progress recently. Obviously, the Hua family was already anxious. After all, Huayan's condition couldn't wait. Knowing yesterday that there was no hope in the short term, Shang Nanyu was hesitant to go to the hospital today. If only Shang Nanyu could think of another way, she would find a way out for Huayan. But Director Zhang had said that perhaps only Jiang Lao could save Huayan. But how could she, an ordinary person, see Jiang Lao? She was at a loss. She was afraid that when the Hua family asked her, she would feel guilty and expose herself. Therefore, early in the morning, Shang Nanfeng and Shang Nanchua came to the Imperial University to find Jiang Feng, and she insisted on following along. Although the two sisters were somewhat reluctant, she kept persuading them persistently, and in the end, they followed along. Unexpectedly, Jiang Feng was not at school in the morning. Shang Nanyu felt that Jiang Feng had guessed they were coming and deliberately avoided them, which made her so angry that she stomped her feet. Shang Nanfeng and Shang Nanchua did not agree with his idea. Jiang Feng is not a mind reader, and besides, his roommate said he didn't have classes in the morning. Okay. So, the three sisters were afraid of missing Jiang Feng's return to school, so they stayed at the school waiting. When Jiang Feng returned, he went directly to the research room. By the time he returned to the dormitory, it was already 3:30 in the afternoon. The three sisters were still waiting here. When they saw Jiang Feng coming over, Shang Nanchua was about to speak to him, but a girl stepped forward ahead of her to greet him. The three of them had no choice but to continue waiting. Dong Kersen was looking for Jiang Feng. She didn't witness Jiang Feng giving injections to save people at the last welcome party, but she heard about it afterwards. She didn't expect this medical student to be so capable. After a few encounters with Jiang Feng, she had a good impression of him. As the school flower of the Imperial University, there were countless boys pursuing her, but Jiang Feng was different from anyone else. He treated her the same as everyone else, which made Dong Kersen feel relaxed. Therefore, she deliberately found a reason to come and look for Jiang Feng today. Normally, Jiang Feng might not be interested in Dong Kersen's invitation. However, today, Jiang Feng saw the three sisters waiting for him downstairs in the dormitory building from a distance. He frowned. They just wouldn't go away. So when Dong Kersen suggested going to the library together because she had a question to ask, Jiang Feng immediately agreed. Dong Kersen thought Jiang Feng might need to go back to the dormitory to get something, but Jiang Feng didn't need to prepare anything and went with her directly. She was very happy. However, the Shang sisters, who had been waiting eagerly for Jiang Feng, were left dumbfounded as they watched Jiang Feng walk away with the girl. Shang Nanfeng and Shang Nanyu understood that Jiang Feng really didn't want to see them. Shang Nanyu was so angry that smoke seemed to come out of her nose again. I knew it. Jiang Feng is deliberately avoiding us. He didn't even say hello when he saw us, he just left. What's this all about? Giving him face, huh? Shang Nanfeng helplessly said, let's come back tomorrow. The three sisters returned home with unpleasant expressions on their faces. Shang Bingxing was not there. Shang Yuanchang and Mang Yalan were sitting on the sofa, discussing something. Mang Yalan seemed very angry. Shang Nanxue greeted them and went upstairs. The atmosphere at home has been tense recently, and she didn't want to face everyone with gloomy faces. Shang Nanyu was very angry, muttering curses about Jiang Feng several times. Seeing the three sisters like this, Shang Yuanchang knew what the result would be. He seemed hesitant on the surface, but also determined. Finally, he spoke to Shang Nanfeng, who had just sat on the sofa. Nanfeng, come with me to the study. Mang Yalan on the side widened her eyes and said, I disagree. How can you do this? If you do this, I will divorce you. The Shang sisters were shocked by Mang Yalan's words. Their mother had always been gentle and submissive. She could actually say the word divorce. What's wrong, Mom? Shang Nanfeng quickly sat in front of her mother to comfort her. Even Shang Nanyu, who had been complaining about Jiang Feng since they returned home, also anxiously asked, Mom, what's wrong with you? Calm down. Shang Yuancheng's expression was not good. What else can we do? Just watch the Shang family fall apart? Nanfeng, come upstairs with me. Shang Yuancheng finished speaking and went straight upstairs. Shang Nanfeng glanced at her mother, feeling hesitant. But she eventually followed Shang Yuancheng upstairs. That's how this family is, many things are decided by their father alone, his word is final. Meng Yalan watched her daughter follow her father into the study, her eyes filled with disappointment. She knew her daughter well, she knew her daughter would never agree. Divorce. This thought, for the first time, lingered in her mind and gradually became clearer. Shang Nanfeng followed Shang Yuancheng upstairs, looking puzzled. Dad, what's going on? Did you have a fight with Mom? Shang Nanfeng felt that if her usually very patient mother could mention divorce, it must be a serious matter. Shang Yuancheng did not answer her, instead, he pondered for a while, seeming reluctant to speak. Finally, he asked, Nanfeng, you also don't want to just watch our Shang family fall apart, right? Shang Nanfeng was also a member of this family. Of course, she didn't want that. So she naturally replied, Dad, what are you talking about? I am a daughter of the Shang family, how can I just watch when something big happens at home? Aren't we all trying to find a solution? Hearing his daughter's response, Shang Yuancheng seemed both satisfied and troubled. Shang Nanfeng looked at him, seeing his troubled expression. Dad, just tell me what's going on. Shang Yuancheng seemed to have made a big decision before saying, Nanfeng, this is a very difficult situation, I am now helpless, just watching the hard-earned Shang family fall apart step by step. I mean, I am helpless, but if you can help the Shang family, would you be willing? Shang Nanfeng didn't understand this statement. Dad, what are you saying? If I can help, why would I be unwilling? Shang Yuancheng looked at his daughter. He knew that over the years, his eldest daughter Shang Nanfeng had sacrificed the most for the Shang family. But he really had no other choice. So, in the end, he reluctantly said, I have a way now, to find Fu Yi, and then, you go. Shang Yuancheng's words were left unfinished. As a father, he really couldn't say it. How could he ask his daughter to use seduction as a solution? This was not a solution, but something that Wang Yakan had suggested when he went to see her today. She knew her son Bingxing had caused trouble, and she cried for a long time. Finally, she said, this matter may seem difficult, but it's also easy to solve. We haven't made any fundamental mistakes, it's just a child telling a lie, right? Let's compensate Fu Yuel, once he calms down, things will pass. Calm down? Shang Yuancheng found her words naive. If it were that easy to calm down, would he be sighing now? He felt that women were naive and didn't realize the seriousness of the situation, so he didn't respond to her words. Unexpectedly, Wang Yakan continued, I'm telling you, Yuancheng, that Fu Xingfu, no matter what, is also a man, right? Don't get angry when I say this. He is a man, so he has weaknesses. Don't we have 3 beautiful daughters? Maybe if you talk to him, it won't work, but if they go, it might work. It took Shang Yuancheng a while to understand the meaning behind Wang Yakan's words. He stood up abruptly and slapped Wang Yakan. What did you say? How could you come up with such a rotten idea? Wang Yakan, you are actually this kind of person. Wang Yakan covered her face, looking aggrieved. Yuancheng, I am not doing this for the good of the Shang family. If the Shang family is gone like this, have you thought about how the children will live? They will suffer even more than this in the future. Sacrificing a little now to save the Shang family, what's wrong with that? Besides, whether that Mr. Fu will take a liking to them is still uncertain. This time Shang Yuancheng did not speak again. He felt that what Wang Yakan said was right. If the Shang family is gone, everything is gone. What should be done with the 3 daughters of the Shang family in the future? He had hoped that they would all marry into good families and contribute to the Shang family. He hadn't taken Wang Yakan's words to heart before, but today, the incident where he offended Mr. Fu had gradually spread. He made many phone calls, contacting friends he thought could help, but they either refused or claimed to be too busy. They avoided him before he could even ask for help. He truly realized the seriousness of the situation. Therefore, when he returned home, he discussed with Meng Yalan. He originally wanted her to talk to the daughters, but Meng Yalan was unexpectedly shocked and said that if he dared to do so, she would divorce him. Divorce? He wasn't afraid at all. As long as the Shang family was still there, he didn't care about anything else. Even if they really divorced, he still had Yakan. He owed Wang Yakan too much in his life. Shang Yuancheng didn't take Meng Yalan's words to heart. Now he felt that nothing was too much to sacrifice to protect the Shang family, even his own daughters. Therefore, when Shang Nanfeng returned home, he called her to the study. Dad, do you know what you're saying? Shang Nanfeng was simply incredulous. Shang Yuancheng's words were half-spoken, but the meaning was already clear. Shang Nanfeng could tell from his somewhat embarrassed expression that her father actually wanted her to seduce that Mr. Fu. She couldn't believe it. She thought she had misunderstood her father, but after she asked, she realized that she had not misunderstood. That was what Shang Yuancheng meant. Shang Nanfeng found it hard to accept. She tried to calm herself down, but couldn't hide her anger. Dad, I'll pretend I didn't hear what you said today. This is not something a father should say. After saying that, she turned to leave, but Shang Yuancheng stopped her. He wondered why no one could understand him. The Shang family was his life's work. How could he just stand by and do nothing? Moreover, he was doing this for them, wasn't he? If the Shang family really fell, what good future could the sons and daughters of the Shang family have? And their mother Meng Yalan, the predecessor of the Shang family, still had most of her parents' assets. Could she be at ease if everything was ruined because of offending Mr. Fu? This was not for himself. Shang Yuancheng felt somewhat ashamed. As a father, asking his daughter to do this was hard to say. But compared to the Shang family, these were nothing. He had even knelt down to others, so what? So when he saw Shang Nanfeng's face full of humiliation and turning to leave, he quickly stopped her. Nanfeng, help me, help the Shang family. You are my own daughter. Do you think I want to do this? Isn't it because I have no other choice? Shang Nanfeng said coldly, I don't know who gave you this bad idea. Regardless of whether things have come to this point, even if they have, that Mr. Fu may not necessarily take a liking to me. Shang Nanfeng found it strange that Shang Yuancheng, a grown man, would target his own daughter like this. She now understands why her mother was so excited just now. For some reason, Shang Nanfeng suddenly remembered the scene of seeing Shang Yuancheng holding hands with that woman on the street. She felt that this matter was inseparable from that woman. Thinking that Shang Nanxue was still investigating behind her back, Shang Nanfeng took a deep breath, desperately hiding her emotions. Dad, I will never do it. You think of another way. I will pretend I didn't hear what you said today. After Shang Nanfeng finished speaking, she turned and went downstairs, not listening to what Shang Yuancheng had to say. She went to comfort her mother. As she walked out of the study, she heard Shang Yuancheng smashing things inside the house, so she turned and went downstairs. At this time, Shang Nanyu was still comforting her mother downstairs. She didn't know what had happened and thought her parents were still arguing about the events of a few days ago. Seeing Shang Nanfeng coming downstairs, Shang Nanyu stood up. Sis, what's going on? What did Dad say to you? Shang Nanfeng looked at her and then at Meng Yalan, not knowing how to answer. Meng Yalan saw her daughter coming downstairs and looked at Shang Nanfeng with questioning eyes. Shang Nanfeng quickly said to her, Mom, Dad really had no choice. He said he was confused just now and doesn't plan to do that anymore. Meng Yalan was half believing but still relieved. What's going on? Why don't you tell me anything? Shang Nanyu was anxious on the side. But Meng Yalan and Shang Nanfeng did not speak. Shang Nanxue went out in the evening. At night, Shang Nanxue called Shang Nanfeng to her room. Sis, what did Dad want from you? Shang Nanxue asked Shang Nanfeng first. Shang Nanfeng found it difficult to speak. But she thought she had to tell Shang Nanxue because even though she was younger, she was more insightful in many things. Shang Nanxue listened and seemed calm, as if she was pondering something. After a while, she said, Sis, we've been deceived by him. He doesn't love us at all, doesn't care about this family. Shang Nanfeng was shocked and asked nervously, Have you investigated that matter thoroughly? Shang Nanxue nodded. That woman has been living with Dad for over 20 years. Shang Bingxing is her child. And Shang Bingxing often goes to her place now, which shows that he has known the truth for a long time. Shang Nanfeng found it hard to believe. So, Shang Yuancheng raised a child with that woman and let their mother take care of it? What is this? She immediately thought of another terrible question. Nanxue, there won't be any problem with the paternity test, right? Shang Nanxue shook her head. No, as you saw, there are 2 sets prepared. Even if one is wrong, there is another to confirm. It's impossible for both to be wrong at the same time. Both sisters fell into contemplation at the same time, because this matter was too unbelievable. No matter how they thought about it, they couldn't understand. What was Shang Yuancheng's purpose in doing this? What was he aiming for? At this moment, Shang Nanxue suddenly remembered another question. Sis, do you remember how Zhang Feng's younger brother got lost when he was a child? Zhang Feng was only a few months old when he went missing, still in his swaddling clothes. At that time, Shang Nanfeng was almost 10 years old. I remember this. At that time, Mom had just given birth to Zhang Feng, and we had 3 siblings at home. It was hard to take care of everyone, so besides the cooking aunt, we also hired 2 maids. One day, one of the maids took him out to sunbathe, but soon came running in a panic, saying that the little brother was missing. A nanny. Shang Nanfeng looked at Shang Nanxue's suspicion and explained, Dad and Mom also doubted this nanny before, but after reporting to the police, nothing was found. Later, when my brother couldn't be found, she stopped working for us. Later on, Dad brought Bingxing back home, saying he was brought back from the orphanage. Shang Nanxue felt there was definitely something wrong here. However, so much time had passed that investigating clearly might not be an easy task. She thought of waiting for the right time to ask Meng Yalan about the situation back then. The current priority was still to solve the immediate problem. Let's talk about this later. Now, we need to figure out the relationship between Dad, that woman, and Bingxing. It all feels too mysterious. Shang Nanfeng nodded in agreement. Let's not let Nanyu and Mom know. I see Mom's mood hasn't been good lately, and Nanyu is impatient. We'll go find Zhang Feng tomorrow. If he really doesn't want to talk to us, we won't force him. After all, we owe Zhang Feng's brother. Shang Nanfeng said. Shang Nanxue also agreed deeply. The next day, Shang Nanyu didn't go to school with them to wait for Zhang Feng. She said she was tired of waiting and felt Zhang Feng was too arrogant. Even if they waited, it was highly likely to be futile. In reality, it was because Hua's mother called her. Since Huayan fell ill, Shang Nanyu had been reporting to the hospital almost every day. She didn't go yesterday, so Hua's mother found it strange. She called Shang Nanyu directly. Shang Nanyu made excuses about things at home. Nanyu, I know you've been under a lot of pressure lately. How are things going with your dad's contacts? Cure Huayan's illness early, and you can relax a bit, right? Hua's mother hinted. They were really anxious. Seeing Huayan's condition deteriorating day by day, his spirits declining, as parents, how could they not be anxious? The Hua family had been trying various ways during this period, but unfortunately, most of Jian Lao's information was not publicly available. They tried every means to find a way, but no one they knew could help. However, since Shang Yuancheng agreed, he seemed to have disappeared. Shang Nanyu was usually at the hospital, so Hua's mother didn't think much of it, thinking such a big matter needed time. Shang Nanyu didn't go to the hospital yesterday, and Hua's mother vaguely felt something was wrong, so she quickly contacted her. When Shang Nanyu received the call from Hua's mother, she thought something had happened to Hua Yan and was scared, so she immediately decided not to go find Zhang Feng. In her opinion, it would just be a waste of time. She happily went to the hospital to take care of Hua Yan. As for how to explain to Hua's mother, she would temporarily say she didn't know the situation. Shang Nanfeng and Shang Nanxue were relieved and happy, as they were also afraid Shang Nanxue would say something wrong to Zhang Feng. It was better not to go. This time, the two didn't wait long and quickly saw Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng didn't expect them to be so persistent. Shang Nanxue saw Zhang Feng at a glance and went straight to him. Zhang Feng, we have something important to talk to you about. Zhang Feng had to stop and see what they wanted to say. Zhang Feng, a few days ago, we found out that Dad was having an affair. For so many years, he has been with another woman outside, and Shang Bingxing is that woman's child. Even Shang Nanfeng didn't expect Shang Nanxue to say these things directly. Zhang Feng frowned, wondering what this had to do with him. When he was at the Shang family, he had long noticed that something was off between Shang Yuancheng and Shang Bingxing, and he was also aware of that woman's existence. At that time, he felt sorry for Meng Yalan, who was kept in the dark, so he chose to remain silent. Some things, whether known or unknown, could be a form of harm. It all depended on how one balanced it. Now they finally found out by themselves. However, that is a matter of the Shang family. It has nothing to do with him, Zhang Feng, right? Could it be that they rushed over just to tell him this? Zhang Feng thought to himself, and asked, "What does it have to do with me?" Shang Nanxue choked up, "Brother, it's our fault, we owe you. Can you have a good chat with sister? Sister wants to compensate you well." Zhang Feng looked at Shang Nanxue. This third sister Shang Nanxue, he had seen her a few times, indeed different from the other two sisters of the Shang family. He thought for a moment and said, "It's not necessary for me. I really don't plan to have any relationship with the Shang family in the future. Whatever debts or compensations you talk about, it's really unnecessary for me." Shang Nanxue listened, couldn't help but tears welled up in her eyes. Indeed, Zhang Feng's heart had been deeply hurt and couldn't be salvaged. She regretted not coming back earlier. At this time, Shang Nanfeng on the side also realized that if she wanted to win back Zhang Feng's heart, she had to be as open and honest as Shang Nanxue, letting him know that they were on the same side. She also said, "Zhang Feng, it was my fault before, I was blinded by greed at that time. I regretted it after you left. Give us a chance to make amends." Zhang Feng was surprised to hear Shang Nanfeng say such words. When he was with the Shang family, although she was not as despicable as Shang Nanyu, she was not far off. Zhang Feng still remembered how she treated him back then. How come she suddenly had a change of heart now? But a few kind words meant nothing to Zhang Feng. He thought for a moment and said, "You must have come for something else, so speak up." The two sisters glanced at each other. Their younger brother was quite clever, much stronger than Shang Bingxing. That day, about Dad and Shang Bingxing, it is said that you were there, Zhang Feng. To be honest with you, Dad sent us to find out the relationship between you and Fu Shang, and wanted you to talk about feelings. Of course, we mostly came to see you, talk about our feelings, no pressure, Zhang Feng. Afraid that Zhang Feng would misunderstand them, Shang Nanfeng quickly added, "This matter, I can't help with. It was Shang Yuancheng and Shang Bingxing's own fault. Let them figure it out themselves. As for the rest, I have nothing to say." Zhang Feng certainly wouldn't tell them that he was adopted by the Zhang family, because he had already figured out Shang Yuancheng's temper. If he found out, he might really not be able to get away in the future. There would be endless troubles. Other than that, it was their own fault. What did it have to do with him? In fact, the two sisters really didn't expect Zhang Feng to help in this matter. Even if he could help, why would he help them? On what grounds? Based on their past kindness to him? Forget it. So when Zhang Feng mentioned this, the two could accept it. Regardless, Zhang Feng, if you encounter any difficulties, be sure to tell sister. Sister can help you. Shang Nanxue still didn't give up, reminding Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng nodded, "You should go back. Don't come to me again. Use this time to think about how to solve the family issues and minimize the damage." He was referring to Meng Yalan. Since both sisters already knew about Shang Yuancheng's affair, Meng Yalan would probably find out soon too. Once there was a hint of it, it could no longer be concealed. Thinking of that woman who was weak-willed and had no opinions but secretly gave herself living expenses, a hint of pity flashed in Zhang Feng's eyes. Shang Yuancheng was really despicable. Shang Nanyu's eyes flashed with a glimmer of light. Zhang Feng cared about Meng Yalan? Cared about their mother? This discovery pleasantly surprised her. She knew that her younger brother couldn't possibly be heartless. If he were, he wouldn't have returned to the Shang family in the first place, right? He went back with hope, only to end up hurt deeply. So now he appeared indifferent, but it was just a protective facade, a way to avoid getting hurt again. Thinking about this, Shang Nanxue felt even more heartbroken. She said to Zhang Feng, "Don't worry, little brother, we will handle this properly and try not to make Mom too sad." Zhang Feng nodded, knowing that this was all he could do. Compared to the dirty things happening in the Shang family, he had more important matters to attend to. He turned and went upstairs, as he had basically not been in the dormitory these past few days due to his parents moving in. He owed his roommates 2 days of classes and needed to catch up. Shang Nanfeng and Shang Nanxue realized that things could only be handled this way, so they went back. Although the two sisters were still rejected, they both felt some degree of happiness. Because Zhang Feng had shown a tender side for the first time. At least that's how they saw it. Zhang Feng was busy until noon when he received a message from Dong Kersen, inviting him to have lunch at the school cafeteria. Zhang Feng was not very used to interacting with the opposite sex. Dong Kersen, this girl, was pretty, independent, knowledgeable, and got along well with Zhang Feng, so he didn't mind. However, it seemed that they were not yet at the level of familiarity to have a meal together. Most of the time, Zhang Feng still preferred to be alone. He liked his freedom. It was less stressful that way. But since the other party invited him to have a meal together, it was a kind gesture, and Zhang Feng couldn't refuse. Of course, Zhang Feng didn't think that the other party inviting him to have a meal meant they liked him. He understood that a girl like Dong Kersen, who seemed proud, actually didn't have many friends, similar to him, and perhaps felt lonely too. After some thought, he decided to mention during the meal that he wasn't used to this kind of thing. So Jang Fong replied positively. At noon, he didn't join his roommates but came alone to find Dong Kersen. Dong Kersen was very happy to see him. Jang Fong sat down, completely unaware that the two of them had become the center of attention. Of course, it was mostly because of Dong Kersen's status as the school flower. She was naturally beautiful, and even if many people didn't know who she was, she attracted a lot of attention. Among these envious glances, there was a pair of resentful eyes, belonging to Jiang Ting. She also came to the cafeteria with her roommates and was surprised to see Jiang Fong at a glance. He was sitting across from a beautiful girl, the school flower Dong Kersen. Jiang Ting's heart tightened suddenly. She had wanted to go over and say hello to Jiang Fong, but after some thought, she gave up. Jiang Ting and her roommates found a spot to sit far away. She forced herself not to look at Jiang Fong to avoid feeling more upset. Dong Kersen and Jiang Fong chatted casually, and Jiang Fong was thinking of telling her that she didn't have to invite him to eat together in the future. He was more used to being with his roommates or preferred to go home if he had time. Suddenly, Dong Kersen pointed to the necklace around his neck and asked, Jiang Fong, your necklace is so beautiful. Can you take it off and let me have a look? Jiang Fong knew that it was the heart of hope given to him by Jiang Yuyan. Seeing that he hadn't responded, Dong Kersen added, it's rare for a guy to wear a necklace, especially one that looks so good. I just want to take a look. I'll give it back to you right away, okay? Since the girl said so, Jiang Fong had to take it off and hand it to Dong Kersen. Dong Kersen took it with delight. The moment she held it, she knew that it was indeed the heart of hope, not a fake. In fact, Dong Kersen found that Jiang Fong had been wearing this necklace for a long time, and she had always wanted to know whether it was real or fake. However, besides being handsome, Jiang Fong himself didn't have any remarkable background that she had heard of, so he should mostly come from an ordinary family. But the more she saw him, the more Dong Kersen couldn't help but doubt. This was something her brother had put in a lot of effort for, but ultimately didn't even get close to. If it was real, and hanging around Jiang Feng's neck, then this person Jiang Fong must have a deep background. Jiang Fong was unaware of Dong Kersen's suspicions, thinking she simply wanted to see the necklace. Besides, most people didn't know the value of this necklace, so he directly took it off. Dong Kersen happily took the necklace from Jiang Feng's hand. This was when Jiang Yuyan came from afar, not going to Tang Genie's house first, but directly to the school to see Jiang Fong, wanting to surprise him, and witnessed a scene. Seeing Jiang Fong take the necklace she gave him and put it in another girl's hand, Jiang Yuyan suddenly felt uncomfortable. The girl seemed to really like the necklace. She looked at it seriously for a while before handing it back to Jiang Fong. Jiang Yuyan saw her brother wearing the necklace and suddenly felt mischievous. She went around from behind Jiang Fong and covered his eyes. Guess who I am? Even though Jiang Yuyan deliberately lowered her voice and put on a strange tone, Jiang Fong immediately knew. Who else would treat him like this besides his older sister? He immediately exclaimed in surprise, sis. Then he pried open Jiang Yuyan's hand and hugged her from behind. Sis, you're here. I thought you were coming the day after tomorrow. He had thought Jiang Yuyan wouldn't arrive for at least 2 more days, never expecting such a big surprise. Jiang Yuyan pried open his palm, picked up the heart of hope, and naturally put it on Jiang Fong. Little brother, you can't take this off in the future, got it? Jiang Fong nodded, indicating he understood. Dong Kersen watched this scene, feeling slightly awkward, but she still stood up, politely greeted, hello, you must be Jiang Feng's sister, I'm Jiang Feng's classmate, Dong Kersen. Jiang Yuyan discreetly assessed the girl. She was pretty, youthful, and vibrant, but she just didn't quite like her, although she didn't know why. However, good manners prompted Jiang Yuyan to politely extend her hand. Hello, I'm Jiang Yuyan. Sis, have you eaten? Want to join me? Sure. I'm actually a bit hungry. Jiang Yuyan sat down directly, and Jiang Fong went to buy food for her. No need to ask what she wanted to eat, he knew his older sister's preferences. Dong Kersen discreetly observed Jiang Yuyan. Jiang Fong looked ordinary on the outside, but unexpectedly had such an elegant and noble sister. For some reason, sitting across from Jiang Yuyan, Dong Kersen suddenly felt a bit inferior. She had always been a proud girl since childhood, but this was the first time she felt inferior in front of another girl. Jiang Yuyan was tall and elegant, with a warm and imposing smile, exuding an invisible pressure. It made Dong Kersen feel uncomfortable. Dong Kersen and Jiang Yuyan didn't speak, they didn't know each other, so there was nothing to say. When Jiang Fong returned with food for Jiang Yuyan, he noticed the strange atmosphere between the two girls, attributing it to their unfamiliarity, so he didn't say anything. Sis, they have crayfish, and they look fresh, you like this, right? Jiang Fong said, very consciously put on gloves, and started peeling crayfish for Jiang Yuyan. Jiang Yuyan naturally accepted her brother's care. Jang Fong used to take care of his sister when he was young, but even she couldn't remember when it started, and it was Jang Fong who started taking care of her. Even though she was relatively tall among girls, she could only reach Jiang Feng's chin now. Sometimes she had to look up at him. Jiang Feng has really grown up. Dong Kersen watched Jiang Feng peel crayfish for Jiang Yuyen, and carefully scooped the tomato beef brisket soup into a small bowl for her to cool and stir. She always thought that Jiang Feng was a very reserved boy who wouldn't do these things. She was somewhat surprised and felt a bit uncomfortable. Well, I'm done eating, so I'll go back first. You guys eat first. Dong Kersen felt that if she stayed here any longer, she would be a bit of a nuisance. Jiang Feng quickly said, okay, you go back first, I'll accompany my sister for a bit more. Dong Kersen stood up and left. She was thinking about Jiang Feng's necklace, and now she was sure that the necklace was indeed the Heart of Hope, not a fake. Initially, many people, including many top billionaires in the world, wanted to get this necklace. But in the end, no one knew who it went to. But now, why did it end up around Jiang Feng's neck? Moreover, Jiang Feng, this sister, seemed to be a person of importance. She seemed very gentle on the surface, but the noble air that emanated from her was definitely not something that an ordinary family could cultivate. Dong Kersen thought to herself and made up her mind to establish a good relationship with the two siblings of the Jiang family no matter what. She would find out who they really were and what background they had. Jiang Feng was very happy to come to the capital city early because of his sister. He focused on peeling crayfish, wanting Jiang Yuyen to enjoy the meal. When Dong Kersen left, Jiang Yuyen looked at Jiang Feng for a while and asked, "She's very pretty, is she your girlfriend?" Jiang Feng didn't expect Jiang Yuyen to suddenly ask this, and immediately replied, "No, just a regular classmate, we met at the freshman welcoming party." Jiang Feng thought, if he had a girlfriend, wouldn't he tell his family? His older sister would definitely be the first to know. Jiang Yuyen, in a strange tone, said, "Why do I feel like she's interested in you?" Jiang Feng, busy peeling crayfish, looked up at Jiang Yuyen and noticed a bit of sauce on her lips. Jiang Yuyen had good skin, not the kind that was cultivated later, but the delicate and natural kind. Now with a bit of sauce on her lips, she looked even more adorable. Jiang Feng took out a tissue and reached out to wipe Jiang Yuyen's lips clean. "Look at you, you don't even pay attention when eating." Jiang Yuyen was a little dazed for a moment. Like a child, she let Jiang Feng wipe her lips clean. "I'm not going to date for now. If I have a girlfriend, of course, my older sister will be the first to know," Jiang Feng said matter-of-factly. Jiang Yuyen nodded, satisfied with his answer. But Jiang Yuyen was once again surprised that her brother had grown up. Not only had he grown up, but he was also quite talented. And he was so caring. Isn't he a perfect warm-hearted guy? Such a boy should be very popular in college, right? The girl just now, judging by her appearance, should be at the level of a campus beauty, right? When Jiang Yuyen arrived just now, she had already noticed that when Jiang Feng and Dong Kersen were sitting here, many boys were intentionally or unintentionally stealing glances in this direction, indicating how high Dong Kersen's attractiveness was. Brother can be liked by such a girl, then. Actually, what Jiang Yuyen didn't know was that since she sat next to Jiang Feng, the turnover rate here has increased even more. "Didn't you come with Grandpa?" 2 nights ago, Jiang Feng called Jiang Shicheng, saying it would be at least 3 days later, but suddenly Jiang Yuyen came, and Jiang Feng had a hunch that Grandpa should also have come. "He came, I asked manager Jiang to send Grandpa home first. I couldn't wait to come and see you, to see if you've grown taller again." Jiang Yuyen expressed her concern for Jiang Feng without reservation. Jiang Feng was touched and served Jiang Yuyen another bowl of soup. "Sis, the canteen at the Imperial University is still good. Although there are also pre-made dishes, the proportion is not high, and these are fresh. Eat more." Jiang Yuyen nodded. Indeed, she could taste it from the first bite, and the taste was not bad. Speaking of manager Jiang Feng suddenly remembered the farce caused by Shang Bingxing. He thought of Jiang Ting. This matter actually had nothing to do with her, but it was still necessary to remind her slightly not to cause this misunderstanding again and avoid any other troubles. Just like the few hooligans they encountered in the alley before, now thinking about the people looking for them, they should be targeting Jiang Ting's identity, right? Jiang Feng thought, and it was very likely that Shang Bingxing was also behind that matter. Jiang Yuyen had finished eating and saw that Jiang Feng seemed lost in thought. "Brother, do you have time this afternoon to accompany your older sister shopping?" Jiang Feng naturally agreed. Although there was still a class in the afternoon, it was not a big problem. It was more important to accompany Jiang Yuyen. So the siblings finished their meal and went straight to go shopping. Jiang Feng was not very interested in shopping. He preferred to read more medical books in his spare time. Maybe he could save one more patient. But he enjoyed accompanying his sister. Jiang Feng thought it was because his sister had always been good to him since he was young, and he didn't think much about it. Jiang Yuyan actually didn't have a specific goal, she just moved to the capital city and needed to prepare many miscellaneous things. But she probably just wanted to drag her brother along and spend more time with him. The two walked on the road, unaware that they had become a beautiful scenery. Many people secretly admired that this couple was really well-matched and enviable. Jiang Feng felt that Jiang Yuyan used to be strict with him, but now she seemed more like a little girl. Jiang Feng, there's a lingerie store over there. I'll go take a look. Jiang Yuyan pointed ahead. Jiang Feng nodded. He wouldn't enter such a girl's store, so he waited outside as usual. Jiang Feng sat on a chair outside the store. After a while, he noticed an old man sitting across from him. Jiang Feng, sitting on the chair, saw an old man with a kind face and slightly gray hair sitting across from him, looking tired and resting on the table. Jiang Feng wouldn't normally be interested in strangers, but the old man was resting his hands on the table very close to Jiang Feng's line of sight. Jiang Feng immediately noticed something was wrong. This old man had a severe clubbed finger, and it was very obvious, even the fingernails were deformed. Jiang Feng frowned. This was a typical sign of poor lung health. He wondered if the man was aware of it and had been to the hospital for a checkup. After some thought, out of a natural sense of responsibility as a doctor, he asked, "Sir, may I ask if you have poor lung health?" The man looked at him with confusion. Jiang Feng was convinced that this old man probably didn't know about his health condition yet. Or perhaps he had some minor symptoms but didn't take it seriously, so he hadn't gone to the hospital for a checkup. Jiang Feng quickly said to the old man, "Grandpa, have you been feeling unwell recently? If you have time, please go to the hospital for a checkup." Finally hearing Jiang Feng's words clearly, the old man coughed a few times and said softly, "Young man, I am in good health, I don't need to go to the hospital. Who are you?" Jiang Feng, seeing that the old man didn't believe him, became a little anxious. He happened to have a silver needle with him, but the old man's illness couldn't be cured all at once. Therefore, it was safest to have him go to the hospital for a checkup. He straightforwardly said, "Grandpa, I am a doctor. Based on my observation of your symptoms, you may have some lung disease. Don't be afraid of seeking medical help. Please go to the hospital for a checkup." The old man, upon hearing that Jiang Feng was a doctor, seemed to take his words more seriously. Thinking back to how he had been coughing upon waking up recently, and getting out of breath after walking a short distance, he started to believe Jiang Feng's words a bit. Well, there was no harm in going to the hospital for a checkup anyway, so he nodded. "Thank you, young man, I will go when I have time." Jiang Feng was still a bit worried and reminded, "Please go as soon as possible, don't delay." At this time, Jiang Yuyan came out of the shop and saw Jiang Feng talking to an old man. She didn't call for Jiang Feng to leave directly, but waited for him to finish. She politely greeted the old man. Jiang Feng saw Jiang Yuyan carrying bags and naturally took them, saying, "Grandpa, remember to go to the hospital for a checkup." Then he bid farewell to the old man. Jiang Yuyan didn't find this scene strange at all. Jiang Feng always had the habit of observing and asking about people's conditions wherever he went, just like his grandfather. In the past, his grandfather even wanted to force her to study medicine. It's not that she didn't want to, but she simply had no talent for it. Later, when she discovered Jiang Feng's amazing understanding of medical principles, he helped her out. She was then able to study the major she liked. She was very grateful to have such a good younger brother. Jiang Yuyan naturally linked arms with Jiang Feng, checked the time, and realized that the grandpa should be home by now. "Little brother, let's go back. Grandpa misses you a lot. We can go shopping another day. If I keep you longer, he will scold me again." Jiang Feng couldn't help but smile. Jiang Shicheng treated Yuyan like a treasure, how could he bear to scold her? But he really missed his grandpa. The two siblings returned home, and Jiang Shicheng had just arrived, with manager Jian following him. Upon seeing Jiang Feng, the first thing the old man did was to check his homework. He even had Jiang Feng give him a few acupuncture needles. The two chatted while doing acupuncture, it was quite a sight. During the conversation, Jiang Feng mentioned Huayan's symptoms, suspecting it to be insomnia. Jiang Shicheng also read the reports and agreed with his grandson's opinion. He nodded, feeling that Jiang Feng had made great progress. At only 19 years old, he could already distinguish such complex symptoms. Given more time, his achievements in medicine would definitely surpass his own by far. It was even possible for Hua Medical Center to become a global miracle. If you can contact this patient, you can give it a try. After all, this kind of illness is very rare, Jiang Shicheng suggested. Jiang Feng had thought about it. However, Huayan, the boyfriend of the second Miss Shang, had questionable behavior. His sudden illness couldn't be unrelated to his reckless lifestyle. Moreover, although the illness was very uncomfortable, it wouldn't be life-threatening in the short term. If the opportunity arose in the future, Zhang Feng would be willing to give it a try. Zhang Feng agreed and didn't continue the topic with his grandfather. Zhang Shichang had only made a suggestion. There were many complex illnesses in the world, and they couldn't handle them all. The most important thing was to research and find results as soon as possible, which would truly benefit all of humanity. The grandfather and grandson were chatting when Ding Xiang called for them to come downstairs for dinner. Zhang Feng felt content with his current life because the people he valued were all by his side. Shang Yuancheng called his eldest daughter to the study one day, but not only did he not achieve his goal, he also earned his daughter's contempt for him as a father. He was anxious these days, but there was nothing he could do about it. Shang Nanfeng and Shang Nanchua's search for Zhang Feng also yielded no results, as he had anticipated. Even if Zhang Feng agreed, he might not have the ability to help. Therefore, when the two sisters returned and said that Zhang Feng was not close to Fuxing, Shang Yuancheng did not continue to spend time on Zhang Feng. However, he had exhausted all his contacts and was now almost desperate. He could only watch as the Shang family collapsed. Shang Yuancheng suddenly aged 10 years. On the other hand, the instigator of all this took leave these days but did not stay at home, instead spending all his time with Wang Yakan. The atmosphere at home had been strange recently. Although none of the three sisters directly accused him, Shang Bingxing felt the eldest and third sisters growing distance and politeness towards him, no longer treating him as they used to. Shang Bingxing blamed all of this on Zhang Feng. Since Zhang Feng left, Mang Yalan had also been indifferent towards him, making Shang Bingxing feel that her previous kindness was all an act and not genuine. Otherwise, why would her attitude change as soon as her own son returned? This made Shang Bingxing resent this family. Now that he had stirred up such a big mess, Shang Yuancheng would get angry when he saw him, so Shang Bingxing did not dare to stay at home. Most importantly, the Shang family was finished. If that were the case, he had no idea what to do. Therefore, he went to Wang Yakan for advice. Wang Yakan was also very troubled. She had planned for many years, watching her dreams about to come true, only to be ruined by her own good son. She naturally did not want to blame her son and felt that all of this was Zhang Feng's fault. If he did not return and change everything would go according to her plan. There would not be all these messy things. Zhang Feng, of course, had no idea that some people thought this way. If he knew, he would probably be speechless. Wang Yakan grew to hate Zhang Feng even more. These two, it could be said, were of the same nature. They never reflected on themselves when things happened. They could blame others but would never blame themselves. Seeing her son looking defeated, and with Shang Yuancheng not coming over these days, she can only secretly call Zhang Faliang. Zhang Faliang had been feeling uncomfortable these days because he had no chance to hang out with Wang Yakan. When he heard that his son had been bullied, he immediately became restless and wanted to come and defend his son. Wang Yakan persuaded him to calm down. Forcing things was not the solution. However, just as they were about to hang up, Zhang Faliang came up with a bad idea. Isn't it because our son has taken a liking to that girl from the Zhang family? She doesn't agree? In other words, she's playing hard to get. This is the best kind to deal with. As long as we find a way to make things happen, she won't resist. Wang Yakan knew this was not a good idea. If the girl really liked her son as he said, but was just playing hard to get, it was manageable. But if she had no feelings for Shang Bingxing at all, wouldn't that be a crime? Although she did not know much about the Zhang family, the fact that Shang Yuancheng was so wary of them meant they were not to be trifled with. How could they dare to provoke such a family? Unexpectedly, Shang Bingxing heard Zhang Faliang's words. His eyes lit up, and he suddenly felt a fondness for this creepy uncle. Shang Bingxing thought of Zhang Ting's beautiful face and slender waist, and suddenly had an idea. Yes, that's how it should be. How could she not like him? She was just playing hard to get. As long as he got her, she would never leave him. By then, the Zhang family would be in his hands. That Fu Shang, who does he think he is? By then, he would make him kneel down and kowtow to him. Shang Bingxing thought of this, immediately picked up the phone. He couldn't handle this matter on his own and needed someone else's help. At the moment, the best candidate was Zhang Faliang. Last time he got the medicine for Zhang Feng, he could get it again. He didn't believe he could fail again. Wang Yakan looked worried. Recent events had been very unfavorable, making her somewhat afraid. After planning for so many years, she couldn't bear to see everything go to waste now. Her son's ambitions were even greater, not only wanting the Shang family but also wanting the daughter of the Zhang family. However, if something went wrong on this path, it would be irreparable. But she couldn't advise him now. She could only hope that the Zhang family girl truly admired her son. Maybe she would even be happy when this happened. Zhang Feng had no idea that Shang Bingxing had gone crazy. he was already on an irreversible path. He was thinking of using the same method on Jiang Ting again. He saw the steward of the Jiang family and thought of Jiang Ting, so he briefly called her to inform her that the school thought she was Jiang Ting, the daughter of the Jiang family. Besides her beauty, her identity was also a reason for these incidents. Jiang Ting was a bit embarrassed. She was aware of others' speculations about her identity, but out of a small vanity, she didn't reveal the truth. Now that the real young master of the Jiang family pointed it out, how could she not feel embarrassed? So when others hinted at her background, she straightforwardly denied it. It did reduce a lot of harassment and trouble. But Shang Bingxing didn't know. He hadn't been to school seriously recently. He was driven mad. So he could even listen to and dare to implement methods that could destroy his future, like Zhang Faoyang's. Shang Bingxing felt he wasn't that unlucky. Last time, Zhang Feng and Wang Jingyi managed to escape somehow, but in his own words. Most importantly, Shang Bingxing was overly confident. He believed that once he was truly with her, Jiang Ting would definitely be captivated by his charm. By then, he wouldn't need to strive for anything himself. Perhaps Jiang Ting would willingly offer what he desired. The foolish Shang Bingxing still didn't know that Jiang Ting's background was not from the Jiang family, he thought, and he was still dreaming. The Jiang family moved from Fengcheng to Jing City, and only a few good friends like Fu Sheng knew about it. Jiang Shicheng had been in seclusion for some time, and many friends who wanted to contact him couldn't reach him. This included Jiang Laoye's old friend, Lin Yebo. When he heard that Jiang Laoye had come to Jing City, he went to the address the next day without an invitation. Except for Jiang Feng going to school, everyone else was at home. Surprisingly, Lin Laoye brought his grandson, Lin Junqi. The young man was handsome, and as soon as Lin Laoye entered, without exchanging pleasantries with his old friend, he shouted that his grandson should exchange contact information with Jiang Yuyan, saying that young people should communicate more. This intention was too obvious. Out of politeness, Jiang Yuyan left the contact information but later deleted it, citing feeling unwell, and went upstairs. Of course, the first time I met Jiang Yuyan, I was deeply impressed by her beauty and temperament, thinking that I was destined to be with Lin Xiao, but I didn't know about it. Grandpa visited his friend today and insisted on forcing him to come over, and he was a little unhappy about it. It was only when he knew it was Grandpa Jiang that he reluctantly followed along. I didn't expect Grandpa to arrange such a big surprise for myself. For this kind of decision-making before reporting by Grandpa Lin, the other people in the Jiang family didn't say much. Lin Junqi looked very upright, and his character was also very good during the conversation. If Yuyan likes him, they won't stop them. Naturally, they all want to see it happen. No one noticed that Jiang Yuyan didn't come down after going upstairs. At lunchtime, she even made an excuse to sneak out. For some reason, she was very disgusted with this kind of arranged meeting similar to blind dates. Jiang Yuyan felt that she probably didn't need marriage. That's why she had such a strong feeling of rejection. Well, it's more relaxing to be with my younger brother. Grandpa Jiang Shicheng didn't say anything about his granddaughter leaving without giving face. The Jiang family's style does not force anyone, and children can choose the life they want freely. This is especially true for marriage. Jiang Youyan's aunt Jiang Huaya, who has not been seen, is already in her 40s and still single, but no one is urging her to get married, right? Sometimes Jiang Yuyan even wonders if she will end up single like her aunt in this life. However, her aunt, who has always been very fond of her nephews and nieces, did not follow to the capital this time, which was a bit unusual. No one paid much attention to it, as they were used to her aunt's independence. They thought she might show up unexpectedly one day. Jiang Yuyan was a bit bored. If it weren't for an unwelcome guest at home, she would have waited for Jiang Feng to finish class at home because he promised to come home and have dinner with them tonight. But with the unappetizing guy at home staring at her, almost writing "I want to pursue you" on his face, Jiang Yuyan was not pleased. Of course, the other party may not have any malicious intent, but that look made Jiang Yuyan very uncomfortable. So she drove out alone to wander around outside. Shang Nanxue also came out to do something, but only walked a short distance. Somehow, her high heels suddenly got stuck in a gap by the roadside drain. She stumbled and almost fell, but managed to steady herself. However, the shoe got stuck even tighter as a result. She tried to pull it out by hand, but no matter how hard she tried, the shoe remained firmly stuck in the drain grate, unmoving. Shang Nanxue was sweating profusely, and no matter which angle she tried, she looked very embarrassed. She even thought about running barefoot. Unexpectedly, a hand suddenly reached out from the side and handed her a pair of flat shoes. Shang Nanxue was a bit embarrassed, hurriedly said thank you, and took them. After all, she couldn't really go back barefoot. Jiang Yuyan didn't expect that she would see such a ridiculous scene just by going out for a walk. At first, She couldn't see clearly from a distance, only seeing a girl standing on the road looking like she was struggling. It wasn't until she got closer that she realized it was a girl who had her heel stuck in the drain, and she couldn't get it out no matter what. Zhang Yuyan couldn't help but laugh. After laughing for a while, she saw that the girl still couldn't get her shoe out, so she quickly ran over to help. Luckily, she had spare shoes in her car. Shang Nanxue changed her shoes, helplessly looking at the one stuck in the drain, unable to retrieve it. Even if she did, it was already ruined. I had to give up. She looked at her shoes, then at herself, and then at the girl who had kindly come to help her, couldn't help but smile. The girl across from her also smiled. A wonderful atmosphere spread between the two girls. Thank you, my name is Shang Nanxue. Zhang Yuyan. Let's exchange contact information. I'll return the shoes to you another day. Shang Nanxue said. Of course, she was planning to return a new pair of shoes to the other party. After all, it was worn by herself. It would be a bit unreasonable to return them as they were. Zhang Yuyan thought for a moment. She didn't plan to ask for the shoes back, but to avoid burdening the other party, she gave her WeChat ID. Where are you going? Let me give you a ride. Zhang Yuyan generously said. She didn't have anything else to do anyway. Shang Nanxue eagerly agreed, but then heard the voice of Shang Nanyu. Shang Nanyu happened to be alone outside. She went to the hospital to take care of Huiyan, but was scolded by Hui's mother, feeling very wronged, but dared not retort. Because of Shang Yuanqing's offense against Fu Shang, it has now spread in Jing City. Although no one knows the specific reasons, of course, this is also Fu Shang's way of protecting the reputation of the Jiang family. Even though there was no real connection between the Shang family and the Jiang family, they were afraid of being gossiped about by those who didn't know the truth, involving the Jiang family's daughter and spreading rumors. In short, although Hui's mother didn't know the reason, she finally heard about the Shang family offending Fu Shang. She no longer believed Shang Yuanqing's words. After all, if the Shang family really had a relationship with the Jiang family, how could they not even be able to handle Fu Shang? And to have someone else come out and say that anyone associating with the Shang family is causing trouble with Fu Yi? Cautious Hui's mother was afraid of misunderstanding the Shang family, thinking the rumors were wrong. She even called Shang Yuanqing several times, but all were hung up on. Shang Yuanqing is now in a panic, unable to take care of his own affairs. How could he have the time to deal with the sixth seedling of the Hua family? Hui's mother confirmed that the Shang family had played her. She was furious and naturally would not have a good face for Shang Nanyu. Even today, when Shang Nanyu went to the hospital to see Huiyan, she unhesitatingly kicked her out. Shang Nanyu was surprised at how quickly Hui's mother's attitude changed, feeling wronged and almost crying. Just yesterday, she spoke kindly to herself and talked about holding a wedding for them after Huiyan recovered. Saying that Nanyu was the best girl for Huiyan, she remembered it all. Shang Nanyu was deeply moved. But today, Hui's mother coldly told Shang Nanyu, that old man Shang Yuanqing deceived us for so long, delaying Yan's treatment. If anything happens to him, I'll make you pay. In any case, the Shang family has now offended Fu Yi. It's as good as over. She certainly didn't mind stepping on them again. Now she didn't care about Shang Nanyu anymore. The top priority was to find another way to save Huiyan. But in reality, the Hua family had already thought of all the ways. Shang Nanyu was at a loss for words. She wanted to explain, but couldn't explain at all. Shang Nanyu thought that recently treating herself and Yanyu with kindness and affection was because she had truly been accepted, or that her true feelings for Huiyan had moved them, but it wasn't the case at all. It was all because of the deal between her father and the Hua family. Now she was directly kicked out of the hospital, feeling very sad. The eldest sister and younger sister were busy with something recently. They didn't pay much attention to her. Even her beloved Bingxing younger brother wasn't at home. Shang Nanyu was depressed, wondering what she should do, when she looked up and saw Nanxue. She confirmed again, and it really was Nanxue. She was standing with a tall girl, talking about something. Shang Nanyu quickly greeted them. Shang Nanxue saw Shang Nanyu and didn't really want to talk to her, but since they were in front of others, she couldn't show it on her face. So she had to say goodbye to Zhang Yuyan. No need, thank you for today, my sister is here, I'll leave first. Zhang Yuyan nodded, not taking today's little accident to heart. Shang Nanyu went home with Shang Nanxue, complaining all the way about how quickly the Hua family changed their attitude. Shang Nanxue listened without offering any comfort or saying anything else. She felt that it was a good thing for Shang Nanyu. According to her eldest sister, even if Huiyan was good, his character was not good. Even though he had been in a relationship with her second sister for so long, in reality, no one in the family took her seriously. If it weren't for dragging the Jiang family into it, even if their son had become a useless person, they still wouldn't have cared about Shang Nanyu. A family like the Hua family, if Shang Nanyu really married into it, would undoubtedly be a huge pit. Therefore, she didn't think it was a bad thing for the Hua family to change their attitude. As for Shang Nanyu, when would her deceived heart finally see the truth? She originally thought that once she exposed the relationship between Shang Yuancheng and Shang Bingxing, Shang Nanyu would naturally see the truth. But she still referred to him as Bingxing's younger brother, which annoyed Shang Nanxue. She couldn't understand why, with so many unbelievable things happening, everyone could see that Bingxing's character was problematic, yet Shang Nanyu kept deluding herself. Shang Nanxue was very irritated. Shang Nanyu, on the other hand, kept chattering beside her. It's all Jiang Feng's fault. He shouldn't have been brought back in the first place. If Bingxing's younger brother didn't feel so insecure, how could he do such a thing? Just thinking about it makes me angry, this troublemaker. Shang Nanyu said this with a calm expression, as if she were talking about something ordinary. She completely ignored the fact that Shang Nanxue's face had darkened. But before Shang Nanxue could speak, Shang Nanfeng, who was passing by Shang Nanyu's room, suddenly burst in. Shang Nanyu, are you done yet? Jiang Feng is your real brother. Do you know who Shang Bingxing is? Shang Nanfeng had been deeply affected these days. One thing after another had completely overturned some of her previous beliefs, especially witnessing Shang Yuancheng with the third party, coupled with her own father wanting her to do such dirty things. She was plunged into deep self-doubt. Although Shang Yuancheng didn't force her to do anything, but Shang Nanfeng knew deep down that once he had that intention, he no longer deserved to be her father. Or rather, he never saw her as his daughter. She felt chilled by the selfish, heartless, and dirty nature of this man, and at the same time, she felt sad for her mother. Regardless of what the truth turned out to be, his betrayal of her mother for so many years was an undeniable fact. Shang Nanxue is still investigating this matter. Both sisters were under immense pressure and feeling uncomfortable. But Shang Nanyu still couldn't see the truth clearly, blaming Jiang Feng, who had nothing to do with it. She couldn't control herself and rushed in, accusing Shang Nanyu. Sister, what's wrong with you? Shang Nanfeng's stern tone startled Shang Nanyu, who was ranting. This was the first time the eldest sister had spoken to her in such a severe manner. Seeing that the eldest sister was already angry, Shang Nanxue thought for a moment. Since Shang Yuancheng and Shang Bingxing were not at home, and Meng's mother was nowhere to be found, she decided to confront Shang Nanyu directly. Instead of acting like a fool and being used as a pawn, they were both feeling uncomfortable. She first advised her eldest sister, "Sister, don't be angry." Then she sat down directly on a chair, ready to negotiate. "Second sister, I have a question for you. So many things have happened in our family recently. Do you really think Bingxing's younger brother has no problems at all?" She looked at Shang Nanyu. What problems can Bingxing's younger brother have? Shang Nanyu unconsciously blurted out. Then she may have felt that it was not right, and explained, Bingxing may just be too anxious. He didn't expect this to happen, but no matter what, he is still our brother. What's wrong with all of you? Shang Nanyu felt a serious atmosphere, as if the eldest sister and the youngest sister were targeting her. No, they were targeting Bingxing's younger brother. Thinking of this, Shang Nanyu immediately became alert. So, do you think drugging his fiancée, defaming Jiang Feng, lying that the Jiang family girl is his girlfriend causing the Shang family to become like this, are all minor issues, right? Shang Nanyu asked again. Shang Nanyu actually knew that some of Bingxing's behaviors were not acceptable. But every time she tried to speak rationally, emotions took over. She always imagined how cute, innocent, and kind Bingxing was when he was young. She watched him grow up all the way. In any case, this sibling relationship is irreplaceable. The current situation has been forced upon them. There were many helplessness. If it weren't for Jiang Feng, who had been missing for 18 years, suddenly being found, how could Bingxing worry about being replaced by someone else and become sensitive and suspicious, and then do things to prove himself? After thinking it through, she felt even more sorry for Shang Bingxing. Now, with an elder sister and a younger sister joining forces to question whether what Bingxing did was right, she was somewhat speechless. Right? It's definitely not right. But is there any point in discussing these things now? She was a little angry. The elder sister treated her like this, and so did the younger sister. Why, did they no longer care about Bingxing's younger brother? Nan Shui, what do you want to say? Shang Nanyu knew she was in the wrong, so she didn't directly answer Shang Nanxue's question, but instead asked her back. Shang Nanfeng was also helpless towards Shang Nanyu. She used to have a similar mindset as Shang Nanyu, but after some incidents, she woke up in time. Now, only Shang Nanyu still couldn't see the situation clearly. She looked at Shang Nanxue, seeking her opinion, and Shang Nanxue nodded silently. Nanyu, Jiang Feng is our full brother, lost for 18 years before being found. You know that, right? Deciding to reveal everything she knew. Why should all the pressure be on the two sisters? But Shang Nanyu felt that the two sisters were simply being mysterious. What's wrong? What's wrong with being full siblings? But Jiang Feng didn't grow up with us, there's no emotional connection, that's a fact. What do you mean? Then do you know who Bingxing is? Shang Nanxue decided to stop beating around the bush. Shang Nanyu was taken aback. Our brother, what's wrong with him? What are you trying to say? Shang Nanfeng glanced at her again and said something that shocked Shang Nanyu to the core. He is the son of the mistress Shang Yuanqing kept outside for 20 years. Shang Nanyu suddenly stood up, accidentally hitting her knee on the table corner, causing her to grimace in pain. Shang Nanfeng and Shang Nanxue hurried to check on her injury. She couldn't care about the pain, she was stunned by what she had just heard. What does it mean? Did their father have a mistress outside? And this mistress's son is Bingxing's younger brother? Does that mean that Shang Bingxing is not an adopted son, but the illegitimate child of their father? Shang Nanyu found it hard to accept. Are you mistaken? How is that possible? Shang Nanyu couldn't believe it. However, at this time, Shang Nanxue took out her phone, which clearly recorded scenes of Shang Yuanqing being intimate and holding hands with that woman. Of course, there was also evidence of Shang Bingxing entering and leaving Wang Yakan's residential area, which was later taken by Shang Nanxue hiring a private detective. At this moment, even if Shang Nanyu couldn't accept this fact anymore, she had to. She flipped through the photos one by one, her brain seemed to be stuck in a standstill. She couldn't think anymore. Impossible. I don't believe it. Absolutely not. Shang Nanyu was deeply shocked. Shang Nanxue anticipated that she couldn't bear it. After all, among the three sisters, she had the deepest feelings for Shang Bingxing and always listened to their father. But not accepting it was still accepting it. It was not just the three sisters. Even their mother, Meng Yalan, had to know the truth after the whole story came to light. At that time, the most painful thing would not be the three sisters. Thinking about how their mother, who had been gentle and hardworking all her life, would feel so heartbroken after knowing she had been deceived by her partner for a lifetime, Shang Nanxue's expression darkened once again. Shang Nanfeng and Shang Nanxue remained silent, waiting for Shang Nanyu to digest this fact so that the three sisters could discuss what to do next. But they clearly underestimated Shang Nanyu's foolishness. She went crazy for a while there, suddenly seemed possessed, and wanted to rush out. No! I'm going to ask Dad. I can't believe it. There must be some hidden truth in this. Fortunately, Shang Nanxue was closest to her and managed to hold her back. Shang Nanfeng was furious at this point, she couldn't stand the nonsense. She walked up to Shang Nanyu and slapped her twice directly. Shang Nanyu looked at her in disbelief, and she sobered up a lot. Are you awake now? Had enough of your tantrum? Do you think things aren't big enough? Or do you want Mom to know? Shang Nanyu was slapped but finally quieted down. Everyone was silent for a while. Finally, Shang Nanyu spoke up. Is there anything else I don't know? Shang Nanxue looked at her sympathetically. Although their whole family had been deceived by Shang Yuanchang, the second sister was the most naive, the kind who would be sold out and still help count the money. This time, knowing the truth, she might be a little more sober. However, Shang Nanxue clearly underestimated her second sister's self-deception. I understand now, maybe Bingxing doesn't know either? Like us, he was kept in the dark. The two sisters rolled their eyes. Shang Nanxue handed her the phone she had just finished looking at. There were photos of Shang Bingxing with that woman. Although it was just their backs, they were recognizable at a glance. However, Shang Nanxue now realized another problem and said, Shang Bingxing is not the illegitimate child of Dad and this woman. Although it is a fact that they lived together outside for more than 20 years, the woman's villa was also bought by Dad. I have investigated all of this, but it's strange, I did a paternity test, and they have no blood relationship. Shang Nanyu obviously misunderstood this point. This was also a puzzling point for the two sisters. Could it be that their father wanted to raise the child for that woman out of love? What other reasonable explanation could there be? Hearing this, Shang Nanyu seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. Obviously, she had just been thinking along these lines. I knew it, Bingxing wouldn't do that. Shang Nanfeng saw that she was still not clear-headed and regretted telling her the truth. Please, Shang Nanyu, I think you might have a fever. You still haven't figured this out. Whether he is Dad's illegitimate child or not, the fact that they conspired to deceive us is real. How else do you want to delude yourself? Is it Jiang Feng's doing? Shang Nanyu seemed to completely ignore what others were saying, but suddenly blurted out this sentence. This made Shang Nanxue completely lose confidence in her. Shang Nanyu, wake up! Your beloved younger brother Bingxing has deceived you. He has always known about his background, has a close relationship with his mother, deceiving our mother. And our younger brother, Jiang Feng, has suffered because of him. After finally returning home, he didn't feel any warmth at all. Do you still not understand this? Do I need to repeat it to you? Sheng Bingxing outside the door never expected this. He had just discussed a plan to deal with Jiang Ting with Zhang Faliang, and upon returning to the Sheng family, he heard such words. He did not expect that his background had been exposed. However, because he arrived late and did not hear the previous discussion about the paternity test, he thought that the three sisters already knew that he was Shang Yuanqing's illegitimate son. Sheng Bingxing's eyes flashed with a hint of gloom. Obviously, the three sisters were now hostile towards him. To avoid being discovered, he wanted to quickly retreat to his room. However, as he turned the corner of the stairs, he accidentally tripped and fell. Who? The noise outside startled the three sisters in the house, and they all opened the door to see Sheng Bingxing at the corner of the stairs, holding his foot in pain. Ouch! It hurts! Sister! I bumped my foot. Sheng Bingxing had an expression as if he had just come upstairs and knew nothing. The three sisters' expressions were unpredictable, unsure if Sheng Bingxing had overheard what was said earlier. But now that he said he hurt his foot, they couldn't just ignore it. Shang Nanfeng quickly stepped forward. Let me see, is it serious? This time, Shang Nanyu, who always cared the most about Sheng Bingxing, stood still in a daze, showing no sign of concern. She didn't know that her current appearance had earned the resentment of her brother, whom she had loved for nearly 20 years. Oh, Shang Nanyu, weren't you always the nicest to me? Why, now that you know the truth, you don't want to be near me anymore. Sheng Bingxing cursed the three sisters countless times in his heart, but maintained a calm facade. Honestly, his acting skills were almost comparable to a movie star. Shang Nanchua looked at him thoughtfully, not moving forward. She didn't know why, but she had a gut feeling that Sheng Bingxing had already heard what was said earlier. Sheng Bingxing's foot was bruised, but it wasn't serious. Sisters, why are you all at home? I just got back and thought no one was here, he casually asked. In reality, he was already calculating that since everything was out in the open now, if the three sisters didn't expose him, he wouldn't foolishly admit it himself. However, he needed to expedite many things. Even if they knew the truth, so what? He was still Shang Yuanqing's son. Although the Shang family was currently in decline, it was only temporary. Once his plan was completed, he wouldn't care about the Shang family anymore. But even if he didn't care, it was still his. He wouldn't give anyone his share. Shang Nanfeng casually responded, feeling like Sheng Bingxing might have heard what was said earlier. Otherwise, how could he trip while going upstairs? Shang Nanfeng escorted Sheng Bingxing back to his room. Shang Nanyu continued to stare blankly at Bingxing, not asking a single question. She was still digesting the information she had just learned, refraining from causing a scene, which was already a blessing. Although Shang Nanchua had no evidence, she understood in her heart that Sheng Bingxing was pretending, and he already knew that they knew. She was somewhat worried. Since returning home, Shang Nanchua had discovered that Sheng Bingxing, despite his age, had a dark side to his psyche and acted without any moral boundaries. Now, he might do something unpredictable. Whether he really heard what the three of them said or not, just assume he did. She needs to clarify the truth as soon as possible and then discuss countermeasures. Moreover, the young man who saved her by giving her injections abroad is said to have news, and he is also in the capital. It is believed that his specific information can be found out soon, and then Shang Nanchua can visit to express her gratitude. Besides, she also wants to know how he, at such a young age, could be so skilled in medicine. Shang Nanchua's return to the country for development is largely inspired by him. If possible, she wants to cooperate with him. Shang Nanchua calculated in her heart. As for the Shang family's affairs, it's a mess, she doesn't care, and doesn't want to. So many things, headache. Sheng Bingxing returned to the room, his heart still pounding. He himself was not sure if he had deceived the three sisters. But in any case, some things cannot wait. Although the Shang family has become a burden, if his identity as an illegitimate child is exposed later, it is likely that families like the Jians will not accept him no matter what. Therefore, he must act quickly. Shang Bingxing immediately called Zhang Faliang. Jiang family. Dingxiang specially brought a cook from Fengcheng, and another one was hired in the capital, with good cooking skills and cleanliness. The two cooks started preparing dinner in the afternoon. Unexpectedly, Zhang Yuyan quietly slipped into the kitchen. Auntie, teach me how to make soup. Miss, you can't, the kitchen is not a place for you to enter, just wait outside. Why can't I come in? I really want to learn, please teach me. Do we need to add some salt to this? Okay, this needs some green onions. No sugar, no sugar. Too sweet is not good. Miss Jiang entered the kitchen for the first time and seemed very interested. The two aunts did not expect that the miss, who usually looked down on them, was sincerely asking for their advice and learning very seriously. Feeling respected, they also taught her very diligently. "By the way, miss, we have guests at home tonight, and the master asked us to prepare an extra portion of the meal." "Oh, really?" Jiang Yuyan was indifferent. She knew almost all of her grandfather's guests, and the number of people invited to dinner at home was limited. But she had to prepare a meal for Jiang Feng tonight, so she hurriedly sought help. There hadn't been much going on in the past few days, so she wanted to learn how to cook and make something delicious for Jiang Feng herself. Then, she could serve the food she made to Jiang Feng. However, Jiang Yuyan never expected that the guest turned out to be Lin Junqi. This guy was so exaggerated that he brought a large bouquet of supergiant roses in the evening. Jiang Yuyan thought to herself, "I hid that day, isn't it obvious?" Little did she know that Lin Junqi had been amazed by her since that day they met. Knowing that the Jiang family did not oppose his pursuit, he planned to launch a vigorous offensive against Jiang Yuyan. But after calling twice and not getting an answer, Jiang Yuyan simply blocked him. He thought that maybe she had forgotten to save his number that day, didn't recognize it as a harassment call, and blocked it, so he sought this opportunity to come again through her grandfather. When Jiang Feng returned home, the first thing he saw was a large bouquet of giant roses in the living room. "Wow, did one person move all this here? Isn't it tiring enough?" Then he saw Lin Junqi sitting upright on the sofa. Jiang Yuyan was sitting across from him. Jiang Feng understood everything at a glance after seeing the bouquet of roses and the two of them. This should be the pursuit of the elder sister. However, the elder sister has not agreed yet, right? Mr. Jiang saw Jiang Feng coming back and gave him and Lin Junqi a simple introduction. After all, they were children of good friends from prominent families. Lin Junqi came to visit this time, and he and Ding Xiang didn't know. This child seems to have developed feelings for Jiang Yuyan, but judging from the daughter's appearance, she doesn't seem interested. Mr. Jiang and Mrs. Jiang neither support nor oppose it. Their daughter has her own ideas, as long as she lives happily. But everyone was still very enthusiastic towards Lin Junqi who came to visit. Jiang Feng nodded politely. He didn't really like the other party. Lin Junqi, upon hearing that he might be the future brother-in-law, was quite enthusiastic. He appeared very affectionate, chatting with Jiang Feng about various topics, making Jiang Feng uncomfortable, but he thought that this might be Jiang Yuyan's boyfriend, so he had to endure it. Jiang Feng's heart was in turmoil, he couldn't explain why. "Come on, everyone, dinner is ready." Today, the young lady cooked herself and made several dishes. Two aunts set the table and invited everyone to eat. This casual remark was perceived differently by the two. Lin Junqi, "So Yuyan has feelings for me too. She knew I was coming and specially cooked for me?" Jiang Feng, on the other hand, was shocked. "Yuyan cooked? Could it be that she's really in love with this person and cooked for him specifically?" Jiang Yuyan, of course, was unaware that her cooking had led to misunderstandings. Right now, all she wanted was for Jiang Feng to taste the dishes she made. If he found them delicious, she would have time to cook more often in the near future. Yes, cooking for a loved one is truly a happy thing. A loved one. Jiang Yuyan didn't think there was anything wrong with her thoughts. Lin Junqi didn't expect to receive such a warm reception. The young lady who never touched the kitchen actually cooked herself. He felt that Jiang Yuyan must have feelings for him. Thinking this, he was very happy and showed even more enthusiasm. Jiang Shicheng came down from upstairs. He quickly went over to help, and then showed great respect to Mr. Jiang and Mrs. Jiang, appearing more familiar than Jiang Feng, as if he was already a part of the family. Jiang Yuyan didn't mind. She thought this person must be very sociable. But Jiang Feng felt uncomfortable in his heart. His sister, Jiang Yuyan, is she really in love? She had already brought someone home, and even cooked for him personally. Shouldn't they have a close relationship by now? Jiang Feng felt a bit annoyed. He thought that he might not like the noisy personality of his future brother-in-law. Jiang Yuyan made 2 dishes in total: Buddha jumps over the wall and steamed fish, although the fish had been prepared in the market early on. In addition, she also made a pot of clear soup. These 3 dishes were all made by herself under the guidance of the cooking aunt, from start to finish. She thought it would be difficult for the first time, but the end products turned out well. It surprised her. "Grandpa, this is the dish I made, please try it." The Jiang family respects the old and loves the young, so the grandfather naturally came first. "Oh, my granddaughter can cook now? I have to taste it." Seeing Jiang Shicheng picking up his chopsticks, Jiang Yuyan hurriedly served the dishes she made into Jiang Feng's bowl. Then she served Jiang Feng a bowl of soup. "Brother, try my cooking quickly." Lin Junqi was waiting on the side, thinking that Jiang Yuyan would let him taste the dishes she cooked herself. Since she cooked to entertain him personally, he would have to praise her greatly later. He had even planned his words, but he didn't expect that Jiang Yuyan didn't even think about him at all. Instead, she eagerly watched Jiang Feng's expression, waiting for him to praise her. Jong's parents exchanged a glance, and Jong's father quickly gave way to Lin Junchi. Junchi, what do you like to eat? Eat a little more. Only then did Lin Junchi put down his embarrassed expression and quickly said thank you. Zhang Feng had not yet fully digested the fact that Zhang Yuyan brought her boyfriend home, so when Zhang Yuyan served him food, he found it tasteless. Seeing Zhang Yuyan looking at him, he thought she wanted him to taste the food before her boyfriend. For some reason, he felt a little uncomfortable. Therefore, although Zhang Yuyan enthusiastically served him dishes, he had no reaction. After Zhang Yuyan saw him taste her food and still remain expressionless, she thought that her cooking must be terrible. She felt disappointed. Zhang Yuyan pursed her lips, feeling a sense of grievance inexplicably rising in her heart. Even when her grandfather praised her for cooking well on her first try, she didn't take it to heart. Everyone finished the meal with their own thoughts. After dinner, seeing that it was still early, Lin Junchi invited Zhang Yuyan to watch a movie. Zhang Yuyan originally wanted to refuse directly, still pondering why Zhang Feng had no reaction after eating the meal she cooked herself. But looking at the enthusiastic Lin Junchi in front of her, she felt she must make things clear. She had no intention of dating now, and even if she did, he was not her type. But obviously, it was not appropriate to discuss these matters at home. So when Lin Junchi warmly invited her, she agreed. Seeing Zhang Yuyan not rejecting him, Lin Junchi felt secretly delighted, and the slight unpleasantness at the dinner table disappeared instantly. However, when Zhang Feng saw Zhang Yuyan pick up her coat to leave, he suddenly stood up. Sis. Zhang Yuyan turned to look at him. Come back early. Zhang Feng didn't know why he felt nervous about his sister going out on a date. After saying that, he didn't know what to do and sat back down. Zhang Yuyan then went out with Lin Junchi. Lin Junchi looked through the recently released movies and asked Zhang Yuyan which one she wanted to watch. However, Zhang Yuyan said, I don't want to watch a movie. I came out to talk to you about something. Lin Junchi was a bit surprised, but he quickly responded, then let's take a walk. Zhang Yuyan agreed. She was not one to beat around the bush. Love was a matter between two people, and if one felt it was not right, they should not give false hope. Giving hope and then not being able to be together later was far more cruel than a direct rejection. Therefore, she decided to cut to the chase. I'm not planning to date at the moment. Lin Junchi did not expect Zhang Yuyan to say this. He had always felt good about himself and thought that Zhang Yuyan liked him too. Otherwise, why would she cook for him the first time she visited? Although he didn't get to eat. Yuyan, was it too abrupt for me to come directly to your house today? I won't do it like this in the future. I'll discuss it with you first. He thought that maybe he upset Yuyan by not telling her in advance and coming directly to her house. Of course, that was not what Zhang Yuyan meant. She really didn't want a date. Or rather, she really didn't like Lin Junchi's type. No, I just feel that maybe we are not suitable, and I don't want to waste your time. Zhang Yuyan said bluntly. In such matters, it was best to be straightforward and not leave any room for illusions. But when she said this, Lin Junchi became anxious. As the young master of the Lin family in Beijing, there have been dozens, if not hundreds, of girls following behind him. Even if he gives them a smile, they can be happy for several days. But why is it that when it comes to Zhang Yuyan, before anything even starts, he is rejected? Has his charm diminished? Yuyan, I liked you at first sight. I am sincere towards you. Lin Junchi quickly expressed his feelings. Pursuing Zhang Yuyan, he was not just playing around, but preparing to marry her in the future. Could it be that Zhang Yuyan misunderstood something? Therefore, he quickly added, Yuyan, I really want to date you with the intention of marriage. Would you reconsider? Lin Junchi's words were very sincere, but Zhang Yuyan felt that he might be a good friend. But she didn't say that, afraid of giving the other party unwarranted hope. So she said, I'm really sorry, I really think we are not possible. Seeing Zhang Yuyan's expression, Lin Junchi understood that she was serious. A sense of defeat that he had never experienced before hit him, making him feel uncomfortable. Yuyan, you haven't gotten to know me yet. Why say we're not suitable? Give me a chance, give yourself a chance. Is that not possible? Really no need. I wish you find true happiness that belongs to you. I'm going home. Zhang Yuyan didn't want to dwell on this issue anymore. She felt that as long as things were clear, the rest was up to the other party. Seeing her insistence, Lin Junchi had no choice but to say, then I'll walk you home. Both of them remained silent. Lin Junchi escorted Zhang Yuyan to the gate and bid farewell. Zhang Yuyan returned home intending to talk to Zhang Feng, but to her surprise, she didn't see his shadow when she got back. Her father said he went to his grandfather's study after dinner. Zhang Yuyan felt inexplicably frustrated. She returned to her room in a huff. The next morning, she wanted to talk to Zhang Feng again, but Zhang Feng had already gone to school early. Zhang Yuyan felt inexplicably uneasy, not knowing what was wrong with herself. The Hua family was delayed for a while because of the big promises made by Shang Yuanchang, and now Huayan's situation was not good at all. Although not life-threatening, Huayan's mental state was getting worse and worse. Every day, he either threw tantrums or silently shed tears. His will to live was getting weaker. He didn't want to live as a useless person. Seeing her son like this, Hua's mother was heartbroken. During this time, the Hua family had also consulted various experts and famous doctors from home and abroad, but there was no effect at all. Seeing Huayan getting more and more listless, Hua's mother was filled with hatred towards the Shang family. In fact, even without Shang Yuancheng's promise, Huayan's illness would not have been cured in a short time. But Hua's mother didn't think so. She believed that Shang Yuancheng's lies had deceived her. She not only hated Shang Yuancheng, but also Shang Nanyu, acting obedient all day long, but of no use, still wanting to marry into their Hua family. Dream on. Now that the Shang family has already offended Fu Yi, she must make them pay a higher price, to vent that pent-up anger in her heart. These days, Hua's mother did not allow Shang Nanyu to come to the hospital again. She felt annoyed at the sight of her. Unexpectedly, while Hua's mother was silently shedding tears, Hua's father brought a piece of great news. There is hope, there is hope. I received reliable information. Jian Lao has come to Beijing. Hua's mother could hardly believe it. It was like a timely rain. Really? Really? Then our Yen is saved? Yes. According to reliable information, Jiang Lao is staying in a villa in Tangjinipin. He came to Beijing to accompany his grandson for studies. This is truly a great blessing for our Huayan. Hua's father rubbed his hands, unable to contain his excitement. However, even if we know that Jiang Lao is at Tangjinipin, if we go to him, will he agree to come out of seclusion to treat our son? Just as Hua's mother was happy for a few minutes, she thought of this problem, and a worried look appeared on her face again. I will beg him. I will kneel to him. As long as he can save our son, I can do anything. Hua's father looked determined. Shang Nanyu didn't know what was happening on Hua's side. She had been taking care of Huayan for some time and had already gotten used to it. Now, Hua's mother wouldn't even let her into the hospital room, which made her very sad. In addition, Shang Bingxing, whom she had always pampered, turned out to be the son of her father's mistress. Moreover, Shang Bingxing knew about it and recently took leave to secretly meet with that mistress, who was his biological mother. Shang Nanyu's values were severely challenged. She couldn't believe that her most respected father and beloved brother would do such things. Without telling Shang Nanfeng and Shang Nanxue, she started following Shang Bingxing to find out the truth, hoping to prove that there was a misunderstanding. She hoped to find something to confidently tell them, things are not what you think. Bingxing will always be our good brother. She wanted to prove that she was not wrong. However, she couldn't act as friendly towards Shang Bingxing as before. Every time she saw him, she couldn't help but think of what her sisters had said, making it difficult for her to be close to him again. One day, Shang Nanyu saw Shang Bingxing leave early in the morning, so she quietly asked the driver to follow him. As expected, Shang Bingxing didn't go to school these days but came to the residential area mentioned by his sisters. Shang Nanyu deliberately tied up her long hair, put on sunglasses and a mask, and even changed into sportswear she never wore, just to avoid being recognized by Shang Bingxing and arousing any suspicions. Fortunately, she followed him calmly, and Shang Bingxing seemed preoccupied with something, not noticing that he was being followed. Shang Bingxing was anxious these days, with Jiang Ting's matter, the issues of the three Shang sisters, and Shang Yuancheng's matters overwhelming him. He was eager to find Zhang Faliang. Although Shang Bingxing despised Zhang Faliang from the bottom of his heart due to his unclear relationship with his mother, Zhang Faliang had come up with the idea regarding Jiang Ting, and he could be of help. The group of thugs he had sent to scare Jiang Ting before had taken his money but failed to accomplish the task, which infuriated Shang Bingxing. Now they couldn't provide any more help. However, Shang Bingxing noticed that Zhang Faliang was more concerned about his matters than his own. Especially when Wang Yakan mentioned how Zhang Feng had bullied him in the Shang family, Zhang Faliang's expression showed that he wanted to kill Zhang Feng. This made Shang Bingxing feel very pleased. Moreover, since this person could be useful to him, he wasn't too concerned about whether he liked him or not. Early in the morning, Wang Yakan called him to go over there as Zhang Faliang wanted to discuss something with him. Shang Bingxing hurriedly went to Wang Yakan's place without knowing that Shang Nanyu had been secretly following him since he left home. Zhang Faliang had stayed at Wang Yakan's place last night. However, he got up early to make it seem like he had just arrived. Although he felt that there was no need to hide anymore since everything had been exposed, he was still worried about Shang Bingxing's recent unstable emotions and decided to wait a while before letting him know about certain things. Zhang Faliang is standing at the entrance of the villa waiting for Shang Bingxing, completely unaware that there is a little tail following behind him. He is holding breakfast in his hands, and when he sees Shang Bingxing from afar, he looks very affectionate. Bingxing, you haven't eaten so early, I specially bought it for you. Where could Shang Bingxing eat? But he still nods, and the two enter the room together. Shang Nanyu follows behind and sees the person Shang Bingxing met with, not the Wang Yakan she saw in the photo, but a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s. She is even more confused. What is going on? Fortunately, she was prepared in advance and also took a photo of this man. She can't enter the room, so she has to wait and see. Unexpectedly, Shang Bingxing stays for more than 2 hours without leaving. Shang Nanyu finally waits for Shang Bingxing to come out. No, to be precise, she waits for 3 people to come out. She finally sees Wang Yakan in the photo. It seems that the 2 of them came out to see Shang Bingxing off. Bingxing, be careful and don't be reckless, Wang Yakan advises earnestly. The middle-aged man looks at her disapprovingly. Don't worry. With me here, nothing will happen. It seems that the 3 of them have just discussed something they are going to do. Shang Nanyu hides in a corner and also records a video of the 3 of them talking together. Shang Bingxing leaves, and Shang Nanyu waits for him to walk far away before she plans to leave quietly. However, she didn't expect that as soon as Shang Bingxing left the side of Wang Yakan and the others, the man's hand reached out to Wang Yakan's waist. Yakan, rest assured, I will definitely protect our son's safety. Wang Yakan looks somewhat worried. Instead of removing the man's hand, she holds it back. I don't doubt you, but I always feel like this might be illegal. The 2 of them continue talking as they enter the room. Shang Nanyu waits for a long time until there is no more movement at the door before coming out. Son? Shang Bingxing, is he the son of this man? Shang Nanyu returns home in a daze. Shang Bingxing hasn't come home. He should have gone straight to school. However, she doesn't care. She is eager to digest the secret she just heard. But Shang Nanfeng and Shang Nanxue are also not at home. At this moment, Shang Yuancheng is answering a very important call, surprisingly from the famous figure in Jing City, Su Zhenyi. These days he has been neglecting food and drink. He hasn't even shaved his beard. It's no exaggeration to say that half of his hair has turned white. He thought that the Shang family was really finished. He had already thought of all the solutions, but unexpectedly there was still a way out. Su Zhenyi, a figure in Jing City comparable to Fu Shang, suddenly contacted him and said that he had heard about his current situation and didn't want to see the Shang family collapse helplessly, so he was willing to provide assistance. This Su Zhenyi is also a prominent figure in Jing City. If Fu Shang stomps his foot in Jing City, the city would shake, and if it were him, it would also cause a stir. Therefore, his strength is enough to compete with Fu Shang. However, he usually has no dealings with this big shot, so why is he willing to help him? Although Shang Yuancheng was very surprised, he didn't lose his head. He couldn't help but ask the other party, Sir Su, don't be angry with me for saying this, but why do you want to help me? The other party smiled, it's nothing, I just don't want Fu Shang to have it too easy. Shang Yuancheng suddenly understood. He had heard that although Fu Shang and Su Zhenyi were both figures in Jing City, they had no interaction in their daily lives, and there were rumors of past grievances between them. With this in mind, everything made sense. Shang Yuancheng was ecstatic. Originally, innocence does not lead to a dead end. So, what can I do for you? Shang Yuancheng was happy, but he understood that there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Even if Su Zhenyi had a grudge against Fu Shang, he was putting himself on the line for his own sake, but there must be other conditions as well. He was not stupid. In that case, come to the Silver Sea Hotel tomorrow, and let's have a good talk, Su Zhenyi said, then hung up the phone. Shang Yuancheng was both excited and anxious. He was excited that his Shang family was finally saved. Anxious because he didn't know what else could be targeted by others at this point for the Shang family. Su Zhenyi wouldn't help him for no reason. Businessmen are profit-driven, so what was his real purpose? Could he meet his demands? Shang Yuancheng spent a sleepless night in fear. The next day, after much deliberation, he decided to attend the banquet alone. Last time he met Fu Shang, he brought Bingxing with him, intending to broaden his horizons, but unexpectedly, Bingxing was so timid that he embarrassed himself. He caused such a big trouble and didn't know how to make amends, but he had been missing these days. This greatly disappointed Shang Yuancheng, who had high hopes for him, but for now, he couldn't care about him. On the other hand, Shang Nanyu was also unaware of the recent events surrounding Shang Yuancheng. After meeting with Shang Bingxing in the morning, she had been pondering the relationships between these people. Finally, when Shang Nanfeng and Shang Nanshu returned home, she quickly pulled them into her room. The two looked at her, not knowing what had happened. When Shang Nanyu spoke, the two were startled. Today I followed Bingxing, and I saw him with that woman and another middle-aged man. Followed Shang Bingxing? When she said this, Shang Nanshu was immediately angry. Sis, what are you trying to do? Are you deliberately trying to stir up trouble? Shang Nanyu was somewhat incredulous that her sister would say such things to her. She just wanted to know the truth as soon as possible. Nanshu, why are you saying this to me? I just want to find out the truth sooner. Shang Nanshu was angry because she had a hunch that Shang Bingxing had overheard their conversation that day and would be on guard against them. She had already hired a private detective to investigate, and Shang Nanyu's interference could easily backfire. She thought her second sister really had no brains and regretted telling her. At this moment, Shang Nanfeng suddenly realized the meaning behind Shang Nanyu's words. What did you say? Shang Bingxing is with that woman and another man. Shang Nanyu, yes, not only that, I also saw with my own eyes that Shang Bingxing left with those two, hugging and embracing each other, and even mentioning a son, as if Bingxing was their son. Now the three sisters were a bit confused, especially Shang Nanshu, who couldn't understand why their cheap old man would raise another man's son and wife, and still enjoy it, and he had made a mess of the family. Shang Nanshu immediately called the private detective, and after talking on the phone for 10 minutes, she hung up, then turned around with a serious expression and said, Shang Yuancheng has been deceived, he really thinks Shang Bingxing is his son. Shang Nanshu was truly disgusted with Shang Yuancheng's behavior. She didn't even want to call him dad anymore, just his name. The detective said on the phone that because the evidence was still being compiled, she had not been informed, but it was basically confirmed that this was the case, and if Shang Nanshu wanted physical evidence, she might have to wait a few more days. Shang Yuancheng's mistress was pregnant with another man's child, making Shang Yuancheng the scapegoat. This matter itself is a conspiracy, and it is a conspiracy that has been planned for more than 20 years, premeditated. They originally planned that when Shang Bingxing got the Shang family's inheritance, he would leave, but they did not expect that such a thing would happen to the Shang family now, so they had to postpone it. When Shang Nanshu said this, all three sisters fell silent. Everyone really didn't know what to say. Especially Shang Nanyu, her expression became hollow. Originally, she wanted to prove that they were wrong, but instead, she found herself becoming a big joke. Isn't it just a big joke? The person she thought was loved by her own younger brother, called someone else mom and dad outside, and came back to deceive their whole family. But she, for him, let her own younger brother be bullied away. Shang Nanyu now understands why her eldest sister has changed recently. She is more insightful than herself, and she understood it early. She also understands why she frequently wanted to find Jiang Feng. He is their only real younger brother. Thinking of when Jiang Feng was at home, she couldn't help but feel uncomfortable when she remembered how she often mocked and ridiculed Bingxing for him. She even said that her own younger brother was a thief. Now she realizes that she did consider at the time, what's the use of him stealing a peace symbol? But she deliberately ignored this fact. As long as Bingxing said it, she believed it. She just had to vent her anger for her Bingxing brother. Deliberately wronged him. Seeing Jiang Feng unable to defend himself, Bingxing was smug, and she felt pleased. At that time, when she thought that Bingxing was worried that Jiang Feng would come back and replace his position in this family, she felt heartbroken, so she tried her best to make Bingxing's brother feel at ease and let him know that his position in this family is irreplaceable. Did she ever consider Jiang Feng's feelings at that time? She just thought that after spending 18 years with Bingxing, isn't that more reliable than blood ties? Moreover, Jiang Feng grew up in such a poor family, and when he returned to the Shang family, shouldn't he be grateful for the food they gave him? Shang Nanyu now realizes that she was completely misled by something at that time. She really let Jiang Feng down. I want to go find Jiang Feng and apologize to him. Shang Nanyu trembled and said these words. Shang Nanfeng and Shang Nansno both looked at her sympathetically, thinking that she finally came to her senses. But now that she has come to her senses, what's the use? Jiang Feng doesn't even want to see them, let alone forgive them. Shang Nanyu was particularly bad before. Even if she went to see him, what's the use? We still have to find Jiang Feng in the future, but now, we have to solve this mess first. Shang Yuancheng has been deceived. Although he deserves it, we can't just ignore it. Shang Nansno came out to take charge. She was the one who most wanted Jiang Feng's brother to come back, but not now. Even if Jiang Feng could really come back now, what would be the point? To watch the chaos in the Shang family? Of course not. They have to solve this mess at home first, and then sincerely apologize to Jiang Feng's brother. As for whether he wants to come back or not, it's up to him. This is Shang Nansno's idea, and she said it directly. The other two sisters agreed. Although Shang Nanyu realized her debt to Jiang Feng's brother, undoubtedly, what Shang Nansno said made sense. And now, although she was impatient on the surface, deep down, she was also very afraid to face Jiang Feng. But who made her really make a big mistake in the first place? What needs to be faced, still needs to be faced. Now, who will tell mom about this issue? Shang Nanfeng thought of a more serious problem. Everyone fell silent again. This is even more tricky. They all knew that Meng Yalan's character had always been very weak, and she always avoided conflicts. Moreover, Dad has been indifferent to her for so many years, but not unkind. Now, should they abruptly tell her that Shang Yuancheng has deceived her for half a lifetime? I'm afraid any woman would find it hard to bear this blow. How about we keep it from Mom for now? Shang Nanyu suggested absent-mindedly. No, she will find out sooner or later. It's better to face it now than prolong the pain. Shang Nanyue disagreed with continuing to hide it from Meng Yalan. This matter is no longer just about Shang Yuancheng having an affair and keeping a mistress. It involves a conspiracy. I even suspect that Zhang Feng's brother was taken away deliberately. Mom must know about this. Neither Shang Nanfeng nor Shang Nanyu had considered this issue. Could Zhang Feng's disappearance be related to this matter? Then it would be even more terrifying. Our mom is not as fragile as we think. She will suffer for a while, but she must accept the truth. A few days ago, Dad talked to Sister about that matter. Didn't she mention divorce? Don't underestimate our mom. Shang Nanfeng, reminded by Shang Nanyue, also recalled Shang Yuancheng's recent despicable idea, which Meng Yalan vehemently opposed. She agreed with Shang Nanyue's viewpoint. Shang Nanyu, unaware of Shang Nanfeng's situation, was a bit dazed. What's going on? Shang Nanfeng didn't hide it and recounted Shang Yuancheng's dirty idea, mentioning that Shang Yuancheng claimed it was for the sake of the Shang family, wanting Nanfeng to seduce that old man, Fu Shang. Shang Nanyu found it unbelievable. Sis, how could this happen? Is he still our dad? Why didn't you tell me? The two sisters looked at Shang Nanyu, who was focused on Shang Bingxing at the time. It wasn't that they didn't want to tell her, but telling her wouldn't make a difference. Now, the three sisters were open and united. When should we tell Mom? Let's get straight to the point. Now, they're both not at home. Let Mom decide for herself. Shang Nanyue said. The three sisters discussed and didn't hesitate anymore. They went downstairs together to find Meng Yalan. At this time, she should be tending to the flowers and plants she raised. In recent years, it seemed that Meng Yalan had lost interest in anything other than flowers and plants. With groceries bought and meals cooked at home, and with a nanny, she hardly went out, and even spoke much less than before. Mom had no presence in this house. However, what they were about to tell her today might deeply affect her, making the three sisters somewhat uneasy. As expected, Meng Yalan was admiring that pot of orchids again. Mom! Shang Nanyu called out first. Meng Yalan turned around, surprised to see all three daughters, all wearing serious expressions. What's wrong? Why are all three of you at home? Shang Nanfeng approached, took Mom's hand, and said, Mom, come upstairs. We have something to tell you. Meng Yalan knew this was important, so she put down her work and quietly followed her sisters upstairs. They arrived at Shang Nanyue's room, located at the innermost part, making it easier to detect if Shang Yuancheng or Shang Bingxing were coming back, to prevent a repeat of the last incident. What's going on? Why are you three acting so mysteriously? Meng Yalan felt a bit nervous for some reason. Mom, the matter we are about to discuss may be distressing, but since we know about it, we cannot remain silent. All right, go ahead, I'm listening. The three sisters exchanged glances, and it was Shang Nanfeng, the eldest, who narrated the recent findings they had uncovered. Meng Yalan remained silent throughout. After roughly recounting the events, in the end, Shang Nanfeng said, Mom, this is the truth of the matter. You decide what to do, and we will all listen to you. If you want to divorce my dad, we will absolutely support you. We are all on your side. Yes, Mom, we all support you. You still have us. Shang Nanchua quickly went to Meng Yalan's side and held her arm. Mom, don't be sad. We all listen to you. Even Shang Nanyu, who usually made a lot of noise, was unusually quiet today. Meng Yalan, however, remained silent. After a long time, tears fell from her face. Meng Yalan's shoulders trembled silently, and Shang Nanfeng hugged her with heartache. This was their mother, who even in times of sadness, would not raise her voice. She had devoted half of her life to this family, and the way Shang Yuancheng treated her must have been like a knife in her heart. Seeing their mother like this, the sisters dared not speak, but they all felt the same discomfort. For a moment, they all regretted telling her the truth. Sometimes, not knowing can also be a form of happiness, isn't it? Mom! Shang Nanchua called softly and buried her face in her mother's chest. She wanted to comfort her mother but didn't know what to say. At this moment, Meng Yalan, who had been silent, finally spoke. You have already confirmed this matter and obtained evidence, right? Yes, I also have the photos here. Shang Nanchua said, taking out her phone and showing Meng Yalan the photo of the woman they had secretly taken. Meng Yalan recognized the woman in the photo as Shang Yuancheng's lover, Wang Yakan. Good, it's really good. Meng Yalan gritted her teeth, and the sisters noticed the clues. Mom, do you know this woman? She is your father's old lover. I thought they had lost contact over the years, but unexpectedly, they are doing such things right under our noses. The three sisters didn't expect their mother to know this woman. Mom, what are you going to do? Divorce. Meng Yalan was resolute. She had always been weak, so when she said these two words, the three sisters were shocked but also relieved. As long as their mother had made up her mind, it meant that she was hurt but not beyond reason. Okay, we support you. Mom, Shang Yuancheng lives like a joke. The three of us will follow you in the future. Whatever he wants, let it be. Meng Yalan said nothing more. She felt extremely exhausted. Over the years, Shang Yuancheng's heart had not been with her, and she could feel it. She was a woman, could she not know if a man loved her? She had thought that their relationship was just plain due to their arranged marriage, but she never expected him to do something so outrageous, not only having an affair outside but also bringing the mistress's son home to raise. Shang Bingxing's behavior had become increasingly improper in the past 2 years, and she had long noticed it. It's a pity. Shang Yuancheng thought that Wang Yakan loved him deeply and even bore him a son, but it turned out to be a farce. Meng Yalan found it somewhat amusing. I will tell him about Bingxing's background after I finalize the divorce with your father. Shang Nanxue raised her head, sharing the same thought. If their mother really intended to divorce, revealing the truth to Shang Yuancheng now might lead to complications. Keeping it from him would probably be smoother. Their mother turned out to be such a clever woman. Mom, whatever you decide, we will support you. At this time, Meng Yalan thought of Jiang Feng again, your younger brother Jiang Feng. Shang Nanfeng quickly interjected, Mom, don't worry, he is fine. After we finish dealing with this matter, we will go and talk to him properly, make up for our past mistakes. Meng Yalan nodded in relief. Although Shang Yuancheng's betrayal had hurt her deeply, now that all three daughters understood the truth, her heart felt a bit comforted. It's my fault after all. I couldn't protect my own son. What kind of mother am I? Meng Yalan said, tears falling again. Seeing their mother like this, the three sisters felt uneasy. On the other hand, Shang Yuancheng was unaware of what was happening at home. He nervously arrived at the Silver Sea Hotel for the appointment with Su Zhenyi. Even though he knew in his heart that this could be a trap, he also understood that this might be the Shang family's last chance, and he was willing to face any danger. Shang Yuancheng waited in the designated private room for over an hour before the other party arrived. Ah, Shang, my old friend. Sorry for the wait. Just when he thought the other party might stand him up, the person arrived. Shang Yuancheng had never met Su Zhenyi in person before, but he knew he was a ruthless person. As for how ruthless, it was said that he had a hand in both the underworld and legitimate businesses. Feeling uneasy, Shang Yuancheng was very respectful in his attitude. Mr. Su, hello. I am really lucky to have met you. Without you, I wouldn't know what to do. He started with flattery. Su Zhenyi signaled to his men, and they all left the room, leaving only the two of them. Shang, it's better to see once than hear 100 times. I have admired you for a long time. Shang Yuancheng didn't dare to accept such praise. He stood up immediately, wanting to say something, but Su Zhenyi gestured for him to sit down. My friend, how did you offend Fu Shang, that bastard, to the point where he wants to harm you? Su Zhenyi got straight to the point without beating around the bush. How could Shang Yuancheng tell the truth? But he also didn't dare to lie in front of the other party because he knew that any lie would be easily exposed with a little investigation. So he slightly embellished the story. It's like this, Mr. Su, I have a son, you see? He is dating Jiang Laos, Jiang Shicheng's granddaughter, but that girl has been hesitant to commit to our family. Blah blah blah. In short, he used the same tactics as Shang Bingxing, saying that he had misunderstood the other party's intentions. He felt that even if Su Zhenyi found out the truth, it wouldn't be considered a lie. Matters of love between men and women are always hard to explain. The line between certainty and uncertainty is not always clear. It's just that Fu Sheng misunderstood. It's a disaster. And I can't explain it. Su Zhenyi listened quietly without interrupting until Shang Yuancheng finished his distorted version of events, then he spoke. Do you know who the people at Fu's banquet that day were? Shang Yuancheng was surprised by the question and hesitated. He hadn't paid much attention to the middle-aged couple that day, thinking they were irrelevant. When Su Zhenyi asked, he naturally told the truth. I really don't know. They were probably Fu Shang's friends, right? I was reckless that day, and maybe I really disturbed Fu. Su Zhenyi interrupted him again before he could finish. Mr. Shang, you seem like a smart person. Why are you so confused about this matter? The people at Fu's banquet were none other than Zhang Huaihai and his family. What? Shang Yuancheng was really shocked this time. He suddenly stood up, and the chair behind him made a huge noise, especially harsh. Su Zhenyi frowned imperceptibly. Shang Yuancheng didn't care about these. He was really shocked by this news. Zhang Huaihai's family of 3? As a Huaihua person, he naturally knew who Zhang Huaihai was. Wasn't he the only son of Zhang Shicheng, whom he had always wanted to build a relationship with? But what did Su Zhenyi mean by a family of 3? He remembered that day. Besides that couple, there was only Zhang Feng. Could it be? Yes. Zhang Feng. His surname is Zhang. That's right. A huge surprise enveloped Shang Yuancheng all at once. In other words, Zhang Feng's foster parents are Mr. and Mrs. Zhang Huaihai. He looked excitedly at Su Zhenyi, afraid that the other party had made a mistake. But obviously, this was impossible. He believed that someone like Su Zhenyi would not speak nonsense about such matters. Now Sheng understands why he offended the Fuxing family that day, right? You defamed their daughter in front of the Zhang family, how could they let you go? With that said, Shang Yuancheng's sweat came down. He only thought of Zhang Feng and forgot about this. Obviously, Su Zhenyi didn't know that Zhang Feng was his own son. And over the years, there were no news reports that the Zhang family had adopted a child. There were rumors of a son and a daughter, which means they raised Zhang Feng as their own son. Shang Yuancheng was both happy and regretful in his heart. Regretful that he didn't ask about the situation of the family who adopted Zhang Feng when he brought him back. Happy that with this relationship, what else did he have to fear? Could Zhang Feng just stand by and watch the Shang family fall? He couldn't wait to find Zhang Feng. However, the next words from Su Zhenyi made him not dare to take it lightly. Shang, my friend, let's do some business. If it succeeds, I guarantee that Shang's not only won't collapse, but will also rise to a higher level. What do you think? Shang Yuancheng sat down again. Although he really wanted to rush out to find his own son now. With this relationship, in the future, he would be extraordinary in Jing City. But now, he couldn't offend Su Zhenyi either. You say, Su Zhen. Shang Yuancheng still had a very humble look on his face. So, I'll help you keep Shang's, but I have a request. Just say it, Su Zhen. I want 30% of Shang's shares. Shang Yuancheng stood up again. Su Zhen, isn't this a bit too much? You know, 30% of the shares is basically half of Shang's family fortune. But he didn't dare to say that the other party was excessive. This wasn't about helping him, it was extortion. Shang, my friend, calm down. Think about it, if I don't help you, your Shangs will have nothing left. That Fu Shang has the Jiang family backing him up. Think about it, besides me, who else can help you? In fact, if Su Zhenyi hadn't told Shang Yuancheng about the relationship between Zhang Huaihai and Zhang Feng just now, Shang Yuancheng might have had to reluctantly agree. But now, with Zhang Feng as his own son as a backer, how could he agree to such an outrageous request? This was extortion. But he didn't dare to refuse the other party directly, so he said, okay. Su Zhen, give me some time to consider. Su Zhenyi smiled and didn't say anything more. But he knew that Shang Yuancheng would come back to him. By then, it wouldn't be as simple as 30%. Shang Yuancheng finished the meal without tasting it and quickly took his leave. When he walked out of the Silver Sea restaurant, he could hardly contain his inner joy. Zhang Feng is actually the son of the Zhang family now. Moreover, as he carefully recalled the scene of that day, it was obvious that the Zhang family treated Zhang Feng very well. He was truly grateful. Heaven has not forsaken him. This child Zhang Feng is really a closed-mouthed person, such a big thing. Why didn't he say it earlier? If he had told him earlier, there wouldn't have been so many things. Shang Yuancheng went home excitedly. He wanted to tell the good news to his family, and then find out Zhang Feng's contact information. This time, he wanted to personally go find Zhang Feng and invite him back. When he arrived home, Mang Yalan had just calmed down. Shang Yuancheng did not notice at all that the atmosphere at home was very heavy. As soon as he entered the door, he shouted directly, "Do you know who adopted Zhang Feng? He was adopted by the Zhang family. The Zhang family in Fengcheng. He is now actually the grandson of Zhang Shicheng." Ha ha ha. Mang Yalan glanced at her 3 sisters. This news was still shocking to them. But no one responded to Shang Yuancheng. He was so happy that he didn't notice anything wrong. This is really, heaven has not forsaken me. Zhang Feng, this kid, didn't say a word, haha. Well, Nangong Nanyue, you two come with me to find Zhang Feng, let's go now. Shang Yuancheng was so excited that his words were trembling. Shang Nangong and Shang Nanchua did not move. They both saw the greed in Shang Yuancheng's eyes. Shang Yuancheng saw that no one responded to him, and then he felt that something was wrong at home. He once again said loudly, "What's wrong with you guys? I said let's go find Zhang Feng, find your younger brother, didn't you hear me?" Shang Nangong finally spoke. I'm not going. Zhang Feng wouldn't want to see us. He won't see us? Who will he see? I'm his real father. Shang Yuancheng couldn't believe what Shang Nangong said. How could Zhang Feng, his own son, not want to see them and hold a grudge? Dad, tell us, why are we going to find Zhang Feng? Shang Nanxue said. What can we do by finding him? Bring him back. No need to actually. If he wants to stay in the Zhang family, let him stay there. But he has to take care of the family matters. He can't just watch his real father go bankrupt, right? Several people looked at him as if he were a fool. In fact, without Shang Yuancheng saying anything, they all knew what he was thinking. They all knew very well now that Shang Yuancheng was only interested in personal gain. So, would Zhang Feng be willing to help? It seems that after Zhang Feng returns to this family, the one he will be most indifferent to is Shang Yuancheng. He hasn't fulfilled any responsibilities as a father, and now he wants Zhang Feng to help the Shang family. Isn't that wishful thinking? I'm not going. Zhang Feng won't see us. He made it clear last time that he doesn't want any contact with the Shang family. Shang Nangong is now clear-headed. Zhang Feng never forgave them, and now they want to trouble him to speak for the Shang family. Where does the face come from? She won't go. She can't afford to lose face. He's gone too far. He can't deny his real father and mother. He's getting too arrogant. I don't believe it. Shang Yuancheng found it impossible. After all, can blood ties still deceive people? He didn't believe Zhang Feng could be so heartless. Of course, at this moment, he forgot how heartless he had been to Zhang Feng in the first place, without considering any blood ties. But not only did Shang Nangong refuse to go, Shang Nanxue also refused. Even Shang Nanyu, who always listened to him, also said she wouldn't go this time. This made Shang Yuancheng very angry. If you won't go, I will. After saying that, he called Shang Bingxing and asked him to take him to find Zhang Feng. Shang Bingxing didn't know what was going on over the phone until he met Shang Yuancheng at the gate of the Imperial University. Shang Yuancheng told him the truth. Well, Bingxing, Zhang Feng's foster parents are Mr. and Mrs. Zhang Huaihai. In this way, our Shang family is saved. So, you take me to find him, let him talk to his family, problem solved. In the future, you two must get along well. Shang Bingxing thought he had misheard. Dad, what did you say? For him, if it's true, it's like a bolt from the blue. Anyone in this world can live well, except Zhang Feng. He sees him as a thorn in his side. How could he be a son of the Zhang family? He should have come from a poor family in the mountains, without power or influence, struggling to even make ends meet. What to tell him now? That he is the son of the richest man in Huagua? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Dad, are you mistaken? Shang Bingxing cautiously asked for confirmation. Shang Yuancheng's tone still couldn't hide his excitement. How could I be mistaken about this? Zhang Feng was adopted by Mr. and Mrs. Zhang Huaihai. The couple we saw at the Silver Sea Hotel that day were Mr. and Mrs. Zhang Huaihai. Our Shang family is saved. Bingxing. Because of the joy in his heart, Shang Yuancheng temporarily forgot that Shang Bingxing was the root of all this. He couldn't wait to find Zhang Feng now and establish a relationship with him. Let him introduce himself to the Zhang family and rise to the top, dominating the capital. But obviously, Shang Bingxing didn't see it that way. He knew how much Zhang Feng now avoided the Shang family. And Shang Yuancheng forgot that it was the middle-aged man, Zhang Huaihai, who issued the ban on the Shang family. That Fu Yi was just following orders. In other words, their whole family knew about their relationship with Zhang Feng. Obviously, Shang Yuancheng was dreaming. But Shang Bingxing didn't dare to say it outright. He felt that fate was so unfair. How could Zhang Feng be so lucky to have such a stroke of luck? And he, now, was at his lowest point. Dad, can we postpone this matter? Let's clarify things first before we talk? Shang Bingxing didn't want to face Zhang Feng. He felt that the other party was simply a villain. Especially since Zhang Feng was from the Zhang family, then what about Zhang Ting? Thinking of this, Shang Bingxing felt even more like a clown. Zhang Feng had probably been laughing behind his back for so long. He hated Zhang Feng even more. But how could Shang Yuancheng wait? His Shang family was already in dire straits. There was also a Su Zhenyi behind him, trying to swallow up 30% of his shares directly. He was now trying to figure out a way to delay. But who was the other party? If this continued, with the night being long and full of dreams, the Shang family would probably be completely wiped out. He quickly opposed Shang Bingxing. No, we have to go today. There's no time to waste. Besides, I've come to your school. You know the situation at home now. It's already clear. The Zhang family is the one who adopted Zhang Feng. We need to act quickly. Shang Bingxing had no choice but to go with Shang Yuancheng. At the same time, the Shang family, Shang Nanyu, had just handed over the neatly arranged divorce agreement to Meng Yalan to look at. As she handed it to Meng Yalan, she anxiously said, "Mom, about what Dad said regarding Jiang Feng? Do you think we should wait a bit longer?" "No need, this matter has nothing to do with Jiang Feng. We owed him in the past, now that we know he's doing well, we can rest assured. It's better not to let him know about these messy things at home," Meng Yalan said decisively. Speaking of Jiang Feng, she couldn't help but shed tears. Jiang Feng was her biological son born after 10 months of pregnancy, but he was lost by the nanny after only a few days in her arms. For a full 18 years, she had no idea what kind of life her son was living. It was not easy to find him back, but she did not treat him well, letting him be bullied by Shang Bingxing right under her nose. She knew that Jiang Feng had been wronged when he was at the Shang family, especially with Shang Bingxing acting pretentiously all day and instigating his two sisters to mistreat Jiang Feng. But she thought it was just young people needing to adjust and didn't pay much attention to it. Moreover, her son came back when he was already grown up, making her somewhat unfamiliar with him. Sometimes when she wanted to show her care, she didn't know how to express it. Thinking back, Jiang Feng must have gradually felt cold-hearted. In fact, she truly loved Jiang Feng from the bottom of her heart, but she was just too weak. She failed to protect him when he needed her the most. Meng Yalan felt that as a mother, she was the one who couldn't compare to Jiang Feng. Now that she knew Jiang Feng was adopted by the Jiang family after getting lost, and obviously, the child was raised well, Meng Yalan felt relieved. With this, she could rest assured. She didn't want the family's troubles to disturb Jiang Feng's normal life. After some thought, she took out her phone and called Jiang Feng. She was the only one in the Shang family whose number was not blocked by Jiang Feng. Meng Yalan was also relieved about this, but she didn't dare to hope for anything more. Jiang Feng was in the laboratory, just finishing up his work when he saw Meng Yalan's call. He thought for a moment and answered, "Mom, what's up?" After returning to the Shang family, Jiang Feng addressed everyone according to the rules, calling his father Dad and his sisters sisters. However, now, only Meng Yalan remained, and he could still call her Mom. After all, in Jiang Feng's heart, Meng Yalan had been good to him. Meng Yalan was a bit excited to hear her son's voice. "Jiang Feng, your father. Shang Yuancheng somehow found out that your foster parents are from the Jiang family and now he's looking for you. If you find it troublesome, just avoid him. You know what kind of person he is, always causing unnecessary trouble. I'm afraid he'll disturb you." Jiang Feng was somewhat surprised. It was obvious that Shang Yuancheng had discovered something from his encounter with Fu Shang that day, but he didn't take it too seriously. Even if he found out, it didn't matter. He had already decided to cut off all ties with them. Shang Yuancheng probably wouldn't dare to come directly to the Jiang family. Jiang Feng thought this way and agreed, "Okay, I understand." Meng Yalan wanted to say more, to ask how Jiang Feng had been recently, if he had enough to eat and wear, how his studies were going, but Jiang Feng had already hung up the phone. She looked at the phone blankly for a few times. Well, her son could still answer her calls now, which was already good enough. What more could she ask for? Shang Nanyu, on the side, watched her mother call Jiang Feng, feeling a mix of emotions. These days, she had been feeling uneasy and uncomfortable. Bingxing had grown up under her care, and she loved him the most. She even looked down on her own younger brother because of him. But what was the result? In the end, they were all fooled. She now felt most conflicted when looking at Shang Bingxing. The affection she had once given was not fake. She couldn't just take it back all of a sudden. But mentally, thinking about all the disgusting things he had done behind their backs made her feel uncomfortable. Shang Bingxing, like their father, had deceived the whole family. Torn between conflicting emotions, Shang Nanyu could only try to avoid contact with Shang Bingxing as much as possible now. The person she had cared for as a younger brother since childhood, she didn't know what to do with him now. And then there was Jiang Feng, her true younger brother. Thinking about her past attitude towards him, Shang Nanyu was left feeling nothing but discomfort. On this side, Jiang Feng hung up Meng Yalan's phone call without taking it too seriously. He could already imagine how troubled Shang Yuancheng must be because of the incident at Yin Hai Hotel that day. To be honest, Shang, he cannot be saved. Not to mention that he himself cannot do anything, no one can help him. Because he has offended Jiang Huaihai. Jiang Feng naturally cannot meddle in this matter. But if they were to find out that he is not the poor child they thought came from the mountains, Jiang Feng might find it troublesome. He knows Shang Yuancheng very well and he will definitely use some means to get close to the Jiang family. But it doesn't matter, he will definitely return disappointed. And so far, Jiang Feng feels that he has done his best. After leaving the Shang family, he really didn't actively do anything to harm the Shang family. The consequences of the Shang family now are their own fault. However, if they make a fuss about this matter and harm the Jiang family, he will not care about blood ties and will definitely not show mercy. Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng was thinking about these things when Xiang Bo came in excitedly from outside. Let me tell you, Jiang Feng, there is a returnee recently who wants to collaborate with our research institute. She is the first person to promote traditional Chinese medicine abroad. I will introduce you to her when the time comes. Jiang Feng nodded after hearing this, not taking it too seriously. He believes that in the field of medicine, one must bury themselves in research. Otherwise, like his grandfather, turning hospitals into institutions for the benefit of the people, not for profit. This is the only way to benefit all of humanity. Those so-called institutions are ultimately just for making money, which he is not interested in. If he spends time dealing with them, he might as well put more effort into his research and get results. Seeing Jiang Feng's lack of interest, Xiang Bo didn't say anything more, thinking to himself that he would understand once the person arrived. Jiang Feng had just come out of the research institute when he met Dong Kersen. He didn't expect Dong Kersen to be waiting specifically for him at the entrance. Jiang Feng, let's have a meal together? Jiang Feng frowned. Last time, Jiang Yuyan came in the middle of their meal, and he forgot to inform Dong Kersen. He was more used to eating with his roommates. Moreover, her waiting for him at the entrance was quite troublesome. They were not particularly close friends, so it was completely unnecessary. No, I'll eat with my roommates, Jiang Feng said directly. Dong Kersen didn't expect to be rejected. She concealed her disappointment and smiled. Can I eat with you and your roommates then? Jiang Feng was about to refuse when Wang Dalai, that kid, suddenly caught up from behind and gave Jiang Feng a pat on the back. Bro, alright, another campus beauty. He had just heard that the campus beauty wanted to eat with Jiang Feng, and he actually refused again. What kind of luck does this kid have? Alright, let's eat together, Miss Dong Campus Beauty. Wang Dalai grinned and whispered to Jiang Feng, bro, think about your brothers too, you're still single. Jiang Feng smiled and said nothing after hearing this, so they all ate together. When they arrived at the cafeteria, Zhang Shua and Li Jihua were already there. They were very enthusiastic when they saw Dong Kersen, but because they didn't know if she was Jiang Feng's girlfriend, they didn't dare to say anything out of line. Everyone ordered their meals and ate together. Shang Bingxing was annoyed. He went to Jiang Feng's dorm to find him, but the neighbors said they should all have gone to eat, so he missed him. He wanted to come back another day, but Shang Yuancheng insisted on finding Jiang Feng. It was already noon, and everyone had gone to eat, so Shang Bingxing thought for a moment and directly brought him to the cafeteria. Shang Bingxing hoped not to run into Jiang Feng, but unfortunately, he was indeed there. From a distance, Shang Bingxing saw a pretty girl next to Jiang Feng, whom he had met before. His face had gotten even darker. Why did all the good things have to be related to Jiang Feng? Dong Kersen hadn't seen Jiang Feng for several days. Yesterday, she messaged him to meet at the library, but Jiang Feng said he had something to do and declined. She thought he really had something to do. She didn't expect him to reject her invitation to dinner today, which made her start to overthink. Ever since confirming that the necklace hanging on Jiang Feng's neck was the genuine Hope Star, Dong Kersen tried to have more contact with Jiang Feng as much as possible. In their Dong family, which was considered prestigious, but even they couldn't obtain this Hope Star. It was hard to imagine the power behind Jiang Feng's family. She was very clear about her future. Because her father and elder brother would not let her choose her own marriage partner, they would pick someone beneficial for the company and the family. She didn't want her fate to be arranged by others. Now that she had met Jiang Feng, she couldn't say she liked him very much, but she definitely didn't dislike him. Most importantly, she found many excellent qualities in Jiang Feng. Of course, what caught her attention the most was that Hope Star necklace. The person who could possess this necklace must have an extraordinary background. If Jiang Feng could like her, she had thought that Jiang Feng had some feelings for her too, considering her own conditions. However, it seemed that wasn't the case now. Just as she was thinking, Shang Bingxing arrived with Shang Yuancheng. Shang Bingxing deliberately wanted to attract attention from others because he knew Jiang Feng's attitude towards Shang Yuancheng wouldn't be good. He wanted their classmates to see how bad Jiang Feng's attitude was towards his father. So he deliberately shouted loudly, Jiang Feng, Dad is here to see you. Jiang Feng didn't expect Shang Yuancheng to come so quickly. It seemed like things were really urgent. Jiang Feng couldn't be bothered with them, but Shang Bingxing's loud voice attracted the attention of people dining nearby. Moreover, there was a campus beauty at their table, making it even more eye-catching. Therefore, more and more people were looking over. By this time, Shang Yuancheng had already walked up to Jiang Feng. With a smile on his face, he said, Jiang Feng, having a meal with your classmates. Jiang Feng didn't say anything, and Wang Dalai quickly greeted politely, who is this uncle? Oh, I am Jiang Feng's dad, Shang Yuancheng said proudly. He completely forgot how disdainful he had been towards this son before, so much so that even though he had brought him back to the Shang family, he hadn't changed his surname until Zhang Feng left. "Hello, uncle." Several people couldn't figure out the situation. Zhang Feng had said on the phone before that he would earn his own living expenses, so they thought he was from a single-parent family. Suddenly, a dad appeared. Shang Yuancheng greeted with a smile, and Zhang Feng still didn't respond. He pretended not to care and said, "Zhang Feng, come out after eating. I need to talk to you." Zhang Feng didn't want to discuss family matters in front of everyone, so he just nodded and hastened his eating pace. Dong Kersen, who was on the side, didn't know what was going on. She heard it was Zhang Feng's father, so she politely greeted Shang Yuancheng and then searched in her mind for any prominent figures she knew in Jing City. She realized she didn't know Shang Yuancheng. She didn't want to ask directly, so she discreetly took out her phone, pretending to check her reflection, and secretly took a photo, trying to figure out who these people were. There was no scene in the cafeteria, so Shang Bingqing didn't succeed, leaving him somewhat unhappy. He could only wait patiently with Shang Yuancheng on the side. After all, he hadn't eaten yet. Shang Bingqing was filled with frustration but had no way to vent it. Moreover, Shang Yuancheng unexpectedly waited obediently for Zhang Feng this time without throwing a tantrum. This made him feel even more uncomfortable. After Zhang Feng finished eating, several people went to the pavilion behind the cafeteria. Before Shang Yuancheng could speak, Zhang Feng directly said, "Don't come looking for me anymore. I've said it before, I have no relationship with the Shang family. We even signed an agreement." Shang Yuancheng smiled. "Look at you, what are you saying? Can this relationship be severed? Can blood ties be severed? No matter what, you are my own child, we can never sever ties in this lifetime." Hearing this, Zhang Feng was very disdainful. He remembered that Shang Yuancheng didn't say this in the beginning. Thinking this way in his heart, he spoke out, "Initially, you didn't say this, and you." Pointing at Shang Bingqing, he said, "I already warned you last time, don't come and harass me again, otherwise, you'll bear the consequences. Haven't you remembered?" Shang Bingqing immediately put on a very aggrieved expression, looking at Shang Yuancheng. Seeing this, Shang Yuancheng quickly acted as a peacemaker. Zhang Feng, don't be like this, Bingqing did something wrong, but after all, he is your younger brother, right? Look, I'll have him apologize to you, then you can come back home with us, okay? How can there be grudges among family members, right? Shang Yuancheng was very clever, deliberately not mentioning that he knew about the Zhang family's affairs, but instead acted like a kind father. Little did he know, Zhang Feng already knew everything. Zhang Feng didn't want to see him acting, so he directly exposed him, "You don't need to do this. Now that I know I'm not the poor child you imagined, my foster parents are not poor people from the countryside, you only want me back because of that. I've already said, I have no relationship with the Shang family, Mr. Shang didn't object much before, right?" Shang Yuancheng didn't expect Zhang Feng to be so well informed. A hint of embarrassment flashed across his face, but he quickly adjusted. He was open-minded, after all, this was his son, what was there to be embarrassed about? "Zhang Feng, a family should speak openly. If you don't want to come back with me and prefer to stay at the Zhang family, that's fine too. But as your father, I should at least thank the Zhang family for raising you all these years, right? Whether you want to go back home or stay at the Zhang family, it's up to you, as long as you're happy." Shang Yuancheng still had a mysterious smile on his face. Zhang Feng couldn't help but smile. Shang Yuancheng's abacus must have been heard ringing in the sky. Over the years, living in the Zhang family, he had encountered countless people trying to visit and establish relationships for various reasons. What kind of faces hadn't he seen? This was still under the deliberate low-key situation of the Zhang family. There were still many people trying every means to find the Zhang family's address, hoping to gain some benefits. Wasn't Shang Yuancheng just trying to get the Zhang family to speak for the Shang family? Zhang Feng found it somewhat pathetic. When he was a child from a poor family, Shang Yuancheng never thought about coming to thank the other party for raising him. Why was it different now that he was with the Zhang family? There's no need, they don't want to see you either. Zhang Feng. Shang Yuancheng was really angry this time. Why was this child so stubborn? Zhang Feng, you are a member of my Shang family, this is an unchangeable fact. In your bones, you carry the blood of our Shang family. Whether you admit it or not, even if you are living well in the Zhang family now, won't you eventually have to acknowledge your roots? Do you think the Zhang family is so foolish that they would give their property to an adopted son? Shang Yuancheng thought he made a very reasonable argument. This speech would surely move Zhang Feng. No matter how good the Zhang family treated Zhang Feng, they wouldn't hand over the family's inheritance to him, right? He would eventually return to the Shang family, wouldn't he? While he still had the chance to talk to the Zhang family, not taking advantage for his own family's benefit, wouldn't that be foolish? Jiang Feng looked at Sheng Yuanchang. He knew his thoughts were despicable, but he didn't expect him to be so blunt about it. He had never coveted the Jiang family's wealth. The kindness of the Jiang family towards him was immeasurable by money. Just like the familial love Jiang Feng had yearned for at the beginning, it was also immeasurable by money. Fortunately, Jiang Feng had been well taken care of by the Jiang family. In other words, he was not lacking in love. So when he returned to the Shang family, and they treated him poorly, not considering him as family, he didn't think about trying to please them or anything like that. He only gave them a year, feeling it was enough, and then he left. When Jiang Feng decided to leave, he had already decided not to have any further relationship with the Shang family. Jiang Feng knew that Sheng Yuanchang would not have personally come to find him if he didn't know that his foster parents were Jiang Huaihai and Ding Xiang. It was not fatherly love, but blatant calculation. Facing such blood relatives, Jiang Feng felt disgusted. He even hated the fact that he shared the blood of such people. And he knew the character of his foster parents and grandfather. If they knew the true face of the Shang family, they would avoid them at all costs. Want help from the Jiang family? Dream on. Not everyone is like you, only calculating for profit and nothing else, Jiang Feng said. He glanced at Shang Bingxing beside him and added, of course, your son is just like you. Sheng Yuanchang was suddenly choked with anger. He thought that finding Jiang Feng and persuading him to join forces with him was a sure thing, but he didn't expect to hit a wall. He was also somewhat annoyed for a moment. Jiang Feng, if the Shang family falls, what benefit is it to you to stand by and watch without helping? Ridiculous. If the Shang family falls, what does it have to do with me? From the moment I walked out of the Shang family's gate, we were strangers. Fine. Sheng Yuanchang was trembling with anger. Shang Bingxing on the side looked on, secretly pleased. The worse the relationship between the father and son, the happier he was. But he still advised, brother, don't be like this. Dad does care about you, he's just too busy to come see you. Don't be angry, come back home with us. Jiang Feng looked at Shang Bingxing's expression, full of innocence, and knew what he was thinking at that moment without having to guess. No need for false pretenses, let's end it here. Jiang Feng said, then turned and left. He really didn't want to be entangled with this family anymore. Sheng Yuanchang didn't chase after him. At that moment, he was calculating in his mind. Jiang Feng was still a child with a fiery temper. It was understandable that he held a grudge for not being attended to when he first returned to the Shang family. But the Jiang family members were not children, right? They should understand the importance of blood ties, right? If he were to go directly to them and explain the situation, maybe the two families could get along well and become one family in the future. By then, the little boy's temper wouldn't be so important, right? At that moment, he suddenly thought of something. Bingxing, what's going on between you and the Jiang family girl? Can it work out? Shang Bingxing didn't expect Sheng Yuanchang to bring this up at this time. He quickly said, it can. She also likes me a lot, but now with Jiang Feng in the picture, I'm afraid he won't say anything good. I'm afraid. Sheng Yuanchang frowned, and that was indeed true. What he didn't know was that Shang Bingxing was absolutely furious at this moment. He didn't forget the affectionate look on Jiang Ting's face when she sent breakfast to Jiang Feng early in the morning downstairs in the dormitory building. Logically, they grew up in the same family? Then what does this mean? Thinking of the possibilities, Shang Bingxing became even more depressed. But undoubtedly, knowing that Jiang Feng is the adopted son of the Jiang family, his and Jiang Faoliang's plans may have to be changed. Can't be as reckless as before. However, Shang Bingxing was thinking in his heart, when his plan succeeded, what is more important to the Jiang family, the only son-in-law or an adopted son without blood ties? He waits and sees. But Shang Bingxing forgot to tell Wang Yakan and Jiang Faoliang about everything that happened. Sheng Yuanchang returned disappointed, but Fu Sheng on the other side couldn't wait any longer. There is also a Su Zhenyi waiting for his reply. This time he really became like an ant on a hot pan. This kid Jiang Feng is really not a good thing. I am his biological father. He doesn't even remember any affection. Sheng Yuanchang returned home, took off his coat and threw it on the sofa, sat down boldly, saw water on the coffee table, picked it up and drank it fiercely. Complaining about Jiang Feng, Meng Yalan and Shang Nanxue were there. But strangely, his words did not resonate with them, not even a response. The two looked at him, neither of them spoke. What's wrong with you? Why don't you ask? I'll go find him myself. How did Jiang Feng treat his own father? Sheng Nanxue was really disappointed in this old man. He didn't understand how to reflect on himself at all. Dad, don't you think Jiang Feng should do whatever he wants? He was lost by you all since he was a child. It's not easy to find him back. Instead of thinking about compensating him one by one, everyone bullies him. How do you want him to treat you? With gratitude. Shang Yuancheng did not expect that his third daughter not only did not stand on his side, but also spoke in favor of Zhang Feng, which made him very angry. What are you talking about? No matter what, he is my son. If he goes against me, he is unfilial. Shang Nanchue found it funny. The responsibility of raising a child is not over, and now talking about filial piety, isn't it a joke? She can now understand how Zhang Feng felt when he briefly returned to this family. Not to mention Zhang Feng, even if it were her, she couldn't stay. Who would want to stay in such a cold family? Therefore, she was unwilling to argue with Shang Yuancheng anymore. It was meaningless. Everything he did has made it clear that he is a selfish person who will not face his own mistakes. No matter what others say, he will only think from his own perspective. That's why he thought he was clever, but he was deceived by other women for half his life, right? Shang Nanchue now looked at Shang Yuancheng, even somewhat impatient to know how exciting it would be when he found out that he had been raising someone else's child for so many years because of that woman Wang Yakan. Shang Nanchue really wanted to see this happen. This is called the evil person having their own evil ways. So she stopped talking and watched Shang Yuancheng perform on his own. Shang Yuancheng was full of anger from his third daughter. He turned to look at Meng Yalan, and she was wiping tears again, crying. Damn bad luck. You still have the face to cry. You raised a good son. Meng Yalan just heard Shang Nanchue speak up for Zhang Feng just now, and suddenly thought of the grievances Zhang Feng had suffered, so she couldn't help but shed tears. Unexpectedly, Shang Yuancheng was relentless. She finally made up her mind, said nothing, turned and went back to the room, then placed a stack of documents in front of Shang Yuancheng. Shang Yuancheng initially thought it was something else, but when he looked closely, it turned out to be a divorce agreement. He was shocked. Are you crazy? What are you doing? It means nothing. I want to divorce you. Meng Yalan had already wiped away her tears and spoke calmly. What do you mean? Do you think Zhang Feng has the Zhang family backing him up now, and you see that the Shang family is not doing well, so you want to go find your good son? Do you think Zhang Feng doesn't recognize me, that he would want you? The first thing Shang Yuancheng thought of was his own downfall, that this woman wanted to climb higher branches. His blood boiled. Each one of them wanted to betray him at his lowest point. Shang Yuancheng, you are going too far. We have been husband and wife for so many years, you know how you treated me, and now with the development of the Shang family, how much of my parents' efforts are in it, you know it yourself. Look at the agreement yourself. Sign on it if you agree. This was the first time Meng Yalan spoke so firmly. Shang Yuancheng looked at her expression and was shocked. He suddenly realized that Meng Yalan was serious. She really didn't want to be with him anymore. But why? For so many years, Meng Yalan had never shown such a temper, except for the incident with Zhang Feng last time, and the matter with Nan Feng a few days ago, where she expressed her anger. Yes, because of the incident with Nan Feng, she mentioned divorce. But wasn't that because there was no other way? Moreover, with the Zhang family's involvement now, there was no need for that, right? So what was she up to? Nonsense. The family is already chaotic. Why are you adding to the chaos? Quickly put this thing away. Shang Yuancheng couldn't possibly divorce Meng Yalan at this time. Meng Yalan was right. Many of the assets of the former Shang family were from her parents, and it was only after their death that they gradually merged with the Shang family and developed into what it is now. Divorcing now, would he have to split it with her? At this critical moment, he didn't even want to think about divorce. I'm serious, Shang Yuancheng. Even if you don't want this marriage, I do. If you disagree, I will sue. Meng Yalan's gaze was firm, her tone steady, as if she had considered this matter for a long time and there was no turning back. Shang Yuancheng looked at Shang Nanchue standing quietly next to Meng Yalan, not saying a word, indicating not only was she not afraid of her mother divorcing, but she was actually supportive, which made him even more furious. Rebelling? All of you are rebelling, aren't you? Let's see what you all want without me. He directly walked away without even looking at the divorce agreement. This didn't surprise Meng Yalan. She knew that getting him to sign it would be difficult for a while, but she could wait. She had time, and if he didn't sign, she had a way. Shang Yuancheng left angrily, naturally heading to Wang Yakan's place. Meng Yalan wanting a divorce was something he had never expected. She didn't even give a reason. He had always thought that even if one day they were to divorce, it would be him who initiated it, and never Meng Yalan. Now, at this critical moment, she suddenly did this, which made him feel uneasy, and more angry. Angry at not being in control of the situation. However, he had thought before about separating from Meng Yalan in the future, to give Wang Yakan a status. So, he thought, since Meng Yalan had brought it up, he couldn't help but discuss it with Wang Yakan. As long as she agreed, maybe he could consider it, right? Shang Yuancheng didn't even say hello, he went straight to Wang Yakan's house. But as soon as he entered, he felt something was wrong. In the past, when he came over, Wang Yakin would greet him at the door. Even if she didn't know he was coming, she would usually be in the living room at this time. But when he entered this time, there was not a soul in the living room. He did hire a nanny for Wang Yakin, but Wang Yakin insisted on not having a full-time one, only wanting hourly workers. He had no choice but to think that Wang Yakin wanted to save him money and also thought that the other party was very good at managing the household. He went straight to the sofa and sat down, preparing to wait for her to come back. However, when he turned his head, he unexpectedly found a pair of men's shoes at the entrance, obviously not his, nor Shang Bingxing's. Shang Yuancheng stood up, and at that moment, he heard some strange noises coming from the bedroom. Shang Yuancheng's mind went blank. He realized what was happening. He walked to the bedroom door, and a trace of remaining sanity kept him from making a sound. Yakin, I miss you. Recently, because Bingxing often comes over, I haven't had time to be intimate with you. I don't believe you don't miss me. Where do I not miss you? But our son is grown up. If he sees it, it's not good. Ah, be gentle. I don't care anymore, can't control it anymore, miss you. There was an indescribable sound coming from inside. Even if Shang Yuancheng was foolish, he understood what was going on. In an instant, he surprisingly didn't have the courage to push open the door. This was Wang Yakin, the woman he had loved for a lifetime. No, he should say, the woman he thought had loved him for a lifetime, but now. Shang Yuancheng's brain went numb for a moment, the stimulation preventing him from thinking. However, in just that moment, anger surged into his brain, and he kicked open the door, startling the two people inside who were in a compromising position. In fact, Wang Yakin had been very careful recently, but she felt that Shang Yuancheng was too busy with company matters to come here at all. Today, Bingxing didn't come, and Zhang Falian came to find her. The two couldn't resist for a moment, and then, they didn't expect Shang Yuancheng to show up at this critical moment. He caught them red-handed. Wang Yakin immediately pulled the blanket over her naked body. Yuancheng. He forced me. Zhang Faliang was immediately frightened, but he suddenly understood Wang Yakin's intentions. If they admitted to their relationship at this moment, all their previous efforts would be in vain. He immediately wanted to escape, but Shang Yuancheng blocked the door, making it impossible for him to run away. I'll King kill you. Shang Yuancheng wasn't a fool, he had heard everything at the door just now. He rushed up and wrestled with Zhang Faliang. However, Shang Yuancheng overestimated himself. He had been living a comfortable life in the office all day, how could he beat Zhang Faliang? So after a few rounds, he was at a disadvantage. Wang Yakin cried and tried to break up the fight between the two, giving Zhang Faliang a chance to escape. Shang Yuancheng's face was bruised, his hair disheveled, and he sat dejectedly on the ground, unable to understand how he could endure such humiliation one day. Wang Yakin wanted to help him up, her voice hoarse. Yuancheng, it's really not what you saw. I was really forced. Wang Yakin thought it was all over now. She had conspired with Zhang Falian for half a lifetime, but at this critical moment, something went wrong. But now was not the time to complain, it all depended on whether Shang Yuancheng could still believe in her. She pretended to be heartbroken, hoping to make Shang Yuancheng feel sorry for her. Who is he? What kind of person is he? Shang Yuancheng asked. He didn't believe it. Even if everyone in the world betrayed him, he didn't think Wang Yakin would betray him. For so many years, she had followed him without status, and even gave birth to a son for him. Shang Yuancheng knew he owed her, but hadn't he been compensating all along? The food she ate, the place she lived, the jewelry on her body, the car, for so many years, which one wasn't given by him? He treats Wang Yakin much better than Meng Yalan. He even thought that he must give her a status in the future. But why did this happen? Today, Meng Yalan just mentioned divorce to him, and he didn't feel anything. Now he caught Wang Yakin cheating, and his heart was torn. He wanted to try to believe Wang Yakin's words, but he just heard it at the door. Wang Yakin's impatient tone? Is it forced? He is a fellow villager of mine, we grew up together. He got into some trouble a few years ago, and after coming out, he found me, he threatened me. Wang Yakin fabricated lies. But Zhang Faliang came out from inside, that was true, just many years ago. The reason she deliberately mentioned this was to make Shang Yuancheng believe that she was indeed threatened. Shang Yuancheng nodded. Why didn't you tell me earlier? How long has it been? Wang Yakin, half a year, but he doesn't come often. I didn't want to tell you. I was afraid that if you knew, he would cause you harm again, so I had to endure it. Wang Yakin cried loudly as she spoke. That look was like she had suffered a great grievance. Shang Yuancheng knew she was lying, but now, he didn't want to expose it. He only had Wang Yakin left. Now, the future of the company is still uncertain. Meng Yalan has proposed a divorce again. If at this time, Wang Yakan also turns against him, he will really have nothing left. But that man, he will never let it go. Therefore, he pretended to be magnanimous. Yakan, it's my fault, you've been wronged. Wang Yakan pretended to bury her head in Shang Yuancheng's arms and cried for a while, then gently helped Shang Yuancheng, who was sitting on the ground, up, tidying his hair and the bruises on his face. Shang Yuancheng was silent for a while, then suddenly asked, Meng Yalan asked for a divorce, what do you think? Wang Yakan didn't expect that at this point, Shang Yuancheng would still ask her this question. She thought he would just beat her up and leave. And she was worried that with Bingxing's background, he would suspect. But unexpectedly, nothing happened. Shang Yuancheng actually chose to be tolerant. This surprised her. But why did Meng Yalan want a divorce? Does she also know something? Wang Yakan did not answer his question directly, but asked, what's wrong? How could she suddenly want a divorce when everything was fine? Is she throwing a tantrum? Just coax her nicely, and it will be fine. Shang Yuancheng looked at her, feeling that he no longer recognized the woman in front of him. He knew that Wang Yakan had always been reasonable in front of him, although she had been following him for so many years without a name or status, she rarely complained. The only time she made a request was when Zhang Feng was lost, crying and begging him to bring Bingxing back home. It was precisely because of this that he felt he owed her. So, he had thought about divorcing Meng Yalan after he truly succeeded, and then marrying Wang Yakan. But, he couldn't tell if Wang Yakan's comforting words were sincere or fake. He decided to test it out. Yakan, she wants a divorce, perfect, I'll divorce her, and then marry you. You won't have to endure so much suffering. This was something Wang Yakan hadn't expected. Her affair with Zhang Fuliang was exposed, and she not only didn't face the expected anger, but Shang Yuancheng, instead of divorcing Meng Yalan, wanted to marry her? She was confused for a moment. However, she was not moved. Because her feelings for Shang Yuancheng had dissipated 20 years ago when he chose Meng Yalan and abandoned her. She hated him to the core. Love? Belated deep affection is cheaper than grass. She doesn't believe that the man in front of her truly cares for her. Of course, she will not marry Shang Yuancheng. Although Zhang Fuliang is not as good as Shang Yuancheng in all aspects, he has been devoted to her for so many years, much better than Shang Yuancheng. But she doesn't mind temporarily comforting him. Really? Yuancheng? Are you really willing? Wang Yakan immediately put on a deeply touched look. Shang Yuancheng looked at her. Of course it was true before this happened today. Even just now, he came over to discuss with her whether he should agree to Meng Yalan's divorce. But now, Shang Yuancheng understood that Wang Yakan and that man just now must have been involved for more than just a day or two. He couldn't figure out this woman's heart now, but he didn't want to lose her temporarily, so he also casually said, of course it's true. I know that you have suffered with me for so many years. Now that there is this opportunity, I hurried over to discuss it with you. When Shang Yuancheng said this, the scene he had just seen when he kicked open the door flashed in his mind again. Wang Yakan and that man were entangled on the bed that originally belonged only to the two of them. He felt nauseous. Wang Yakan, however, was completely unaware and continued to pretend to be happy. Great. Then I'll listen to you. But, don't make things difficult for me. If she doesn't really want a divorce at that time, you guys. I don't mind continuing like this. Shang Yuancheng nodded, got up. Tell me the name and address of that person just now. If he comes to harass you again, I'll kill him. Wang Yakan certainly wouldn't give him the real name and address. She made up a name casually, thinking to pass it off. Shang Yuancheng found an excuse and left. Wang Yakan saw him off, feeling a mix of emotions. This was so unlike Shang Yuancheng's character, he didn't even slap her a few times, making her feel uneasy. After he left, she immediately called Zhang Fuliang. Not long after Shang Yuancheng left, he also made a call to someone, help me check. He didn't believe a word of what Wang Yakan said, but in order to stabilize her, he could only pretend to believe temporarily. He couldn't afford to lose too much now, so he had to find out secretly when Wang Yakan and this man started. Also, he hadn't forgotten the conversation he overheard at the door. Bingxing knew about their affair. Since Bingxing knew, why didn't he tell him? Was it simply to protect his mother? The more Shang Yuancheng thought about it, the more he felt that things were not so simple. The more he thought, the more he felt a headache. At the same time, Shang Nanshue's friend from the United States called. Shue, there is news about that young man. He is still a university student now, at the Imperial Capital University. What, Imperial Capital University? Yes, the Imperial Capital University in Yurjing City. When Shang Nanshue heard these words, her heart couldn't help but beat rapidly. A possibility quickly spread in her mind. She cautiously asked, what is his name? His name is Zhang Feng, studying medicine. Hello? Hello? Shue Shue? Linda on the other end didn't know what was going on, and the call suddenly cut off. How could she know that Shang Nanshue on this end was already in tears? The lifesaver she had been desperately searching for, the young man who knew medical skills at a young age, was her own younger brother, Zhang Feng. All kinds of feelings surged in Shang Nanshue's heart all at once. She should have thought of it long ago. That day at the welcome party at the Imperial Capital University, when Zhang Feng saved the female student with a silver needle, she had a strange sense of familiarity. Now, everything made sense. So, originally, Zhang Feng had also saved her in the same way back then. Zhang Feng probably didn't recognize himself? Or did he recognize, but deliberately didn't say anything? Shang Nanshue didn't know. She immediately packed up and prepared to see Zhang Feng, but after some thought, she slowed down her actions. If she went, what would she say? So many things have happened at home recently. They have repeatedly harassed Zhang Feng, especially now with Shang Yuanchang. Shang Nanshue was caught in a dilemma for a while. At this moment, Shang Nanyu happened to walk in. She went to the Hua family again and hit a wall once more. Not only did Mrs. Hua not let her in, it was said that Mr. Hua didn't want to see her at all. Shang Nanyu felt very upset in her heart. She really liked Mr. Hua, and after spending so much time together, now that Mr. Hua was in this situation, how could she just stand by and do nothing? Even if they were really going to break up, Shang Nanyu thought that at the very least, she should wait until Mr. Hua fully recovered. Not seeing Mr. Hua, she was worried. Feeling low. As soon as she entered, she saw Shang Nanshue with a tear-stained face, which startled her. She quickly went up and hugged her sister. Nanshue, what's wrong with you? Second sister, Zhang Feng is the one who saved me, the young man who saved me abroad, it's him. This statement once again left Shang Nanyu speechless. How could she have driven away such a good brother like this in the first place? No, Nanshue, are you saying Zhang Feng knows medicine? Shang Nanyu suddenly reacted and thought of the key issue. Shang Nanshue then remembered that Shang Nanyu was not present at the school welcome party, so she did not witness Zhang Feng saving someone with a silver needle. She choked back and replied, of course he does. Don't forget, he is the grandson of Jiang Shicheng, Jiang Lao. Shang Nanyu suddenly understood something. The Hua family had been trying to invite Jiang Lao out, but they had no way. Isn't Jiang Feng's grandfather Jiang Lao? These days Shang Nanyu was really confused. She had already heard Shang Yuancheng talk about Jiang Feng's foster parents, but only now did she realize this point. Moreover, Zhang Feng also knows medicine and had saved Nanshue before, which shocked her. Nanshue. She didn't know what to say for a moment. She had treated him the worst when Zhang Feng was at the Shang family. For Shang Bingxing, she had said all kinds of mocking, sarcastic, and malicious words. She felt that Zhang Feng would never forgive her. But she couldn't ignore Mr. Hua's illness. Thinking here, on one hand, she felt guilty towards Zhang Feng, and on the other hand, there was a hint of joy in finding a solution. The reason for this slight joy was that she was really embarrassed to ask Zhang Feng for help. She knew that Zhang Feng would never forgive her, because more than anyone else, she understood how excessive she had been in the past. But, she had been deceived at the time. Shang Nanyu thought with a glimmer of hope. What do you think, Nanshue? Shang Nanyu was smarter this time. She didn't dare to directly express her thoughts. She was afraid that Nanshue would scold her for being excessive and delusional, but she really wanted to save Mr. Hua. It was a matter of life and death. Shang Nanshue's mood calmed down a bit at this moment. I originally wanted to find Zhang Feng's brother, but he has been harassed by our family recently, so he probably won't be very happy. Let's wait until our parents' matters are settled, then go find him. By then, let's treat Zhang Feng's brother well, make up for what we owe him in the past, and whether he forgives us or not, it's up to him. At this point, Shang Nanshue started to choke up again. Even if he never forgives us, it's our own fault. Shang Nanyu understood that Shang Nanshue was speaking the truth. How ridiculous they are as a family, driving their own younger brother out of the house and carefully protecting a stranger who has taken over their nest. And even now, Shang Nanyu's feelings towards Shang Bingxing are very complicated. She can't even describe it herself. She can't bring herself to hate him completely. After all, they have lived together for so many years. Shang Nanyu now understands Nanyu's thoughts. But she can't wait. Huayan's illness cannot wait, so she decides to quietly go find Zhang Feng herself. Whether he is willing to forgive her or not, she must make him persuade Grandpa Zhang to let Huayan see a doctor first. She made up her mind and decided to go find Zhang Feng the next day. In the evening, Meng Yalan and Shang Nanfeng heard that Zhang Feng was the lifesaver that Shang Nanyu had been desperately looking for, and they couldn't help but sigh again. Shang Bingxing and Shang Yuansheng have not been coming home much these days. Meng Yalan's proposal for divorce also went unanswered. It was like punching cotton, silent and unnoticed. On the other hand, after the Zhang family moved to the capital, Zhang Feng's happiest thing was probably the opportunity to discuss more with his grandfather. He could ask anything at any time. Although in Zhang Shicheng's view, his grandson's insights in many medical cases were almost surpassing his own. It is no exaggeration to say that Zhang Feng is a medical genius. Hua's father tried every means to finally get the Zhang family's address and couldn't wait to visit. However, somewhat unexpectedly, when the Zhang family heard that he had come to seek medical treatment, they were not at all difficult for him, and even very polite. He easily met the medical master of the Hua kingdom, Grandpa Jiang. Hua's father was so excited that he almost knelt down, but he was quickly stopped by Zhang Huaihai. As long as you can save my son, I am willing to offer half of the Hua family, no, the entire Hua family. Zhang Shicheng had seen many such requests for medical treatment, but he was still moved each time, feeling sorry for all parents in the world. No need, quickly tell me about the patient's condition. Only then did Hua's father try to calm down, briefly described Huayan's condition, and presented a large amount of hospital examination data. Zhang Shicheng took one look and knew. This case had been discussed with Zhang Feng before. They both believed it was insomnia and could be treated with acupuncture. Hua's father anxiously waited for Grandpa Zhang to finish reviewing the data, fearing that he would pronounce a death sentence on his son. If even Jiang couldn't help, then Zhang Shicheng set aside the data and asked for more details. Hua's father answered each question seriously. After listening to him, Zhang Shicheng said, "This should be recoverable, but it will take time." When Hua's father heard this, he was so excited that he wanted to kneel down again, but Zhang Huaihai stopped him. "Mr. Hua, there's no need for that." However, Zhang Shicheng wanted to give this opportunity to Zhang Feng. After all, for such a rare case, there were few opportunities for practice, and he believed in Zhang Feng's abilities. So he said to Hua's father, "Leave your address, I will come over tomorrow." Saving lives should not be delayed. Hua's father gratefully agreed, truly grateful. He never expected that asking Grandpa Zhang for help would be so straightforward. He thought he would encounter some difficulties. But unexpectedly, not only did they agree to treat Huayan without any hesitation, they also refused to accept the gifts he brought. This really surprised him. He hurried back home to tell his family the good news. In addition, he asked his family to prepare to welcome Grandpa Jiang. When Zhang Feng heard about this, he was surprised that the Hua family could find their house. He had no other thoughts about treating Huayan. Saving lives and helping the wounded is a doctor's duty. Therefore, when Zhang Shicheng mentioned it, he immediately agreed to go together the next day. Because this is not only about treating patients, but also a rare learning opportunity. The next day, after breakfast, housekeeper Jiang sent Grandpa Zhang and Zhang Feng to the hospital where Huayan was located early in the morning. The Hua family had been waiting for a long time. When they saw Zhang Feng behind Grandpa Zhang, they were slightly surprised. They didn't expect him to bring a young man. Grandpa Zhang first took Huayan's pulse, and then let Zhang Feng do it. Zhang Feng was very serious. The people of the Hua family watched from the side, not daring to make a sound. After the grandfather and grandson finished taking the pulse, Zhang Shicheng and Zhang Feng discussed it and unanimously agreed that their previous judgment was correct. At this time, Zhang Shicheng asked Zhang Feng, "Are you sure?" Zhang Feng nodded. So Grandpa Zhang turned around and said, "This is my grandson, let him give the patient acupuncture." When Mrs. Hua heard this, she became anxious. "Grandpa Jiang, how can this be? My son's illness, your grandson looks too young for this, why don't you do it instead?" She didn't trust Zhang Feng, but didn't dare to speak harshly, fearing to anger Grandpa Jiang. Mr. Hua wanted to stop Mrs. Hua from speaking, but it was too late. Although he was also worried that Zhang Feng might be too young and make a mistake. But he chose to trust Grandpa Jiang. He said it's fine, so it's fine. Mrs. Hua felt that she was questioning her grandson, but in fact, wasn't she questioning Grandpa Jiang's decision? She felt a bit embarrassed and quickly said, "Grandpa Jiang, my family is ignorant, it's not that we don't trust you." Zhang Shicheng understood. Most people wouldn't feel at ease using Zhang Feng because he was so young, especially in a severe case like Huayan's. He smiled slightly, "Don't worry, if I say I can cure him, then there's no problem." Mrs. Hua wanted to say something else but was stopped by Mr. Hua. Treatment requires quiet, and only Zhang Shicheng and Zhang Feng were left in the ward. The Hua family waited outside the ward. At this moment, Mrs. Hua felt more and more uneasy. After a while, she suddenly exclaimed, "Oh my god, why does he look so familiar? Isn't he Shang Nanyu's brother?" Jiang Feng, the biological son that the Shang family found last year. Mr. Hua didn't understand at first. Mrs. Hua quickly explained, don't you remember? Didn't the Shang family lose a child and find him last year? When Shang Nanyu was with Hua Yan, I saw that child from a distance. Isn't he the young man brought by Grandpa Jiang? Mr. Hua was stunned. You're not mistaken, are you? You must be mistaken, right? Mrs. Hua thought carefully again, absolutely not mistaken. It's him. But how did he end up with Grandpa Jiang? And even letting him treat Yan, this. Mrs. Hua became anxious and wanted to rush into the ward. The more she thought about it, the more unreliable it seemed. However, Mr. Hua timely stopped her. You fool, have you forgotten what Grandpa Jiang just said? He said, that's his grandson. Mrs. Hua was momentarily excited and actually forgot about this. Grandpa Jiang's grandson. Yes, his name is Jiang Feng. So, this child who has been wandering for so many years was actually adopted by the Jiang family? Oh my god. What kind of luck is this for the Shang family? No, wait. Mrs. Hua remembered. I remember the Shang family didn't seem to treat that child well. If they knew he was related to the Jiang family, would Shang Yuancheng go crazy? Mr. Hua quickly understood the key point of the matter. The Shang family didn't know about the relationship between this child and the Jiang family. It must be like this. Mrs. Hua widened her eyes in surprise. However, she soon understood. It must be like this. Otherwise, with Shang Yuancheng's insatiable greed, if he knew about this, wouldn't he have already used the relationship with the Jiang family to negotiate with them like he did last time with the Jiang family's granddaughter? So far, Shang Yuancheng still doesn't know the relationship between this child and the Jiang family. Hua's father and Hua's mother glanced at each other. Give Nanyu a call. She has been taking care of Hua Yan for so long. Hua Yan is getting better soon. How can we not let her know? Hua's father said. Hua's mother naturally understood her husband's meaning. In any case, being related to the Jiang family, no matter which path they take in the future, will be smooth sailing. The Jiang family's reputation is just too useful, and they are unwilling to miss such an opportunity. Because of this biological younger brother, Shang Nanyu suddenly transformed from a sparrow to a phoenix, becoming a sweet cake in their eyes. Regardless of the current situation of the Shang family, whether they know it or not, it is better to establish the relationship first. Hua's mother understood this meaning and quickly called Shang Nanyu. Shang Nanyu was very surprised to receive a call from Hua's mother. For a moment, she hesitated to answer, thinking that the other party was going to scold her. After all, her father had deceived them. But thinking about it, she was afraid of missing out on something, so she answered the call. What she heard was a gentle voice she had never heard before. Nanyu, are you busy these days? Shang Nanyu didn't understand Hua's mother's meaning and quickly asked, Aunt, what's wrong? Is it about Hua Yan? Hua's mother quickly reassured her, it's nothing. I just thought that you haven't come to see Hua Yan for a few days, and I miss you a bit. When do you have time? Come over again. Shang Nanyu was stunned, thinking she had misheard. Hua's mother didn't call to blame her, but actually wanted her to go see Hua Yan? Although she didn't understand why Hua's mother suddenly had such a big change, she was very happy. She immediately promised, Aunt, I will go see Hua Yan tomorrow. On the other end, Hua's mother, for the first time, gently reminded her to take care of herself before hanging up the phone. Shang Nanyu was extremely excited after hanging up the phone. She could go see Hua Yan again. Her excitement caught the attention of Shang Nanfeng, who had just entered the door. Nanyu, what's wrong? Sister. Just now, Aunt Hua called and asked me to see Hua Yan. She's not mad at me anymore. She even said to take care of myself. Shang Nanyu was truly excited and said without reservation. Shang Nanfeng's face darkened upon hearing this. She already had a bad impression of Hua Yan, knowing he was a complete playboy, and the people in the Hua family were not good characters either. Previously, to persuade Shang Nanyu, she had even investigated Hua Yan. She found out that before he got sick, he had taken 3 girls to a hotel room. However, since Hua Yan fell ill, she thought the probability of Shang Nanyu marrying into the Hua family was low, so she didn't say much. She didn't expect Shang Nanyu to be so devoted to Hua Yan, and she still hadn't given up on him. What's so great about taking care of a sick person? Just because someone asked her to, she seemed to be thanking her lucky stars. This made Shang Nanfeng extremely angry. She really didn't understand what was going on in her sister's mind. Nanyu, come with me. What's wrong, sister? Seeing her sister suddenly become serious, Shang Nanyu was puzzled. She hadn't come out of her excitement from earlier. Nanyu, I'm asking you, do you understand Hua Yan? Shang Nanyu widened her eyes. Sis, what are you trying to say? We've been together for several years. If I don't understand him, who does? Sheng Nanfeng looked at her sister and knew she had to break her love-struck mindset. Otherwise, she might really marry into the Hua family and suffer. Sheng Nanfeng said, "Just wait and see." She went upstairs and soon came down with a stack of photos, throwing them directly to Sheng Nanyu. "Take a look. This is the man you claim to love so much, the one you think you know so well. Look at what he's been doing on the days he's too busy to be with you." Sheng Nanyu looked puzzled as she picked up the photos from the table, immediately losing her composure. In the photos, Huiyan was smiling carelessly, surrounded by several scantily clad girls, embracing them on both sides. Sheng Nanyu flipped through each photo and realized they were all different girls. It was obvious that the photos were taken at different times and in different settings. The Huiyan in the photos completely shattered Sheng Nanyu's perception of him. "Sis, you actually investigated him?" Sheng Nanyu exclaimed sharply, seemingly unable to accept the results. Sheng Nanfeng calmly said, "Yes, these are the photos of the man you insisted on marrying. I had someone look into his character, and I didn't expect this. I thought you would give up when he fell ill, but I didn't expect you to still be so stubborn. Now, after seeing these photos, do you still want to marry him?" Sheng Nanyu's eyes welled up with tears, unwilling to believe. "Huiyan is not like that. He is sincere to me." Sheng Nanfeng sneered at her mention of sincerity. How could someone like Huiyan, a playboy, be worthy of those two words? Are you still not awake? If he truly cared for you, why aren't you married yet? How did his parents treat you back then? Have you forgotten? Now that he's sick, you work yourself to exhaustion every day as an unpaid maid, and he doesn't even give you a smile. Do you think that's sincerity? Sheng Nanfeng bombarded her with questions, showing no mercy. But Sheng Nanyu didn't want to listen at all. "Why did you investigate him behind my back? Don't you think you're meddling too much?" After saying that, she stormed out of the door. Sheng Nanfeng was left dumbfounded. What was wrong with her younger sister? She had been stubborn enough because of Bingxing's matter before, and now that the truth was laid out in front of her, she still didn't believe it? Sheng Nanfeng shook her head. This was all she could do. The rest was up to her. Sheng Nanyu didn't actually disbelieve her elder sister's words, she just couldn't accept them for the time being. She didn't understand why she always misjudged people, first Bingxing and now Huiyan. There were things she hadn't forgotten, but she had buried them deep inside because of Huiyan's illness. Before Huiyan got sick, when they were dating, he had been handsy with her and had bluntly told her that if she didn't loosen up, he would break up with her. Sheng Nanyu had felt particularly uncomfortable at that time. She couldn't accept having a physical relationship before marriage, but she also couldn't bear to break up with Huiyan. While she was still struggling, Huiyan fell ill, and she temporarily pushed the matter aside. She hadn't expected Sheng Nanfeng to present evidence of Huiyan's misconduct so directly now. In the process of their relationship, he had become increasingly indifferent towards her, and Sheng Nanyu wasn't unaware of it. She was just deceiving herself. Now, Sheng Nanyu squatted down, suddenly unsure of what to do. After a long time, she stood up and decided to go to the hospital. Regardless, she still had feelings for Huiyan. When Hua's mother suddenly called her today, something must have happened, so she needed to find out first. When Sheng Nanyu arrived at the hospital, Zhang Shichang and Zhang Feng had already left. Huiyan's illness required a long-term treatment plan for possible recovery. However, Zhang Shichang couldn't come later, and Zhang Feng could administer the injections by himself. The Hua family had no objections to this. Even though Mrs. Hua wanted to speak several times, Mr. Hua stopped her. When Sheng Nanyu arrived at the hospital, the Hua family looked much more cheerful than before. Mrs. Hua went up and directly held Sheng Nanyu's hand. "Nanyu, you're here. Come and see Huiyan quickly. You haven't been here these days, and we all missed you." Sheng Nanyu was puzzled, unable to understand why the Hua family's attitude towards her suddenly changed. But she was genuinely worried about Huiyan, so she didn't say anything. Sheng Nanyu arrived at Huiyan's bedside, but he was asleep. Mrs. Hua looked at Sheng Nanyu, trying to get information from her. "Nanyu, why haven't we seen your younger brother from your family this year? How is he?" Sheng Nanyu was puzzled, not understanding why Mrs. Hua suddenly mentioned Zhang Feng. She tactfully replied, "He is studying at the Imperial University, in the same school as Bingxing." "Oh, that's impressive. It's not easy to get into the Imperial University. It must be for top students. What is he studying? Finance?" Sheng Nanyu shook her head. "He is studying medicine, not finance." Mrs. Hua realized that Zhang Feng was indeed the son lost and found by the Sheng family. What kind of luck was this Sheng Yuan? It seems that the heavens are truly favoring the Sheng family. With this relationship, the Sheng family is likely to rise again in the future. Sheng Nanyu didn't want to dwell on it too much, so she didn't continue the topic. Some things are better left unsaid when they are too obvious. She quickly said, "We recently hired a famous doctor for Huayan. He said Huayan can recover, but it will take time. Please don't blame Auntie for her attitude towards you these past few days. It's mainly because Huayan has been lying in bed all day, and I feel uneasy. I'm depressed all the time. If it weren't for Huayan, I would really want to die. So, I don't know why, but I took it out on you." "Are you mad at Auntie?" Shang Nanyu shook her head blankly. "Of course not, Mrs. Hua continued to play the emotional card. "Nanyu, honestly, Auntie also cares about you. I know you truly care for Huayan. Even though he is in this state, you don't despise him. But how can Auntie bear to see you marry someone like him? At your age, as beautiful as you are, Auntie is also a woman. How could she not understand you? Auntie was harsh on you before because she cares about you. Now that a famous doctor is treating Huayan's illness, when he recovers, the Hua family will marry you. If Huayan dares to mistreat you, just wait and see how I deal with him." Mrs. Hua's words were sincere, and tears almost fell from her eyes. Shang Nanyu was also moved for a moment. She had forgotten what Shang Nanfeng had just warned her about. "Auntie, I don't blame you. I know Huayan's condition is affecting you, but can Huayan's illness really be cured? Wasn't it said that only that Mr. Jiang can cure him?" Mrs. Hua thought about it and couldn't hide the truth. She just didn't tell her that she already knew about Jiang Feng. "It is Mr. Jiang. Your uncle has invited him, and treatment has already begun today. That's why I immediately called you to come over, fearing you would be angry about what happened a few days ago." "What? Uncle Jiang invited Mr. Jiang?" Shang Nanyu was very surprised. At the same time, she also felt that the Hua family indeed had some power. Shang Nanyu knew that Jiang Shichang was not someone an ordinary person could invite. Now the Hua family had actually managed to invite him to treat Huayan, which made her very happy. It also showed that the Hua family's connections were truly powerful. With this development, she didn't need to bother Jiang Feng anymore. There was hope for Huayan's illness, and a weight was lifted off Shang Nanyu's heart. Despite being upset by Shang Nanfeng's words earlier, the news of Huayan's imminent recovery had diluted her feelings. In addition, with Mrs. Hua's rare gentle words, she was once again trapped in the illusion painted by the Hua family. On Jiang Feng's side, after returning from the hospital, housekeeper Jiang sent Grandpa directly home, and he went straight to school. These days, he hardly saw his sister Jiang Yuyan because he had been staying in the dormitory for several days in a row. On the other hand, Jiang Yuyan was a little angry. Since the day she cooked for Jiang Feng, he did not politely praise her cooking skills, which made her feel uncomfortable. That night, she rejected Lin Junqi, but he didn't give up. He contacted her twice and even came to her house, showing a persistent attitude. Jiang Yuyan was annoyed as she didn't like people who were persistent. She cooked at home for a few days, but Jiang Feng did not return. Although her parents and grandpa praised her several times, she suddenly lost interest in cooking. When she was bored, she received a call from Shang Nanxue, who wanted to meet her and treat her to a meal. Jiang Yuyan remembered meeting a beautiful girl on the street a few days ago who gave her a pair of shoes and left her contact information. Shang Nanxue was polite and called her to express gratitude for the shoes. Although Jiang Yuyan initially declined, she eventually agreed to meet Shang Nanxue at a cafe. Shang Nanxue had prepared a new pair of shoes as a token of appreciation. They met at the cafe, and Jiang Yuyan's impression of Shang Nanxue improved. She found her to be grateful and well-mannered. She had almost no friends in Beijing, and Shang Nanxue had just returned from abroad not long ago. The two girls chatted more and more harmoniously, and they unexpectedly found that their interests and hobbies were basically the same. Even their values. They both had a feeling of regret for not meeting earlier. They chatted and laughed until evening, and since neither of them had anything else to do, they decided to have dinner together. Friendship gradually grew stronger between the two girls. When it was time for them to part ways, they both felt a bit reluctant to leave each other. The two girls agreed to go shopping together next time and then went home separately. Jiang Feng did not stay in the dormitory tonight, and he was surprised to find that Jiang Yuyan also came back very late. When she got home, everyone in the family was already asleep except for Jiang Feng. Not seeing Jiang Yuyan at dinner, he wondered if she had gone on a date. Jiang Yuyan held the shoes that Shang Nanxue had bought for her, which looked better than her own pair. Trying on the shoes at home, Jiang Feng came down the stairs and said, "Sis, you're back." Jiang Yuyan was surprised that Jiang Feng, who had not been home for several days, was actually there tonight. You're not asleep yet? Bought some shoes? A friend gave them to me," Jiang Yuyan said as she examined the new shoes. This was the first time she had received a gift from another girl, and she was genuinely happy, humming a tune uncontrollably. Jiang Feng, on the other hand, felt differently. He sat down on the sofa and asked, "Did your boyfriend give them to you?" There was a hint of bitterness in his heart. Jiang Yuyan was taken aback. "When did I have a boyfriend? Of course, it was a girlfriend who gave them to me." Zhang Feng was delighted. "What about that Lin guy who came to our house last time and even gave you roses? Isn't he your boyfriend?" "No, I've made it clear." Jiang Yuyan said what she had to say. She then asked Zhang Feng, "Are these shoes nice? I really like them." Zhang Feng, upon hearing that the person was not her boyfriend, couldn't help but feel ecstatic inside. However, even he didn't realize that his emotions were undergoing intense fluctuations because of whether Jiang Yuyan had a boyfriend or not. "They're nice, really nice." Jiang Yuyan also thought they were nice. "The girl who gave me the shoes is even prettier." Jiang Yuyan felt happy to have made a good friend today, and her joy was evident on her face. However, she suddenly remembered that Zhang Feng had not eaten at home since the day she cooked, and she couldn't help but feel a bit aggrieved that he hadn't praised her efforts in cooking so hard. Suddenly, she didn't feel like talking to Zhang Feng. Seeing that she immediately fell silent again and her expression seemed a bit off, Zhang Feng didn't know what he had done to upset her. After all, Jiang Yuyan had never been angry with him or shown a bad attitude towards him before. For a moment, the atmosphere felt a bit awkward. "Sis, what's wrong?" Zhang Feng asked cautiously. "My cooking didn't suit your taste, did it? You didn't even praise it." Jiang Yuyan was still upset about this small matter. "Ha? No way. Shouldn't he have praised it that day? Wasn't it delicious? Did he really not praise it?" Zhang Feng remembered that his focus that day had always been on whether Jiang Yuyan had a boyfriend, and he was a bit absent-minded. It turned out that his sister was upset because of this incident. He immediately apologized. "No way. Your cooking was delicious. I've been busy at school these days and couldn't come back. I was even thinking tonight whether you would still be cooking, but when I came back, you weren't home, and I felt like I hadn't eaten enough." "Really? It was delicious?" Hearing Zhang Feng say that, Jiang Yuyan's accumulated unhappiness disappeared in an instant. "If you're not full, I'll make you something to eat now," Jiang Yuyan said as she headed to the kitchen. Zhang Feng couldn't bear to let his sister do this at this hour and decided to cook for himself. "Goodbye, sis, it's too late, too tired." Jiang Yuyan didn't mind at all. "How can that be? Can't let my little brother go hungry. Wait for me to show you a trick. Then I'll help you. Be your assistant." Zhang Feng also walked into the kitchen immediately. "I'll just cook 2 bowls of noodles. I'm a bit hungry too. You just watch on the side. No need for you," Jiang Yuyan said, then opened the fridge to find tomatoes. Watching his sister busy for him, for some reason, Zhang Feng felt a strange feeling rising in his heart. Jiang Yuyan was tall and slender. At the moment she was wearing ordinary denim shorts and a white camisole, her legs perfectly shaped. As she bent down to pick something up, Zhang Feng's eyes inexplicably fell on her slender waistline, quickly looking away. Zhang Feng couldn't help but blush. What's wrong with him, having such inexplicable thoughts in his mind? No, she's his sister. Zhang Feng cursed himself in his heart, trying hard not to let his gaze drop. Jiang Yuyan was oblivious to this, focusing on cooking tomato and egg noodles. In no time, 2 fragrant bowls of noodles were ready. Zhang Feng had been waiting on the side, wanting to help but not knowing how to intervene, so he ended up just carrying the bowls to the table. Jiang Yuyan had a smile on her face, eager for Zhang Feng to taste her cooking. But Zhang Feng's mind was filled with the scene he saw his sister squatting in the kitchen just now. Zhang Feng felt that his thoughts were disrespectful to his sister, couldn't help but curse himself in his heart, even wanting to give himself a slap. "Zhang Feng, hurry up and eat. How does it taste?" Jiang Yuyan asked eagerly. Zhang Feng quickly took a bite, but the noodles that had just come out of the pot were too hot, making Zhang Feng's tongue twist, but he still swallowed it. "Jiang Yuyan, is it really that delicious? Slow down." This was the first time Jiang Yuyan had seen Zhang Feng lose his composure while eating, which made her laugh uncontrollably, and Zhang Feng felt embarrassed. "It's really delicious, sis. Delicious, I'll cook for you for a lifetime." Jiang Yuyan blurted out this sentence, and only then did she feel that something was amiss. Her face turned red all of a sudden. Oh my, what was she thinking? He's her little brother after all. However, Jiang Yuyan suddenly realized that she really didn't want to get married. Not even Lin Junqi, who was such an excellent blind date candidate, could stir any ripples in her heart. It could be said that her mind and eyes were full of Zhang Feng now. She looked up. Zhang Feng's features were handsome, even his shoulders had broadened quite a bit, and now he was taller than her by more than a head. He was no longer the little brother who used to chase after her. The two of them quietly ate their noodles. But that night, both of them couldn't sleep. The next day, Zhang Feng got up very early and found that Jiang Yuyan hadn't gotten up yet. He didn't even have breakfast and went straight to class. After class, he went to treat Huayan. His recent busy schedule actually calmed his restless heart a bit. On the other hand, Zhang Faliang, ever since being caught by Shang Yuancheng that day, didn't dare to go find Wang Yakan again. But the two of them still met frequently, just that she went to Zhang Faliang's place instead. A few years ago, Wang Yakan used the money given by Shang Yuancheng to buy a 3-bedroom apartment for Zhang Faliang. In the past, when they went on dates, they basically went to Zhang Faliang's place. But after noticing that Shang Yuancheng rarely visited the villa, the two of them gradually became bolder, until eventually, they openly dated at Wang Yakan's place. Now, she regretted it deeply. She was afraid that Shang Yuancheng would find out about Shang Bingxing's true identity because of this. Shang Yuancheng still treated her the same on the surface, as if nothing had happened, but Wang Yakan was always anxious, feeling that things were not that simple. Zhang Faliang didn't take it seriously. That guy surnamed Shang is just a coward. He can't beat me. He can only pretend to be affectionate to you. Don't let him deceive you. Our relationship is over. Let's go far away and live our lives. Wang Yakan felt uneasy. I always feel that something is not right, but I don't know what exactly is wrong. Do you think he might be plotting against us behind our backs? Zhang Faliang completely dismissed it. I will help my son solve the problem first. I don't care about that guy surnamed Shang. My son has called him dad for so many years for nothing. What more does he want? Zhang Faliang had been thinking about his plan with Shang Bingxing, but Bingxing had been busy these days, making him impatient to take action. He had been to the Imperial University several times, observing, and he had already engraved the appearance of that girl from the Zhang family in his mind. That evening, as usual, he wandered near the Imperial University and found Zhang Ting alone. The girl seemed lost in thought, walking with her head down, and she even walked into the alley behind the school. This was a good opportunity. Zhang Faliang immediately followed her in his car, parked in the alley, took out a prepared bottle of liquid from the car, and followed her. Shang Bingxing never expected that Zhang Faliang would act without his consent. He was stunned when he received the phone call. Since he learned about the relationship between Zhang Feng and the Zhang family, he had decided to temporarily abandon that idea, thinking of a more perfect plan. Moreover, as long as Zhang Ting turned against him, he couldn't afford to offend the Zhang family. But now, Zhang Faliang acted without his consent, putting him in a difficult position. Forget it, it must be fate. He refused to believe that the girl really wouldn't like him. Her previous rejection was not because she was being coy, but because she hadn't noticed his strengths. As long as he won her over, he decided that since it had come to this, he would follow the plan. No one knew how close to madness Shang Bingxing's mindset had become. He had no idea how terrifying his thoughts were. If something went wrong, what consequences would arise from his actions? He always believed that Zhang Feng was inferior to him in every way. Even if he carried the title of Shang's biological son, so what? The Shang family didn't care about him, even if they watched him sever ties with them? Everyone in the Shang family's thoughts were focused on him. Who would care about a poor boy who had been wandering outside for 18 years? Shang Bingxing felt superior in front of Zhang Feng. Even if he was considered an adopted son, so what? When conflicts arose, everyone sided with him. And in the future, everything in the Shang family would belong to him. However, no matter how much he calculated, he never expected that the person who adopted Zhang Feng would turn out to be the Zhang family. What kind of existence was that? Even if Shang Bingxing worked hard for 10 lifetimes, he would never reach their level. He had been scheming to pursue Zhang Ting, even giving up the famous star Wang Jingyi for this purpose. Why? Just to establish a relationship with the Zhang family? But he failed. And as a result, the Shang family suffered retaliation from that old man, Fu Shang. Zhang Feng effortlessly gained what he wanted. The middle-aged couple that day turned out to be Zhang Feng's foster parents, meaning they were Zhang Ting's biological parents? It should be so. Shang Bingxing couldn't help but shudder at the scene at the Silver Sea Hotel that day. They all knew the joke he was playing on himself. Fine, great. The Zhang family, ha! Wait until your daughter is completely devoted to me, see if you still look at me with those eyes. Shang Bingxing thought to himself as he took a taxi to an abandoned warehouse on the outskirts of the city. It was also surprising that Zhang Faliang could find such a place. Shang Bingxing got off the car, a strange smell hit him, making him feel nauseous. The ground was covered with garbage, making it almost impossible for him to step down. For a moment, Shang Bingxing almost wanted to give up. But in a second thought, this might be his only chance to change his fate. Shang Yuancheng wanted to rely on Zhang Feng, but that was just a dream. He had already realized that Zhang Feng no longer cared about the Shang family. He wouldn't even say a word for the Shang family. The downfall of the Shang family was inevitable. Now, only he could save the Shang family. Even if Jiang Feng was the adopted son of the Jiang family, there was no blood relationship. By becoming the son-in-law of the Jiang family, and with no biological son in their family, his future children would be the only bloodline of the Jiang family. Thinking of this, Shang Bingxing once again strengthened his determination and took a risk. Can't bear to let the child not catch the wolf. Jiang Ting, I'm here. Zhang Fulian carried Jiang Ting over, originally intending to find a hotel and book a room. But she remained unconscious, and dragging such a big person would surely arouse suspicion from others. Unable to do so, he had to find this desolate and uninhabited place. The environment was a bit poor, but at least there was no one to disturb them, which he was quite satisfied with. Now that Shang Bingxing was approaching, he put on a flattering smile. Son, you're here. Shang Bingxing frowned, and Zhang Fuliang realized he misspoke, as the other party didn't know he was his biological son. He quickly changed his words, slip of the tongue, ha, Bingxing, take a look, isn't this the girl? Shang Bingxing looked down and saw that Zhang Fuliang was really careless. He had laid 2 wooden planks on the ground and found a blanket from somewhere to cushion it. Jiang Ting was still unconscious, showing no signs of waking up. Yes, it's her. Bingxing, then, I'll leave her to you. Should I guard the door for you? Stay away from me. Shang Bingxing looked down on Zhang Fulian from the bottom of his heart. If he didn't need his help this time, he wouldn't even spare him a glance. He couldn't understand how his mother could be interested in such a person. But this time, he did help him, that was true. Seeing this, Zhang Fuliang felt displeased, but considering that he was his son after all, having a bit of temper was reasonable. He took a glance at Jiang Ting lying on the ground. This girl, so charming, not comparable to Wang Yakan. But she was his son's girl. Zhang Fuliang thought of some wicked thoughts in his heart, then left. But he didn't go far, just stayed at the gate, guarding against any unexpected situations. Zhang Fuliang left, leaving Shang Bingxing alone facing the unconscious Jiang Ting. Perhaps too confident in his own methods, Zhang Fulian didn't take any measures. Jiang Ting just lay there, as if asleep. Shang Bingxing looked at her young face, thinking about what was about to happen, his blood boiling. He sat down and gently brushed the hair covering her face to the side. Jiang Ting not only had a pretty face but also a young and well-proportioned body. Although it took Zhang Fuliang some effort to bring her here, her clothes were now wrinkled. This girl loved to wear white shirts, and now some buttons on her chest had come off. Shang Bingxing thought for a moment, unable to resist, and reached out his hand. The housekeeper Jiang had arranged to meet his granddaughter at the school gate to give her some daily necessities. But he had been waiting for a long time and she didn't show up. Unable to reach her by phone either. Thinking that his young master also attended this school, he called Jiang Feng. Young master, can I trouble you with something? The housekeeper Jiang was always cautious. Although he had been following old master Jiang for a lifetime, the Jiang family had never treated him as an outsider. However, he was very clear about his identity. Since old master Jiang saved his life, he willingly served the Jiang family. He was a servant of the Jiang family. For the matter of his granddaughter, he troubled the main family, which he felt embarrassed about under normal circumstances. But Jiang Ting had always been obedient, and there had never been any incidents of her going missing from childhood to adulthood. Especially now that it was already late, when he called the dormitory, her roommate said she hadn't returned yet. This made the housekeeper Jiang feel uneasy, which led him to think of Jiang Feng. The people of the Jiang family were cold on the outside but warm on the inside, and the housekeeper Jiang knew this. So, Jiang Feng wouldn't ignore it. Jiang Feng answered the phone, and the housekeeper Jiang briefly mentioned Jiang Ting's disappearance. Young master, I really shouldn't bother you, but Jiang Ting has always been very obedient. Her phone is unreachable, and her roommates don't know her whereabouts. I'm worried. Jiang Feng was startled for no reason upon hearing this. For some unknown reason, he immediately thought of the day when Shang Bingxing's confession failed, his face full of gloom. This person, with dirty thoughts in his mind, had always mistaken Jiang Ting for Jiang Ting. He wouldn't. Jiang Feng immediately associated Jiang Ting's disappearance with Shang Bingxing. This person appeared to be just a harmless college student, but in reality, he was evil inside, often resorting to shady tactics. One had to be cautious. Jiang Feng could almost confirm now that Shang Bingxing was behind the initial interception of Jiang Ting, planning to play the hero to win favor. Ordinary college students would go straight to the point, unlike him using these unsavory tactics. It was just that he happened to be intercepted at that time and failed. Jiang Feng asked for more details about Jiang Ting and couldn't help but frown. She had been missing for several hours, and if Shang Bingxing had any ill intentions. Uncle Jiang, I remember, Jiang Ting's phone has a tracking system, right? Check quickly if it has been turned off. In a flash, Jiang Feng suddenly remembered a crucial issue. The housekeeper Jiang was in a panic and had forgotten such an important matter. He quickly checked his phone and was shocked to see, young master. It shows. Ting is outside the city. Hurry and come find me, we'll leave immediately, no time to waste. Upon hearing this, Zhang Feng made a quick decision. How could Zhang Ting, a female college student, end up outside the city? Obviously, what he had suspected might have actually happened. As Zhang Feng rushed over, he increasingly felt that Shang Bingxing had been relentlessly testing his limits, and if it was indeed him this time, no matter what, he wouldn't let him off the hook. Zhang Ting was in a daze, feeling uncomfortable under her body, unable to figure out where she was. It couldn't be at home, but the bed in the dormitory shouldn't be this hard, right? Her head and body felt heavy, wanting to get up, but it seemed like someone was pressing on her body, doing something, and she wanted to resist but had no strength. In her daze, a pair of hands were moving up and down her body. She struggled to open her eyes and was met with Shang Bingxing's face. Zhang Ting screamed in horror, "Ah! What are you doing? What are you doing?" Shang Bingxing did not expect that Zhang Ting would wake up at a critical moment, but at this moment he couldn't care less. Baby, I'll be fine soon, and you'll be mine soon. Don't worry, I will take good care of you." Shang Bingxing's eyes turned red at this moment, no longer caring whether Zhang Ting was awake or not. Zhang Ting was slightly sober at this moment, and when she saw Shang Bingxing pressing on her body, she suddenly realized that she was naked. She felt embarrassed, angry, and scared, trying to push Shang Bingxing away with her hand, but her body was weak and powerless. She wanted to slap him, but she had no strength to do so. You jerk. I will call the police, you must not." Shang Bingxing was at a loss at this moment, paying no attention to what Zhang Ting was saying. "Baby, don't be angry. Once you belong to me, you will love me very much, Zhang Ting struggled hard. Shang Bingxing's actions were frantic, and Zhang Ting felt hopeless in her heart. She couldn't understand why she had encountered such a situation. Suddenly, she remembered what Zhang Feng had told her, that many troubles arose because others thought she was the young lady of the Zhang family. She immediately shouted, "I am not the daughter of the Zhang family. I am the daughter of the Zhang family's steward. You don't like me at all, you." Shang Bingxing was stunned, as if he didn't understand what she was saying. But he had to act now, regardless of whether she was from the Zhang family or the steward's family. Just as Shang Bingxing was about to break through that line of defense, he was kicked and sent flying. Before he could see clearly, his nose was broken and blood was everywhere. Zhang Feng did not expect that Shang Bingxing would really be despicable enough to do such a thing. He actually behaved worse than a beast towards Zhang Ting. Shang Bingxing was kicked away, and Zhang Feng immediately covered Zhang Ting's body with clothes, hoping it was not too late, but he was furious, and seeing Shang Bingxing over there, he went up and beat him fiercely, but he was still not relieved. Tinger. The steward Zhang also did not expect that his granddaughter would encounter such a situation. He and Zhang Feng had come here based on the location of the mobile phone. On the way, they had already called the police. Initially, he had a glimmer of hope, thinking that his granddaughter had just gone out to play with classmates, but as they got closer to the destination, he felt more and more uneasy. What college student would come to such a place to play? There was a middle-aged man lurking at the door, looking like he was on guard, but Zhang Feng dealt with him directly. Zhang Ting cowered in her grandfather's arms, almost losing control of her emotions. Shang Bingxing was defenseless against Zhang Feng's beating. "Zhang Feng, what do you want to do? Zhang Ting and I love each other. She likes me too. It's her choice. Why do you interfere? Are you jealous of me? Jealous that I got her? After all these years in the Zhang family, you are nothing. Ha ha ha. Zhang Feng, you are a big joke. In the end, you are nothing compared to me." Enough was enough. Zhang Feng couldn't understand Shang Bingxing's mindset. He never thought of comparing himself to Shang Bingxing. He disdained such a person. Even during his time at the Shang family, he only cared about how the Shang family treated him. To him, Shang Bingxing was a completely insignificant person from start to finish. That's why all of Shang Bingxing's previous despicable actions, as long as they didn't cause him substantial harm, he could turn a blind eye to them. After all, in his eyes, no matter what Shang Bingxing did, he was just a clown. He had his own life, more important people and things to care about. Why should he care about someone completely insignificant? However, he never expected that now he could even do things like kidnapping and violating. Shang Bingxing has completely gone crazy. There was a hint of regret in Zhang Feng's heart. He had been truly kind to this person before. "Shang Bingxing, you are truly insane, beyond redemption, you wait to go to jail." Go to jail? Shang Bingxing, who was still dreaming, heard these words, and it seemed like a bit of sanity was brought back to him. He looked at Zhang Ting, who was trembling under the blanket. "We are in love. We are just normal lovers. We love each other. Zhang Ting likes me, she loves me. It's none of your business. Why should I go to jail? Zhang Feng, you are really sick. The housekeeper Jiang was extremely angry when he heard this. He went straight over and slapped Shang Bingxing several times, not satisfied, and kicked him hard several times. How dare you hurt my granddaughter? I'll kill you, you beast. Shang Bingxing thought that this person was Zhang's grandfather when he heard him say that Zhang Ting was his granddaughter. He immediately put on a fearful and pleasing look. Grandpa, I really like Zhang Ting. Please allow her to marry me. I will treat her well. He had not said this before, but as soon as he did, the housekeeper Jiang became furious and beat him up with all his might. Zhang Feng didn't know how to comfort Zhang Ting. He just hoped that the harm she suffered wouldn't be too deep. She kept crying there until the police arrived. Shang Bingxing wilted when he saw the police. However, he insisted that he and Zhang Ting were in a romantic relationship, and their actions were consensual. Zhang Ting was now emotionally agitated, and no one could get anything out of her, so she was taken to the hospital for a checkup first. With such a big incident happening here, the police station quickly notified Shang Yuanchang. Shang Yuanchang was trying his best to find out the address of the Zhang family. He thought that Zhang Feng was young and ignorant, and the Zhang family wouldn't shut out Zhang Feng, his biological father, right? When he received the call, he was dumbfounded. What, Shang Bingxing? Yes, my son. Assaulting a female classmate? You must be mistaken. This is absolutely impossible. Before he could finish his sentence, Shang Yuanchang was sweating profusely, because he thought of recent events and that girl from the Zhang family. Could Shang Bingxing really have taken a reckless step and done something stupid? He was completely at a loss. If that was really the case, then his Shang family would be truly finished. Shang Yuanchang didn't have time to think about anything else. He called Wang Yakan to inform her briefly, and also told Meng Yalan. Wang Yakan couldn't show up, but when Shang Yuanchang briefly explained the situation, she knew, this is bad. Zhang Fuliang couldn't be reached now, could it be? Yes, Zhang Fuliang was also arrested. Shang Bingxing was extremely uncooperative inside. He insisted that he and Zhang Ting were in a romantic relationship. The girl, due to excessive shock, was uncooperative in questioning, so even now, the incident couldn't be defined. Even during the examination, Zhang Ting was too emotionally overwhelmed to cooperate. When Shang Yuanchang arrived, Zhang Feng was accompanying the housekeeper Jiang, and they were still making a record. Seeing Zhang Feng there, Shang Yuanchang became furious. Zhang Feng, I knew it was you causing trouble again. How could Bingxing do such a thing if it weren't for you? Zhang Feng looked at Shang Yuanchang with extreme indifference. He knew that he shouldn't have any expectations for this so-called relative with blood ties to him. At the slightest trouble, he immediately showed his true colors. He had just told himself before that no matter what, he was his son, and he couldn't treat him badly. Now that Shang Bingxing had an incident, the truth was revealed. He immediately went crazy. But how was Shang Bingxing's crime related to him? Zhang Feng sneered. Fortunately, he had long stopped regarding Shang Yuanchang as anyone important, so even with his behavior, he couldn't hurt him at all. Shang Yuanchang quickly realized what a ridiculous mistake he had made. When Zhang housekeeper caused such a big incident, Zhang Huaihai came in person. Shang Yuanchang also informed Shang Nanyu, after all, she was a lawyer. He still didn't know how serious the situation was. Zhang housekeeper was in tears, and when he saw Zhang Huaihai, he completely broke down. He blamed himself for not protecting his granddaughter. Who could have thought that such a thing could happen while she was studying at the Imperial University? Zhang Huaihai, seeing the housekeeper who had served his family for most of his life in such a state, also felt uncomfortable and vowed to make the criminals pay. Shang Yuanchang saw Zhang Huaihai and was a bit confused. He also thought that the housekeeper was Mr. Zhang because he always referred to her as his granddaughter. It took him a long time to understand the whole story. It turned out that the girl's name was Zhang Ting, the daughter of the Zhang family's housekeeper. It was Shang Bingxing who had misunderstood everything from start to finish. The Zhang family did have a daughter, but she had graduated from university long ago. But that foolish Shang Bingxing, his son, mistook her for the Zhang family's granddaughter just because he had ridden in the Zhang family's car twice, causing such an unwarranted disaster. Shang Yuanchang was furious at how foolish his son was. However, he couldn't just stand by and do nothing. He proposed to the housekeeper if they could settle it privately, but he was met with a punch, luckily being pulled away by nearby police. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been just a simple punch. Shang Yuanchang wanted to bail out Shang Bingxing first. He had never suffered any hardships in his life, how could he endure it in there? But the police clearly told him it was not possible. Shang Yuanchang made several phone calls, but all his requests were rejected. Shang Yuanchang was at his wit's end. At this moment, he saw Zhang Huaihai next to Zhang Feng and remembered him. Wasn't he the man he had seen at the Silver Sea Hotel? He was Jiang Feng's foster father, Jiang Huaihai. A chance encounter is better than 1,000 meetings. He excitedly approached him and introduced himself. You must be Mr. Jiang. I am Jiang Feng's biological father. Look, I didn't know this child was so confused to have such a thing happen. Please, help us out. Before Jiang Huaihai could respond, Jiang housekeeper was also stunned. He didn't expect that this family had such a relationship with the Jiang family. This man turned out to be the young master's biological father, and the one who had been beaten half to death just now was. Jiang housekeeper sighed, believing that the Jiang family would not show favoritism to the Shang family because of this incident. But it seemed destined to end up. Jiang housekeeper was lost in thought, unable to hold back his tears. Jiang Huaihai ignored Shang Yuancheng and quickly went to comfort Jiang housekeeper. Housekeeper Jiang. Housekeeper Jiang, I will not sit idly by on this matter. Rest assured, we will definitely seek justice for Jiang Ting. He looked firmly at Jiang housekeeper, afraid that this loyal servant of the Jiang family for a lifetime would be chilled by his actions. Jiang Feng watched coldly from the side. Shang Yuancheng, with his thick skin, was still trying to build relationships at this time. He had not shown any concern for the girl who had been harmed by his son since he arrived. Such a person, if given the chance, even the heavens would not tolerate him. Shang Yuancheng did not expect that Jiang Huaihai would completely ignore his attempts at reconciliation and even blatantly show favoritism and protection in front of him, siding with his family's housekeeper. He was angry but dared not show it. She is not a real young lady from a wealthy family, just a steward's daughter, who happened to catch the eye of his son. That's her luck. But what is all this fuss about now? It seems like she has been greatly wronged. With this thought in mind, Shang Yuancheng gained confidence. Yes, she's just a steward's daughter after all. It will only be a matter of giving a little more money at that time. Jiang Huaihai is probably just concerned about saving face by treating her like this. Shang Yuancheng comforted himself. Anyway, with this relationship with Jiang Feng, can they really make Bingxing go to jail? Little did he know that, not to mention others now, just Jiang Feng alone already hates him to the core. They all feel that if it weren't for his indulgence, Shang Bingxing wouldn't dare to do such a thing. Even Shang Nanyu, who has always been the most affectionate towards Bingxing, and has always listened to his father the most, brought him over this time because of his identity as a lawyer, but fell silent after learning the specific details. Shang Nanyu had thought many times about meeting Jiang Feng again. She had thought that she would apologize to him properly and let him know that she truly regrets her past behavior. She was ignorant before and shouldn't have treated her own younger brother like that, but she never imagined that it would be in this kind of situation. Shang Bingxing did something worse than a beast, and now she has to defend him as his sister. She also understood the situation. That girl is the granddaughter of the Jiang family steward, mistaken by Shang Bingxing as the young lady of the Jiang family, and when his pursuit failed, he resorted to kidnapping and violence, wanting to turn uncooked rice into cooked rice. How malicious! Shang Nanyu is also a girl. How could she defend such behavior? Therefore, she has remained silent since she arrived. Only when she saw her own younger brother Jiang Feng did she want to say something, but Jiang Feng didn't even give her a glance from start to finish. This made Shang Nanyu feel a little uncomfortable. Since she learned the truth of the matter, this was the first time she had seen Jiang Feng. She understood that after this incident, his impression of their Shang family should be even worse. However, she was helpless. Who made her stand firmly on Shang Bingxing's side in the first place? Jiang Feng must think that she came over just to defend Shang Bingxing. He must be disgusted in his heart. Shang Nanyu thought for a moment and wanted to explain to Jiang Feng, I didn't expect this to happen, I think Bingxing. She wanted to say that Shang Bingxing would definitely receive the punishment he deserved, but she didn't expect Jiang Feng to step back several steps as soon as she spoke. Jiang Feng looked at Shang Nanyu with extreme disgust. Without thinking, he knew that what she said might be even more disgusting than what Shang Yuancheng said. Back when she was at the Shang family, she had done all sorts of malicious things and said all sorts of malicious words to protect her beloved younger brother Shang Bingxing. Jiang Feng consciously distanced himself. Shang Nanyu realized Jiang Feng's actions and felt very hurt, but she still patiently said, Jiang Feng, it's my fault, I used to. Before she could finish her sentence, she was interrupted. You don't need to say anything, you don't need to call yourself second sister or anything. I have no relationship with you, nor with the Shang family. This matter should be handled according to the rules. That's not what I meant, Jiang Feng didn't let her speak anymore and went straight to Mr. Zhang's side. And there's a Zhang Faliang, do any of you know him? Is anyone related to him? At this point, a police officer came out and asked. Naturally, no one responded. Although Shang Yuancheng had seen this person at Wang Yakan's place, Wang Yakan had told him a false name, and although he intended to investigate him, he had no leads yet, so he didn't know who this person was. Seeing everyone shaking their heads, the police officer had no choice but to leave. Jiang Ting's emotions were very unstable until evening when they finally stabilized and she underwent a checkup with the doctor. Fortunately, Jiang Feng and the housekeeper arrived in time to prevent Shin Bingxing from causing substantial harm to her. However, even so, Jiang Ting had completely collapsed. She couldn't help but feel extreme shame. Jiang Ting felt that she was no longer clean. And this scene was also seen by Jiang Feng, whom she admired. She found it difficult to accept this blow. The housekeeper stayed by her side to comfort her, and later, Jiang Yuyan also arrived. Everyone deeply resented Shin Bingxing and hoped he would receive the punishment he deserved. Regardless, the physical and psychological damage Jiang Ting suffered would be hard to erase. Although Jiang Feng gave Shin Bingxing a good beating, the hatred in his heart could not be eliminated. He knew that if this kind of person was not severely punished this time, he might harm more people in the future. Xin Yuanqing tried several times to get close to Jiang Huaihai, but was blocked each time. He realized that using Jiang Feng's biological son as an excuse was not effective. The entire Jiang family stood by the housekeeper's side, determined to make Shin Bingxing pay the price. This made him panic. After learning about Jiang Feng's relationship with the Jiang family, he had been confident that things would go according to his plan. He never expected things to go so wrong. He had thought this incident was not a big deal. If Jiang Feng knew what Xin Yuancheng was thinking, he would probably have beaten him up. It was only the next day that Xin Yuancheng finally saw Shin Bingxing. It was at this moment that Shin Bingxing realized he had completely misunderstood the situation from start to finish. Jiang Ting's surname was not Jiang, but Jiang. This realization made him regret deeply, especially when he begged Xin Yuancheng to get him out of there, feeling more desperate when Xin Yuancheng shook his head helplessly, saying he had no power to do so. "Dad, you can't just ignore me, Dad. Is it because Jiang Feng is back that you're ignoring me? Are you interested in the Jiang family? This is not my fault, it was Jiang Feng who misled me, it was his plan. Dad, I'm also your biological son, Dad." Shin Bingxing was going crazy. Xin Yuancheng knew that besides seeking help from the Jiang family, there was no other way. Shin Bingxing thought that as long as he saw his father, he could leave. However, he only saw Xin Yuancheng shaking his head helplessly. He didn't want to stay there for another half minute. Unfortunately, what he said didn't matter. Xin Yuancheng felt sorry for him, but considering what he had done and the current state of the family, all caused by Shin Bingxing, he felt helpless and left without saying a word. Shin Bingxing watched Xin Yuancheng leave, realizing he had no intention of saving him, leaving him in despair. "Dad, don't ignore me. Dad, how can you do this? You don't really want me, do you? Are you going to find Jiang Feng? Right, you can go find him. Go beg Jiang Feng to let me go. Dad, I don't want to stay here. I really don't want to stay here." Shin Bingxing never imagined that this incident would escalate to such a degree. He originally thought that as long as he got Jiang Ting, she would listen to him, and he could become the son-in-law of the Jiang family. But now they actually said that she is just the daughter of the Jiang family's steward? Shin Bingxing's eyes turned red. "You, a steward's daughter, what right do you have to sit in a Rolls-Royce? Jiang Ting, you deceived me so miserably. Now I have nothing." At the same time, other members of the Shang family also learned about the news. Everyone was stunned. Shang Yuancheng did not return home after seeing Shang Bingxing, and no one knew where he had gone. However, no one cared. Shang Nanyu briefly explained the situation to Meng Yalan, her elder sister and younger sister, saying that Shang Bingxing had been arrested for attempted rape with premeditation. In fact, everyone had gradually discovered Shang Bingxing's behavior, and the many bad qualities he was slowly revealing now left them speechless. However, this time he had caused a huge disaster, and everyone could hardly imagine it. "Nanyu, what do you think? Are you going to defend him? He is an adult, let him bear the consequences of his mistakes. And this time it involves the Jiang family. He probably won't have it easy." Shang Nanfeng was the first to speak up. Shang Nanxue already had a bad impression of Shang Bingxing, and when he did such a thing, she felt disgusted and was more relieved that such a person had nothing to do with her. This kind of person deserves it. He deserves the punishment. It's just a pity for that girl, being insulted for no reason. Although Shang Nanyu's mood was complex, mainly because of her past sibling relationship with Shang Bingxing, which was not fake. Now that she gradually learned the truth of the matter and saw the ugly side of Bingxing's character, she found it really hard to accept. Watching him go to jail, she felt a bit sorry for him. But this time, she knew she couldn't help him. After much internal struggle, she couldn't bear it anymore. Why? Why did this happen? What's wrong with our family? After saying these few words, Shang Nanyu actually choked up and cried. No one spoke, and there was no comforting voice. Everyone felt uncomfortable, especially Meng Yalan. Shang Bingxing was brought back home by Shang Yuancheng when he was still a baby. At that time, he said he was an orphan without parents and asked Meng Yalan to take good care of him. She had just lost Zhang Feng not long ago when Bingxing came, and although he didn't make her forget her own child, he was still a comfort. This Shang Bingxing grew up under her care and protection. In recent years, his changes had been significant. He used to be very attached to her, but in recent years, he had distanced himself. She originally thought it was because the child had grown up, but now she realized it was because Shang Yuanchang had introduced him to his biological mother, causing him to distance himself from her. Meng Yalan found it ridiculous. When Zhang Feng had just returned home, Bingxing's attitude towards him was very wrong. He had incited Nanfeng and Nanyu sisters against Zhang Feng several times, and at that time, she thought it was just childish squabbles and didn't take it too seriously. Now it seemed she was wrong from the beginning. Therefore, the current Meng Yalan had no feelings of heartache or regret towards Shang Bingxing, because she had devoted 18 years, but in Bingxing's eyes, it was all for nothing. She now only felt sorry for Zhang Feng, her own son who had finally returned home but had suffered so much injustice. Meng Yalan was more determined than ever to divorce. Now she was only relieved that her daughters had seen through the true faces of Shang Yuanchang and Shang Bingxing, especially the usually stubborn Shang Nanyu, who didn't say much this time and didn't make any excuses. She wouldn't care about Shang Bingxing's affairs anymore, she only wanted a quick divorce. Do you think we should tell Shang Yuanchang about Bingxing's background now? Shang Nanfeng suddenly spoke up. No, if I say it now, he might not agree to divorce Mom. Shang Nanxue immediately expressed her opposition. She knew very well how pragmatic her father was. He still didn't know that Shang Bingxing was not his own child, so he might agree to the divorce. If he found out, realizing that Wang Yakan had been scheming against him from start to finish, how could he easily agree to the divorce after losing everything once he divorced Meng Yalan? Yes, I know your dad, he's the kind of person Nanxue described. Meng Yalan agreed with her third daughter. But now he's dragging it out, and with Bingxing causing trouble, I'm afraid Mom's situation will be indefinitely delayed. Shang Nanfeng's concerns were not unfounded. Meng Yalan thought for a moment. I have a way to make him agree. Shang Yuanchang naturally went to Wang Yakan's side. Wang Yakan had been on edge, waiting for Zhang Faliang to return, but unexpectedly, Shang Yuanchang arrived instead. Even though he tried to remain calm, Shang Yuanchang still noticed. This made him realize a problem. Shang Bingxing was just a boy under 20, how could he dare to be so bold and do such a thing? Was there something behind this? Yakan, tell me the truth, do you know anything about Bingxing's situation? Ha? Bingxing, what happened to Bingxing? Wang Yakan panicked as soon as she heard. Zhang Faliang said he was going to help his son deal with the Zhang family's daughter, but once he went, there was no news. He couldn't contact them, and Wang Yakan had been feeling uneasy. Now, with Shang Yuancheng's question, she had a gut feeling that something had gone wrong. Wang Yakan was flustered, involving her son. She couldn't afford to hide anymore. Yuanchan, what's wrong? What happened to Bingxing? Did something happen? Shang Yuanchang observed Wang Yakan's expression and became more convinced that she must know something. It was possible that before Shang Bingxing did this, he had discussed it with Wang Yakan. He recalled that Shang Bingxing had been almost never home for a while, and he hadn't bothered to ask, but now he realized that he must have come to his biological mother's place. Something was off. Very off. Tell me, what have you been hiding from me? Shang Yuancheng's serious tone frightened Wang Yakan, but she was still worried about her son and asked nervously, what's wrong with you, Yuanchang? How can you talk to me like this? What could we possibly hide from you? But you tell me, what happened to our son? Why haven't I been able to contact him these days? He just said he liked that Zhang family girl, but she's been ambiguous, and he doesn't want to maintain this situation anymore, so, you want him to use force? Shang Yuanchang, upon hearing this, had a gut feeling that this bad idea was from Wang Yakan. No way! How could I let him do such a thing? It's just that the girl he mentioned is too pretentious, just relying on her good family background. Clearly, she likes our Bingxing, but she keeps hesitating and doesn't confirm the relationship. Bingxing must be anxious. Shang Yuanchang now understood that this rotten idea came from this woman. It was only now that he remembered the police telling him that this was a premeditated and organized case, not a spontaneous act, and the nature of it was even more heinous. Shang Bingxing did not act alone. He hadn't seen the guy who was keeping watch for Shang Bingxing, but now seeing Wang Yakan like this, he didn't need to think to know who it was. Bingxing has been arrested. Wang Yakan, tell me the truth now. What's going on? You don't want your son to get into trouble, do you? Tell me the truth. Shang Yuanchang exploded on the spot. Wang Yakan was also stunned by his words. What does it mean to be locked up? How could he be locked up? Bingxing and that girl, aren't they in love? How could they be locked up when they are in love? Why is this happening? Wang Yakan cried very sadly. For the first time, there was not even a bright image in her mind, only her son. Only you believe his nonsense. The girl has only met him a few times, and that girl is the daughter of the Zhang family's steward. He made a mistake himself. Shang Yuancheng's words were like a bolt from the blue. Wang Yakan was stunned. She didn't expect Shang Bingxing to make such a big mistake on such an important matter. But who can she blame? Thinking that Zhang Foliang couldn't be reached either, presumably he, like Shang Bingxing, had been arrested. Judging from Shang Yuancheng's appearance now, he probably didn't know about Bingxing's background. No, if this matter gets out, Shang Yuancheng will definitely know the truth. In that case, it would be difficult to ask for his help to clear Bingxing's name. She had to take advantage of him while he didn't know anything, and use his last bit of value. Wang Yakan immediately threw herself into Shang Yuancheng's arms. My goodness, how could this happen? My Bingxing, why is his life so bitter? Not only did he not stay with his own mother since he was young, he finally got into the Imperial Capital University, only to suffer such an injustice. My goodness, who will save my son? Shang Yuancheng, seeing her like this, felt both annoyed and uncomfortable. His own son was in trouble, he might be sentenced, wasn't he anxious? He was more anxious than anyone else. But why did it have to happen at this critical moment? Once the news of Shang's suppression came out, his company was completely shut down. He had a few powerful friends, but now, as soon as they heard it was his call, they immediately avoided him. Who would be willing to help him now? Moreover, Wang Yakan still hadn't told him the truth. Did you instigate this matter? And that wild man of yours? Shang Yuancheng had a hunch that Wang Yakan's behavior was too strange. There must be something he didn't know. He felt that was the case. Wang Yakan had intended to bluff her way through, but unexpectedly she was caught red-handed. She cried, Yuancheng, it's not true. Bingxing only mentioned that girl, saying how good she was. I never thought he would really do this. I just wanted to help him. Yuancheng, please think of a solution. That child hasn't suffered any hardships if he can't figure it out inside. In fact, Shang Yuancheng was extremely disappointed. He really didn't think this series of inexplicable actions by Shang Bingxing were like his son. It was just too foolish. But he was indeed his own son. He had high hopes for him before, thinking that Zhang Feng was no match for him. Now it seemed, was that really the case? Shang Yuancheng couldn't help but recall Zhang Feng's current appearance, polite, tactful, and he heard that he could even heal people. Compared to this, Shang Yuancheng felt even more uncomfortable. If only he had known earlier, why bother now? However, even if he was as anxious as ants on a hot pan, he couldn't think of any other way for the time being. Wang Yakan, seeing him silent all along, became anxious and said directly, Yuancheng, are you going to ignore Bingxing and do nothing about him? He is your son. If you ignore him, I won't live. If something happens to him, what's the point of me living alone? Hurry up and think of a solution. Shang Yuancheng didn't want to listen to her nagging here, so he had to get up and leave directly. Little did he know, this was also Wang Yakan's intention. After he left, Wang Yakan immediately started making phone calls, contacting people she knew, to find out about Shang Bingxing's current situation from all aspects, and try to help him clear his name. Shang Yuancheng, if she can make the best use of it, if she can't, she can only resort to desperate measures. Although Zhang Ting is the daughter of Zhang Steward, she has not seen Zhang Yuyan a few times. Mainly because Zhang Steward has always insisted on not living in the old Zhang family mansion, but living elsewhere. Now that such a thing has happened, with the consent of her parents, Zhang Yuyan brought Zhang Ting to the house. She really sympathized with this girl. Moreover, she also heard that she was the adopted son from Zhang Feng's biological family, and mistakenly thought that Zhang Ting was the daughter of the Zhang family, which caused this misunderstanding. Hearing this, Zhang Yuyan felt nauseous for no reason. Isn't this a completely groundless disaster? Looking at the disoriented Zhang Ting, after accompanying her to freshen up and arranging her to sleep in the guest room, Zhang Yuyan couldn't calm down anymore. This matter is related to Zhang Feng and the Zhang family, so she cannot sit idly by. Zhang Yuyan got up and went downstairs. Zhang Feng was alone in the living room, seemingly waiting for her. Seeing her coming down, he poured her a cup of hot water, then sat down. Zhang Yuyan saw his serious expression and knew that he was also feeling uncomfortable. Although they didn't have much interaction with Zhang Ting, Zhang Steward had watched them both grow up. In their hearts, Zhang Steward and their own elders were the same. Now that his granddaughter has encountered such a thing, and moreover, she was harmed by someone from Zhang Feng's biological father's side, each of them feels self-blame and discomfort. Especially Zhang Feng, he thought that as long as he cut off ties with the Shang family, it would be fine. Realizing that the people in that family had questionable character and morals, he only considered leaving, but because they hadn't caused him any substantial harm, Zhang Feng didn't think about seeking revenge. Now he wonders if he was too kind, especially Shang Bingxing, who always treated Jiang Ting as his sister Jiang Yuyan. Does this mean? Zhang Feng thought here, his gums almost crushed. When he beat up Shang Bingxing that day, he shouldn't have let him off. Zhang Feng, don't be sad, this is not your fault. Jiang Yuyan knew he would shoulder all the blame, but it really wasn't his fault. People like Shang Bingxing, who are crazy and heartless, will find opportunities to do bad things, and they are impossible to guard against. She couldn't bear to let her brother blame himself because of such a rotten person. It's my negligence. From the beginning, when he mistook Jiang Ting for you, I should have known that such a person who stops at nothing to achieve his goals wouldn't just make a fuss, but I didn't take it seriously, nor did I clarify Jiang Ting's identity, which led to this outcome. It's my fault. Zhang Feng still thought so. No, it's not your fault. Don't think that just because that person is the adopted son of your biological father, it has anything to do with you. His goal is the women of the Jiang family, it has nothing to do with you and him. What we need to do now is not blame ourselves, but make him face punishment. Jiang Yuyan felt sorry for Jiang Ting, but she also didn't want to see her brother Zhang Feng suffer. Zhang Feng looked up at Jiang Yuyan. Perhaps because of his anxiety, her fair face was flushed, her hands were now covering her own hands, and her eyes were fixed on herself. Zhang Feng didn't notice at all when his sister sat beside him, but he saw the worry in her eyes. Jiang Feng's heart fluttered. Sister, don't worry. You're right. Shang Bingxing is acting like this now. Shang Yuanchang will definitely try to help him escape punishment. With Dad around, he can't do it. What I'm thinking is how to make him face more severe punishment, not just a few years in prison. Jiang Yuyan nodded. Not only Dad, she can do it too. What she's worried about now is whether the Shang family will use Shang Bingxing's mental illness as an excuse. No, she won't let them succeed. Jiang Ting stayed at the Jiang family for 2 days and her emotions stabilized a lot. These days, the Jiang family has been very kind to her, whether it's Jiang's father, Jiang's mother, or Jiang Yuyan. Only she hasn't seen much of Jiang Feng. Jiang Ting still has a knot in her heart. She feels that only Jiang Feng can untie it. In the evening of that day, she finally intercepted him when Jiang Feng had just returned home. Jiang Feng, can I talk to you? Jiang Feng looked at this girl who should have been full of youth, but now looked exhausted, and he couldn't help but feel guilty. He didn't know what she wanted to say to him, but no matter what, he couldn't refuse. Okay, Jiang Feng said, not going back to the house. The two of them walked to the backyard with tacit understanding and sat down on a wooden chair. Go ahead. It's not your fault, really not your fault. Actually, I knew from the moment that person confessed to me, he thought I was from the Jiang family. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so generous. But at that time, maybe because of vanity, I didn't clarify. After you told me, I only mentioned it to a few people in the dormitory, so, this incident is very much related to me. Jiang Feng was somewhat surprised. He thought that Jiang Ting had found him to probably blame him. After all, in the eyes of outsiders, Shang Bingxing was considered a relative of his. But this girl didn't blame him at all. Instead, she comforted him. This made Jiang Feng feel a bit uncomfortable. He didn't have much contact with Jiang Ting and didn't know much about this girl. Now that she was like this, he felt a sense of admiration for her. This is not your fault either, it's the fault of the bad guys. Don't worry, we will get justice for you. For a moment, Jiang Feng didn't know what to say, so he could only respond like this. At the same time, he secretly vowed to make it happen. Shang Bingxing hurting a girl like this, he deserved to die. Jiang Ting turned to look at him, the boy she liked at first sight, although she always knew that because of their difference in status, the two of them would not have any future, but deep down in her heart, because she liked him so much, she always had hopes. Even when she unexpectedly found out that Jiang Feng was not the biological son of the Jiang family, she felt an undesired longing in her heart. But now, her dream was completely shattered. That day's unbearable scene, witnessed by Jiang Feng himself. Although nothing had actually happened between that demon and herself, Jiang Ting knew what he had done. Thinking of this, Jiang Ting couldn't help but retch. She wanted to go back to her room and take a shower, washing every inch of her skin clean. She was covered in that demon's. But, could she wash it off? Thinking of this, Jiang Ting's clear eyes were filled with despair. Her and Jiang Feng, there was no longer any possibility. Jiang Feng watched her retch, gently patting her back, not knowing what else he could do to help her. At this moment, Jiang Ting suddenly grabbed Jiang Feng's hand. Jiang Feng, can you promise me one thing? Just one, can you? The girl's eyes were full of longing. Jiang Feng wanted to agree, but at this moment, he didn't know what she was thinking, afraid that he wouldn't be able to do what she wanted, and would hurt her even more. So, he answered softly, you go ahead and say, can you give me a hug, please? Jiang Feng fell silent. In his concept, actions like hugs belonged to a more intimate category, meaning they were intimate actions only to be done with girlfriends and family. Jiang Ting. In his mind, she could at most be considered a friend. However, he couldn't bear to hurt her fragile state any further. After some thought, Jiang Feng said, Jiang Ting, we are friends. If you need anything in the future, you can come to me. Seeing that he didn't respond to her request, Jiang Ting felt very disappointed. She knew that from today onwards, her feelings for Jiang Feng would be deeply buried in her heart. Although the Jiang family was powerful, she had come to understand in these few days that they were not the kind of aristocrats who looked down on other social classes, especially considering how good they had been to their grandfather and parents over the years, and the kindness they had shown to the Jiang family. Perhaps it was because of this that she had developed inappropriate feelings for Jiang Feng. Now, after these events, she had come to a complete understanding that there could be no future between her and Jiang Feng, not because of their social status, but mainly because Jiang Feng truly didn't like her. He had no romantic feelings for her, and she, even if she liked him, she was no longer worthy of him. Jiang Ting couldn't help but feel sorrowful. Seeing her like this, Jiang Feng also felt uncomfortable. He knew that Jiang Ting liked him, but he truly didn't have the same feelings for her. He wanted to comfort her with a hug, but what would happen after the comfort? It's better to end the pain quickly. Only when she gave up her unrealistic thoughts could she live a better life in the future. Jiang Ting, you will meet a boy you like and who likes you in the future. At that time, you will realize that everything now doesn't matter, and you will be happy. Jiang Feng's words came from the bottom of his heart. Even though he didn't like Jiang Ting, he had already realized that she was truly a good girl. He reached out to pat Jiang Ting's shoulder to encourage her, but she quickly dodged. Jiang Ting had already understood Jiang Feng's intentions. It's okay, Jiang Feng, thank you. With that, she turned and went upstairs. Jiang Feng's hand reached out in vain, feeling a bit guilty. After some thought, he decided to let it go. Such a good girl, he hoped she would meet a good person in the future and make up for her current suffering. Jiang Feng sat alone in the backyard for a long time. When he returned, he happened to see Jiang Ting coming downstairs with a small bag. Jiang Yuyan was by her side, seemingly persuading her. Seeing Jiang Feng, Jiang Ting greeted him as if nothing had happened. Young Master Jiang, I have been staying at the Jiang family for a few days, and I am very grateful for your care. My leave ends tomorrow, and I will be returning to school. Her expression was calm, as if nothing had happened. Jiang Feng felt a little uncomfortable, but seeing Jiang Ting back to normal made him happy. Okay, if you need anything at school, you can always find me or Jiang Yuyan. Jiang Yuyan had wanted to persuade Jiang Ting to stay a few more days, but seeing both of them saying this, she didn't say anything more. Jiang Yuyan saw Jiang Ting off. When she came back, she saw Jiang Feng still in the living room, seemingly lost in thought. Jiang Feng, do you like Jiang Ting? Jiang Yuyan's sudden question startled Jiang Feng. He quickly responded, she's nice, but we are just ordinary friends. Jiang Yuyan nodded. During the days Jiang Ting stayed at their home, she could tell that the girl liked her brother. Jiang Yuyan had always been concerned about her brother's thoughts and had even thought that the two of them were secretly dating. However, when she quietly followed them just now, she found out that it was actually Jiang Ting who had been harboring unrequited feelings. Jiang Yuyan breathed a sigh of relief and felt sorry for Jiang Ting again. She didn't know why she sighed in relief. Now that Jiang Ting had gone back, she wanted to talk to Jiang Feng. Hearing Jiang Feng say they were just ordinary friends and thinking about what Jiang Ting had been through, as girls, she still felt sorry for her. She should have really let it go, right? Nothing bad will happen, right? Jiang Yuyan still felt a bit worried. Jiang Feng thought for a moment. Although they didn't talk much just now, this girl was someone who wouldn't shirk responsibility and was brave. She should be able to come out of the shadow, right? I'll pay more attention at school. There are many things we can't help with. Jiang Feng spoke the truth. They could only help her punish Shang Bingxing, but the psychological barrier, she had to overcome it herself. Jiang Yuyan didn't say anything else. The Jiang family actively cooperated with the police investigation, especially when the police knew it involved the Jiang family. They took it seriously. This was a premeditated kidnapping and rape case, extremely heinous. Apart from Shang Bingxing, Zhang Falian, who had been advising him, although he had been claiming innocence all along, saying that the girl liked his son and he was just helping out casually. The police comrades couldn't help but laugh at this idea. This kind of thinking was similar to that criminal Shang Bingxing, who mistakenly believed that the girl liked him because of his family background. They were all in the same boat. Aren't they family? Isn't it true that if they're not family, they won't enter the same door? Wait, something seems off here. Why did Shang Yuancheng, who was also Shang Bingxing's father, say that the accomplice in this case also said Shang Bingxing was his son. There was actually a shocking revelation in all of this. For the sake of the company and Shang Bingxing, Shang Yuanchang, who was busy and stressed out, naturally didn't know about these things. He had finally managed to get the address of the Jiang family, which he had accidentally learned from the Hua family who had previously visited the Jiang family for medical treatment, which he had requested from the Hua family. Of course, the Hua family didn't know about the recent events between the Shang and Jiang families. Jiang Feng had been treating Hui Yin on time recently, and now his condition had improved a lot. Previously, he couldn't move at all, but now he could slightly lift his hands and move his legs a bit. This made the Hua family grateful, and every time Jiang Feng came over, they treated him like a star. What luck Shang Yuanchang has, to have such a good son. Hua's mother sighed at the Shang family's good fortune. At the same time, she felt that with Jiang Feng's relationship, the Shang family's rise to success was imminent. Because of this, she looked more favorably upon Shang Nanyu, who was not just a future daughter-in-law, but a golden nugget. However, Shang Nanyu seemed to have something on her mind recently, rarely coming to the hospital. Even when she did, she left in a hurry. This made Hua's mother start to feel uneasy, fearing that her previous attitude might have angered the Shang family and missed the opportunity to establish a good relationship with the Jiang family. Therefore, when Shang Yuanchang inquired about the Jiang family's address, Hua's mother quickly gave it to him. Even though she knew that the relationship between him and his son seemed unpleasant, they were still father and son. How could there be overnight grudges? In the future, they still had to rely on this relationship. Shang Yuanchang got the Jiang family's address through the Hua family and couldn't wait to visit. Jiang Feng didn't want to let him in, but Jiang Huaihai thought it would be good to completely settle things with this so-called biological father of Jiang Feng. Otherwise, he might end up like his adopted son, using Jiang Feng for personal gain and deceiving others in the name of the Jiang family. Therefore, Shang Yuanchang smoothly entered the house. The family did not inform Mr. Jiang of recent events at home, fearing it would upset him. It just so happened that Shang Yuanchang came to visit, and Mr. Jiang had gone to visit an old friend. Jiang Huaihai sat on the sofa, unmoved when Shang Yuanchang entered. Shang Yuanchang also felt unwelcome by the family, but for the sake of the Shang family and his son Bingxing, he had to swallow his pride. Mr. Jiang! Hello? I apologize for coming unannounced, please don't be offended. Shang Yuanchang nodded and bowed. No one asked him to sit, so he felt awkward sitting down. Ding Xiang had been accompanying Jiang Ting's child recently and had grown fond of her, feeling even more sympathetic towards the child's situation. Therefore, upon seeing Shang Yuanchang, she showed even more displeasure. Jiang Feng also stood by the side. He knew that his parents allowed Shang Yuanchang to come in to confirm that they truly did not want to acknowledge him anymore and were planning to stand up to him. Therefore, he just stood quietly on the side. Mr. Shang, you don't need to be polite, just say what you came to say. Shang Yuanchang glanced at Jiang Feng beside him, thinking that the child was quite disrespectful for not offering him a seat. Jiang Huaihai asked him what he wanted. Wasn't it obvious? It was a rhetorical question. But he could only think to himself that he couldn't afford to offend the Jiang family. Mr. Jiang, I came here today for two main reasons. One is to thank you for raising Jiang Feng so well all these years. You've done a great job. I am truly grateful. He is your son and my son, we are family from now on. Ding Xiang interrupted, no, we cannot associate with a family like yours. I heard from my son that you allowed your adopted son to harm him, which led to the estrangement between us. You were quite willing back then, why the change of heart today? Shang Yuanchang realized that it might be difficult to get through to this couple today. He quickly lowered his head, oh no, it was just a child's mischief, how could you take it seriously? Jiang Feng, I thought he was just throwing a tantrum, and once it was over, everything would be fine. After all, Jiang Feng is my biological son, I care about him deeply. Ding Xiang's anger flared up. She had recently learned about Jiang Feng's experience in the Shang family. She knew what a good child Jiang Feng was, and a father like Shang Yuanchang was unheard of. Now he dared to come to ask for help from the Jiang family through Jiang Feng, who gave him the right to do so. Ding Xiang used to have a fiery temper when she was young. After being with Jiang Huaihai, there were very few things that could make her lose her temper. However, the matter involving the Shang family had truly touched her bottom line. You are shameless, to say you care about Jiang Feng, it's embarrassing for you. Ding Xiang showed no mercy. Jiang Huaihai felt that the rule of law had saved Shang Yuanchang. Otherwise, he might not have left in one piece. However, he still had ways to deal with him. Shang Yuanchang was a businessman, and he knew what businessmen cared about the most. He could make him suffer without laying a finger on him. Originally, the Jiang and Shang families could have coexisted peacefully, but they dared to mistreat Jiang Feng and do such things to Jiang Ting's adopted daughter, yet still had the audacity to show up at their door. Mr. Shang, please leave. It won't look good if this continues. But remember, what you do, what your adopted son does, will have consequences. Jiang Huaihai didn't use harsh words, but just these 2 sentences were enough to scare Shang Yuancheng. He knew the Jiang family's power, and if Jiang Huaihai said those words, not just in the capital, but in the whole country, the Shang family would have no place to stand in the future. Shang Bingxing has put everything behind him. He didn't care. No, General Jiang. You can't do this. You have to consider Jiang Feng's face. Jiang Feng is my own son, he has been in your family for so many years. You have to. Get out. You don't deserve to call Jiang Feng. You are a beast in human form. Ding Xiang also joined forces with Jiang Huaihai. Shang Yuancheng was kicked out of the Jiang family in a dejected manner. Jiang Feng never spoke from beginning to end. Shang Yuancheng is his biological father, but so what? Kindness does not outweigh upbringing. Initially, when he thought Jiang Feng's adoptive parents were poor, their indifference and disdain towards him were his true attitude. Now that he sees the Jiang family's power and influence, coming to seek help, it is naturally not for Jiang Feng. He is very clear-headed. He doesn't think that Jiang's parents would feel embarrassed for Shang Yuancheng or anything like that. He knows that his parents are venting their anger for him. In his heart, he has completely cut ties with the Shang family. Shang Yuancheng did not expect that the Jiang family would completely disregard Jiang Feng and kick him out like this. Offending the Jiang family, he really has no place to stand in Huaguo. Not to mention saving Shang Bingxing, he doesn't even have the ability to protect himself. He returned to the Shang family in a daze. When he entered the house and saw Meng Yalan sitting on the sofa, reading a magazine, a surge of nameless anger rose within him. Look at you. Still in the mood to read. The Shang family is finished. All thanks to the good son you gave birth to. Meng Yalan remained calm despite his outburst. But if he spoke ill of Jiang Feng, she would not be pleased. Be clear, is it thanks to the son I gave birth to, or the adopted son you brought back? If you still don't understand, let me explain it to you. Shang Yuancheng did not expect that Meng Yalan, who had always been taciturn, would dare to contradict him this time. But when he thought about it, it was indeed because of Shang Bingxing that a small lie had escalated to the point of breaking everything open. He softened his tone. Yalan, do you still have contact with Jiang Feng? If you don't go and persuade him, what benefit is there for him in the downfall of the Shang family? No matter what, he still has our blood in his veins. Even if you break a bone, the sinew is still attached. Meng Yalan smiled. She laughed at Shang Yuancheng, still daydreaming at this point. She laughed at this man for not treating his own son well and now wanting to exploit him. She also laughed at herself for choosing the wrong person. After so many years of marriage, she finally saw Shang Yuancheng's true colors. It made her sick. I won't go. I have no face to advise my son. I hate the things our family has done so much that I wish I could hide in a hole. How can I still have the nerve to intercede? Meng Yalan said bluntly. Shang Yuancheng exploded. All right. I see you've been living a pampered life. Now you don't know the height of the sky and the thickness of the earth. What benefit is there for you in the bankruptcy of the Shang family? You are now indifferent, but when the time comes, your 3 daughters will also suffer with you. Shang Yuancheng still tried to persuade Meng Yalan. Have you forgotten, we are about to divorce, whether it's good or bad in the future has nothing to do with each other. Today, Meng Yalan wanted to talk to Shang Yuancheng about this matter. She didn't want to delay it anymore. She had planned her life after the divorce, wasted more than 20 years, how could she be willing to waste the rest of her life with Shang Yuancheng? Sure enough, when Shang Yuancheng heard the word divorce, he flew into a rage again. Divorce. You only know how to kick someone when they're down. You're really sick. Obviously, he still thought that Meng Yalan was just throwing a tantrum when she mentioned divorce. He didn't believe that this woman could leave him. Shang Yuancheng, you better sign the papers. Otherwise, have you completely forgotten about my father's will? Shang Yuancheng was taken aback. He didn't expect Meng Yalan to bring up this matter at this time. He looked up at Meng Yalan, who stared straight at him with a firm and indifferent gaze. Shang Yuancheng was surprised. He suddenly realized that this woman was serious. She wasn't just throwing a tantrum, she was serious about discussing divorce with him, because she had actually brought out Meng Lao's will to force him to comply. Although Shang Yuancheng was angry, he still managed to suppress his anger. He knew clearly which was more important. Yalan, why are you causing trouble at this critical moment? I remember Dad's will, but since we are husband and wife, why do we need to be so clear about it? He knew that if Meng Yalan used that will to pull the rug out from under him, he would be in big trouble. Meng Yalan knew what he was thinking. How could she let him have his way? So, if you don't want me to find a lawyer, then sign here quickly. Meng Yalan said, taking out the divorce agreement again, her face calm. Shang Yuancheng sat down dejectedly. Yalan, are you serious? Do we really have to do this? Yes, we have to. Why? Is it because you see that the Shang family is about to collapse, so? Meng Yalan sneered. Shang Yuancheng, I am your legal wife, I have given birth to 4 children for you, I may not have made any contributions, but I have certainly put in the effort. You shouldn't be clearer than me about why, right? Shang Yuancheng wilted at her words. He knew that although this woman had not helped him in his career over the years, she had managed the family meticulously. And now, without the help of Meng Lao, the Shang family would not have reached its current state. He owed this woman. But she had endured so much over the years and had never complained. Why was she suddenly so determined to divorce now? Could it be? He suddenly thought of Shang Bingxing. Could it be that she had found out about Bingxing's matter? Shang Yuancheng shuddered inexplicably. Then he dismissed the idea. If she had really found out that Shang Bingxing was his illegitimate son, she would have made a scene long ago. How could she remain silent like this? It's not about that. Then what could it be? How could Meng Yalan keep giving Shang Yuancheng time to think? She wanted results today. As for his current situation, it was all the consequences of his own actions, something he had to bear. After the divorce, he would have it easier. Yalan, that's not what I meant, I just don't understand why you suddenly. No need to understand, you haven't said anything about understanding all these years. Now that we are separating, why bother? When the 3 Shang sisters returned home, Shang Yuancheng had already signed the divorce agreement. Meng Yalan got her wish and immediately didn't want to face Shang Yuancheng anymore, so she went upstairs directly. Shang Yuancheng was like a wilted eggplant, slumping on the sofa. When the 3 sisters saw him, they were all silent and wanted to go upstairs directly. You're all back? Your mother has divorced me. Are you all happy about it? Shang Yuancheng suddenly spoke, startling the 3 of them. Divorced? Did mom really do it? The 3 sisters looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. But then Shang Yuancheng suddenly remembered something. Nan Shui, didn't you say you wanted to bring the company back to China? You haven't told me how your business is going recently? Our Shang family may really not be able to hold on now. Your company may be the only thing left for our Shang family. Shang Nanshui gritted her teeth and remained silent. Originally, Shang Yuancheng never thought about sending her abroad, let alone developing traditional Chinese medicine with her. In fact, he had always scoffed at her ideas. What does this mean now? Are you considering it? Shang Yuancheng thought she didn't understand what he meant since she remained silent, so he quickly repeated, Nan Shui, how are your preparations going? Take me to see it another day. You don't understand our situation, and besides, I run a small company that doesn't meet your standards. Shang Nanshui directly refused. She wanted to promote the traditional Chinese medicine clinic, heal the sick, and save lives, while Shang Yuancheng was just a businessman with a strong smell of copper, a world of difference between them. If he really intervened, she wouldn't have to work anymore. Shang Yuancheng finally realized that his 3rd daughter was unhappy and rejecting him. Alright, you've all grown wings now, but have you ever thought about how you've grown up? He didn't say anything more in the end. In his view, Shang Nanshui was just making a fuss, probably unable to achieve anything significant, as he had just mentioned. Shang Nanshui secretly rejoiced that she hadn't disclosed the company's financial situation to Shang Yuancheng earlier, otherwise, she would have become an easy target for him. Shang Yuancheng thought the atmosphere at home was too stifling, and he didn't want to stay. He decided to go find Wang Yakin instead. Although she would keep talking about Shang Bingxing once he arrived, it was still much better than being at home. He no longer cared about investigating the messy things that happened before. Wang Yakin said she was forced into the situation, so be it. Now that his company had gone bankrupt, his wife had divorced him, and he had nothing left except Wang Yakin. Oh, he had just signed the divorce agreement. Shouldn't he tell Wang Yakin about it? She should be happy. Thinking about this, Shang Yuancheng finally felt a bit hopeful, put on his coat, and left. Seeing Shang Yuancheng leave, the 3 sisters hurried upstairs to comfort their mother. They saw Meng Yalan already packing her bags. The 3 of them were shocked. Mom, what are you doing? Although they supported their mother's brave decision to divorce and leave the scumbag after learning about what Shang Yuancheng had done behind the scenes, they never expected their mother to leave the family. I want to go out and relax. It was my dream when I was young, but I never had the time for it because of the family. Now I finally can. Meng Yalan smiled as if she was talking about something very ordinary. No, Mom, we will worry about you like this. Besides, where will you stay when you go out? It's better not to do this. Shang Nanfeng was a bit anxious. She seemed to have just realized what her parents' divorce meant. It meant that the family was really falling apart. Don't worry about me. Your grandfather left me a house, and besides, I'm not a child. I can take care of myself. I'm more worried about you guys. Shang Nanyue, after a moment of shock, also came to terms with it. Their mother had spent these years living a peaceful life without standing up for herself. Now that she had this idea of going out, she thought it was a good thing. Mom, I support you. Shang Nanshue walked over to Meng Yalan and encouraged her. Despite knowing what Shang Yuanchang had done, Meng Yalan had remained firm in her decision to divorce and hadn't said much. But she knew that as a woman, it was hard to bear such a complete betrayal and deception. Due to Meng Yalan's personality, she might not be able to vent her feelings hysterically, which could be detrimental to her. So, her idea of going out was a good thing. Shang Nanshue agreed wholeheartedly. Shang Nanyu, who had always been chatty, still felt like everything was a dream. She was somewhat unwilling to believe that her parents had really divorced. Mom, where are you going? I'll go with you. She directly threw herself into Meng Yalan's arms and started crying. In fact, Meng Yalan was most at ease with this second daughter, Shang Nanyu. The eldest sister and the third sister were both smart, but she was not. I'll come back to see you in a while, and by then, you'll move to a new home with me. She could only comfort her. In addition, she stroked Shang Nanyu's head and suddenly said with great emphasis, Nanyu, there is something you must listen to your mother's advice on. The Hua family is not a good place to stay. You must think carefully. Have you seen how your father and I are now? I don't want you to repeat our mistakes. Shang Nanyu did not expect her mother to suddenly bring up this matter. She couldn't care about it now, just crying. Mom, sob, I can't bear to part with you, please don't leave. Meng Yalan sighed. She would definitely not let Shang Nanyu marry into the Hua family. It was a pit of fire. She couldn't listen to this matter now. She could only talk about it slowly later. Meng Yalan packed her bags. Although the three sisters were very sad, their mother was extremely determined. When she went downstairs to see her off, she found that Shang Yuanchang was not at home. Meng Yalan didn't care. The so-called bond between husband and wife was just that. Now she was finally free to live the life she wanted, feeling light. You three, take care of yourselves. Find time to visit Jiang Feng. He is your younger brother. After reminding them of this, Meng Yalan decisively left the house without looking back. Watching her mother leave, the three sisters of the Shang family felt uneasy. Nan Shui, do you have any plans? Currently, Shang Bingxing was still inside, Shang Yuanchang was still busy with his affairs, and their mother had finally obtained the divorce agreement as she wished. Was it time to reveal Shang Bingxing's identity? This was what Shang Nanfeng meant. Shang Nanshue thought that now Shang Yuanchang had started coveting her company. Fortunately, she had insisted on completely separating from the Shang family. Otherwise, they might really be implicated by the father and son. Their mother had sacrificed so much for this family over the years, it was obvious to everyone, but when she left, she was alone. How heartless this man was. He didn't even love their mother, let alone care about Jiang Feng, the brother their mother gave birth to. They would never acknowledge him again. Shang Bingxing's background should be the final straw that crushed him, right? Shang Nanshue thought he should know soon. When Shang Yuanchang came to Wang Yakan's side, she was not at home. He didn't know where she had gone. Presumably, she was also busy with Shang Bingxing's affairs. Thinking of Shang Bingxing, Shang Yuanchang couldn't help but sigh deeply. This was the son he had carefully nurtured since childhood, with high hopes. He never expected things to turn out like this. In the end, it was all Jiang Feng's fault. He could have been clear from the beginning, and none of this would have happened. But he just wouldn't speak up. This led to so many irreparable things happening later on. Shang Yuanchang thought of going to the Jiang family himself. With Jiang Feng watching from the side, enjoying the show, he was furious. He picked up a glass and was about to throw it, but Wang Yakan came back. Wang Yakan was very tired. She poured herself a glass of water as soon as she came in, and when she saw Shang Yuanchang sitting on the sofa, she was startled. She then changed her expression and sat down beside Shang Yuanchang. Why are you here? You didn't even tell me in advance. Seeing her heavily made-up appearance, Shang Yuanchang couldn't help but have some bad thoughts. Where did you go? Why so dressed up? It's all because of Bingxing's matter. A friend said they knew a well-known lawyer who might be able to help, so I had to go socialize. Shang Yuanchang directly vetoed, stop dreaming, this time the target is the Jiang family. How many famous lawyers can compete with the Jiang family? What you are doing is just a waste of time. Wang Yakan burst into tears upon hearing this. Then what should I do? Can I just watch my own son go to jail without doing anything? He is not even 20 years old, it's the prime of his life. Wang Yakan wiped her tears again, making Shang Yuanchang even more annoyed. He regretted coming here. He was now powerless, but he couldn't say it out loud. If that girl can forgive, maybe, the sentence can be reduced a bit. Shang Yuanchang said, though he didn't believe it himself. But this sentence suddenly filled Wang Yakan with hope. Bingxing said that girl doesn't like him? Maybe she really likes him, but things got out of hand, and she can't bear the embarrassment. I'll go talk to her. Shang Yuancheng quickly opposed. Don't even think about it. The more you meddle, the more complicated it will get, and it will be harder to resolve. Why not? If there's a way, why shouldn't I think about it? Are we just supposed to sit and wait? He is your son, your own son. Wang Yakan started crying again. Shang Yuancheng thought to himself that Shang Bingxing must have inherited his mother's stupidity. What a pig-headed person. It's the Jiang family after all. Even if he went in person, it wouldn't work. What can a mere woman do? I don't know if he is my son. But look, Bingxing has done so many wrong things from start to finish. And you knew he was going to do this, why didn't you stop him? As his mother, how could you? The two started blaming each other. Shang Yuancheng regretted coming here. But now, he had nowhere else to go. Meng Yalan had signed the divorce agreement with him, and going back would be even more troublesome. Oh right. There was also this matter. He remembered his purpose for coming here and quickly changed the subject. Yakan, don't be like this. I signed the divorce agreement today. He looked at Wang Yakan, wanting to see her reaction to his divorce. Wang Yakan, who was worried about her son, didn't expect Shang Yuancheng to suddenly tell her about his divorce. Really? You really signed it? Then that Zhang Feng, will he be even less likely to help Bingxing now? Wang Yakan was still concerned about her son. Shang Yuancheng felt a hint of disappointment in his heart, but he concealed it well. Well, I'm divorced, he is still my son. But Yakan, are you not happy about my divorce? Wang Yakan finally realized. She could only respond, why would I not be happy? I've been waiting for this day for so many years. But this is too sudden, with so many things happening recently. Shang Yuancheng nodded. He didn't mention marrying her again, and Wang Yakan didn't bring it up either. They quickly shifted the conversation back to Shang Bingxing, but they were both at a loss. On the other side, Jiang Ting returned to school for regular classes. Shang Bingxing's misdeeds did not cause much of a stir at the Imperial University, as it was not a glorious matter. Many people thought Jiang Ting had some family matters and took a couple of days off. Zhang Feng also returned to the laboratory. With recent breakthroughs in research, he was working diligently with each researcher. As lunchtime approached, just before the end, Professor Xiang suddenly brought in a woman. Come on, Zhang Feng. Let me introduce you, this is the returned overseas general manager, Miss Shang. From now on, our research institute will collaborate with Hua Medical Center. Miss Shang is very capable, and we will soon see results. Professor Xiang was very excited. Zhang Feng looked up and saw Shang Nanxue. Zhang Feng, hello. Shang Nanxue tried to contain her excitement and reached out her hand to Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng raised his eyebrows. He didn't know that Shang Nanxue was working in the medical industry abroad, which was quite similar to his grandfather. Hello, Zhang Feng also reached out his hand. Shang Nanxue didn't clarify the relationship between the two, which he thought was good. Although Zhang Feng had a passing thought that Shang Nanxue might be here for him, he wouldn't refuse anything beneficial for research. Besides, maybe he was just being presumptuous. Dr. Xiang arranged for Zhang Feng to brief Shang Nanxue on the project's progress and then left, leaving the two alone. Come over here, Zhang Feng thought for a moment and went straight to the point. Shang Nanxue also understood that Zhang Feng was being professional and not rejecting her directly was already good enough. Work, especially in the medical field, couldn't be taken lightly. She listened carefully to Zhang Feng's introduction, occasionally jotting down some notes. In the end, that's all. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. Shang Nanxue nodded. You explained it clearly, thank you, Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng looked at her. You're welcome, it's my duty. Then he started packing up as it was time for dinner. Seeing him about to leave, Shang Nanxue quickly inserted, Zhang Feng, my parents are getting a divorce. Zhang Feng paused, and the image of Meng Yalan's distressed face flashed in his mind. He turned around. Well, that's a good thing. With that, he strode out. Shang Nanxue was already satisfied. She knew how much Zhang Feng's opinion of the Shang family mattered. Because she wasn't home initially, he had suffered a lot of grievances, but now that she was back, she would gradually make it up to him. Zhang Feng was still her lifesaver. Her own younger brother was also her lifesaver. What a wonderful fate it was. She kept this secret in her heart. In the future, if Zhang Feng's younger brother could truly accept her, she would tell him. Shang Nanxue's matter didn't cause much of a stir with Zhang Feng. He understood that this third sister of the Shang family was different from the other two sisters. At the very least, she didn't excessively disturb him under the guise of work, which was enough. He just treated her as a work partner, nothing more. Zhang Feng went to the cafeteria alone, where his roommates were already waiting for him. Everyone had prepared their meals and started eating. Unexpectedly, Dong Kersen came over again. "Can I join you for dinner?" She was wearing a white dress today, looking like a fairy standing there. Sit, please sit down quickly." Jiang Feng's roommates hurriedly invited her to sit. Could her presence next to the group of male students have attracted a lot of attention? They had become the focus of the cafeteria. Jiang Feng glanced at Dong Kersen and nodded in greeting. This girl had been trying to get close to him by all means, and he could feel it now. It had crossed the boundaries of his comfort, so it seemed he needed to remind her. Dong Kersen sat down to eat, but her heart was in turmoil. Last time in the cafeteria, she saw Shang Yuancheng, who claimed to be Jiang Feng's father. She secretly took a photo and asked her brother who he was, but she had no impression at all. "Isn't this Shang's Yuancheng? Are you sure that kid is his son?" Dong Kersen's brother was puzzled. It didn't make sense. Shang Yuancheng was at best a small entrepreneur, and his aspirations were far beyond what his status could reach. "I'm sure." At the time, it was indeed said to be his father, but there's a question, Jiang Feng. Why isn't his surname Shang? Dong Kersen suddenly found the problem. Her brother was very interested in the Heart of Hope, so he said, "Are you sure that is the real Heart of Hope? I will investigate again." Dong Kersen, with a lot on her mind, secretly assessed Jiang Feng sitting in front of her. Jiang Feng did not show any special attitude towards her, as if she came specifically to find those roommates and had nothing to do with him. Is this person really not interested in her? Or is he playing hard to get? Dong Kersen once again doubted her own charm. However, Jiang Feng's roommates were very enthusiastic towards her, which reduced her embarrassment of intruding. But recently, there have been quite a few bad rumors about the Shang family. Dong Kersen felt a vague fear in her heart, not knowing what the real relationship between Jiang Feng and Shang Yuancheng was, and also about the Heart of Hope on his neck. She was very sure that it was real. However, what her brother said was not wrong. Solely based on the strength of the Shang family, they could not obtain ownership of that necklace. Is there a hidden story in all of this? Jiang Feng realized that Dong Kersen had been secretly sizing him up, which made him somewhat annoyed. Initially, he had a good impression of her, but since she asked about his necklace last time, Jiang Feng noticed that every time he saw her, her eyes would eagerly focus on the Heart of Hope on his neck. This made Jiang Feng feel that her intentions in approaching him were impure. Jiang Feng, of course, understood the significance of the necklace that Jiang Yuyan had given him. In addition, his previous impression of Dong Kersen was good, limited to thinking that she was knowledgeable and not pretentious as a girl. There was no thought beyond friendship with classmates. He now suspected that Dong Kersen had ulterior motives towards him, so he naturally wanted to distance himself from her even more. Dong Kersen, of course, was unaware of Jiang Feng's thoughts, but she felt that he was not as friendly towards her as before. Although he had never been warm towards her, she could still feel the increased indifference now. She didn't know where things had gone wrong. "Oh well, let's wait for my brother's investigation to yield results before deciding," Dong Kersen thought. So she deliberately avoided talking to Jiang Feng and instead engaged in lively conversations with his roommates. Jiang Feng, of course, didn't care, he just wanted to be left alone. "By the way, have you heard that the famous star Wang Jingyi is coming to our school to shoot on-location scenes? We're in for a treat this time." A boy at the nearby table spoke loudly. "Wang Jingyi, isn't she your celebrity friend, Jiang Feng?" "Right, Jiang Feng, this time when you see her, you should give us a couple of signed photos, right?" "Exactly, last time you were just busy looking at the big star and forgot about this." Jiang Feng simply said, "I'm not close to her," and stopped talking. Wang Jingyi had mentioned to him some time ago that she would come to the school for an on-location shoot, but it seemed to have been postponed due to scheduling issues. Later, she had also sent him messages. Jiang Feng had forgotten whether he had replied or what he had replied. Now that they suddenly brought it up, he remembered that there was such a person. However, after Wang Jingyi seemed to have received no response from him after sending several messages, there was no further news. Jiang Feng had even forgotten about this person. Seeing that he didn't want to discuss it, Jiang Feng's roommates also avoided the topic. Dong Kersen was secretly surprised. Sure enough, Jiang Feng had a background, and he could be so indifferent even towards the famous star Wang Jingyi. However, she did not gossip like most girls. Just getting a general idea of things was enough. During this meal, Dong Kersen added the contact information of Jiang Feng's 3 roommates, and she was the one who took the initiative to do so. Wang Dalai and the others were somewhat surprised. Although at the beginning, they all thought that Dong Kersen was targeting Jiang Feng. After all, a brother's wife should not have any other thoughts, right? But after Jiang Feng clearly stated that there was no romantic relationship with Dong Kersen, everyone relaxed. The campus bell. the campus belle of the Imperial Capital University. Just based on her looks, figure, TSK. Dong Kerson thought that by taking the initiative to exchange contact information with them, Zhang Feng might have some reaction, but he remained indifferent, completely indifferent. This instead aroused Dong Kerson's competitive spirit. For a moment, she was a bit confused whether her feelings towards Zhang Feng were purposeful or if there was some liking involved. After everyone finished eating and prepared to return to the dormitory, they heard arguing from the other side. Zhang Feng was even more indifferent to this kind of thing, as he was not someone who liked to join in the fun. However, he seemed to hear Zhang Ting's voice. Get lost. Get lost. It sounded like Zhang Ting, yet not quite. Because in Zhang Feng's impression, she had never seemed so out of control before. Even after what happened last time. Zhang Feng looked up and indeed, it was Zhang Ting. There seemed to be a middle-aged woman opposite her, whose appearance was unclear, incessantly talking to her. Zhang Feng pushed through the crowd and walked over. Shang Yuancheng inadvertently mentioned that if he could gain the forgiveness of the girl, Shang Bingxing would be fine. Although he strongly opposed Wang Yakan coming to find Zhang Ting, how could Wang Yakan possibly listen, considering Shang Bingxing was still locked up inside? Therefore, she came directly to the Imperial Capital University. After asking several classmates in a row, by a stroke of luck, she actually found Zhang Ting eating in the cafeteria. She directly went up and started crying and pleading with Zhang Ting to spare her son. Zhang Ting, please spare him. He really didn't mean to hurt you. He likes you so much. Please consider his sincere feelings for you. Considering her son's reputation, Wang Yakan cleverly did not mention his name at all, only referring to him as my son. Zhang Ting was completely dumbfounded. She was having a meal with her roommates in the cafeteria when suddenly a heavily made-up middle-aged woman rushed up to her, grabbing her arm and not letting go. She was saying things that Zhang Ting couldn't understand at all. It took her a long time to realize that this was Shang Bingxing's mother. She had come to plead for him. Realizing this, Zhang Ting, who had just started to calm down a bit these past 2 days, began trembling again. The unbearable scene from that day reappeared before her eyes. In such a filthy place, Shang Bingxing's saliva had covered her whole body. Just the thought of it made Zhang Ting feel as if Shang Bingxing's disgusting hands were still wandering on her body. Zhang Ting immediately started retching. Her roommates didn't know what had happened, but quickly supported her. What's wrong with you? What are you doing? How can you come to the school and harass students like this? Seeing that her roommate didn't recognize the woman, they immediately stepped forward to defend her and accuse Wang Yakan. Wang Yakan didn't care what the girls said. She continued to hold onto Zhang Ting's arm. She was determined that only by persuading Zhang Ting could her son be saved and released. Please, I'll kneel down to you, okay? My son really likes you so much. You two were in love, right? If you really send him in, his life will be ruined. He's not even 20 years old. Wang Yakan completely disregarded the fact that it was mealtime and that there were so many people in the cafeteria. With her commotion, many curious eyes turned towards them, and soon, a crowd of onlookers surrounded Zhang Ting. Zhang Ting realized what was happening and went crazy. Get lost, go away. Get lost quickly. She seemed to be under strong stimulation, and she wouldn't say anything else except for this sentence. Several roommates rushed forward to try to pull Wang Yakan away when they saw the situation, but no matter how they persuaded her, Wang Yakan refused to leave. She kept muttering in her mouth, asking Zhang Ting to let go of her son. Listening to the words she said, many people had already begun to speculate what had happened. After all, in Wang Yakan's words, she kept saying that her son had hurt Zhang Ting. Seeing people whispering around, Zhang Ting's whole nerves were about to collapse. She couldn't imagine what had happened that day, and what would happen if her classmates knew about it. Please, miss, you can't ruin my son. He's so young, he dislikes you. What's wrong with him? As long as you choose to forgive him, Auntie will treat you well in the future. Wang Yakan just wanted to force Zhang Ting to submit. The few words she said seemed casual, but she actually wanted everyone else to know that Zhang Ting was already her son's, intentionally creating a false impression, making everyone blame Zhang Ting. But Zhang Ting couldn't care about all this. She was about to go crazy. She thought she could bury what happened that day in her heart, let time digest it, but it was suddenly exposed in public. She felt a chill all over her body. It was as if she was being stripped naked in front of these people again. Zhang Ting was about to collapse. Stop talking, stop it, go away, just go away. Zhang Ting, it's okay, calm down. At this moment, a pair of hands suddenly reached out, directly pulling Wang Yakan aside and gently supporting Zhang Ting. Zhang Feng. Zhang Ting looked at the boy in front of her, tears in her eyes. But she really calmed down, no longer hysterical. Don't be afraid, it's okay. Zhang Feng comforted Zhang Ting, then turned to look at Wang Yakan, the crazy woman. He had already guessed who she was. She should be Shang Bingxing's biological mother. Shang Bingxing, having such a mother, was really unlucky. But his misfortune was his own business. He couldn't come to harass Zhang Ting. In this way, no one would forgive Shang Bingxing. Seeing herself being pushed away, Wang Yakan wanted to go crazy. She had targeted Zhang Ting as an easy target to bully. Even if she forced her, she wanted her to submit. She had almost threatened to make her say everything. Before she could, who was this meddlesome boy? She was about to speak, but heard Zhang Ting call him, Zhang Feng? Wang Yakan suddenly wilted. This was Shan Yuancheng's biological son. However, this was not important. What was important was that he was the adopted son of the Zhang family. She couldn't afford to offend the Zhang family. She immediately put on a fawning smile. You are Zhang Feng, right? You have to save your brother. I didn't want to come either. I really had no choice. Tell me what's going on. How did things turn out like this for young people in love? I didn't date him. Zhang Feng suddenly felt sorry when he saw Zhang Ting like this. This girl was innocent from beginning to end. This woman was simply despicable. Was she deliberately coming to rub salt in Zhang Ting's wound? You better leave. If you dare to come here and harass her again, you will bear the consequences. Zhang Feng looked at Wang Yakan, angrily. Don't think no one knows about your dirty deeds. If you dare to come again, your son will be in a worse situation than now. Wang Yakan didn't expect to meet Zhang Feng here, and the tone of the other parties seemed to know her and know a lot of things. She was a little scared. But she couldn't just leave like this. She was unwilling. Because she now understands that Shang Yuancheng is unable to help Shang Bingxing anymore. If Zhang Ting doesn't relent, wouldn't her son really have to spend his prime youth inside? She still wants to try. Zhang Feng, it's not like that. Listen to me. Zhang Feng wouldn't listen to her anymore. Zhang Ting's emotions are very unstable now. If this continues, something bad might happen. Zhang Feng's roommates have called the school security guards and directly drove away Wang Yakan. Zhang Ting is still breathing heavily. She was really uncomfortable just now. No one noticed Dong Kersen, who had been watching the scene next to Zhang Feng all along, following the security guards and Wang Yakan. Zhang Feng escorted Zhang Ting back to the dormitory all the way, and instructed her roommates to take good care of her before leaving. Wang Yakan. Zhang Feng decided to seek justice for Zhang Ting. This person is too despicable. I wonder if Zhang Ting will be even more shadowed because of today's events. Over here, Wang Yakan was thrown out by several security guards very rudely. She was very regretful but had no way out. Thinking of her son still inside, she felt that even if she was seeking help in desperation, she had to. Who made Shang Yuancheng so useless now? Unfortunately, Zhang Faliang was also detained, and the current situation is still unknown. If he were here now, he would probably give her some advice. Wang Yakan straightened the torn hem of her clothes by the security guards and prepared to go home first. Unexpectedly, a young and beautiful girl suddenly stood in front of her. Auntie, do you need any help? Dong Kersen herself didn't know why she inexplicably followed this middle-aged woman who didn't seem kind. But it should be because she knew Zhang Feng and seemed very wary of him. She knew that this woman had information she wanted to know. So, taking advantage of everyone's inattention, she followed them outside the school gate. Wang Yakan was in a dilemma, about to leave, and seeing Dong Kersen, she thought she was just a random kind-hearted female student and didn't pay much attention, planning to ignore her. Unexpectedly, the girl asked her another question. Auntie, do you know Zhang Feng? Can we talk? Wang Yakan's eyes lit up. Dong Kersen never expected that she knew Zhang Feng's background was impressive, but she didn't expect it to be so astonishing. He turned out to be the grandson of the richest man in Huagua, Zhang Shicheng. No wonder he knows medicine and is so skilled. Looking at Zhang Feng's appearance at school, he seems like a child from an ordinary family, very low-key. If it weren't for the hope pendant on his neck, she might have missed it. However, even though he is an adopted son. So what if he's an adopted son, he can still have the hope pendant, indicating that the Zhang family treats him well. Moreover, the Zhang family doesn't have a biological son. Zhang Shicheng even taught his medical skills to Zhang Feng, showing how much the Zhang family values him. Dong Kersen was very happy. She felt that she could officially pursue Zhang Feng now. After Meng Yalan left, Shang Yuancheng almost never came home, and the three sisters lived freely without asking him anything. But on this day, a group of people came to the house, saying they were going to seal the house. The Shang family had declared bankruptcy after Shang Yuancheng offended Fu Shang, but it wasn't until this incident actually happened that the Shang family realized what it meant. Shang Nanyu went to the hospital to see Hui Yen. She seems to not listen to anyone now. The few words of advice Mang Yalan gave her before leaving also fell on deaf ears. So now, only Shang Nanfeng and Shang Nanxue are at home. They wanted to stop them, but after communicating with the visitors for a few words, they gave up. The visitors were law enforcement officers. So Shang Nanfeng quickly called Shang Yuanchang. Shang Yuanchang heard something, but just left a sentence, "Let it be, I don't care, and I can't control it." The two sisters, with permission, only had time to take a few pieces of clothing before being driven out. Looking at the house they had lived in for more than 20 years, with a big seal pasted on it, both of them felt uncomfortable. This was the result of Shang Yuanchang's own fault, but, after all, it was their home. "Sister, let's rent a house first, we can't be homeless." Shang Nanfeng nodded, although helpless, they could only do so. The two informed Shang Nanyu by phone and started contacting agents to find a house. Shang Nanyu was in the hospital with Hui Yan. After treatment, Hui Yan's condition was getting better day by day, and he could now sit up on his own. Sometimes, a brief conversation with Shang Nanyu could tell that his mental state was very good. The Hua family was truly grateful to the Jiang family. Shang Nanyu had never known that the person treating Hui Yan was Jiang Feng. Because of so many recent family matters, although she came to the hospital, she did not stay long. So they never met. Today, she thought she had other things in the afternoon, so she came in the morning for the first time, but unexpectedly, the whole family was waiting outside the ward. Shang Nanyu was taken aback when she first saw this situation. "Aunt, what's wrong?" She quickly went up to ask Hua's mother. Hua's mother smiled and said to her, "Nanyu is here? It's nothing, Dr. Jiang is treating Hui Yan, so we all need to avoid it." Hua's mother deliberately did not mention that the person inside was Shang Nanyu's brother. She just wanted the Shang family to know that she now recognized Shang Nanyu, not for the sake of their relationship with the Jiang family. Shang Nanyu naturally did not know. When she heard it was Dr. Jiang, she thought it was Jiang Shicheng, Jiang Lao. To be honest, it made her a little nervous. This was Jiang Feng's grandfather. A prominent figure in Huagua, she never expected to see him today. Shang Nanyu waited outside the ward with the Hua family, feeling complicated. Unexpectedly, when the treatment was over, the person who came out was Jiang Feng. Shang Nanyu was stunned for a moment. Her first reaction upon seeing Jiang Feng was to avoid him. When Jiang Feng came over, the Hua family greeted him and thanked him as usual. Jiang Feng seemed a little surprised to see Shang Nanyu. He thought Shang Nanyu had cut ties with Hui Yan long ago. He didn't expect Hui Yan to be so ill, and she was still in contact with him now. However, this was not Jiang Feng's concern. He bid farewell to the Hua family, ignored Shang Nanyu, and left. Hua's mother felt a little strange but didn't say anything. She knew there were some conflicts between the Shang family and Jiang Feng, but she thought that blood ties would not be affected. When Shang Nanyu saw Jiang Feng walking away, she seemed to remember something and followed him. "Jiang Feng, wait, I have something to tell you." Jiang Feng frowned. This Shang family member was persistent. He didn't want to deal with so many people. So he went downstairs directly, with Shang Nanyu following him. The two of them tacitly didn't say anything in front of the Hua family. Hua's mother looked at the backs of the two of them, lost in thought. After all, they were siblings. Downstairs, Jiang Feng turned around. "What's the matter?" "There's nothing between us to talk about." Among the three sisters of the Shang family, he had the worst impression of Shang Nanyu. She was the kind who lacked any brains. In any situation, she unconditionally sided with Shang Bingxing. When Jiang Feng first returned to the Shang family, he tried to understand her. He thought that growing up with Shang Bingxing from a young age, they naturally had a close relationship. How could he compare, being lost since childhood? But later he found out that Shang Nanyu was simply bad and looked down on him. She always badmouths Jiang Feng as a poor boy. She never associates with him when good things happen, but she is always involved with him in bad things. Jiang Feng truly detests her. Of course, he also knows that Shang Nanyu really dislikes him. In such a mutually hateful relationship, what's the point of calling him? Shang Nanyu is also full of anxiety. Just now, when she saw Jiang Feng coming out of the room, she was shocked. She had heard from Nanyu that Jiang Feng, under the influence of the Jiang family, had a deep knowledge of medicine. She never expected that Hui Yan's illness was actually treated by him. Shang Nanyu knew that what she had done before was very excessive, but the person in front of her was still her own younger brother. "Jiang Feng, I know what I did before was wrong. But today, I want to say thank you, really. There's no need." Shang Nanyu was able to say thank you, which Jiang Feng really didn't expect. However, he felt that she was probably up to something. Otherwise, it wouldn't be like Shang Nanyu. When she caught up just now, he thought she was going to blame him. Why was she here? This is more like Shang Nanyu's style, isn't it? So even if she says thank you now, Jiang Feng won't believe it's sincere. "I have nothing else to do, I'm leaving. Just pretend you don't know me in the future. I don't want to repeat this." After saying this, Zhang Feng left without looking back. Shang Nanyu stood still in place.